Anyone have any? It's not on the agenda.
He requested it?
He requested it be tabled. You want to make that motion?
Yeah, I move that we table the reference application.
So the motion is to table the Alfred Mann Drive extension application. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Greg. Any discussion? Is it like a tabled indefinitely, or do our tables expire?
I guess you would just table it indefinitely, again, until legally it could expire, but you just table it indefinitely till the applicant's ready to come back with something at this point. It's in his court.
Okay.
After a year, we usually start over.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so the application is tabled. All right, next up is the waiver requirement for the underground power overhead lines. I guess we should do a little bit of an intro on this one, but I think we got everything we needed in the last one, right, Jim?
Yeah, I think the only change would be is that you have that article. The article section that we're actually referring to, we kind of, maybe we misled Derek a little bit here on this one, but it doesn't really change anything. The article that we had given him prior was for the site plan. The actual article is Article 9, Section 10, subsection B out of the subdivision ordinance, because we're amending a subdivision, not a site plan.
I think that's what he has, isn't it? Standard of section subdivision ordinance, Article 9,
Oh, he does, yep.
number 10B.
Yep, he corrected it, sorry.
He's all set.
Yep.
And I think the other thing that we were discussing was the placement of the poles, and that's been supplied. Is that? Okay. I guess you open. I'll open the public hearing on the waiver for the underground power headlines. Does anybody want to speak? Public hearing closed. I think we went through all this last time. Do we want, anybody on the board want to have questions remaining?
Everything seemed good?
Yeah, everything went.
The only question would be is that we will prepare a findings of fact, and then I guess it'll have to be kind of an affidavit, because they didn't technically amend the physical plan.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to do it in a document, which will have to be recorded. So we'll prepare a findings of fact document that'll have to be recorded.
Okay, and then.
And then it gets attached to the recorded deed and plan.
And Derek records, or
Derek records, yes.
Derek, where are you? You okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, we have a motion.
A motion to approve.
Motion is to approve the waiver requirement for the underground power overhead lines. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded.
Question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Wayne. Wayne, you had.
He's froze up.
No, he's blinking.
No,
You just can't hear.
Wayne?
Yes. Can you hear me? You're all frozen up.
You're back.
We hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we discussed last month that the underground power would still be run to the houses, so we wouldn't have the obstruction at the building with power lines. Is that still correct?
That is still correct.
That is still correct. We're just running the overhead through the primary up the side of the road.
And that will be in the findings of fact, right, Jim?
Yeah, we'll provide that in the findings.
Awesome. Then, thank you.
And that line doesn't go by any lots. Oh, it does go by 3 lots.
Yeah, I've got.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Mr. Chairman, do you need me to follow that up with a quick memo?
No.
I don't think
I
so,
don't think
Wayne.
so,
I think we
Wayne.
can handle that one. It's just a waiver, so I think we can handle that with some verbiage.
Wayne, I'll put it in the minutes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Do we make them? We all set? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin, aye? Done. Derek, you'll get with Jim or the town? Okay. All right, to the new business, site plan review for the pickleball. It would probably be to put it there. We're going to get Will to introduce it first, and then we'll go to you.
And where, do I go over to the microphone?
You go over to the microphone, or you can, if you like to wander, you could pick the microphone up and wander around with it.
No, I don't make me feel like I'm right.
Okay, Will, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will Haskell with Goral Palmer, acting as planner or peer reviewer on this project. So new pickleball courts, tennis courts for down at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park. We had done an initial review and submitted a memo back on June 4th. The application was withdrawn or postponed till tonight's meeting. We submitted a new memo on July 2nd. And the new memo also incorporates the response to comments that we received on our June 4th memo. So everything's pretty straightforward, I think, on this. Basically proposing to build new tennis courts and a pickleball courts at the park and the existing baseball field. My understanding is the existing baseball field will be essentially demolished and turned into grass. And the big change from the original application that we saw is the addition of lights. So they added some light poles. Get into that in a minute. But Mr. Chairman, would you like me to go down through all my items, or how would you like me to proceed in terms of the review
Only the
of
ones
this?
that you feel are still outstanding, Will.
Okay. Really relatively minimal outstanding items. We had an initial comment on surface water drainage. The engineer responded back, and we concur with their response that phosphorus control plan's not required. So I think the biggest item is the exterior, the lighting. They're proposing to construct 60-foot tall light poles. Our understanding from the ordinance is that there's a 25-foot maximum height in the ordinance. So I think there would need to be a waiver for the larger light poles. So really, that's the big item I think that's on the table here tonight is the lighting for these tennis courts and pickleball courts. Everything else seems to be in line and essentially in line with the ordinance requirements.
Okay, thanks, Will. The applicant then?
Hi, I'm Margot Barajas. I'm a landscape architect from Sebago Technics, and I'm here representing the applicant, the town of Raymond Parks and Recreation. I'm joined in the crowd by Joe Crocker, the director of Parks and Recreation, and Nathan White, Public Works Director. So as you heard, we're proposing tennis and pickleball courts at the town-owned Sherry Gannon Memorial Park. The site's located in the Village Residential District. It doesn't have any shoreland or overlay districts. The proposed courts are an addition or improvement to the existing park, which is a public facility, which is a permitted use in the Village Residential District. The courts are going to be located southwest of the existing basketball courts at the park, within the outfield of the existing ball field. Access to this is a little awkward. Is this the one that I pick up?
That's the one.
Hello? Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
So you did want to wander around. Say that?
I do need to point to the map, yeah. Sorry, I don't know where to stand here. The courts will be located just southwest of the existing basketball courts. Can you hear me online okay?
Try it now.
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, there we go. So the existing conditions outside of the proposed path and the courts will all remain the same. There's no trees being removed. The ball field in any disturbed area will be loamed and seeded. We initially submitted this application for staff review, but due to the extent of impervious surface, it was decided that it should come to the planning board. Pickleball is very popular locally. We got a letter of support from Brenda Olson, who's the coordinator of the Raymond Rec League of Pickleball. And Brenda says, many more people want to learn to play, but we do not offer beginner programs in the summer. Adding the tennis pickleball court to Raymond would really expand the resources in the division. Currently, pickleball is played on the basketball.
Bill, we still can't hear that mic very well.
Sorry.
I think so. It got turned off. I'm gonna think he's under the mic.
Do I have to do something?
No.
Okay. All right. Hello?
Yeah, she was turned it off.
Maybe I just need to hold it like right here. I need one other arm. So the tennis courts are 78 by 36, and the pickleball courts are 44 by 20. The total court area is about 18,000 square feet, and the total impervious area is about 19,500. We're not proposing any improvements to the existing parking area. Or any additional entrances or anything. It's strictly in this existing ball field in the outfield.
Excuse me, you do need to speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. The proposed path will be ADA accessible. And courts are going to be elevated above the current grade about 2 feet. The drainage out there currently is wet, so we're proposing elevating the whole area to help with the drainage. We are requesting a waiver for the light poles. We're proposing 4 60-foot-high light poles. And as mentioned, the ordinance currently maxes out at 25-foot light poles. The higher light poles in this instance reduce the glare for court sports for people playing tennis and pickleball here. Also, less poles overall will be needed. If we were to use shorter poles, we would need several more, which would cost a lot more money. And the pole height also helps with spillover and light pollution. We submitted a photometrics plan that shows currently all the light will be contained within the property lines. And also those lights will be on a push-to-use operation, so they won't be on all the time. If someone comes to play at night, they can physically turn them on, and I think they'll be operating until about 9 p.m. And they're modern LED state-of-the-art technology lights. They can be operated from an app that Joe can have control over. So it's a very modern system.
So we can turn them on from home?
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
I believe that's all for now. We're hoping to get approval tonight for the project. And the waiver for the lighting is the one request.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Is there any questions before I open the public hearing?
Uh-oh.
Oh, they'll be back.
Oh, and sorry, there's another side to this too. It just zooms in a little. That's helpful at all for you. And the tennis courts can be converted to be used for pickleball also. So that's what you can have up to 10 pickleball courts.
Robert, I'm working on the Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go back to my.
Yep. Does the ball field go away? Is that the in this process?
That
1 2, test 1 2.
Welcome to the Tuesday, September 24, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Pete Lockwood.
Fred Miller.
Greg Dean, our vice chair, is unable to attend tonight. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from August 27, 2024. Number 3, old business, administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Number 4, new business, administrative appeal for 32 Shore Road. Number 5, code enforcement officer communications. And then finally, number 6, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, to sign the speaker sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So, first up is approval of the minutes from August 27, 2024. Have you all had a chance to review them?
Yes.
Can I get a motion for approval of the minutes?
I motion approval of minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Do we have any further comments? All those in favor of approval? Unanimous. Old business, administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Applicants Karen and Bill Burke, location 36 Merch Landing Road. Owner O'Connor, description, administrative appeal of a permitted second dock, permit number 2024146. This is on the table. Do I have a motion to take this off of the table?
I motion to take it off the table.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous. So I did receive on September 11, 2024, Sandy Fredericks received an email from legal representatives for the Burkes. They have requested that we table this matter until the next meeting. The reason for the tabling is that they are currently in discussions with the O'Connors with regards to this issue, so they're looking to come to a resolution that doesn't require the need for this administrative appeal. As a result of this request on the 11th, we subsequently canceled their site walk, which was scheduled for 9 o'clock on the 14th. Yeah, so if we do decide to retable this, we will bring it up for our next meeting on October 29th, and we will schedule a site walk for the October 19th, Saturday. Chris, do you have any concerns with tabling this for another month?
No.
Okay.
I have no concerns.
Any comments at all? Thoughts? No comments. Can I get a motion to table this appeal until the next meeting?
David,
Yes.
you might want to wait a moment on that because the attorneys for both parties are here on Zoom.
Oh, did not realize.
That's why I'm telling you,
All
sir.
right.
Hello, everybody. I'm hiding behind my mugshot. Sorry.
So,
I
who
don't have
is
any
this?
objection to the way this is going, Kelly, if you don't. This seems like a reasonable path.
Yes, just so the board is aware, Attorney Howe and I arranged a meeting between our respective clients, and that meeting proved to be both productive and cordial. And there were some very good discussions about potential resolutions. Attorney Howe and I are working on taking care of that, getting that documented. It is our hope that we will report back to you that the Burke's appeal has been withdrawn. At this time, of course, we're not withdrawing it. It needs to remain live. And so we appreciate the fact that the board postponed the site walk, and we are requesting that the board table this until your next meeting, again, in the hopes of delivering some good news to you.
Sounds good.
And for what it's worth, I can confirm, at least for our side, that a site walk on the 19th and hearing on the 29th would be just fine for the O'Connors if it came to that. I think the hope is obviously that we don't ever get there.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, you're good with the site walk on the 19th as well? If it comes to that?
Hopefully. I have no idea what my client's schedule looks like, but we will make it happen if it's necessary.
Okay. Well, I guess with this, I mean, we're considering tabling it, yes. But what I don't want to do is to continuously postpone a site walk. I still, if this is still an open issue, I want to work towards getting this resolved from the appeal perspective. So I don't want to sort of just continuously postpone. So I would prefer to hear from you, yes, we're good to go on the 19th, or no, we don't want to do a site walk on the 19th.
Chair, we are good to go for the 19th.
Thank you. And I apologize for not noting that both of you were here on Zoom. It was my understanding that neither of you were going to be present tonight, so I apologize. And that was not intended to be a slight on either one of you. So.
No offense taken. Happy to blend into the background.
Well, very good. So we have our motion. We have our seconds. We've heard from the attorneys. Any further discussion on this? No. Okay. All those in favor of tabling until the next meeting? Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
New business, administrative appeal for 32 Shore Road, applicant Sheena Joe Randall, location 32 Shore Road. Description, administrative appeal of a notice of violations issued on August 7, 2024 for installation of a dock and shed without permit. So our board did do a site walk on this property on September 14th. Tom Hennessy has come up with a site walk report, which I will go ahead and have him read now.
Okay. Zoning Board of Appeals site walk report on September 14th, 2024. The ZBA conducted a site walk of 32 Shore Road, Raymond, Maine, belonging to Sheena Joe Randall in consideration of her administrative appeal of a notice of violation for installation of a dock and shed without permits. Attendees were from the ZBA, David Murch, Peter Blackwood, Fred Miller, Tom Hennessy. Other attendees, Code Enforcement, Jason Williamson, and the applicant, Sheena Joe Randall, Judy and Doug Morrill, Dennis Martin, Teresa Ellis, Peter and Sue Slavinsky. Site walk started at 10:10 a.m. First reviewed the 32 Shore Road property. Began with a review of the property and location of shed. Property includes a 2-story garage with a large concrete slab foundation attached to the left, viewing from the street of the garage. The shed is located to the far left of the property and appeared to be new. Ms. Randall stated it was a 10 by 20 shed, was installed on skids in November of 2023. Ms. Randall also stated that her original plan was to locate the shed on the opposite side of her property, but she decided to install it on the left side instead. Property markers were visible and rough measurements were taken to verify setbacks for the shed. The rear of the shed was approximately 17 feet to the sideline. The front of the shed was approximately 15 feet to the sideline. Then we progressed down the right-of-way and the dock. We walked the 10-foot wide right-of-way to the lake and saw the large boulder at the lakeside. The aluminum dock was also viewed by climbing on the boulder. Site walk was completed at 10:30 a.m. Respectfully submitted, Tom Hennessy, ZBA member. These notes are reflections but are not factual findings made by the board.
Good. Fred, Pete, any corrections that you would see or want anything added? Yeah. I want to get it officially entered into the record, so I'm going to ask for a motion to get this officially entered.
I make a motion to put it in the official record.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay. So, Sheena Joe, I know you're here tonight. We essentially have two issues at hand. The notice of violation for the shed, notice of violation for the dock. Two separate issues to be addressed tonight. What I'd like to do is first have our discussions with regards to the shed. And the way that will work is you will present to us your case for having this appeal. Then I will see what Chris has to say with regards to this as well. And then is there anybody here tonight, either on Zoom or in the audience, that would be that considers themselves to be an owner to this right-of-way?
Can you hear me?
I see Ryan Martin lit up. Yes.
Yeah. I'm at 35 Shore Road.
And you would be considered an owner to this right-of-way?
Yes, sir. My wife is actually the one on the deed, but she's picking up my son at football. We own it together, but officially she's the one that owns it.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is when the time comes, I'm going to give Sheena Joe, I apologize, an opportunity to speak with regards to the shed. Chris, an opportunity to speak with regards to the shed. Then we will transition to the right-of-way property. I'm going to then give, again, Sheena Joe a chance to speak on this issue. I will then transition to yourself. If you would like to have opportunity to speak on this issue, you can at that time. And then I will transition over to Chris. Once everybody has done having their opportunity to address this issue, we will then open up to public comment. I do see some other people on Zoom, people here in the audience, so if you wish to speak with regards to this appeal, you will have an opportunity to as well. And then we'll close public comment, and then the board will review the appeal. So does that all make sense, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So, Sheena Joe, if you want to go ahead and come up to the podium there. Please make sure to log your appearance. So there there's a sign-in sheet.
First, I want to thank the board for their time this evening. My name is Sheena Joe Randall. I live at 32 Shore Road, Raymond, Maine, and I'm actually the appellant in this case. I was issued a notice of violation on 8/7/24 from an inspection that was done from your code enforcement officer, I think in late June 28th. And in that violation, it stated that I put a dock in the water without a permit, as well as he noticed there was a shed on my property without a permit. Upon receiving the violation, I went to the town hall and filled out, actually on the computer, I filled out 2 applications for shed permits as instructed by the violation. and took them to the town hall, one for a shed that's not there yet. And in the midst of looking and going over my paperwork, I noticed on my original plan, my original plot plan for my addition and my groundwork and where my septic works were going to be and my tanks and all that other stuff, that there was a shed on that plot plan. It didn't say the size of the shed at that time, but I noticed in my notes on the side of the plot plan, it stated in the square footage that I paid for my permit, it was a 10 by 17. So when I went to buy my shed, I bought it. It was handmade. It was done by Hickory over in Cornish, and I had it built to a 10 by 20 to fit my needs, and built on skids so it could be moved in and out as easy as possible. I did not want it built on site because it is over near my well, and I don't know what was going on there. So just in case I had to move it, did all the measurements, put it in place, and that was it came in November. And I guess Chris had noticed it, and I didn't realize I had violated any ordinance because I thought it was on skids, and somewhere on wheels or skids, it didn't need permits. So I filled out the appropriate paperwork, and I have not heard anything from either one of those, and that's the shed. It's there. I think it's within my setbacks. I think everything was measured properly. And it was on my original plot, so I don't know if it's included in the $1,595 I paid for my building permits. But I haven't heard back from the second shed application either.
So you did submit.
Oh yeah.
After the fact.
Oh yeah. Right afterwards, because I was going by what I thought at the time, and I know that there was some rules that were changed. I believe in June, your ordinances were updated, and I haven't had the chance to look over the fine print of all of those, but I didn't remember it being on the plot plan until I actually saw it on the plot plan. And I think you have a picture of the plot plan in the paperwork regarding that first one.
So I did make a request, and we all should have a copy of the permit application that you had, not the one you just recently submitted for the shed specifically.
No, the original.
Yeah, the 2022-113.
Yeah. I think in some of this madness that I did take a picture of that original plot and older pictures of when I was creating the plot itself.
Now, I have reviewed.
Oh yeah, I have it right here.
What was provided with this permit.
You'll see the September 5th letter back to you. It's actually attached to that building permit at the end of that submittal. My building permit for the property, and then the plot plan.
Yeah, what I'm not able to determine, I don't know if it's because of the scan, but I do not see on the permit application a request for a shed, nor do I see the shed on the plot plan itself.
Yeah, if you look right down here where it shows you the gravel drive, where the gravel drive would be, there's a little box and it's noted shed right next to it. And then next to that was the septic field. May not have come out on the photocopies.
This is on the building permit, Dave?
Yeah, this is with the actual permit itself, although I do believe it got the
Which is
plot
the
plan.
backside
Yes.
talk, is that, we talking about the backside?
It would actually look like it'd be this one. I know there's 3 of them there. The actual,
This
yeah.
one here, right?
Yeah, the actual survey plot plan.
Is there any indication on the permit application itself, not with regards to a shed though, the request for that structure?
I don't see it noted on the actual application. Everything was done individual, the septic system, shed, you know, I don't see it noted,
Yep.
other than just, because we did have to go over it, because in the beginning I had a balcony out on the front of the building. And I had to change the plans at that. I had a little 6-foot balcony off the second floor, and I didn't have the setback for that.
Hey, Dave, on the third page here, the second one down, it says shed, then a square, then an RV. Is that part of the permit? You see the first one says 28, 36, looks like, I assume building. It said 10, 17, then it looks like it says shed with a square box with RV.
Same thing.
Unless, look at this.
Make sure I'm looking at what you're looking at.
This piece right here. This,
Oh,
I
I
think it's
gotcha.
the third piece of, Chris, is this the third piece of the permit, of the permit application?
That wasn't part of the original.
So this isn't, this wasn't filled in with this?
No.
So there's nowhere in here that says,
Correct.
these are the only 2 pages that actually go to the permit, is that correct?
Correct.
So this is
What I
something that was
gave
made
you is
afterwards?
what was submitted at the time of the application. That's what is in our system.
Okay.
And the purpose of me moving the shed is when my septic field came down. It didn't leave me enough yard space on that particular side that I wanted to keep, so I moved it to the other side.
Yep. Brad or Pete or Tom, do you have any questions at this point for Sheena Joe?
I do, I think.
That's with regards
I'll
to
let
the
them go
shed, though.
first.
Regards to the shed,
Yeah,
though, won't we?
yep.
Okay. Whoever wants to go. And
You guys want to go first? Brad, Pete, anything?
I guess it's just one of the things that comes, you know, that was highlighted is that it went from 10 by 17 to 10 by 20. So I don't know if that's something that automatically gets covered by the permit, or if that's something that needs to be corrected.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to respond to these questions now or wait till the end?
I want to see if these guys have any questions specific to Sheena Joe, and then I'll have you respond.
Sheena, Joe, you had also mentioned that the skids was something that you thought allowed you to build it because it wouldn't
in
be
the
removed.
beginning-
I mean,
In the
is-
beginning, when I was designing my project, because I've done most of the design myself, because I needed to keep all the utilities across the back of the property. In designing it, it could very well be the 10 by 17 is what I thought, because my portable shed is a 10 by 17. But when I went to make the purchase, they don't build them 10 by 17. So I got the 10 by 20. So, and your question again, I'm sorry.
So the reason for putting the skids on, you thought that allowed you to.
Right, in the
build it.
beginning, I was noticing.
Did you find that written anywhere, or?
Well, I thought I saw it in the ordinances somewhere. It's just a small, on structures, outside structures. That if it was on wheels or skids, it didn't need a permit. I can't tell you where I saw that. It could refer to ice houses. It could refer to a lot of things.
Right. And when it's Chris's turn, maybe you can help us, because I couldn't find it looking through the ordinances myself. Do you really have any intentions of ever moving that shed? I mean.
It's where I would like it to be. Because when the addition goes up, it leaves me, it's in a spot where the privacy comes into play for the addition. I mean, the project is probably 50% done at this time.
Right.
You know. And I did put in a permit application for an additional shed, which will go on the other side to replace the portable one that's there. And that's being built under a 10 by 16. But that was a whole different application, whole new application I dropped off that I have not heard back from.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep.
And I just want to verify, is this the permit application? Okay.
Without looking at it, I can't tell you if it's the same thing that, if it's in your packet that I submitted to you guys
Oh,
on
yeah, yeah, of
request.
course, yeah, please.
Yeah. I believe you have the correct one.
And I can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
This stuff here lined up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is them?
So that's a note.
Yeah, but does that mean that that's onto this, or is that not onto this?
That would be, she was probably, I don't know.
So you
You'd
don't
have
know
to
if I was
ask her.
here in afterwards, or if I
You'll
was-
have to ask her that question, and I'll address that when I speak.
Okay, just so you know what I'm talking about, Dave. This is the one I just showed him, and what I'm seeing here is, but we
Yep.
don't know how that got written.
Okay. Sheena Joe, I'm gonna give you a copy of this permit, that way you know what.
I think I know what you're talking about. It was trying to come up with the.
I want you to be able to.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Have specifically what we're looking
So I'm sorry, Peter, on this one here, just had him look at it, make sure it's not a permit.
Oh,
But
yes,
She's
yes,
handwritten
yes.
here along here, but on the bottom of the shed is
Thank you.
her handwriting.
Oh,
If
yeah.
that was part of the permit.
Which is interesting, because here, it has 120, but then 200 below it as well.
Did you have a question for Sheena Joe, Fred, with regards to that?
No, it was more for, I wanted to know, because Chris had mentioned that the other one I was looking at was not the permit that was issued. I wanted to make sure this was the one, and when I saw that it had that shed written on it, if that was something that was put on by when we gave him the permit, or was that something that was added?
It was on there when I submitted this.
I would agree with that statement.
That it was on there?
Yep. And
Okay.
I'll explain when I.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
Tom?
I understand you believe that your setbacks are correct, but they're not. So, and the setbacks have been in place for a decade or two, at least. The side setback is 20 feet, the front setback is 30 feet. And based on this survey, it says you have 6 feet beyond your garage to get to your property line. 6 feet closer to shore, towards Shore Road.
I know the garage has a setback of 6 feet from the CMP easement, correct?
Well, it's not the CMP easement, it's Shore Road right-of-way. This little path of Shore Road might be 15 feet wide, but the right-of-way for the road is 50 feet. So all those trailers and everything else you have parked is in the right-of-way of the Shore Road. You don't own that property.
This sounds like a whole different discussion, because I've talked to CMP about the easement and who has rights to it. And I've talked to DOT regarding.
I'll let Chris
Yeah.
pick.
No,
when he
I've
gets-
gone down this avenue with the Department of Transportation, and it's not a town-approved road, so it's, in the CMP easement cannot be considered part of the road. So
I'll
it's
let
a whole
Chris
different discussion.
pick it up when it's his turn. I'm just trying to tell you my opinion.
Right.
So, and as Pete said, the size is larger than anything that was in
I mean,
writing.
if that's the case, Shore Road's got a big problem, it not being 50 feet wide.
The
Seriously.
road does not have, it has a right-of-way to be within the 50 feet,
Right,
like a lot of other camp roads around
right. No, I see
this
that.
town. Okay.
But
I guess-
just for the record, I have gone over this with DOT, and I have gone over this with with CMP, so this is a whole different,
No,
this is,
I think you need to have the discussion with Chris. He's the representative for the town.
Chris has had plenty of opportunities to have discussions with me.
And if there are any other buildings or sheds on the property that do or don't have permits, then that's another potential violation that Chris can talk to. So, other than that, I guess my question I'll take up with Chris when it's his turn.
Okay, Chris, what would you have for us to hear?
All right, so the notice of violation is for a new shed installed on the property without the proper permits, plain and simple. So what you need to do to get a permit for a shed, if it's new, whether it's bigger or a shed that's moved, A, you need a plot plan. You need to show that you meet the setbacks from the right-of-way, as Tom described it, not the road, but the right-of-way.
The CMP right away.
He needs to have a chance to speak on her interpreter.
She mentioned that she had an existing shed of approximately 120 feet. The note that Fred asked about, typically when somebody applies for a expansion in the shoreline zone, we look at many factors: how it's going to be built, whether it meets the setbacks, whether it meets the impervious area as prescribed by the ordinance. The ordinance only allows a lot to be developed in the shoreline zone by 15% of impervious. When somebody applies for a permit, they generally make notation like the one that Sheena made on her permit, that she had an existing driveway. She had an existing building. She was going to do the addition. She shows those calculations. She has a temporary canvas type shed that's on the property, and I am really not sure what I'm not the only code officer in Raymond. At the time, Alex was doing reviews. So we both look at these permits and we look at setbacks, the impervious area, existing conditions. So the survey showed some notation on there, like Fred pointed out, it had some existing conditions. I did not get any information about a shed, new shed, that was 200 square feet or whatever it is. I don't have any information whether it met the setbacks. It wasn't figured into the calculation for her permit, which was based on square footages of the addition and the renovations to the garage to make it a single-family dwelling. So as far as the DOT has no jurisdiction on a private road. DOT has jurisdiction on state roads, and that's it. The town has rights to enforce our ordinance on private streets, public streets, but this isn't a public road for the town of Raymond. It's private, just like the one that Tom and I live on Haskell Avenue. We live in an area that has a 12 to 16 foot road somewhere in that 50-foot right-of-way. Same thing that Tom was referring to. We live with that. CMP has no jurisdiction on buildings or things in that right-of-way. They have an overhead easement for their lines, or underground, depending on the situation. So, you know, as far as Tom's comment about other NOVs on the property, we're not here to talk about those tonight. We're just here to talk about a shed and a dog. So if in fact there are other violations on the property, that would be something that I could look in after this appeal, but not tonight, if that's fair enough. I'll let it go at that, and she can respond accordingly.
Do you guys have any immediate questions for Chris or Jason? Would you?
So I guess my only question is, so as you look at this permit, there is no permit for a shed. That
No,
shed that we see in there is
absolutely
just
not.
is showing that she had,
If there was.
Was it a 120
it would have
foot
been in
shed
the
that was
description, and
already
she would
there
have
at
had to
one point.
pay for the
Right.
square footage of the new shed.
Okay, yeah.
Which would have been included in the permit fee, which it wasn't.
Right, which makes sense.
If there was
This was
some
talking about the shed was
misunderstanding on her
already there.
part, that's why I asked her to do an after-the-fact permit as part of the resolution. She still gets to have an appeal, and I'm not gonna act on a permit while it's going through the appeals process.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as this appeals board meeting's over, I'll address her concerns about the shed. Basically, all I'm gonna need is a plot plan showing it meets the setbacks, and she can have a permit if it meets the impervious area as well.
Mm-hmm.
She's gotta be less than 15% lot coverage. If she does that, she'll get a permit. End of story. But as of today, as of when the NOV went out, there was no permit.
Okay.
Do you guys have any other questions for Chris at this point?
I guess one quick question is, if it currently isn't within the setback requirements,
It's
it's going to be moved.
It's a violation.
Right. Okay.
Either needs to be moved or removed.
Sheena Joe, did you have anything you wanted to add, given that?
My
Chris was-
understanding, my setback was 15 feet side to side, 30 to the front, 30 to the back, so, or 20 to the front at the time and 30 to the back. I have it written in the older notes of the home plans.
Yep.
Um,
And I'll take a moment, because as I've gone through some of the information that you provided to us, and you just made the comment, it's your understanding. So when you say it's your understanding, it would be good for us to know specifically what ordinance or statute you're referring to, so.
And
we
I
can
don't have that
provide-
information duly respected. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay.
Okay, I truly thought I met the setbacks for my shed.
Yep. And that's
So
fine.
if it
I
has to
don't
be
mind,
moved,
I don't
then
mind
it
you
needs
saying
to be
that it was
moved.
your understanding, but for us
Right.
to actually consider it, we need to know specifically what it is we need to consider.
No, you're saying it needs to be 20 feet from the sides and 30 feet from the front?
That is not us. It would, whatever our ordinance is saying, Chris
Is that
would
what
be
the
the one to
ordinance says,
speak
Chris?
specifically to
The
that.
ordinance says 30 feet from the front property line and 20 feet from the side and 30 in the rear.
Okay, well, I got the rear. I got 2/3 of an acre there, so I'm not going to worry about that. So we have 20 feet from the sides and 30 feet from the front. And that's 30 feet from my 6-foot setback grandfathering of the front of my building, correct?
No,
My garage is 6
it's
feet from
from
the
your
property
property
line.
line,
Okay. so
which is the
30
right of
feet
way.
from the property line, well, from property line.
And don't forget the 15% lot coverage.
Well, I have 2/3 of an acre there. I don't,
Well, we don't know until you give us the figures.
you don't know I have 2/3 of an acre? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Oh. Because these figures here was 22.
Sheena Joe,
Yes.
let's go ahead and leave the specifics to an after-fact permit for
Okay.
after this meeting.
All right, so is he requesting me, he requested me to do another application for the shed?
At this point, we're still considering your appeal. So if we find in your favor, then there's no reason for you to have to submit an after-the-fact.
Well, respectfully, it appears that I'm wrong on my setbacks.
Well, and I will respectfully say the board hasn't ruled on it yet,
Okay.
so. I mean, Chris has his opinion, and that's fine, he should, but it's not his opinion tonight that is gonna make this decision. It will be the board's collective decision as to whether Chris has erred in his decision for a notice of violation or not. So, we'll decide collectively as a group to that.
Okay, so on my checklist of things that I put down, these totals here, was the existing building of 1,008 square feet. And then the addition was 576 plus 144 respectfully. Then the porch, the back porch was 192. The grill patio was 144. 16 was a fireplace foundation. These are all part of the plans to finish the building. 96 square feet for a walkway and 120 square feet for a shed, which totaled up at the time of the application 22,296 square feet is what went along with the original application to put the addition on the house. And it was all on the plot plan. Most of it is pictured on the plot plan of what I wanted. And I do believe that the square footage for 2/3 of an acre is 29,040 feet, somewhere around there. So at 15%, I don't think the 2296 meets that.
Yeah, it's not really for us to make a decision as to,
No, I'm just saying what's existing there now.
okay,
You know,
okay.
is on the original plan. So,
Go ahead, Tom.
When she's done.
Yep, yep.
I have
No.
a question for Chris.
go ahead.
So, Chris, the building permit for the expansion, you issued a building permit for that, right?
Yes.
Have you ever done an inspection of progress? Or Alex or whoever?
Yes, I've been to the property and done some foundation inspections. I believe we did framing inspections, plumbing, electrical, heat pumps, and insulation. That's where it stopped.
And that's the second floor
Correct.
piece.
Okay. I'm getting ready to transition on to the dock unless anybody has anything else to ask or convey with regards to the shed.
Now,
All good?
how about our audience?
Yeah, but we're not open to public
Okay.
comment yet, so we'll get that when time comes. So Sheena Joe, we'll go ahead and transition now to the right-of-way property with notice of violation of the dock. Go ahead and
Okay, so my desire to have a dock at lot 62 A, which is a 10 by 200 foot lot that runs down between 31 and 35 Shore Road, across the street from my gravel parking space. My desire dates back to 2015, the people that lived there at the time, the thoughts and ideas that came into the head at the time. The biggest opposition we ran into was this big boulder sitting in the water at the end of it. So as construction progressed and did not progress due to the mass construction projects that were done at the end of the road during the last 2 years, my ideas went into effect. 31 Shore Road got sold, 35 Shore Road got sold. I had some objections to both those owners to my ideas, and proceeded to get told that there were 10 owners. I had to clear it through the town with permission slips from all 10 owners that I could do this. I didn't believe there were 10 owners, so I proceeded to do title searches on all the homes from number 2 Shore Road all the way down to number 39 Shore Road. I have title searches to every piece of property on Shore Road in Raymond, Maine. Analyzing those title searches showed me who had rights to the boat launch at 22A, who had rights to 46A, which is another right-of-way that sits just before number 9 Shore Road, and who had rights to 62A, which is the one across the street from me. My findings showed that the titled rights to 62A belong to 4 people. I should say not 4 people. Well, 4 people own the 7 lots that it was given right to in its development. The lots that have rights to it are 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, and 103 respectfully are the back lots of Shore Road on the other side of the road, the back lots. So I myself own lot 99 and 100. Jonathan Stickney, my owner, who has a recent home built up on the hill, he owns lots 101, 102, and 103. Each one of those lots have their own individual rights to 62A. The title search was clear that each lot sold had its own particular right to 62A and 22A. So, and then you have lot 98, which is owned by Ellis Martins, and lot 97, which is owned by the 27 Shore Road LLC, the Reale family. And those are single individual lots. that they keep their sheds on and park their boats and do whatever. Those 5 lots that are owned by me and Jonathan were wooded for ever. You know, and in 2015, I bought my lot, and I believe Jonathan was able to get his 3 lots in 2018. I think it was 2018 that he got them, or 19. So now you have two homeowners that live there year-round that wanted access to the water through their deeded right. And we're being told they couldn't do that, that we had no right to, we were trespassing. You know, that was their property by the new owners of 31 Shore Road. And up until recently, it was brought to my attention that 35 Shore Road felt they had a deeded right. Upon finding that information out, I did in detail take their title search and note it and sent them a copy of that through the mail, which was delivered on the 20th of September, showing them their complete title search. It was a 21-page title search. I think you have it attached to all your documents that you can certainly show your town attorney. That does not show any rights. Any rights that were ever belonged to 35 were sold off when lots 99 and 100 were sold off. They went with those lots. They didn't stay with 63, 64, and 65, I think their lot numbers are. So upon everything that I found, it got to the point where we couldn't use the right-of-way at all during the summer. There was construction materials, trucks parked, people building materials. So for the last 2 summers, it's been unavailable for use anyway, because it's always loaded up with building materials from 31 Shore Road, or their trucks, or their men doing their work, or it was just very uncomfortable to even try to go down there. So I left the project on hold. So this past spring in March, I started cleaning the property. Spoke to Alex several times about the dying trees that were placed there from number 35 at the time, which was Debbie Mosier. Her late live-in had planted trees along the property line of 62, lot 62A and 35 Shore Road for privacy in their front yard. And we were out there one day, and after a survey got done, because I've had 3 surveys done to that line alone. The first 2, the pins were removed, they disappear. So then this last survey, the surveyor actually put deeded pins in the ground with numbers on them. It said if anybody removes them, then they're breaking the law, because they just kept disappearing. So we found that the trees were planted on the inside of the right-of-way. So Debbie didn't have any problem removing those trees, so she had them lopped off at the top, so they would stunt their growth. And then as soon as I started working on my project, I could remove them. Well, in the meantime, Debbie sold her property to Lisa Martin. And once again, they wanted everything to stay the same. In my title searches, I found that out of the 4 owners, the 2 that have waterfronts, which are Alice Martin and Lisa Martin, those particular lots, those waterfront lots, do not have deeded rights to the right-of-way. It's their back lots that have the deeded right. So you have 2 full-time homeowners there that are being told by these people that have waterfront property, 100 feet. They have their own beaches, they have their own water, they have their own lawns, they have everything. I'm not keeping them from doing anything, but they're not allowing me to enter the water without conflict. So my research showed me that 62A has markers. They're all pinned off. The Martins did their side, I did the other side. From 62A, at the end of that lot, it goes to what's called the shoreland, which extends out into the water. It's my understanding that the town has control up to the high water mark, which includes a lot of that shoreland. And then beyond the shoreland, you have this big boulder. It's like 8 feet wide, probably 6 feet tall, kind of flat and awkward at the top, but you could get out on it. You couldn't get in the water in it because they tell you to jump off it, but there's only like 18 inches to 24 inches of water at the bottom of it. But the rock does sit in water 365 days out of the year, and it's beyond the low water mark. So I did some more research, as far as who owns the water. Thomas Pond is owned by the state. The rock sits in the water. The rock's owned by the state. And I don't find that the town has any jurisdiction over where I placed that structure for me to be able to, and for Jonathan to be able to, enjoy a deeded right to the water. It's not keeping anybody from doing anything. And that's the question here. Who owns Thomas Pond, and what am I doing that's keeping any of the owners from doing anything? It's not obstructing anything that they do on the right-of-way. They don't use the right-of-way. They use it to cross back and forth between their yards, which is their right. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with anybody being on it. But I'm being told I couldn't have the structure in the water. You know, they called the warden service on me. The Ellis Martins called the warden service on me. You know, he showed up on Monday morning when town was closed. He comes over and he says, well, I don't see where you've done anything wrong there. I told him the lake belongs to, you know, they don't own the lake. The lake belongs to the state. Nobody owns the lake. And the town can only control what goes to the high water mark. And sure, you don't have a harbor master that can be out there policing what's going on the lake, you know, and that leaves a lot of the policing to the town. But I don't feel that my structure that I put past low water mark, it's got 10-foot posts on it, so it's not attached to anything. It's a standalone 4x4 with a ladder to it, with a galley plank float and a 6x16 float after that. It's used for kayak. I didn't even put the paddle boat in. There was so much conflict about it this year. For the kayaks, the paddle boats, you know, whatever me and Jonathan decide to use. So I just don't understand why I needed a permit to put a structure out on a state water that the town doesn't have any jurisdiction over. And that's it in a nutshell, but with all the other stuff that's been brought up, you've had the pleasure of reading, you know, all the things that go from side to side every time something's brought up. I have to respond to that, even though it's not related to the simple fact is who owns Thomas Pond, and did I have a right to put that structure there past low water? And the markings are clear on all the rocks. You know, the rock's in the water 365 days out of the year. You can't move the rock. And we don't have the convenience of all the other right-of-ways that are in the neighborhood, including the boat dock, of where the ground goes directly down into the water and it's easy to walk down in. I'm a 65-year-old woman. I'm not going to have my neighbor telling me to jump off the rock or fall through the tree. And that's what I got. You know, and they've done everything that they could to deter me from using it. You know, but they recently put up this beautiful cedar fence. I think it's beautiful. But if they use it so much and it's so important to them, why did they just block it all off? You know, nothing makes sense to me. The whole thing doesn't make sense to me. I have the right to that water through my deed. You know, I tried to work it out. I spoke with Alex many times of building a little 2-foot walkway that goes down the shore where the birch tree is. You all saw the birch tree. I had to take the limbs off 2 of it because the wind broke the limbs in half. Those had to come down. A very dangerous situation down there. So I left most of the tree there so you could see it, but early in the spring and March, I cut off 2 smaller limbs that were scooting across and had dropped. You couldn't even get under the limb to get into the water. You know, and your comprehensive plan tells people that, you know, when you have areas like this, and you have problem areas of getting your access to the water, that the town, you know, would cordially like to help people like that. And I'm not getting any help. Just getting a bunch of conflict. And then getting a notice of violation that I put the dock in the water without a permit. I didn't need a permit. It's on state property. I truly don't think I need a permit for that dock sitting in the water. It's not attached to anything.
I had a question for you.
Sure.
So you mentioned Jonathan Stickney. Is he a co-owner of the dock?
Me and Jonathan both own the dock, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, is there a representative for Jonathan here tonight other than yourself? I mean,
just me.
Okay. In some of the pictures that you submitted, I noticed that there was a private property sign strung across the front of the dock. Specifically, who is allowed to use the dock?
I put the private property sign up across it when the dock first went into the water, because one thing that the state warden brought to my attention, he said, everything looks fine. He said, I would worry more about your safety coming off that rock onto your dock, because there's a little space. There was a little space there. So his recommendation was come up with some sort of a gap, something to close that space off. I told him, I said, I can't attach it to anything. It's on 6-foot steel posts as it is, 10-foot steel post as it is. So I put it up there so nobody would step down on it. I had the ladder chained off and the walkway chained off. But I needed to have a railing, some form of a railing that could come up over. You saw that. I have injuries from past work that I'm not very stable when I'm going down or up, so I needed a handle. So we had the custom, but in the meantime, I put that there so that nobody would get onto it until I could cover the gap and put the railing on. All right? When we got the railing on, we covered the gap, it's still sitting there, chained to the, but it's not blocking it from doing anything. And it does state right on the back of the sign, who owns it, 32 and 34 Shore Road. Who owns that structure? Just like I put it on my mooring balls. Who owns the mooring, what number belongs to the mooring balls? If I had anything else there, I would probably have my address on it too, because if something happened, they need to know who owns the floating apparatus.
So I recognize your statement of you and Jonathan owning the dock. Who is permitted to use the dock? Are the people who have right-of-way access?
They have rights to
the
the right-of-way.
Well, no, okay.
They have rights to the land.
Please give me a chance to
Okay.
answer this question. What I want to know is, do these people also have your permission to use that dock? Or is it specifically for you and Jonathan and whoever?
I guess that question can go both ways. Do I have permission to go out on their floating docks?
So that's not answering my question. Is it only you or Jonathan and people that you have agreed to that are allowed to use that? Or can people who have access to the right-of-way also use that dock? Is it a simple yes or no? Can other people use that dock who have that?
The structure was put in there for the use of me and Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a copy of the actual deed and what the right-of-way actually grants?
It's listed in all our deeds that have the right to 62A.
But what specifically does the deed allow? Does the deed, what?
It tells you
what-
that you cross over the shore land to the shore.
Can you point that out for me,
just-
please?
I can't remember which one I attached my deed to. But it says the same verbiage is on all of them, along with the, let's see if I can find it. Swan to Gillespie. It's conveyed together with the right-of-way.
Is your lot 100?
Yes.
I think it's here, David.
Is it the vague one that says together with all?
I'm not sure.
Together with all rights of way of record?
This might be it here, David. This says lot 100.
I gotcha. So Sheila Joe, the one he's looking at, it's labeled at the top. It says Swan to Gillespie.
Right, Swan to
100,
Gillespie, 100.
Corrected from
yeah.
developer.
It says the above described premises are conveyed together with the right-of-way to and from the premises over Shore Road and Libby Road to the Meadow Road, so-called, and also a right-of-way to the Shore Road over Lot 62A, Section 3, Lot 22A, Sheet 1, Section 1. That's the 22A is the boat dock, and 62A is the lot. Most of them say you have the right to cross over 62A from Shore Road to the shoreland.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Do anybody have any questions for Sheena Joe at this point?
I don't at this point.
Yes.
Ryan, as owner to this property, this right-of-way, if you'd like an opportunity to speak specifically to this dock situation, you can certainly take some time to do that right now.
Yeah, I'll make it fairly brief. So Sheena and myself, we've never actually had a conversation. So, and I know my wife did not. We came up for camp and the dock was there. We weren't really sure what was going on. As far as our comment on blocking the right of way, that has been open. I mowed it all last year. I'm not sure what that is. The grade stakes, I guess those are the pins. They've been in the middle since the spring. I think multiple people have rights to this property. I guess that's probably my biggest sticking point. It's not that anybody's trying to keep her away from the water, but I know she did the title search. She sent it to us in the mail. It seems like it was not an official title search, but one that she did in town hall. But multiple people have rights, and it doesn't seem like she went through the right channels to see if it was even okay with everybody that had those rights. It's her comment about the mooring balls. Those are both directly out, kind of following the line of property out in the ocean, which is or the lake, which is weird. The fence that she brought up for Dennis, basically, she's been taking pictures of our people at our house doing work, taking pictures of Dennis, his construction. I think he was just not speaking for him, but I'm pretty sure it was just trying to get some privacy without somebody peeking at him. The dock, when it got installed, there was a big no trespassing sign. Again, didn't have a conversation. I'm not going there for conflict, but it was clearly stated that it was, don't go there, not allowed. Other than that, again, we just believe that there's probably multiple people that should have access, and if there's a dock, it should be everybody's right. At this point, what's to say if this goes okay, if someone else has property rights, that they can't put a dock there next year and then Sheena can't have hers. So it doesn't really make sense to me. But that's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Anybody have questions for Ryan? Okay. Chris?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Ryan's right. We've never met. I've had 2 conversations with Lisa. First of all, it's been no secret that I've wanted this dog. I went after looking for the Reale family, who owns 27 Shore Road LLC, because they were one of the owners right off the bat. And my findings found that estate was left to 8 children. One of the children left his shares to his 3 children. It's just a big family thing there. And in the letters that I sent them, I gave them descriptions of what I was looking to do with the right-of-way, as them being one of the owners. And one of the paragraphs in those descriptions is stating that I would have no problem with them adding kind-like parcels, kind-like sections to this dock if they wanted a place to bring their kayaks or their paddle boats. It's in the letters. I offered that right from the beginning when I started contacting the owners. And Lisa, my last conversation I had with her, she thought about the kids fishing off that rock, and I can see why there's probably better fishing, because it's out in the water. The rock is in the water. And I told her I would have no problem with her kids fishing off my dock. They'll put the ladder on that side, and there was that side for once, the only reason. Me and Jonathan had a conversation and said kids are going to be kids. Lisa's got kids. We've never had kids down here, but Lisa has kids. And he said, you're right. So I have no problem with Lisa's children being on that dock. If I have no problem with people adding kind-like pieces to it. You know, if they want to take, I wouldn't want anybody taking a slab of wooden dock and adding it to the thousands of dollars we just spent on the one that's there. But the offer was made. And I finally got through to the Reales after several attempts and a home visit to where I found one of the Reales living in Portland. I actually went to his house and left him a letter inside his fence. And then I reached out to their LLC attorney. And that's how I found out the information regarding them and reached out to them. They chose to abstain from any comments or any involvement. They just wanted the lot to be left the way it was, and it is. I haven't touched the lot. I merely put a dock in the water. So I haven't touched it. The only thing I've done is I took a few dead branches down with kids running back and forth from yard to yard. I was worried about the eyes, the hair. So I took some more dead branches off. I took photocopies of all of those. As far as for privacy, you can't say much for the 8 cameras that the Martins have up all around that right away. So we'll just leave that question right alone. But no, right from the beginning, I've always offered. You know, that was my thoughts, that were my ideas, that's what went out. That's what I'd spoke to Glenn Martin about previous to him selling it to his brother Dennis and his then girlfriend Teresa Ellis. And that's all I have to say about that.
So I want to make clear, and I may have misstated my question earlier. It sounds like you're saying then that if deeded owners to this right-of-way would like to have access to that dock or even modify the dock, you and Jonathan are willing to allow that. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, I have no problem with that.
Okay, because it sounded like earlier that you were saying it was specifically for...
What is there right now was purchased by me and Jonathan.
Oh, that I understand. Yeah.
Okay, so for instance, if one of the owners say, well, I want a 6x16 foot float out there to bring my kayak and my paddle boat or my little fishing boat up to, go ahead. Just I'm asking it to be kind-like, though.
Okay.
I'm not asking to create a hodgepodge of docks out there. I'm asking it to be kind-like.
I'm just trying to understand your vision for this and who.
But to that, I add that 2 of the owners, they have waterfront property. They take their boats right off their lawns, in and out on their lawns. They have their own private beaches. I'm not over there on the low water of a beach sitting my butt down and saying, oh, well, I got the right to sit in the low water of the beach. I'm respecting other people's premises. And as far as the moorings being out there, I situated it so after the dock is centered right in the rock. And then the 2 mooring balls for Jonathan and I are at a slight angle, approximately 10 feet from the end of the dock, this way and that way, far enough out where the rest of the moorings are. So I don't see where that is a problem.
Okay. Chris?
All right. So, first of all, I would like to speak to the fact that you've been told that she was told by a game warden that this lake, Thomas Pond, is owned by the state. The waters of Maine are owned by the state. However, there are overlapping jurisdictions. The town has been charged by the Shoreline Zoning Ordinance to issue permits for docks, pier, and wharfs over and below the water line. That's in
high
our
water.
ordinance. In section Article 5, land uses, we have a key to table 350 5-4, which is a table of uses. In that table, in LLR1, which Thomas Pond is in LLR1, on page 17, page 2 out of 4 of that section 350, it says, I'll read it to you so you don't all have to look it up. It says temporary docks can be issued by the CEO with an asterisk 7, which says excluding bridges and other crossings. So docks are a permitted use by the CEO, and then the table to one, where it says CEO at the very beginning, says allowed with a permit issued by the code enforcement officer. So anybody who puts a dock in, not a floating float that goes out 20 or 30 feet offshore, that's anchored to the bottom with no access from the shore, is different. That is something that a game warden or somebody from the state may have concerns with if it interferes with navigation or somebody's use of their property. But anything that is on stanchions, 10-foot poles for a dock, are permitted by the CEO. And anything attached to that platform via a platform to a floating dock is also permitted by the CEO. We didn't get a permit. We talked about getting a permit many times in the office with Alex. I was present at a couple of these meetings, and she was instructed that if she was to apply for a permit, she would need the permission of all the property owners that have deeded right-of-ways to that right-of-way, which says access to the lake. It doesn't say everybody in that, any of the back lots or any other owner has the right to a dock. It says access to the lake. So now we get to, so that's what I do, is we issue permits. I bet we have 2,000 docks in Raymond. All of them are permitted by the town unless they were grandfathered. In other words, they were existing before we required permits for docks, which was around 1986. So there was never a dock, to my knowledge, in that right-of-way. There's no grandfathering of a dock. If somebody wants to put a dock in the right-of-way, I have no problem, my office has no problem, as long as everybody agrees to it, and it's, as David was alluding to, it's for common access, not a private dock. This appears to be a private dock without a permit. So in her presentation, she mentioned several times that she did title work, right? Mm-hmm. And she included in your packet deeds. Are you a title attorney?
It doesn't take a title attorney to do a title search.
Are you a title attorney?
I am not an attorney, but I am an educated person. I can run it.
I didn't say anything about whether
I'm not a
you're
title
educated
attorney.
or not. She's not a title attorney. I want to point out a couple of things. One, in your packet, there is an opinion from a title attorney. Curtis Thaxter is a title attorney firm. One of their attorneys wrote you guys an opinion which was in response to her title opinion that was sent to the Martins. The Martins hired a title attorney. And if you read his title opinion, it says that other people have a right to that right-of-way. And if anybody is to use that right-of-way, you need permission, A, to cut trees, trim trees, do anything in that right-of-way, even stairs to the water. You need everybody's sign-off. So that's what Alex and I have been telling her since she ever asked about a dock. In her letter of September 13th, 2024, she says in paragraph 4 on the first page, does the town of Raymond have jurisdiction over the waters of Thomas Pond? I believe it is state property. For the record, I never told anyone I have a dock permit. So A, she admits she doesn't have a dock permit. 2, she claims that we don't have a jurisdiction. Well, I beg to differ with you, and if I didn't permit docks, I'd be in trouble with the Department of Environmental Protection, who wrote these ordinances for us to adopt. It's in Chapter 350, Shoreline Zoning. Very, very simple. The second thing she said is, I said I didn't believe in a court of law that one person could keep me from safe passage to my waters via a deeded rights. What she's saying is, she knew that one person that has deeded rights to that right-of-way is going to say no. And I know who that person is. That's Teresa Ellis and Eric Martin. The reason they would say no is, she's correct. They have a lot that abuts the lake. They have 100 feet. She's correct. but they also have a back lot. And that back lot has a deeded right to use that right of way. And then they're not gonna sign off. They don't want it to change. There's another comment in there from another person, same thing. They're not gonna sign off. So she knew she couldn't get the signatures required to get a permit. So she installed it anyway. She admits that she and Mr. Stickney own the dock. She believes it's outside of the town's jurisdiction in the last page of her letter. And then she says, the zoning board of appeals has one question to answer: who has jurisdiction over Thomas Pond beyond the low water mark? Well, you know what? This isn't the ocean. We don't have a huge ebb and flow of water. A lot of our measurements are taken from the high water mark. But a person in Raymond owns to the water line. It doesn't matter whether it's high water or low water. It's not a tidal water like this. The state has issues with Wells Beach, for instance, and the people walking and using the beach in front of somebody's property. That's a tidal low water mark. We're not talking tidal. We're talking seasonal low water. This is a dammed lake. It has a flow out of Thomas Pond, goes into Sebago Lake, which is dammed. Many of our, almost all of our ponds are that way. It's regulated by a dam. So she needs a permit. I'm not opposed to issuing a permit, but she needs the permissions of all the people. And I would need a letter from a title attorney that says she has all the signatures of everybody in that right-of-way. We've dealt with this issue over and over in Raymond. We've had court cases that went on for 8 years about right-of-ways. And it's always the same answer. If you read Curtis Thaxter or Jason from Curtis Thaxter's response in his letter, it says it gives you access to the water. She has access to the water. It may not be the best access in the world. I look at right-of-ways all the time. Some of them are brooks because when they divided up the property, there was a little land left over, and they didn't think anybody had ever used it, so they just put it as a right-of-way to the lake. Looks great. Can't use it because it's in the middle of a brook. Other times it's rocky, sometimes it's wooded, sometimes it's steep, sometimes it's easy to go in. Like she said, she has access to another area which is inconvenient for her, which is at the beginning of Shore Road. Typically, those right-of-ways go with the road and all other roads in that subdivision. When these subdivisions were laid out, they included language that allowed the backlots to have access to the lake through these right-of-ways. And that's what I believe she has a right to the lake. I'm not arguing that a bit. But she doesn't have the right to install a dock without a permit.
In regards to needing the permission of all property owners, is there a ordinance or statute that speaks to that?
No. Okay. It's just court case and state law, and that's our policy. If you want to do a dock in your own property, it's much easier. You don't need all that. But if you have a right-of-way, I live in Haskell Avenue subdivision, another one that was done by Swan. I have a 20-foot right-of-way across the street from me. I have several other right-of-ways. Tom has right-of-ways, and he has waterfront property. But he can come down and use my right-of-way. As a matter of fact, he does. Just the way it is.
For the, in our ordinances for shoreland, for piers, the 350-6.4, I just want to get your feedback on this. It says piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures or uses. This is what I need the feedback on. Extending over or below the normal high water line of water bodies or within wetlands. When we talk about extending over or below normal high water line, how do you interpret that based on
well, the dock itself is over the water. The stanchions go down to the bottom of the lake to support the structure. And I use that word structure because that's the definition of a structure. If it's attached to land, it's not floating. It's attached to the shore. Whether it's physically attached to the rock, doesn't matter. You can step over the rock to the dock, or you could put a plank to get to the dock. You have access from the shore. So our ordinance allows those docks to be above and below. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and
And the other thing is permanent docks, obviously, are below and they stick above. This is a temporary dock. It has to come out at the end of the season, December 1st. Comes out, gets stored, and can go back in. But it's attached to the bottom of the lake, which is our jurisdiction.
except for reference to the low water mark, and I heard your explanation about tidal,
Yeah.
low water, high. Just wondering, just wanted to get your feedback in regards to the low water mark comments that have been made with how this may, I just see extending over or below the normal high water line. This feels like it would be doing that even if we're making reference to a low water line. I guess that's what I'm trying to
That's
reconcile.
correct. And the other thing is the boulder that she refers to with water staining. Water staining is when the water's high, it'll stain the rocks, and you can tell how high the water comes up. That boulder is embedded in the shore. It may extend into the lake, and at times it has part of it underwater. I agree. If this was a rock in the middle of the lake with no access to the shore or not touching the shore, that would be different, but it's not. That answer your question?
So it's part of the shoreline.
It's part of the shoreline, absolutely. That you walk to the rock, you don't have to jump to the rock.
You guys have any questions for Chris?
No.
Tom?
And we're agreed that the dock, when it does get removed, can't be stored on the right of way.
Correct.
Good.
Do you have anything to say with regards to?
Well, yeah, I do have a few things to say. I think we're missing the point here between the high water and the low water. The rock is in the water 365 days out of the year. If it's in the water 365 days out of the year, it's considered water body by the description set forth by the state. Low water is what you find and markings on rocks and on the land. You can even see it on the shoreland. If you got to the front of the rock and you look back underneath the shoreland on both sides of it, you can see the high water marks. You can see the low water marks. They do regulate the lake. The water is way too low to jump off a rock into the water. But that part that hits the shore is about as wide as this podium that you have to step up on from the shoreline. The pictures are very clear on that. That shows you how past the shoreline this rock sits. It's not embedded in the shoreline. It may be up against it. One of the attorneys had mentioned at one time that we were consulting with that it looks like somebody might have put that rock there to stabilize that shoreline because where we got into deep water on that end of the lake. You know, could it be removed? Why would I want to remove it? You know, I don't mind going over it, but I disagree with it being part of the shoreland. You know, the markings on the shoreland and the markings on the rocks are clear where the water is when it's high, when the dam's not out, and where it is when it's low. And it's been like that. I've been there for 9 years. There's been no change in that.
Do you have any examples of state law or anything which shows that installation of something within a body of water?
I know there are a few cases that
permissible?
have been to the Supreme Court over this. I do not have them noted because from here, this packet will go to the attorney from here. I'm doing my due diligence.
So you don't have it?
You know, that would be something that would be on the attorney's level to bring up, just like Curtis Baxter, you know, or, you know, that went to the attorney that will be handling this after this hearing. And, you know, that was just a bunch of, you know, I looked at it as just a threat. You know, I had no dock in the water at that time. He's telling me kids fish off it all the time and people jump off it all the time. Well, I don't know where he lives, but I know I've been living there for I've been there for 9 years working on this project, and I've never seen a kid jump off it, and I've never seen a kid fish off it. You know, I even talked to a couple of the neighbor kids that grew up there, that used to go down there and fish with Glenn out off his beach. Yeah, we go up on that rock and throw a couple lines out. I've had my family do it. But he said, nobody would ever jump off that. It's not deep enough. It's all rocked. So that was just, but once again, you hire an attorney, you give him the information you want him to have, but that doesn't mean he gets all the information he needs to know. And they write a letter. And if he was so inclined to be so involved, then I would have heard more from him. I waited for that. And all I did was still get a lot of rebuttal from 31 Shore Road. It's I got one owner that does not want me walking down that shoreline to gain access to that water. 27 Shore Road stays neutral because, as she says, I was like this with Dennis Martin. They grew up together. I've got it in writing in a letter. She didn't want anything to do with it. Her visit from her brother that was there in the spring of 24, spring of 23, when he didn't even know there was a right-of-way down there that they owned. I watched them on Father's Day put their boats in right from their own front yard. I don't keep these other people from doing anything. I'm not stopping them from doing anything. But all this tells me is that they do not want the other two landowners that have a right to that right-of-way to be using it for their recreation of the water.
Okay.
And I'm willing to fight that as far as it needs to go.
Okay. Chris?
Just a couple quick comments. You guys all went on the site walk?
Correct.
Did you have to wade through water to get on top of the rock?
No.
Were you able to walk to the rock?
Yes.
Do you think this is high water or low water?
It's certainly above the water.
Right.
I
You think
asked the question. It's attached to the shoreline.
Right. Do you think it's ever underwater? No. So that's one. Two, if the Martins or the Morrill came to me and asked to get a dock permit, and I told them you need all the signatures of the owners, and they came in with all the signatures. Right now, we have a dock that would be obstructing any other dock. So her willingness to add on to the dock isn't her right. That is something that would be decided by the code enforcement officer. We probably wouldn't allow a dock with a bunch of fingers on it, 6 or 7 fingers, because then now you're talking it's like a marina. So there's a lot that goes into these. It may seem like, this is not a big deal, but it is a big deal when I have to treat everybody in town fair. Tom has a dock permit, Fred has a dock permit, Peter, I don't know if you do or not, but.
Not in Raymond.
So, what?
Not in Raymond.
Oh, I thought you said you weren't in Raymond.
No.
That wouldn't have been good. Do you have a dock permit in the town you live in?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want everybody to play fair and have the rules the same for everybody and be consistent. That's my job. And it'll be Jason's job, or it is Jason's job. We try to be fair. And to be fair, this isn't fair because she's got a dock and the other people that have rights away don't.
Ryan, do you have any final comments for us, given all that you've heard?
At this point, not really. Again, no, I do not.
Okay.
But thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Sheena, Joe, anything final before I open this up to public comment?
Well, I've just, Chris speaks about how I've got a dock there and they don't. Well, they do. Right off their front lawns, right off their own beaches. They have a dock. I've got 2 property owners that have waterfront property that one has taken the lead to say no, they cannot have access to the water from the property. They fought me even when trying to climb through a branch. I ended up cutting 2 of the branches off last spring just to be able to get down into the water to put my mooring balls on cement so that when the diver came to put them out, they'd already be in the water.
Did you have a permit for the cutting?
No, I did not have a permit for the cutting. That was on your back burner. But it was obstructing. Yes, I did, twice. Yeah, I got them right here.
Were they issued?
No, like I said, they were on your back burner, according to Alex. They're on Chris's back burner.
They were on hold for signatures from all the owners that had rights to that right of way, just like the dock permit.
And my research took me down on Total Avenue that said the town didn't have the jurisdiction to tell me I couldn't have that dock out there.
So not to have any disrespect to anybody involved, but let's keep any comments and questions through the chair, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess the big question here is you know, where does the town have the jurisdiction and where do they don't? You know, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anybody here tonight in this building or through our Zoom call that would like to speak in favor of this appeal? Is there anybody here tonight in this building or through our Zoom call or even through calls that would like to speak in opposition to this appeal? Is there anybody here tonight in the building or through Zoom that would like to just speak from a neutral perspective with regards to this appeal? Okay, I will go ahead and close public comment. Any final things, guys, for Sheena, Joe, or Ryan, or Chris before we go into our deliberations? Tom, you good?
I'm good.
Okay. So we'll close all this aspect of it, and the board now will go into deliberations based on what's been presented to it. So we have two things to consider tonight. We have the shed, and we also have the dock. Kind of like we did here, I'd like to approach it. Let's review the shed first, and then make a final decision on that. I think we can vote on that one separate, and then we'll vote, discuss and vote on the dock. Does that work? Okay. So, we have our notice of violation with regards to the shed. From what I am hearing, we have to consider, one, was this shed a part of the permit that was applied for in 2022? And if so, you know, go from there. And if not, then we have to take a step further, I guess. So, given what I have seen in the permit application and the supplemental material that was provided, I do not, yes, I see a square on the plot. I do not see the word shed, but I will assume that's because it was faded, so I will give, you know, allow for that. I do see the word shed written with a number beside it, but I didn't see anything specifically in the application indicating that there was a request for a shed. I do understand that, yes, we need permits for individual structures. I know that through our ordinances. I do not see, and again, I'm just talking from my own opinion right now, I do not see that the shed was actually a part of the 2022 permit. Now, I'm not saying that was not the intent when it was filed, but I do not see anything within the actual permit application itself indicating that the shed should have been included as part of that. Again, I'm not saying that it wasn't the intent, but I don't think that's what got conveyed in the permit. We heard from Chris that that was not what was actually permitted in the permit. So I just kind of, again, that's my own perspective of it. I just put that out there for you guys to bounce around.
I mean, can I say something?
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with what you just said, and I was a little confused. I'm going to say confused, but didn't maybe understand because it does say shed here in a couple of spots, but it doesn't really, because as talking to Chris, there's going to be a plot and a plan put together showing where it's going to go, what it's going to be built of, and whatnot. Is that correct, Chris? And that's not here, so I think anywhere on here it shows any plot or plan of how this shed is gonna be put together, so I think it's on the permit personally. I don't think it's.
I would say that if it was on the plot plan, it would have met the setback requirements, and it would have been located, in a particular spot. And we heard at the site walk, well, I was gonna put it over here, and then I put it over there.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I don't believe it was ever on the plot plan, and I think that's the reason it's also not meeting the setback requirements.
But even regardless of the site walk, we heard it here tonight as well.
Yep.
Right. That's what I saw as well.
So we're in agreement then that the shed, even though perhaps intended by the applicant to be on this permit, was not an actual part of that permit, the approved permit.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Then with that said, we have the consideration there's a notice of violation of a shed without a permit. We have no evidence then of any permits. We also have the appellant indicating that she has filed an after-the-fact permit for the shed. So it seems really we only need to address the fact that the shed was not a part of this 2022 permit.
Right.
So, any further discussion on this one, do you think? Do I have any motions? Motion to
Make a motion that the shed was not part of the building permit and that the violation is valid.
about perhaps modify that as a motion to deny the.
No, motion to deny the
Wait,
appeal
let's
on
make sure
that-
we're
on the
saying
shed.
this. Let's
Yeah,
make sure
maybe.
we're saying this, right?
That's probably better words.
Did you make that motion?
I make a motion to deny the appeal concerning the shed.
Second.
Any further discussion on this before we make our vote? All those in favor of denying this appeal with regards to the notice of violation on the shed? Favor, unanimous. I will say Sheena Joe, not looking for a response right now. What I would say is this has been denied, the regards to the shed. Please definitely work with Chris to ensure that your permit's filed in the way that needs to be filed so that you get proper response back from him, okay? So, now we need to move on to the dock. And this one, I will remind us that our ordinances specifically state when it comes to emissions. Fortunately, I'm not finding it, but I will when it comes time. It's for the appellant, they have the burden of proof is on them. So, in my consideration of the information I've heard tonight, again, from my own personal perspective, I do not believe there's enough burden of proof here to indicate that she is correct in the matter that a permit has not been, that a permit should not have been issued. Basically.
Not required.
Not required, thank you. Yeah. Number one, I do not see, I understand what was presented to us with regards to placing a structure within the waters, separate, that not physically attached to land that's above, that's not getting under the water. I understand that presentation. But I do not see anything with our ordinances, or I haven't had any state statutes presented to us, any state law, anything that indicates that installing something that is attached to land, even though underneath that, that could be considered, separate from an ordinance. I don't see that you can just go and just place anything you want in the water. 5 feet, I don't know if I can build a house in the middle of the water, without having to, I don't know. I haven't seen anything that shows me specifically that this is allowable by the state of Maine.
Right.
I have consideration too about how it's written up under ordinances, about what I just asked Chris about, where it's titled extending above and over the normal high water line. I believe that we're matching that.
As Chris mentioned that, the rock's not underwater. It doesn't go underwater.
Right.
And if you look at the picture here, she said if you look at the pictures, that's definitely a step right off the rock, right straight onto the dock. There's not showing any real gap there. And as Chris said, I think if I memory serves right, if this was like a swim dock or a float that you went down in the water and you swam to, then there would be no requirement for a permit. But where you're not walking down, getting in the water, going to however you get to that dock, whether you can walk to it or you can kayak to it or swim to it, that type of a dock would, I think, fall into the water ordinance. I think she's trying to mention, and that would be not permittable, not have to have one. But where we're walking straight from land, whether we're coming from dirt to a rock, we're going on to a temporary dock.
Which is fixed.
Which is, it's temporarily fixed because it has to be removed. I believe that this does need to have a permit.
I'm in agreement. It requires a permit, and it's needs to be temporary, needs to be removed.
Yeah.
And I also, I guess I agree that there are multiple people who have the rights to use that right of way. So I don't think Sheena is being isolated as not using the right of way. It's that she can't just place a dock in front of the right of way without permission.
And a permit.
Yes.
And a permit.
Yeah. Permission from the other owners and a permit from Chris. Or Jason. What is issuing permits? The tap.
So it is. I know that our ordinances speak specifically to piers and docks, 350-6, .4. I know that docks are considered structures based on our ordinance definitions. Our ordinances also require that any structure require a permit.
And Chris mentioned that in one of his talk, when he was speaking to us, that a dock is a structure, considered a structure.
Right. Yep. And it's not just his opinion; it is supported through ordinances.
Correct.
So are we in agreement that we have ordinances specifically speaking to the fact that we have docks that require permits?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do we believe that evidence has been presented here tonight that indicates that this is a pier and dock installed in such a way that it does not require a permit?
No.
Yeah, I've not seen any evidence indicating that as well. So I don't believe the burden of proof has been met.
No.
Do we have any further discussion?
I don't.
Okay. I will make a motion then to deny shoot. How did you say that?
Deny the appeal.
Deny the appeal with regards to this notice of violation with regards to a dock at the end of a right-of-way.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor of denying this appeal? All right, unanimous. So, Chris, I just said, you know, the zoning board of appeals is unanimous in its decision, both with regards to the shed and the dock, that your notices of violation stand, so.
Correct. So, as far as the shed goes, she's clear that she needs to apply. She has applied. I'll work with her on a plot plan in the impervious areas so that we either issue or deny a building permit for the shed. For the dock will need to be removed until she gets a permit. She has not applied for an after-the-fact permit for that. I want to remind her that every day that violation exists, it's $100 to $2,500 per day violation as specified in our ordinance. So it needs to come out ASAP, or those fees, if we go to court, multiply daily.
Okay. Very good. I don't need to allow it, but if you'd like to say something.
So I see Chris tomorrow on, the dock removal people haven't called, but I'll have to call them again. So I see Chris tomorrow on that.
Any questions? Yeah, just work with the code enforcement office. Or, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, code enforcement officer communications.
Nothing to date. No other appeals that I know of. Sandy, I don't believe we have any applications.
No, Chris, we have no additional applications, but we will have to put the other matter on for
Correct.
site walk
Correct.
on October 19th and the agenda for the October 29th meeting, unless we get a resolution of it, but we have to send those out anyway.
Correct. Okay, so we'll get the site walk scheduled, send out the notices, and we'll meet back here on the 29th, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, October 29th is the board meeting. And I will work on those notices tomorrow.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And board, I sent an email, but just a reminder, as a Board of Appeals, we have responsibility to bring any items in the ordinances which we feel should be reviewed and perhaps improved or clarified, especially from the things that we have to work with. So I know Tom has given me something. If you have anything, go ahead and please email it to me. I'm gonna sort of collect it all together and get it sent to Sandy. Sandy will then present it to the planning board, and then the planning board will use that to make decisions about ordinance changes for the public to vote on. So, all right. If that's not it, I will make a motion to adjourn.
We have.
Second. Tom will second. All those. Oh,
This question?
yeah.
I know usually we talk about if there's she has how many days to appeal, to go to the court and all that stuff. Do we need to say that, or are we all set with that?
Well, that's a good question. Sandy?
Yes.
Fred's bringing up a good point. I will get, I know I need to get the decision written up and presented to you within X
Correct.
number of days. Can you confirm for everybody here what that X number of days is? How many days do I have?
I think I need that from you within like 7 days.
Yep.
Then you all have to sign it, and I can then email it to Sheena Joe so she has it, and then she has 45 days from the date of tonight to appeal.
That's correct, Sandy.
Okay?
Okay, I'll make sure to get that to you.
I'm sure you will, David. Thank you.
I will. Good point, Fred. Thank you. So we've had our motion to adjourn. We've had the seconds. Any other comments? All those in favor of adjourning? We're out. Thank you, folks.
like the median home in Raymond was, I think, around 400,000, and the median home in other towns is like over 800,000, which is a huge difference.
Absolutely. No, I agree
But
with
it's
that.
still not affordable.
I think if we're putting ourselves in chairs of the comp plan 10 years ago, or 10 years from now, we're trying to convey what type of information is important that led our goals to where they are now. And this bullet, I see it, I agree with you, Sam, and I think if we were to add something that indicates that this increase continues to remain, or this increase is still, we see this as still an affordability issue within the town, to qualify that even though, we can remove the 130%, but as long as we're qualifying that this is an issue that's leading to the affordability problem, then we should be conveying the information that we want to sustain that idea.
Other thoughts? Sounded good to me.
So we're trying, what you're after is making the point that it's increased a lot.
I guess what I was just seeing was the fact that there's nothing special in the real estate market about Raymond compared to the area communities.
Could we just put what the median home price actually is, and then just say, it's increased from 400,000 to 700,000 between 2010 and 2022, which we think is roughly 75%, and then I think people could just judge from those statistics that it seems like a big change.
I think that's a good add.
I guess it doesn't really matter if we're comparing ourselves to other towns close by. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the prices went up 75%.
That's the main message.
Yeah.
The only thing that, the second part of the sentence, the only thing that I was sticking out to me with that was, I see it as we have the potential to increase in our percentage over the next 10 years, meaning we may start to mirror those other towns as far as affordability goes.
Yeah, and just due to the fact that Raymond's home price is lower than surrounding towns, it seems like it would be more desirable for younger families to want to move here. But then with the increase and the pressure on the housing market, it's going to get, even more and more expensive.
Right.
I don't know. There's a little box down here that's beeping.
Electronic birdie over there.
Oh, you know what this
It's like
is?
a battery
It's a
backup.
backup battery pack that's angry.
Let me check.
Ask Kevin that question.
So how would the committee like to go with this one?
I like what John Clark had mentioned.
Yeah, we just define it a little bit more and take out the considerably lower.
Ooh, nice
thing.
job.
I didn't do that.
John, would you be willing to reprise one more time what you thought, how this could be worded?
Yeah, I think we should just say, Raymond's median home price in 2010 was X, and in 2022 it's Y, and it's increased to 75%. And then we could probably just leave it at that. Because we calculated the 75%, so we should know what the two median prices are.
Yeah, we can add that.
And is there consensus for the committee?
Yes.
With accepting John's edit?
Yep,
Is that good?
I think that's good.
All right, we will do that. All right, moving on. Page 7, natural and water resources. So it states there are also several lake associations and volunteer organizations working to protect water quality. And there was an edit that just said, can we add after working in concert with municipal government?
Yeah, it's a fair statement.
Good add.
It's true.
It's true.
And it's true.
Consensus is yes, we can add that. So we just add to it, in concert with municipal government.
Good.
To protect water quality. Page 7, public facilities, excuse me, and town capacity. It reads, as a small town where most town revenue is generated through property taxes, Raymond should work strategically to support residents while maintaining fiscal priorities. I guess the edit would be, after should, we add seek additional sources of revenue and work strategically. So this is under public facilities and town capacity.
Yep.
Thoughts on that, on that addition?
The language here says Raymond must work.
Yes,
And
I guess that was part of the edit as well.
yeah, absolutely seeking alternative sources. I mean, grant funding and so forth is a key point, I think,
Sure.
of the plan.
Yeah, other than property taxes.
Other
In other
than
words,
alternative,
I
yeah.
don't believe anytime soon that's going to change as the major source of funding this town. It's going to be property taxes.
Yeah, right.
However, I believe when I listened to the former finance director speak at a select board meeting, that was one of the things she was asking for, to see if there are some ways that Raymond can do to explore other revenues other than property taxes. And I personally think it wouldn't hurt for us to say should seek additional revenues.
Absolutely.
Sources of revenue.
We were having that discussion about tassel top, because right now tassel top money is not going back into the town. We're funding it, but that revenue is not being seen by the town. That may change, I don't know where we left off with that, but that would be an example of an additional revenue.
Well,
Yeah.
So it plays into the impact fees conversations we've been having too.
Absolutely. Fees in general, impact fees directed specifically at growth areas, those sort of things.
Grant resources.
Grant
for
resources,
huge
absolutely.
Flow of money from
Sure.
the feds in the state.
Sure.
on Fixing up roads and watersheds and drainages and so forth.
We're talking government grants.
Government grants.
Government grants.
Yeah, so we need a government chaser.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Maybe instead of just saying revenue, we should say revenue and funding.
So seek additional sources of revenue and funding.
Yeah. Because grant money wouldn't necessarily be considered revenue. We
Right.
don't know.
The one comment I would have to that is I wouldn't want this to sound like we don't currently do any of that.
Yeah.
Because we certainly do.
To
Look for grant opportunities, look for other revenue opportunities.
to increase our capacity.
Expand.
Sure.
To pursue those
Expand
opportunities
sources.
is the language we want.
Okay.
So is it softer to say should continue to seek additional sources of revenue?
But we really want to step that up a bit from our level of pursuit and success that we have now, would be my feeling. That, I mean, the
And I've just hired a finance director who has a background in grant writing.
So is your mic muted?
So that's, oh, I'm sorry, I muted it when I called Kevin, I'm sorry. I just hired a finance director, she begins on August 26th, that has a background in grant writing.
excellent.
And had I not found someone like that, I would have been looking for a grant writer, because while it does say on here that the small but adequate staff, adequate's getting very stretched.
Well taken. All right, so consensus of the committee, how do you want to word this?
Okay, so I think it should say Raymond should expand efforts to seek additional sources of revenue and funding and work strategically to support residents.
I think what we're saying is exactly that they're doing it now, but they really need to give them the resources so they can step it up. I think the middle school coming back to the town is a perfect example of where we need someone looking for grants in order to
Make that happen.
make that happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just gonna be happen when somebody has 4 or 5 different jobs to do, and
Right.
one of them is part of that. I think there has to be some concentration, especially on that one.
Yeah.
Because there's got to be a lot of money out there that we could tap into in order to do what we want to do in that school, and it might allow us to do even more than we think we can do,
We're adding,
i.e. swimming pool.
we're adding $1 trillion in debt every 6 months to this nation, and we're advocating to try to get more? How patriotic is that?
If it's available, it's already available,
Yeah.
and we're throwing our hat in the ring.
Yeah, I think, Greg, that'll be there, that'll continue, well, presumably continue to be there in some form or other, but it's really about increasing our capacity to be competitive, to chase and win some of those, because all of our neighboring towns, or not all, but a number of the neighboring towns do that and have a success rate that's, maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 30%, but it brings in money to help with public works and various funding categories that would be attractive to us. I don't think we'd be, if every town in the nation certainly pursued that path, it would drive up perhaps the federal deficit.
Well, it's already driving up inflation, which is one of the problems we have in affordable housing and other things. I don't know. I think if the town can't afford to do it on our own, we don't
do it.
We don't beg for someone else to give us money. Sorry, that's what I think.
No, don't be sorry, Greg.
Yeah,
That's an opinion. What I'd say is just to redirect on this, just to focus on it for everyone, because I know everyone spent hours and hours pouring through not just this document, but also the action matrix. And I can tell you a lot of things, as you already know, that are addressed in that we're talking about as far as the wording in the plan, the draft plan. They're really addressed in the action policies and action matrix. So such things as hiring a grant writer as one of the suggestions, that's in there. That's going to be part of the plan. That's what the implementation committee's the job is to look at all of those things. Adequacy of staffing and everything. All of those things are addressed basically in the action policies matrix, which maybe if we get through this, we'll get time to look at as well, because that also needs editing. But we'll see how far we get. My goal is to be out of here in an hour and 5 minutes. Okay. So have I lost my way? Oh, yeah. Page 7, natural and water resources. This should be a quick one. Oh, no, wait a minute. What did I do?
We're on page 8, Raymond.
I'm looking at the wrong document. Yeah. Raymond tomorrow, page 8. Growing traffic congestion along 302. On that line, a recommended edit would be to say growing traffic congestion and safety issues along 302 and rural roadways. To me, it just seems that encompasses more of what we're hearing from the town, which is 302, yeah, it's a problem. But North Raymond Road's a problem, and Raymond Hill Road's a problem, and Route 121's a problem. So the connecting roads as well, I just believe that wording would insert that in there. And also to say it's not just traffic congestion issues, but it's also safety issues, which ties into the sidewalks and all of the other things we've been talking about.
Yeah.
So, comments?
I feel safer walking up 302 than I would any of these roads, that's for sure.
While we're on that sentence, I know this is more of just an editing thing.
Yes.
That the faces challenges including increased lakefront property development, but then we also in the same sentence say development pressure on natural resources, lakes and ponds. We've just said the same thing twice. So just make note to scrap one of those parts.
Which one would you suggest, Kayla?
Doesn't matter to me. I read it and I said, didn't I just read that?
Any preference from the committee as to which one of those we strike so that we don't appear redundant?
How about the first part?
Good for you,
The
Kayla.
second one's a little bit more descriptive.
All right.
Developmental pressure on natural resources, lakes and ponds. How about that? So-
I'm good with it.
All right.
Okay. All right, page 8. This is one that we should get real quick, right? I think we spent an inordinate amount of time discussing this at one of our committee meetings. So in the vision statement, that one line about the, should it be all of the water bodies, which would include Nubble Pond and Notched Pond, or should we simply say all water bodies? Because I know we had that discussion, and yet it popped up here again in the vision statement. I believe part of the comment that drove us to change this was we actually heard from a resident from Nubble Pond. So what about Nubble Pond?
All two of them.
I think North Star might have had to comment on this too, that it's good to name we wanted to name and be descriptive of our
And I think
favorite natural
I thought
resources.
they had decided that. So we'll just name all of the water bodies. I think that the wording was something, if you can find a draft of it, was all of the ponds, lakes were named individually, and then we said something like all other water bodies or connecting water bodies or something to that. But we could let North Star word craft that so it's correct. But we just want to name all the ponds that in lakes. Okay,
Is Pismire Mountain in Raymond?
some of it is.
Pismire,
Pismire is all in
Pismire, is it all Raymond?
Is
Can we
it?
name that one as well? Because Rattlesnake is not all in Raymond either.
That's what I was thinking of. Rattlesnake was not all in Raymond, but Pismire is.
Okay.
All right. Page 10, Goal 2, protect Raymond's natural and water resources. So the first question, and maybe John can answer this, or Greg, does the open space fund still exist?
I don't believe that might be a Sue question, but it hasn't been active since 2015 when we made a contribution to the purchase of the community forest. And it was Luneco had signed up for taking ownership of it. But so is it a line item still in the Raymond budget, or is it in a kind of a inactive status? So I know we haven't been asking for money to put into it for the last decade or 8 years.
So was that a part of the CIP at one point? Maybe? I don't recall if I saw an open space line in this year's budget or if I've seen it in prior.
I think that's where it was when it.
I almost think it was, and I did look at and find that there are still monies carried along
Oh, great.
in the audit that for projects that have, how did they put it? Not become extinct, but abandoned or completed, is I believe how the statute puts it. And the select board decided to leave that money sitting in as basically undesignated in the CIP.
Does that mean it could be used, undesignated funds can be drawn for any purpose?
For any CIP purpose,
For any-
yes.
So the action item is to secure that as a
I can-
land
and I can find
conservation
that
fund and not for other expenditures.
I think that'd be something for the new finance director to look at, maybe with the select board and budget finance committee.
At one time, the tree growth penalties were put
We're
in.
being, going into it, that's right.
I don't know if was a one-time deal or if it's ongoing.
What a good idea.
Where do the tree growth penalties go
Oh, yeah.
now?
That I don't know.
Should go
But-
back to
That
the
I would have to look
taxpayers.
at.
Well, good. That's
Can't
the
let them have their
taxpayers and the
money.
value of the preserving. Well, anyway, okay. So I don't know. Do we want to keep the open fund in there if we're not sure of its existence? That'd be my comment. Okay.
Open space is still there.
Oh, it is.
And
Hooray.
it isn't an inactive one. That is one that has the select board decided to continue.
Nice.
And currently there is $28,707.
Loaded.
You make a note of that.
And what, tree growth, that I'm not sure. I don't know where that falls.
So I think we want to certainly keep it in the system, seeing that this plan, this comp plan has action items for reinvigorating.
Sure.
Or staying active in conservation.
Absolutely. So I guess it stays in. This is just a question, and either maybe John or Greg or Sue can answer this, but this is just my own question. Is Loon Echo the only not-for-profit land trust that Raymond deals with?
Maine Woodlands has one. The images at Fry's Leap, that's Maine Woodlands. Conservation easement.
So is it dangerous to just be saying Loon Echo in a couple of these statements, as far as it would be Loon Echo that would continue to partner with Loon Echo Land Trust on easements and conservation opportunities? Or would it be, I don't know how you'd word that.
Greg, does
And
SWOM
others?
still exist? SWOM still
Yep,
exists? and
it's now Maine Woodlands.
That's Maine Woodlands?
Yeah.
And they can hold an easement?
And they also hold the deed restriction on the Hayden Murdoch property.
Okay. So I think just referring to Loon Echo Land Trust or other entities that are appropriate for the conservation project being considered would be the language that we'd want to use. What was the context of that? Is Loon Echo Land Trust the only not-for?
Continue to partner with Loon Echo Land Trust on easement and
and other
conservation.
land
And
trusts.
other organizations.
And other
Preserve
conservation organizations.
Open space.
Yeah.
And other conservation organizations, everybody happy with that?
Yeah. Good.
Good, okay. Still on page 10, develop a process to rank the sites in Raymond most appropriate for solar development. And the edit was, and incorporate this criteria into Raymond's solar ordinance.
Makes sense.
Let's get specific with that.
Yep.
See what happens at the next special town meeting.
That's right, that's right. Could be a moot point.
It probably will be. I don't know.
But certainly, we're going to be dealing with other applications coming down the road for commercial solar
Yes, we are.
entities, and therefore, I don't think it's an issue that will be resolved or not, but simply by the ordinance change coming up. It's gonna more clearly define, in my understanding, but that's about it. Okay. Still on page 10, continue to work with, simple edit, and support local organizations.
I'm good.
So I guess the idea of this edit is to keep reinforcing with everyone who cares to look that we need to be supporting local organizations.
Yeah.
Okay? Still on page 10, work with Cumberland County Soil and Water Conservation District. And the edit is, and the town's lake associations. So it would be including our town lake associations along with CCSWD. Any problems with that? No?
No, that's good.
Okay,
That's
we'll do
good.
that.
That's good.
Good at it.
Yep.
Pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation and the edit is, all lakes, ponds, and water bodies through a collaborative process between municipal government and landowners. Once again, we're fostering that idea. There's got to continue to be collaboration.
Those specific ponds were called out because they currently don't have public access.
Yeah.
There are a few that do have public access.
Okay, so if we wouldn't want to say all ponds and water bodies, I guess I would still say we want to do it through a collaborative process between municipal government and landowners. I think that, for me anyway, that kind of takes the sting out of any thoughts of eminent domain and the like. I mean, I know the process really to establish it is state inland fisheries, I believe,
Yeah.
as far as boat ramps and any of that stuff goes.
Yeah.
But as far as the town being able to, I don't know, say we've acquired a piece of property and we're going to donate it to the state, if in fact they want to put a boat launch here, increase access, that might be a strategy. I'm just suggesting some strategy. So I guess, yeah, if what we want to do is just highlight those two areas where we have public access, but then I would say include the collaborative process between municipal government and the landowners.
I do just want to bring this up. So I live on Raymond Pond. I did have my annual HOA meeting between our last meeting and this meeting, and it came to my attention that there was this public process maybe 10 or 15 years ago throughout Raymond, and you know, and this is kind of how it ended up, in that every other body of water except for these three have this general public access, and so that there was already a townwide thing that happened, and I guess, I don't know, people in my HOA are maybe a little close to it, but you know, it was a very unpopular thing, I would say. And obviously they live there. It's a very small population. It wouldn't, you know, they don't speak for the whole town, but from a, you know, we're trying to implement certain things, and this was implemented townwide 10 to 15 years ago, is my understanding. And I don't know if anybody on the committee actually has better experience with what happened, but I think that might be something to consider before we put this in here, because, you know, I guess the goal is to actually implement what we're putting in here. And I do just want to point that out.
Yeah, I think, John, if memory serves me, I recall there was an issue back around that time frame involving a piece of property that was coming up for sale that was on Panther Pond. And I believe there was I believe, if memory serves me, there was quite a pushback on the part of the Panther Pond Association and other individuals that had interests in Panther Pond that did not want to see that. So I don't know if what you're saying is that what you've heard is what came out of that was some sort of a deal where all the other, once we let's say granted access to Crescent Lake, that then we would not be looking to provide it or increase the amount of access through to the public to our other water bodies. I'm not aware of that, but
no, I think I'm saying something a little different, and obviously I wasn't here when this happened. I guess the story I heard was that there was a big push through inland fisheries and wildlife to get public access to every body of water in the town.
Sure.
And I think that, at least in Raymond Pond, what I heard was that there's no town-owned land. It's all privately owned. And so there was one of these, like, you know, battles of, okay, well, where would we put this? And it's all private land. And so I guess I'm not sure if that's the same for Notch Pond or Nubble Pond, but all I'm saying is I think, like, what we're saying is try to pursue this public access easement. I guess what I'm saying is I think this was pursued about 10 to 15 years ago, and we ended up here, and it might just benefit us to figure out how we ended up here.
I think the main difference, or a difference, is both with the Raymond Pond experience and certainly with Panther, was that the scale of a public boat launch ramp is what it was, and the way this is worded here, it's not talking directly about a public boat launch ramp. It could be a hand carry access scale that would perhaps be more amenable to, for example, Raymond Pond. I think the way it's worded right now is pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation at those ponds. I think Nubble is entirely surrounded by private property, so I don't know how far we get with that, but go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so I think the question is, you know, through this process, I think it was clear that people in Raymond want more access to these public resources that are in town. Yep. The question for this specific bullet point, and I'm sure it's later in the chapters about, those are the 3 that don't have any today.
Yeah.
Do we want to make that a point here to say we're prioritizing those 3 because there's no public access today? Or to Peter's point, we need to work on access everywhere, noting that there are some ponds that don't have any access. If that's more, it's less specific, but I think it also would be true to the process. And
Yep.
Sam, you can weigh in, but I'm sure there are other bodies of water where there could be more access desired if it was available or there was an opportunity.
Or improved at least.
Right. Okay.
And just to be clear, I'm not advocating for a change. I'm more just bringing up that I thought what I learned kind of, fit in with this bullet point.
Well, yeah, Frank.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly on Raymond Pond, there was a piece of land that
Came
was
up.
being considered for
Yeah.
a boat ramp, but the vast majority of people who live on Raymond Pond, who have property on Raymond Pond, did not want it at all. And it ended up that there was some influence in Augusta by individuals that ended up, someone higher up in the state government told Fish and Game to forget about it.
There's a big difference between a boat ramp where you're bringing a boat with a motor
Yeah.
that can make a wake and, especially on some of these smaller places.
Yeah, well, I don't think they
versus
were looking
fishing
to
from the
bring
shore.
100 horse
Yeah.
engines into Raymond Pond. I mean, I think people would have been appropriate to limit the amount of horsepower going into the pond and maybe even restrict it to, canoes and kayaks and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But
I like
it was just cut off.
I like Peter's edit because that considers everything that we've just been talking about, because it's got to be a collaborative process between the government, municipal government, and landowners. It's not eminent domain. It's, I think people in the town who
Collaborative process, yeah.
yeah, who don't have access to the water
Yep.
want more access to the water, whether that's better access to Panther Pond or Raymond Pond. It doesn't really matter. The sites that we have are filled up in the summer, so
Yes.
it's hard to drive by and not be able to get there.
I think Peter's edit would
Do it.
just do it.
Yeah, I like
It
that.
means softens it.
Appropriately scaled. What you got in there is certainly isn't talking about a boat ramps, because that's a hot button.
Sure. So if I understand it, what we would just say is pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation at the areas that don't have public access now, and state those
I like all.
at
As
all.
opposed to pulling out those 3. Because
Okay.
it incorporates those 3 but doesn't call them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that good, everybody?
Yep.
And I would just say that unfortunately, we're not taking any comments during this. There will be an opportunity at the end. But I guess what I just say is my understanding, though, is just to be clear with everyone, inland fisheries and the state, even to this day, are looking for every opportunity to establish public access on water bodies in Maine that do not have public access. So I would think part of this, incorporating this into the comprehensive plan, is the fact that that's what the state wants. That's what they want to see us moving towards.
Yeah, all they have to do is find a willing seller. And
That's it. That's the key.
And-
Someone that will sell it.
the process is.
Got a question. Maybe this is a John Rand question, but is there a weird conflict between us trying to maintain our water quality and us as a town trying to get all these different access into all these water bodies?
I think we can make a goal. I think that can be part of the goals, is to continue to maintain those, because I don't envision jet skis and pontoon boats on Raymond Pond, but my son would love to fish there.
Sure.
So
So the key is access, right?
I think it's
what the
hard
access
to
is
feel
gonna be.
invested in your community if you're not allowed to use it.
Yeah.
And I think that if people see the beauty and feel the beauty and connect to the beauty, they're less likely to abuse the place that they live in.
or we can regulate it too.
We
you
can
know.
do that.
Yeah.
through ordinance, and just make it clear what access means on these bodies of water.
Yeah.
And-
Appropriately scaled. I
Yeah.
still like that language, which doesn't rule out a boat ramp, but it's certainly not specific enough for anyone to provide any real guidance, but it kind of incorporates the lessons learned from the Raymond Pond experience and the Panther Pond experience, which.
So does the committee have any issues with John with the appropriately scaled? We'll let North Star wordsmith that in there as well. Thank you.
May take forgery, forging, not forgery.
Okay. I keep losing my place here. All right, so page 12, goal 3, invest in road and traffic improvements. This is just probably straightforward. I've seen this comment or this description in other comprehensive plans that I've read, but none of them have adequately explained to me what is complete streets in Vision Zero policy.
I believe that is already defined in the transportation chapter, but I can double check to be sure.
If it is, could we just have a reference on this goal?
Yeah.
That sound reasonable for everyone?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Page 14, goal 5, strengthen Raymond's sense of community. And it's, the line is, explore the feasibility of a town-run daycare program. And the edit would simply be, explore the feasibility of a town-run or public-private daycare program. Thoughts?
Why? Why a town daycare? What's wrong with private ones?
We don't have enough childcare in the town, period. And if we've got more families coming in, we need it, and that's just critical. I think it's just overlooked pretty frequently.
Especially if they're taking away their school.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you raise a point there as far as, one of the things that we asked for at the Pom-Pom survey was daycare. And although it certainly was on the lower end of votes, I believe that what this edit is saying is that either keep that option open. So as an example, if when the school comes back to the town, it may be that some space there with what would be considered to be reasonably low amount of renovation cost because it was a public school, might be relatively inexpensive to turn into a daycare center. And therefore, it would either be a revenue stream, we talked about new revenue, by leasing it to a private concern, that Raymond also has some amount of say over, or a public-private where it's something as simple as we can get you to decrease your expense and maybe pay your employees a living wage, and in return what we'll do is give you a big break on the lease. And that would be kind of a public-private type of a program.
The RSU is currently sort of doing this with pre-K program with one of our daycares here in Raymond.
Yep.
They sort of have a public-private relationship, and from what I hear, it's quite successful and working out nicely.
So I guess they said it would just be opening the door to say, either way, we might be open to that, so.
And right now, we're exploring adding to our rec program a before and after care program.
And all the programs that we have available right now have wait lists within 24 hours. It's like Taylor Swift tickets. So and then you're not guaranteed coverage, and it impacts parents' abilities to work. So I just see it as something that's going to get worse.
Yep. Are we okay with that edit? Just to add or public-private? Good. Moving on. Still on page 14, I guess the edit was simply to say, why one event? Why not multiple community events throughout the year? Hold multiple. Good? That's an easy one. Page 16, future land use map. So the first edit would be something on the map or in the narrative that simply says very clearly that this future land use map is not a zoning map. I personally think it's important to make that distinction. Number one, because the state requires that it not be a zoning map. And secondly, so that anyone looking at the plan doesn't get the sense that, oh, they've just changed the zone I'm in. It's not a zoning map, right? So I would ask that edit be included. Also on page 16, future land use map, there was an edit saying, are we going to have a separate map showing conservation lands? And if not, can we incorporate that into the future land use map?
Yeah, that should already be in the either natural resources or recreation.
So that would,
chapters.
there's a map in the chapters?
Yeah, that has all the conservation lands. Yeah.
Good. Sufficient?
Good.
All right, so we don't need any edit there. Still on page 16, expand the village growth area to the intersection of Route 85 and Plains Road and add critical rural area to the Tenny River corridor. That second one got my attention. We kind of missed that.
Yeah, we had talked about trying to focus on that intersection and improving the beach.
At Crescent.
At Crescent, trying to slow down traffic, and the town owns some of that land across the street from it.
Yes,
So
it does.
seems appropriate to explore as some of that village type.
Makes sense.
So we'd like to see that added
Oh.
on the future land use.
Yeah, I think that kind of, that little area between Crescent and Panther and Plains Road, you know, that whole little
Yeah,
intersection.
that's basically as I understand it, that's Tenny River.
Yeah.
And so that also be, I had the opportunity one hot July day to go down at kayaking with my daughter, and I gotta tell you, it's one of the jewels and
Yeah.
hidden secrets of
Special.
Raymond,
Yeah.
is going down from Crescent Lake to Panther Pond via the Tenny River. It's not
Really
an all-day
area.
expedition, but it's certainly beautiful between turtles and dragonflies and lilies. It's nice. So if we would add that to the critical area.
The preservation of that has to be top
That corridor.
priority for the.
Well, yeah, and we've had those conversations. A good portion of that property basically is Camp Hines and the Boy Scouts.
And they have an easement on some of their property. I think there's about 1,000 feet of conservation along the Tenny River that the Scouts own, and Luneco holds that easement, I think.
And not relevant necessarily to this conversation, but we've had the conversation before, and I think it's mentioned further on in the plan and whatever, or in the appendix, that it's areas like that what happens when it gets to the point where the Boy Scouts say that their property has more value as real estate, waterfront real estate, than it does as a camp? Or they go insolvent, or who knows what happens down the road, but that's for another conversation.
That applies to all the
That's something we should be
That's all,
looking at.
that's all the
all the
camps.
camps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Show up on that screen.
All right, and still on, no, I believe that was it for
Yeah.
page 16. We're getting to the end, folks.
Peter, if I could, before we move on.
Yes.
Sam zoomed in a little bit. I was hoping I could point it out on this. There you go. Yeah, use the pointer. Thank you. That's good. The Tenny River, I understand, is that connection between Crescent and Panther Pond. But at the same time, there was a comment about extending the growth area toward Plains Road, which kind of crosses over the Tenny River, as I understand it. Like, are there specific properties that whoever made that comment, or like, does it go all the way down to the intersection? Does it include Camp Hines in a growth area, for example? Or is it really just, going down to the Tenny River itself?
So there's a parcel, I believe it's 7 acres, that is right where Plains Road and 85 come together on that corner. on like this side of it, that's town-owned property,
Next to the cemetery.
next to the cemetery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where, you know, they could look at putting parking for the ramp for the beach goers at Crescent. Or maybe there could be like a hand carry boat portage entry into the river. But that could possibly be used in some sort of way to help make improvements in that area. And, you know, I wouldn't necessarily consider it growth, you know, along that area, not the same way we would see it in the village there, but just slow traffic down, maybe sidewalks, maybe crosswalks, something that would make it safer for pedestrians to get, you know, to the beach and park their car.
So I think that was, that's very helpful to understand kind of what you're envisioning and if that matches up with what other people are thinking. When we talk about the growth area, there's a narrative in the future land use section that talks about small scale multifamily, adding some commercial uses to kind of go with the civic uses that are already here. It's this part of town we're in. And I didn't know if that's the kind of thing you kind of envisioned kind of going down the hill toward Crescent, or if it was really maybe more about building up that kind of pedestrian, recreational access kind of near the river and the lakes.
I'd like to think it's the latter, right?
Yeah.
And not bringing the whole orange growth down to and beyond the river.
Okay. So I did hear there was pretty clear consensus that river itself should be green. There should be a green connection between Crescent and Panther. But maybe with that extra explanation, we're not talking about a map change. We're not talking about changing that growth area boundary, but maybe just kind of saying within that critical rural, some appropriate uses that would make it safer for people to walk and access the resources would be appropriate.
Yeah. So improvements, not necessarily growth and development, you know.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a green connection along the river.
Yep.
Would be a helpful demarcation of however wide that is, because as Frank's point, special place, special river, special natural resource, and as I said, there's the town's got acreage on one side, there's Scouts have conservation on the other side. There's other conservation in the area. So.
And maybe we could go way out on a limb and make the Tenny River blue.
Make it blue with green on the side.
No.
I'm getting wild
You're
now,
getting
I
crazy.
know.
We'll see. We'll see.
So,
all right.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
That good?
Yeah.
All right.
I got a quick comment. I'll just, and I think you answered it, Sam, that there are other conservation properties are shown on another map in the plan.
Yeah, this map shows critical rural areas, so that's what the dark green is. But the map that's showing just conservation properties is already in the inventory chapter.
Okay, yeah. And what came to my mind was whether having, and it would probably be too complicated, but having those existing conservation areas somehow portrayed or overlaid on this growth map. So that it's clear where we're proposing growth and where we're proposing rural, and that it's just making it clear how those are proposed land uses hopefully dovetail to some extent with existing conservation, like Morgan Meadow, which in this case is all green.
Yeah, we can definitely show those layers on this map as well.
Might get too complicated.
Yeah,
helpful, but
we'll have to play with that a little
Yeah.
bit. I think we want to avoid making it
too busy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. But it could be helpful.
Okay, the last one that I have on my handout, but certainly not the last one for discussion for the committee. I captured as much as I could from the draft edits as they exist, but there may be other things that have occurred to people, so certainly I want you to chime in. Was page 28 summer survey. The respondents were mixed if the town should invest in infrastructure and facilities. Now, the edit that is suggested here is that the summer survey said that almost 2/3 of respondents support investing in town services and infrastructure, such as community center, even if taxes are likely to increase. And then the analysis goes on to say, nearly 58% of residents without children were in favor of investing in Raymond. That percentage jumped to 72% if the resident has school-aged children in their household. So I guess the edit is asking if this, characterizing this as mixed doesn't seem to jive with the results analysis of the summer survey. And to compound things, I kind of pulled up, just to refresh everyone's memory, how question 7 of the summer survey was posed to the citizens. And it says, the town of Raymond should, bullet point 1, keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And the second bullet point was, or question was, invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. Now, in reading this, I would say as a survey question, I would say that really, in order to be a little bit more equitable, there should be at least 4 questions here, right? So the option to the citizen on the first one was keep taxes as low as possible. Well, that should have been it. That's survey question number 1. Survey question number 2 would be keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And survey question number 3 should be invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure. And then the 4th question should have been invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. So I think that the edit is really suggesting that the data we collected doesn't seem to jive with the analysis in the report, or the statement that the respondents were mixed. You know, as I read the data, number 1, we didn't ask all the right questions.
Parse it out.
The pie chart in the analysis has 2, and one of them is low taxes, and the other one is invest in the town.
Yeah.
And so, but the question wasn't asked. Maybe a reasonable person would say, well, I want low taxes, but I do want you to invest in the town. So maybe what you got to do is decide on what you're spending the money on and spend it on something else. I'm just saying that could have been a question. The question could have been proposed in the survey a little differently. I'd ask North Star's feedback on that, their questions, the sense of how that's worded.
Are you asking how that last sentence should be worded?
Yeah, I guess, or you know, but my sense is this one, and this is my edit, so I'll take responsibility for it. The sense that I have in looking at this, and then having looked at the survey, and having looked at the survey questions and analysis of the survey questions, and then to read this, I got to tell you from my own personal experience and talking with people at elections and at associations and everything else, the consensus seems to be if there is going to be improvements that are needed in the town and services, then even if it means my taxes going up, I'm okay with it. But once again, that's not taking into account the survey results, which I believe that they don't disclose entirely what the pie charts and the graphs are saying. to support this statement. The respondents were mixed. And I don't think anything I've heard or anything I saw in the data says that it was mixed. It was saying people very clearly want to see, there's a consensus that they want to see investment in the town. You know, what we didn't ask is at an increase in taxes, or at the same amount of taxes, or less taxes. So I'm a little cautious as far as the wording of that.
Mhm.
And I will tell you, I have, basically, when I've talked to groups and whatever, I've been saying basically that, you know, based on the data in our survey, people in town there's a consensus that, you know, if it's gonna take more spending, which means more taxes, in order to get us more services and get at these other goals that we want, then it's okay with us. Not everybody, certainly.
I agree, Peter, on the surveys we did, and all the pom-pom surveys that we did, that seemed to be the majority of the people were saying that.
And I think that's what the survey summary says in more detail, with that whole kind of document focused on the survey. I think this snippet, what I'm reading here is that maybe it needs to say, in general, there is support for investment in the community, even if it increases taxes. However, something like, it wasn't universal, where respondents, you know, differed or had mixed opinions. You know, it was based on perhaps on how long they had lived in town. I think that was one of the variables that you could point to and say, you know, it would impact how willing they were, or willing to say they were supportive of investing in the town. But I think your bigger point about going back to that document and saying, you know, there's a couple pretty clear points that say, you know, there's generally good support across the board, but it's not universal. And I think that was maybe the word you used. I'll write that down, because there's not universal, it's strong but not universal support, and one of the variables is how long people lived in town, the tenure, how long have they lived in town.
How are we with that?
Is that?
That's perfect.
All right. I'd ask if there's other committee comments or edits on the draft one of the plan.
Thanks for putting this together.
Oh, sure.
I do have something.
Yes.
In here, you mentioned farms being the backbone of the economy. I don't know how many farms there are in Raymond. You mentioned, I gotta find the page it was on. Under economy, page 6. It's the last paragraph, the last sentence in the last paragraph, just above transportation. Natural-based businesses, and somebody has farms that form the backbone.
Oh,
Unfortunately, there's not much of a backbone of farms in Raymond.
Farmland.
There is farmland, and I think this kind of connects to that a little bit on page 23, where we talk about the rural areas. It says Raymond should also continue to support farm and forest landowners and expand support for agricultural related businesses and agritourism, like on-farm restaurants. I might throw in there as well, like event venues or something along those lines. You know, barn weddings and things are all the rage these days too. So, you know, having people that can maintain some of those, you know, structures and support it in a way that they can run a business off of it, even if it's not related to farming necessarily.
Maybe just changing that to farmlands, former farm properties or something. Because you're right, Greg. I mean, Chipman's not based in Raymond, and Hancock's over in Casco, and
Larry Murch has a few cows.
He's
right?
got some
You're always up at the
Few cows
fair.
in town.
He certainly is, yeah.
Doug Vance's cows are pets.
And he's got goats.
So-
And he's got goats.
So as far as Greg's edit, how do we want to do that? Do we want to say, modify the fact that it's the backbone or one of the backbones of the economy?
Natural resource based.
The way I'm reading it is the recreation, outdoor, natural resource-based businesses are the backbone of Raymond's rural economy. Like it says, including summer camps, farms, timber operations as examples of rural businesses. I think if you think it's more accurate to say farmlands or, as John said, former farms, I think we can clarify that. I think the larger point is okay, and this is more of a clarification.
I wonder if you put that phrase in parentheses after businesses without a comma. If that would, because that makes it look like it's defining the businesses. Possibly, grammatically.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
Parentheses.
Mm-hmm.
How does the committee feel? You would let it stand, try and modify farms somehow, or eliminate it? What do you think?
I like the addition of farmland.
Farmlands?
I mean, it's not really a business, but it's a land use that is a significant contribution to the rural
We
nature
would
of Raymond.
support that.
Yeah, because I mean, we have to remember at the beginning of the sentences, we also must support the following things.
You okay with that, Greg? Farmland?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Just one.
so be it. Any other? Okay.
I thought it was a great document. You guys did a fantastic job pulling it together, and it was a
I think there's so few edits
Easy read.
because
There's so
it's
few.
good.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay,
Good
so,
draft.
so there is a second component to this, which is basically the goals and the like. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to ask that through unanimous consent and without objection, we hold that off to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I would encourage everyone to do is, as I've been doing, those documents are still available. They're open for edits. So I'd ask you to go in and look under that and make as many edits as possible. And I believe North Star can then get started on that even before we have our next meeting. Because I believe the next meeting, if I understood it correctly, is really to Sam, it's to look at the second version of the plan? Is that?
Yeah, yes, so the goal is to have a second draft ready by next month.
Okay.
For the next.
All right, so that's what we'll be doing next month. I'd encourage everybody to get in there and make as many edits as possible prior to the next meeting. I know we all have busy lives, believe me, but it's not always easy to get the time to go through a document, especially detailed documents like this. But I think we've got a good start on it, and I appreciate North Star's effort as well. And if I didn't say it, I'll say it now. I think there's special recognition to Kayla Gonzalez as far as these pom-pom surveys are concerned. She has artistic talents, she's got organizational skills, and I'm a member of the fan club, so I just want to tell you, I think that needs special recognition. Done a great job. So, I do note that the couple that had a question that wanted to say something is left, but I'll open it up to any public comment now. If anybody wants to make a comment, an observation, anything like that, they're free to do so now. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'd ask for Comprehensive Plan Committee comments.
I have one.
Kayla.
I would like to thank all of the members of our Comprehensive Plan Committee, because looking at this timeline of all the things we've done and it being pages, you know, we're at it 2 years now. So congratulations for sticking with it for 2 years. And I think that the end is in sight.
Well, yes. I would agree with that. I guess my only committee comment would be this one. As I was reminded by the videographer tonight, and I had a conversation with the town manager as well, I would just like to remind everyone at committee meetings that public comment and selectman comment is basically designed to bring up future agenda items. And because obviously we have the ability, and the public has the ability to comment on any agenda item. They have the right to do that. But so public comment in with public comment and with even with committee comment, there's no back and forth. Okay, so there are no, well, this is what I think about your comment. No, that doesn't work that way. It's strictly to bring up future agenda items or to make an observation or your comment yourself. Most of the time when I'm making a public comment, I really don't need any response. I've already made up my mind. I'm just telling you what I think. I just wanted to remind everybody on the committee that. I would also remind you that we did have a very good training in executive session on parliamentary procedure, basically the can-nots and cans of a public meeting, and I found it informative. I also found myself sitting there listening to the town attorney, and with the years that I've been active in committee, saying, oops, I did that wrong. So it's always a good refresher for anybody who has the opportunity of doing that. And the right to know laws, the public notice laws and the like are all helpful. Lastly, I would say, Sue, can you just remind the committee of the combined meeting we're going to have in this month with the select board?
That is on August 28th. It's going to be at 6:30 in the Jordan Small Middle School gym. And it'll be a workshop. Since the Comprehensive Plan Committee asked the Select Board to pull this together, it's the Select Board's meeting, but the whole agenda is to have a workshop to talk about the Comprehensive Plan.
And who's invited?
All committee members and all members. The public are welcome to attend, but since it's a workshop, the public's comments won't probably be entertained. But that's, and even with your comments before, the chair does have some leeway to explain things to public comments and whatnot.
Absolutely.
It just shouldn't be a back and forth.
Right, so in a workshop, my understanding is generally what happens is there are no comments during the workshop and the discussion from the public.
That's correct.
However, the chair overseeing the meeting can allow comments after the general business is done.
Yes.
And it's just that, as you say, it's no back and forth. But the public can make comments.
Unless it's a clarification kind of something or something, yes.
The other boards that'll be there, planning board?
Yes.
And zoning?
Yes.
Budget finance?
Budget finance.
Yeah, that's a big one.
The comprehensive plan's been invited to.
Yes.
Yes.
And,
The beautification committee, or at least a member of it.
Yep, all committees,
The
code enforcement.
recycling committee, they aren't that active right now, but they are still a committee.
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
Another important.
Yeah, others, the department heads will be invited.
So I encourage you, even if you didn't get a chance to vote on the date you want, because the date was selected, there was a great Google poll that went out there that led us, and I believe we got 22 participants to agree on the same date.
Yes.
So of the 28 that responded to the poll, 22 agreed on the date. So we're going to have that happen. I guess my question was North Star invited to this?
We've got it on our calendar just in case.
I think I sent the invite to you just in case you wanted to come.
Yes. So I think that's a great idea. I know that the boards and committees have had a chance to weigh in early on in the process at the visioning stage and kind of weighing in on some early priorities. But it seems like this is like a really good chance now that we've got a rough draft, first draft, to kind of share where the direction of this work is going. so we are happy to be there and support that however we can. But I also think it's a good opportunity for this group to, you know, take that ownership and show that, you know, this isn't, we've helped, but this is not North Star's plan for Raymond. We've helped this committee draft a plan for Raymond. So to the extent, I don't know if it's going to be a little bit of a presentation on some of the highlights and the recommendations and kind of walking through the vision and priorities. We'd be happy to support that work or draft up a PowerPoint. And I know Kate and Sam have worked primarily through the chairs to do that kind of stuff. So whatever we can do, it may be worth a little more coordination between now and then, but it's on our calendars and we're happy to help.
Great. So hearing that, Kayla and I can work with you offline off this meeting and see about doing that. That would, I believe, be extremely helpful. Yeah. I think along with that, I had talked with Sue about I don't have a problem putting together some printed material, not necessarily from the draft plan, because I've been warned about releasing draft information. It's generally not a good idea. However, there is a wealth of information on the website. Survey analysis, survey data, and the like, which, you know, has been accessible to the public and to the leadership of the town and the committees forever. But quite honestly, as I said before, everybody lives busy lives, so everybody doesn't have a chance to leaf through a 20 or a 30-page document. So I told Sue I would pull some of those documents off the website, and she's agreed to get them printed and available for the meeting as well.
Yeah, since we'll be at the gym for size, because I sent the the invitation out to roughly 50 people, and that would be just a smidge cozy in here.
Yeah, agree.
But we don't have necessarily all the comforts of home at the gym for PowerPoint. I'll have to talk with Kevin about that.
Sure.
So it may be printed materials as opposed to PowerPoint. And I agree that.
You mean like this?
Yeah, something like that. We could mimeograph it all.
Well, we could just have a PowerPoint presentation that's printed out.
Yes, oh yes. Yeah, we could still use PowerPoint as the basis. It just couldn't be projected, I don't think. I'll have to talk with Kevin. But I completely agree that the draft document isn't ready for prime time, and I don't think you want to release it until you're ready for it. The committee deserves and ought to have first crack at it. But some kind of synopsis, as we talked about, some of the data, some of the pieces, so that you have enough for people to at least be thinking about it before they get in there, hopefully, so that you're not starting just from what is a comp plan.
Sure. And I would agree as well as far as the withholding draft information and stuff like that. What we want to do is we want to build this document as close to perfect as possible, because they'll still people will find problems with it and errors in it, and what we need is the community to buy into this and accept it. And just like North Star is saying that it's not their plan, they've helped. What has to be clear, and I think it's gone on since the beginning of this committee, it's not the committee's plan either, right? All we've done is been a vessel to collect information and work with a consultant in putting into some sort of a format that is acceptable to the state, and that a reasonable person in the town would read and say, yeah, that reflects basically what I'm thinking for the next 10 to 20 years. So. But it's not our plan. Okay, if there's no more comments?
Just a quick question on the 28th. So it's structured as a workshop. We're going to show up. Are the chairs running it?
The select board's
select board's running it. Okay. Okay, great.
But, well, the select board will open the meeting, we'll open the workshop, and we'll probably say, it's yours, is the way I expect it to go.
Okay. So if they just turn it over to us, then do we have a plan as to what we start saying next?
Well, along with the discussion I had with Sue, along with getting printed material and stuff like that available, if we can't have a PowerPoint, then what I suggested to Sue is that Kayla and I get together, and what we do is put together an outline. Once we have an outline, we would certainly disseminate it to the committee as well, so you kind of have an idea of what documents we're going to provide and where we're going as far as the discussion. And like I say, I don't believe this group is actually going to need to start off with a what is a comprehensive plan.
Right.
I'm hoping.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, but so certainly, my goal is to get into making all of the committees, the department heads, and any public interested in the fact that we're really coming down to the wire. We've got a draft plan. This is, as an example, some of the data on the website that reflects the polling and the surveying that we've done based on what are the major issues or interests of the community and what the consensus was there. Provide some maps once again to maybe. I'm looking forward to trying to dispel some of this idea about. I think Jackie brought it up a while ago that a growth area doesn't necessarily mean an industrial park and 12-foot high condominiums. That a growth area means investment, and where we should be directing our interest as far in our dollars. But that's that perception. I've met a lot of people out there that really that's their sense. That's what a growth area is. Don't put that growth area on my property. I don't want that. So it'd be that sort of thing.
If there's a role for any of us to play, just let us know in advance.
Absolutely. Well, what I'll do is try and get together with Kayla in the coming week, put together an outline, and also a list of documents we'd like pulled off the website, and I will send all that out to the committee as soon as we have that finalized. So you can even refresh your own memories by going to the website and reading some of the stuff.
Great.
It's great reading, All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor? We're done. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee. Today is June 5th of 2024. I would like to note that we do have a quorum present, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. The first thing on our agenda tonight is the approval of our minutes from May 1st of 2024.
Move to accept the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
And that is approved. Thank you. Today we have the pleasure of a guest speaker, Robin Mullins. She is with the Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce, where she's been there, I think it's about approximately 8 years, 4 of which you've served as the executive director. I've planned for her to talk about 5 minutes today and then allowed about 10 to 15 minutes of questioning, just so everybody knows. Robin, you're more than welcome to step up.
All right, good evening. So I am Robin Mullins. I am the CEO of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce. We cover 8 towns. We cover the towns of Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Windham. And I'm really excited to be here tonight. I know you guys have a lot of work that you've already done and will continue to do on the comprehensive plan, and I want you to know that we at the Chamber are here to assist. Last night I was in the town of Windham. As many of you may know, the Department of Transportation is working with the town of Windham on what can we do about traffic on 302 in Windham. So I get a lot of feedback from our businesses, and I'm there to support and also to be a voice for our businesses, and I would love to do the same thing for Raymond. So if you need to reach out to Raymond businesses, or if you need me to help with feedback or any of that sort of thing, I'm more than happy to do that. I've also worked with the towns of Casco, Naples, and Gray on some projects that they have had going on as well. So the chamber has about 306 members. We have about 20 businesses that are members from Raymond. The bulk of our businesses are from Wyndham. We do have businesses that are members throughout the state. However, we have some in Rockland and Portland and some other areas as well. People like to become a member of the chamber because it will hopefully give them a little bit of networking and some visibility in the Sebago Lakes region. So I've been with the chamber for 8 years. I've been in my role as the CEO for 5 years. I actually started that just about January of 2020. We all know what happened in March of 2020. So I have been very familiar with helping our businesses to succeed and to survive, and want to be able to continue to do that and want to be able to partner with our towns in order to do that. And Sue and I have met a couple of different times to talk about how we can, as a chamber, support the town. And one of the things that we do, we have our own 501c3, and we do support food pantries in the 8 towns that we have. And I want to let everyone know, we just wrote $20,000 in checks to the 12 food pantries that we have in the region. So we are very active in the region, and will continue to be that way. And I want you to know that I am here to support you guys in any way that I possibly can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With the 20 businesses that we have in Raymond, do you hear, like, what is their most frequent ask or concern?
So it's interesting that you asked, because I actually emailed all of them and said I was going to be here, and I only heard from 2 businesses. And so that is actually a sign of the times. They are so busy and they get inundated with emails and things like that. Were I to do it again, I probably would have to physically walk in and ask the question, because I just think they are all so overwhelmed. It's hard because a lot of them are low on staff. But from the 2 people that I did hear from, they would like a little bit more support from the town. I think it was difficult for them in opening. They were both actually, it's interesting. One of them has been in business in Raymond for a very long time. The other business was fairly new. And the business that was new said it was difficult. It felt like it took longer to get her business open than she would have hoped for. So, specifically what that support is, I'm more than happy to sit down with her and figure out what that was, but that was her concern. And the business that had been here for a while, same sort of thing. They're really not really sure what's going on. And that's the other thing. It's like, they're not sure what's going on, but are they opening the emails that are being sent to them? So it's kind of a catch-22, right? But again, that's where I might be able to step in and actually go and have some one-on-one visits with these businesses and try to figure out what it is that they need.
Does anybody else have some questions for Robin?
Can you share what some of the projects were that you did recently with Casco and the other towns?
Yep, so Casco is also doing a comprehensive plan as well. And so again, it's just being there for support and being in, they have less businesses that are part of the chamber. Casco doesn't have a lot of businesses, so it's a little less of a need there for me there. In Gray, they have a, and I'm not going to remember what the name of it is, when there's properties that could potentially have hazardous materials on them, the brownfield, that's what it was. I was participating on them and looking at what buildings, what lots, those sorts of things would require brownfield study. And then if we decided that those were areas that we could reuse, what was that going to take in order to get all of the hazardous stuff off those so that we could use the materials and things like that. In Naples, I participate with them. There's a new town manager there, and he has been fantastic. He has been calling meetings every once in a while, and he's pulling all of the businesses together to talk about what is it that we could do better. What are your frustrations? And so it's really nice to be there from a chamber perspective in order to hear what it is the businesses are saying so that I can partner with the town on that. So that's actually been a lot of fun to do with Jason. And of course, Wyndham always has stuff going on, and I work very closely with Tom Bartel and the Wyndham Economic Development Corporation. And as I said, it's the Department of Transportation right now, but I've also helped on the sewer because they're getting a new sewer system as well. So, thanks. Great question.
Hey, Robin. I noticed that, so Raymond had a task force a few years ago, an economic development task force that they did a study and talked with a lot of the businesses in town. about how they could be better supported and what they need from the town and everything. Did any of that ever make its way to you? Did it kind of stop in the town before it kind of made it over to the chamber to try and take any further steps?
So I honestly can't answer that question because, as I said, I've been in my role since 2020, so I don't know when that was done. I was the office manager prior to that, and I wouldn't have had access to it as the office manager. And unfortunately, the person that was in the position before me no longer has anything to do with the chamber. So I couldn't answer that question, but that would be interesting to know.
I know. They came up with a pretty comprehensive report about their findings, and it might be interesting to see if the businesses are still feeling the same way that they were at that point in time. And they did come forward with some recommendations for, how the town could help support them and create more networking events and things of that nature, make more of a business community in town. But it just kind of seemed like there wasn't anything that kind of came further from it. So
yeah, and that's another area where the towns can really partner with the chamber, because we have networking events, we have things going on. And one of the things I've really tried to get when I sit down and talk with people, and Sue, I think we actually talked about this, is how do we not recreate the wheel? And everybody is so busy. So if you're having an event and I'm having an event in Casco, how do we find an event that we all can participate in? Greg is part of the Rotary Club with me, and we are trying to partner with the chamber so that it's hard to find people, right, to volunteer. So how do we partner? And so I'd really love to see more of that. And even between towns, when I started in 2020, obviously COVID was a huge deal, and we came up with the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy Initiative. And we created signs, and we had PPE, and we had all of that stuff, and it was done as a region so that Casco didn't have to do their own thing, Raymond didn't have to do their own thing. We came up with a plan that worked for the entire region. So regardless if you drove through Wyndham or Gray or Naples, the signage you saw on how to protect yourself and to be safe was consistent through all of those towns. And so obviously you can't do that for every project, but if there are projects that overlap and we can do that, let's save our resources and work together. I think, to me, that's like ta-da! Like, I would love to have that be the case, but yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, Robin, you mentioned the meeting you were at in Wyndham to discuss traffic on 302. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that every area that you represent has that same issue, and we've heard it loud and clear from the community here as well. I'm just curious. It seems to me that the key player in there is MDOT, and so are there any initiatives based on what you just said that are bringing, let's say, all of the towns that you represent together in some sort of a collaborative effort? Because my sense is that it takes more than just a village to move the Maine DOT.
You know, there really isn't. The gentleman who's in charge of the Maine DOT was there last night, and I'm sorry his name escapes me, but he and I actually sit on the Maine State Chamber Board of Directors together. And I never even thought of this until you mentioned it, but what a great idea, because I know Gray's having some issues, and they've been working with the Maine DOT. And I was just talking to one of your residents, because she was asking, so what is Wyndham doing? And I said, it would really behoove Raymond to know what Wyndham is doing, because, the people don't just stop in Wyndham. They're continuing through all the way to Naples and Bridgeton and that sort of thing. So I love that idea, and I'm sure that the Maine DOT would probably be open to even sitting down and maybe having a conversation about what does that look like, because, yep, that's great, we get them through Wyndham, but then what happens after that? I live in Otisfield, so I drive from Wyndham through Raymond, on my way up to Otisfield, and so I know what it's like to, especially on a Friday afternoon, right, when it's a holiday weekend.
Sure. There actually was a group of several of the towns back a few years ago that were basically congregated around that idea of how to improve traffic flow and safety on 302, but that seemed to have evaporated.
Yeah, I love it. And then again, that's why if we can find a way for us to all collaborate so that, if we're all working on it individually, it takes a lot more resources, whereas if we can try to find some way to come together, it certainly makes it. And I know that that's pie in the sky, and it's not an easy thing to do, but I think it can be done if we just put our minds to it.
Thank you.
I'm a glass half full, and it's almost to the brim. And
I'll drink to that.
Anybody else have any other questions? We have a few more minutes.
Has there been any feedback maybe from any of these towns related to the staffing shortages and maybe any solutions any of the companies have had?
So I can tell you that staffing is actually better this summer than it was, and I think I'm not exactly sure why that is. I do know that the state has tried to have, whether it's apprenticeship programs and opportunities for people to, for kids to come in and do, like we actually had a couple of kids come in and they did school internships with us. So I had a couple of projects that I needed to have done. I'm a nonprofit, don't have a lot of money, so it was an opportunity because the state even paid for the kids to come in and to do those internships. So I know that has definitely made a difference as well. So I think the state has really tried to do some of that stuff. We as a chamber have been partnering with the school system. RSU 14, and I went in and did some, hey, you guys are going to go and do some mock interviews. So I did mock interviews with the kids. So trying to find those sorts of partnerships, I think certainly helps. It's better. It's not great, but I do think it's better this year than it was, and hopefully it will continue to get better.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Just real quick, summing up what I think I just heard was that we'll need the follow-up of this committee, which winds up when, Pete, in another 6-7 months?
Oh, yeah, we finish up in January, I think, this coming year. Voters vote on it in June.
And so, in hopes that it would pass a year from now, there'd presumably be an implementation committee that would come into play to implement the findings we've all come to. And it seems like we want to be well prepared for that committee to staff up and chase the real things that are going to need to be chased, like federal money, state money, that these towns don't have the bandwidth so much to chase. Environmental stuff, climate stuff, weather stuff, however we want to call it. So this is a nice shot across the bow at this time, and I would hope that we could keep an eye on a year from now, and as we build the next steps of this committee's efforts, and hopefully chase opportunities for funding to help implement some of the changes that we'll be recommending, and that I'm sure DOT is going to be part of that.
Yeah, and it will be next year before you know it, right?
Yeah, I would just echo what John was saying as far as, and we've recognized it for a while. We've been into this a good 18 months, and the work really is just to guide the implementation committee. So it's going to be riding herd on that committee to see how much of what the results we get out of this committee actually gets implemented.
Thank you, Peter. All right, thank you, Robin, very much.
Thank you so much for having me, and I wish you guys luck. It's quite an endeavor that you guys are taking on, but it's a very important one, so good luck to you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
All right, next on our agenda is public comment, and we do have some people, so if you would like to speak, please come up to the podium and just tell us who you are and where you live.
Hi, John Stetson, 16 Merrill Road. A question for Peter Levitt and for Robin Mullins. With when you were just saying with collaboration with the Department of Transportation, referring to 302, I'm wondering what the it could be when you say it could be done. What can be done is magically, will there be less traffic on 302 in the future?
I think that's a great question. I wish I had the answers for it. I mean, I've got a lot of my own personal feelings.
When people say, if we collaborate, it'll be great, but
Well,
What
if-
is the it?
I think my sense is to move any state agency, it takes more than one town to do it. And so certainly,
I don't know what the it is.
well, the it would be ways to slow the traffic down. It would be ways to have safe sidewalks in areas where there's commercial endeavors. It'd be a situation where you're looking at, we'll be discussing later, the village concepts and linking villages through bike paths and walking paths. Anything that'll possibly take cars off of the road. I know that there's some talk in Wyndham about trying to work it such that they can work some sort of a bypass around the shopping areas, reduce curb cuts by joining parking lots together, so that we don't, take our lives in our hands on a Saturday in July trying to get out of the Dunkin' Donuts. So it's those type of things, but.
Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
That's helpful. I know as someone who used to ride bicycles daily, I don't get on the 302.
We're not getting the audio.
I'm sorry, you do need to be at the
I'm
podium.
sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to say thank you
Sure.
for the clarification.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Those are the sorts of things that are being talked about in Wyndham right now is, do we put in medians so that people are only taking right-hand turns into businesses as opposed to trying to take those really dangerous left-hand turns? And if that's the case, great. Well, that's going to tick off some of my businesses because the only way to get into it from Raymond is going to be to go around. So are we going to have an opportunity for there to be a place for people to safely do U-turns? And there's lots of access roads that are going to be coming in either off 115 to 302, like out behind Home Depot in Wyndham, and over by Walmart, there's already an access road, but having that go all the way into White's Bridge Road. So again, trying to take people off of 302 and finding ways for them to get to where they need to go without having to be on 302. Now, that's great for Wyndham, but what would that look like in Raymond? So, you know what I mean? Again, it's asking the questions. I mean, the DOT has had to do a lot of studying to figure out how things might work in Wyndham. So, maybe that's a conversation that we have to, okay, great, this is going to work for Wyndham, we hope. So what does that look like as we continue down, into Raymond, Casco, and Naples? And, nobody has the answers to those questions right now, but if we start to talk about it, can we come up with those solutions?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly ties into what I have.
I'm so sorry. Really, that way the audience can see you and hear you.
Sorry, it ties into the question of do we want more building on 302 if it's already very congested?
One of the things that we're looking at is like our business district on 302. Does it make sense to utilize that area, or does it make sense to utilize a different area for our businesses? So that's the thing. We were talking about that a little bit last week, and then also there is a discussion about bypass in Raymond, right? It talks at least. I don't know how far it's gotten, but the town's been looking to identify those areas because that would be the it. I think a bypass off of 302 would be super beneficial to this town.
Hi, Chase Curtis, 22 Merrill. Thank you, Robin, for being here. Related to the prior question and to the members of this committee, is there some place that MDOT posts or publishes initiatives, even if they're very conceptual, on 302, what they're thinking about? You mentioned the White's Bridge cutoff as being one, medians, turning lanes. There must be some prioritization list that MDOT is looking at, even if it's only conceptual. Where can we, as citizens interested in what's going on, and maybe be able to weigh in either through the comprehensive plan or advocating with your organization, say, hey, that's a great idea, or no, we're really concerned about that. Is there a place for that? Thank you.
I believe that information can be found on the Town of Wyndham's website, but do not quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that information is available. I will find out for sure, and I will get that information to you so that you know, because you live in Raymond, but I imagine you guys probably head to Wyndham quite often, and so this is going to affect you folks as much as it's going to affect anyone. So I'm more than happy to find out. I think it is on the Wyndham, but I'll find out for sure.
Thank you. But that's Wyndham, but 302 continues through our community and then through Naples. Is there a more call it regional plan 4302, and what should we?
I
Where
don't
can we
know
find
that there is, and I think that goes back to what Peter was saying, is there a way that we can engage the MDOT to find out, are there plans? Are they talking about things? I don't have an answer to that question, but I know who I could ask and who would have the answer to that question. And again, I'm more than happy as part of this process to help in any way. And if that's a good place for me to start, I'm more than happy to.
Mr. Curtis, I just went on to the Maine DOT website and they have a list of current projects. Maybe worth checking out, but
Great.
I think you would have to probably investigate a little bit further, and if it's a question that we can answer, we'll try to bring it back to our next meeting.
Clearly, it's something that the comp plan committee itself, as well as interested citizens, need to really focus on, because it comes up on every conversation that I've heard in this committee. So it is a crucial artery for our community.
Sure. What I do know is that Maine DOT, they collect tons of data. So, and we've seen some of it. There's data that we have collected just on this committee about accidents, where's the highest risk accident zone in Raymond. We got a map from DOT. So they collect that data. As far as traffic congestion, I believe if you go on the site, you'll find out where they currently are doing traffic studies. But a lot of that is really based on community action and lobbying on a community level to say, I nearly got run over the other day. What are you doing about it? And one voice isn't a lot, two is okay, but it's I like the idea of getting together with area municipalities and seeing what we could do collectively to have one voice, because I believe that's really what it's going to take to get some sort of action.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to make a comment tonight? Okay, I'm seeing none, so I'm going to close public comment for now. On to old business, and that would be you, Kate, with more stuff.
Right. So we have, so I hope everyone on the committee got a copy of the draft goals document and the draft future land use plan. So what we were hoping to do tonight is to sort of walk through those two documents. I don't think we have time to kind of get in depth into every single action item in this meeting, but to sort of walk through, see what the feedback is, see if we're kind of on the right track, and then we'll continue to refine it from there. And just to sort of remind everyone of where we are in this process, the conversation we had at the last meeting is that, we'll spend this meeting going over these two parts of the plan again. And then because of the 4th of July holiday, we talked about skipping the July meeting. We'd have to reschedule it anyway, I think. And instead, in July, we will have a first draft of the comprehensive plan for you to read and spend your meeting time instead kind of reading, digesting, commenting on, and then we'll come back in August to discuss it. So does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Can we look at invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, since that seems to be
we definitely will. So I just to and excuse me, I have a bit of a sore throat. So just to give an introduction for the members of the public who are here, there are a number of parts of a comprehensive plan that are basically required by the state, and one of them is to have goals, policies, and strategies. Now, part of the plan is that the state gives you a big spreadsheet of goals, policies, and strategies from the state that you have to include in the plan. But the town is also able to create your own local goals. So these are things that are not really covered by the state goals, but are more specific and often higher priority to the town. So that's what we're gonna go through first. I am gonna share my screen so we can look at the document. Let's see, there we go. So we can go out of order if people want and start with transportation. Does anyone have a strong feeling? Or we can just kind of go through and just keep an eye on the time.
I think we're flexible. Go ahead.
I think, starting with transportation, these folks are here on transportation concerns, and let's
Yeah.
engage them, keep them engaged, and once we get on to the other topics, they may not have as much need or interest to stick around, but you're welcome to, certainly.
Yeah, totally. So Sam, who is online, will kind of walk us through here. So the goal we came up with, which we discussed last week, is invest in safe and accessible transportation for all. And then I'll have Sam walk us through the sort of policies, which are kind of the next level down, and then we can talk about some of the specific action items we have on here.
So we have 4 main policies under invest in safe and accessible transportation. So the first being make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond. So the policies, as Kate said, are like the next level down from the goals. And then under each goal, there are the action strategies, which are more specific, and usually they assign some sort of a task to somebody and have more of a time frame. Then the second one is improve road safety. So a lot of this has to do with more speeding and traffic on 302, and some complete streets as well. And then the bypass or connector to reduce traffic. And the third is to increase off-road trails for recreation and bike ped access through town. So this is more of a partially like transportation, but also partially recreation. So just improving connectivity, how people get places, and making it easier to walk, especially to access like lakes and ponds and open spaces. And then the last one we had here is alternatives to driving. So as you know, Raymond doesn't have public transportation, and so most people drive to meet their basic needs. So exploring different options for that, whether it be rideshare, van pool for seniors, or bringing back the Lakes Region bus, which we recommend here. So as this seems like a very robust topic, I think probably for now, we want to just start with kind of overall impressions of the goals. Do they make sense to people? Could they be like worded differently? Is there anything that we're missing? And just start with that, and then we can get a little bit more specific.
Yeah, so we open it up to you now.
Yes.
I was glad to see that the Raymond Cape Road made it on this list, because we haven't talked about it in a few meetings, but it was certainly something we talked about a little while ago. So I think it's important to keep that on there. I think there's a desire among that neighborhood to have a safer road for non-vehicular travelers.
I think overall, a lot of this comes down to is that we prioritize vehicular traffic patterns and not pedestrian traffic patterns. And so this has been happening for a long time, and that's why no one feels safe to walk or ride a bike in town. And, you know, I know the goal is invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, but maybe we should change that goal, and it should be to prioritize pedestrian and self-motorized forms of transportation in town. Or it should be a separate goal. You know, I do think, you know, if I didn't have to drive to the store, I wouldn't. I would ride a bike, but I'm not going to ride a bike in this town on these roads. You know, and it's not a quick walk, you know, from where I live. So
A lot of hills.
a lot of, hey, you know, it's good cardio, but, you know, but if, you know, e-bikes are very popular nowadays with younger people, and I would say they're much cheaper than electric vehicles, and you can go pretty significant distances, at least within town. If there was a bike trail to the Hannafords and Gray, like you could probably get there on an e-bike relatively fast, you know, with a cart in tow. I think there would probably be more of that if it was acceptable. I do think this is like a Field of Dreams scenario. If you build it, they will come. this is a very outdoorsy part of Maine, and I think we've made it inaccessible for a lot of people.
I guess I would say that I would definitely support the idea of the town contracting for additional sheriffs on the roads. I know other communities have done it, which is basically when they want to resolve a traffic issue when it involves speed or other traffic violations on the road that make it unsafe. As we've talked before at this committee, you can maybe get DOT or maybe even the municipality to reduce speed limits on roads. My experience is that really has little effect on the speed on the roads. What affects speed on the roads and behavior on the roads is to see a prowler, or, as they say in Canada, or a police car. And I know that some communities basically have, the argument is always going to be, my house got broken into, and there's a cop down the road, but he's not coming to investigate someone breaking into my house. Because he's on traffic. I would say you absolutely dedicate a police officer under contract for traffic, and that they not be at 1 or 2 locations in the town. Because where I've seen the sheriff's presence in the 1 or 2 locations in town, guess what? There's no speeding. But what it has to be is that every day that a police officer is somewhere else, visible. And after a while, similar to like Yarmouth and coming in there, when they say 25 miles an hour, they mean 25 miles an hour, and I can testify to that. So that's what I'd say is something that really needs to be contained in that. I like John's idea of basically maybe breaking this up more defined in a traffic flow. And improving traffic flow on 302 is a whole separate category, because, similar to what we just talked about, some sort of collaboration with everybody that's affected by 302, getting together in some sort of a committee and working on just that issue.
Yeah, the work with Maine DOT to lower the speed limit on Route 85 in East Raymond Village, like that's kind of going back to what you're talking about, is we could lower that speed limit. Doesn't mean it's going to do anything. And traffic still needs to flow nicely, so we can't just put a halt to all moving traffic, but having a police presence would definitely help. And I know we've talked about that not only in this committee, but on our Budget Finance Committee as well. So it's being talked about to hire somebody as opposed to just lowering the speed limit.
I think maybe another thing would be, lowering the speed limit would definitely help with the safety. I think from the traffic perspective, there needs to be some sort of change in traffic flows. And, I think obviously we don't have full control over 302 and we don't have full control over 85, but we do have control over all the surrounding roads. If there are ways to impact some of those intersections, I know the Good Life intersection's probably not big enough for a traffic circle, because you probably need to get certain size trucks going on 302, and so the Maine DOT's not going to allow that. But those would be ideas, so you don't continually have people stuck at traffic at some of these kind of critical intersections.
I think a traffic study in the town would go a long way to helping, at the very least, address the traffic lights that we do have. I sometimes think that they stayed Monday through Friday, and they cut out of work at 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon and just missed all our traffic Friday afternoon on, which is the majority of our problems here. So I think a traffic study at those lights could go a long way. And it may not be big, that area may not be big enough for a roundabout, or it may be for a traffic circle, but maybe a smaller roundabout that you'd see in the Little Falls over in Gorham. I know there are going to be additional restrictions that just because of the water that's so close to that, but these are things that we're going to have to balance any way you look at it. So the other thing, Kate and Sam, that I think we'd spoken about at the last meeting is, and you'll have the phrase for it that I can't recall, but it's where you drive someplace and you park.
It's the one park or some
Park
and ride?
Park.
Yeah.
Park and ride?
Yeah, and so I didn't see that on improving the road safety, but I think we talked about that as a way to get people off the road. And if we're improving pedestrian access as well, I think it hits a couple of those categories too.
Yeah, we can add, I'm counting on Sam to be taking notes right now, but we can add something like that in there. I think the other thing I want to mention as we're having this conversation, and these parts of the plan are going to kind of evolve as we continue to work over the next few months, but one of the optional things you can do is identify priority actions. So a list of, maybe 5 to 10 things that you think the town needs to do first. It's optional, so if there aren't, but it does seem like there are some things that keep floating to the top. So, especially this idea, we just said create a 302 master plan. I think we could make that even more specific now, maybe talk about collaborating with other towns. That's usually the first step to making changes on these DOT state roads, is to do a planning project with DOT. Happily, DOT provides funding for that. But, they want you to sort of start by having like community meetings and bringing in engineers and stuff to identify different possibilities. So that's usually the first step before you can go forward and say, we want a roundabout here and we want a traffic light here.
Engage with DOT.
So
I think that might definitely be a priority action from what I'm hearing from everyone.
But establishing a contact with DOT and a relationship to get that information flow moving, and rather than just jumping in with Casco and our neighbors and coming up with a wonderful plan we think is great. Seems like getting DOT in here, or in a conversation, in a relationship with DOT, knowing that a master plan or significant improvements would be years out. Starting that soon would be a priority.
Yeah, so we can make that a priority action. And I did just want to point out, we did include a section at the end of this document of basically funding opportunities. These are things that currently exist this year. Some of these change all the time. Some of them are more steady. But when we prepare the sort of final plan document, we'll make sure that I'm envisioning a kind of spreadsheet where we connect some of these things. So, these MDOT municipal partnership and planning partnership programs would probably be a good fit for doing that kind of 302 planning work.
Was I also hearing that we sort of wanted to separate 302 and make it its own? So I just want to make sure we caught note of that. But you do have an idea of you don't want to have too many of these little bullet points, right? Is that kind of a goal? Maybe we could combine, make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond with the increase of off-road trails and recreation in a way, kind of combine that into one, and then make a 302 sort of its own thing and pull out the 302 nuggets and put it in under that. I don't know, just to keep the...
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we can do that. You can have as many or as few as you want. I think for, to make it easier for a future implementation committee to feel like that they're not totally overwhelmed, it's good to keep it as concise as you can.
Comment about work with RTP to bring back the Lakes Region bus. Being on my other committee, Budget Finance, I got the sense that another committee wasn't interested in that. So I would say that if the general public has interest in bringing back the RTP, I would say that make your voices heard, because the discussion was brought up and it was quickly killed. If enough people are talking about it and demanding it, then maybe that might change. And if there's no demand, then there's no demand. But I get the sense that at least a couple of people I talked to were interested in it.
That goes back to the idea of getting people out of their cars. That's the solution to most of these problems. Yes. It's a far out solution, because you're going to have to change the way people think about how they get from one place to another. But that is what the solution is going to be. It isn't going to be making wider roads, changing the speed limits, any of that. As we keep going, the amount of traffic is going to continue to increase. As you well know, Maine is more than just a vacation land now. With what's happening in this country and around the world and climate change, we're in a pretty good place. And people will begin to notice this.
Already have.
If you look at the sales of homes in a lot of places in Maine, it isn't locals buying them. That's for sure. So traffic is going to continue to increase no matter what we do until we find a solution for getting people out of their cars and getting them to where they want to go in a different mode of transportation.
Yeah, Sean, would it make more sense to word that in a way like have a public meeting to see if people want to bring back the Lakes Region bus, something like that? Do we feel like we need more public input before we make it a goal?
I think we need to have more public input, and it needs to be heard. Because, like Frank's saying, maybe the mindset's not there. I mean, for me personally, I wouldn't take the bus to Portland. I'm definitely that guy's going to take my car and go. However, that's not, I don't represent the entire community. We have various ages, so I would say that if we could have something to have some kind, not a poll, but just generate some kind of, see if there's interest. Does anybody in the public out here, or would they?
Sean, I just have something to add to that, and then Peter, I know that you wanted to say something. I think maybe we could just say that we would like to speak with RTP about ridership functionality. What can we do to increase people who are interested? Because I mean, I think it had limited times that it stopped in Raymond. I never wrote it, but I know, John, that you did a few times. I don't know, like, I think for the average person, it wasn't as convenient. And I think that that's a hurdle you have to overcome. So I think this encompasses a very large discussion that would take many partners, us polling the community to see what their needs and interests are. If we offer RTP funding again, can they meet some of those needs so that they have actual riders? I think it's a large question.
That's exactly what it is. Like, we are not funding them because it's not seen that it's needed. So if it's not needed, it's not needed. But I just wanted to bring that up because I do think that there are some people whose voices need to be heard. And if we don't need it, if the general public doesn't care for it, then that's fine.
Peter, I know you've been
Well, it was a
waiting.
user
Sorry.
issue, wasn't it? It wasn't used much.
You know more about it.
I don't think
Sure.
it was.
So my experience with this issue, I'll be very blunt. We could have all kinds of surveys and ask all kinds of people. I talked to the executive director of RTP. I think actually that's a regional, but he was the executive director for the whole southern Maine system. I called him up specifically when I saw the 2 lines on the website that said that the town was no longer going to be served by RTP. My issue is this one. It doesn't really have to be the ridership is the major issue. When you look at the financials, RTP has been subordinated from Bridgeton to Portland with an annual contribution by each of those communities of $10,000. Every one of those communities forever has been ponying up the $10,000. And for whatever reason, town leadership decided that there wasn't enough ridership for us to justify it. And also they didn't like the fact that you pay the same amount if you get on in Bridgeton as if you get on in Wyndham. To me, that is also a moot issue. We're talking about $10,000. And every other community on that line is paying up and has been paying that $10,000 so that they can say, we have some form of public transportation. So I kind of, compare this to recycling. We can go back and forth on whether we make money or lose money on recycling, but it's hard to argue that it's not a good idea to recycle, and it's not a bad idea to have public transportation. So to be honest with you, I think that this whole issue could, and I asked the executive director, what would it take to get the RTP reestablished in Raymond? And he said, if you pay your fair share like every other community, I can turn it on in 2 days. So to me, it doesn't look like it's that much of an issue. But once again, that's just my opinion.
I got the same sense too. It was that we were paying the same amount that Bridgeton was.
As far as the ticket, the price of a ticket. And as far as if you wanted to have more discussion with RTP, up until a few years ago, when we had the service, at Budget Finance, as you're aware, what happens is the providers, the outside providers, come and make their case to Budget Finance and Selectmen and say, this is what we're asking for, whether it's for the Lake Association, or some other private type of a provider. So to me, if we wanted to hear from the Regional Transportation Program, all we need to do is say, we've got the $10,000 for you on the multi-million-dollar budget that we have. And I don't care if it's 100 rides a year. If there were 100 people, citizens of the town of Raymond, that could benefit from having a way to get in and out of Portland, whether it's a doctor's appointment or to see their grandchild, then that should be available.
It's a great service. Wrote it for 6-7 years from the start, 8 years, and 6, 8, 4, 3, 0. Raymond folks on an average ride through that time period. Again, not a huge number. But it's a key piece. I think about this the same way we think about non-point source pollution. It's an important piece to all this work we're doing on the comp plan. The bus, the 302 planning, working with DOT, the rural space plan. I mean, it's all a piece. As soon as we start taking pieces out of it, our efforts fall short of where we were hoping to get to. And so I'd hope the bus could come back on the table in some form, and that it should be part of it, part of our congestion relief program. I mean, it bings off a couple of key things. Transportation for folks who don't have a license or whatever. There's plenty of items that it provides other than just transportation for a regular commuter. So
can we maybe take from the committee, do people want to leave this as is, or do people want to change the wording to, maybe do some public engagement to assess if we want to bring it back?
I think the public engagement needs to be there, because if there's only 5 people in all Raymond, then maybe it's, but if there's 100 people who are interested in it, we make a much better case for the $10,000 that's owed to them. So I think that a little bit more polling of that, and polling might show that nobody cares about it, and that will tell us right there that maybe it's not the right tree to bark up.
Right.
On the other side of the coin, maybe what we need to do is show the attractiveness of using the bus. Show people ways that the bus could save them time and money. Give them an idea how it might benefit them, rather than just saying we aren't going to have it because there aren't enough people riding it.
Well, I wonder too, how much maybe business are we limiting in Raymond by not having the bus stop in Raymond? Would people be coming from Bridgeton or Casco and want to be coming to Raymond as a stop? But, I don't know what we have that others don't, but,
I think we just need to decide, I think at this point, do we want to keep this language in here? I kind of think it's actually just fine to leave it.
Okay.
In my opinion, I don't know if we agree with that as a whole as a committee.
Can I get a show of hands?
Can I do one comment first?
Yeah.
Just from the point of view of anybody who would be on a future implementation committee, to me the first thing that comes to mind is maybe some of these are more discrete in the way that they are isolated things. When it's worded like this one is, work with RTP to bring back the Lakes Region bus. We could be working with them for 10 years to try to bring this back. If we were to say, put a time frame on it or, run a process, right? Like processes have beginnings and ends. I think that would be my own comment, which isn't specific to this one, but this is a good example. And there are a lot that are worded like this. And I just think if the implementation committee has 50 to 100 things they're trying to implement and all of them have these very vague long time horizons and you're working with people or you're communicating with the public, like it never ends. And for some things they shouldn't end, like it should be constant, but like this is one where it should come to a head sooner or later.
Yeah. How about work with RTP and work with the town of Raymond and RTP to explore bringing back the Lake Region bus?
I still think there should be some kind of polling of our citizens, though, because if we're, just to see what they're, just to gauge the citizens to see if they want to bring it back.
That's what the polling would be part of that, working with the town of Raymond to explore whether it's worth it, put a poll out next.
Engage citizens and town of Raymond to see if we can bring back public transportation.
Sure. And not to be redundant, but I believe we already have that data.
Right.
That was a question.
Yeah.
And I believe we do have the numbers as far as that goes. But
That'd be a good straw poll at the election for your. But John, to answer your comment, we will be putting time frames on these action items. We usually keep it short, medium, long term, and ongoing. But basically, that's kind of the next step. First, we want to kind of get more agreement that we're on the right track with what the strategies are. So. Do we want to, I'm just conscious of time, so do we want to keep on transportation for now, or do we want to pivot to another area?
Satisfied.
I think we should pivot so we can continue on.
So do we want to start at the beginning then, maybe just try and go through the rest? So Sam, do you want to go through this one?
Yeah, sure. So build a resilient Raymond. So we have 3 goals under this one. The first being prepare for the impacts of climate change. The second, construct weather-resistant infrastructure. And the third, to increase town capacity to serve the community. So a lot of these deal with infrastructure improvements and road improvements to decrease flooding, upgrading town culverts. Continuing to work with Axiom to pursue that broadband study that's been done with several communities in the Lakes region. So some of these actions have specific people and assignments, and others are more general that we're looking to refine. So starting with the same thing, if anybody has any general thoughts to start, we can open it up.
And I think the idea of resilient here is in the sense of sort of build a stronger Raymond, kind of the idea of like future proof, like how can we be a stronger community into the future? And that's why it sort of spans both, sort of hard things like culverts and infrastructure as well as town capacity.
So I'm very familiar with the broadband. We're going to be voting on that this month. But I'm not familiar with Axiom.
We might have taken that from an old report. Did we do that, Peter?
Axiom.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's found that in a report, but if it's wrong, we can make that correction.
Yeah, so keep us updated on how that vote goes, too, because we may need to adjust the goal depending on where you are in the process.
Yeah, I guess I would say as far as resiliency, and we've got what I think is a crackerjack maintenance department here, taking care of the roads and the like. They do look at culverts, but generally speaking, like anything else, that's limited as far as the dollars that are available. I would think that given where the climate is going, drainage off of the roads, which then ties into the road safety and shoulders wearing out and the like, all ties together. And I would say also, I've taken this course and I spoke with the chief of the fire department about it, but as far as NFPA programs aimed at decreasing potential for wildfires, the second most forested state in the union. That the issue, I think, is no clearer than seeing what happened a week or so ago when 3 structures burned down. And I believe what I heard in the reports from the numerous fire departments that responded, that there were 2 issues: getting water to the site and the amount of brush and acorns on the ground around the camps that just spread the fire very quickly and took them a long time to control. So that NFPA course, which basically could be promoted through some sort of educational endeavor by the town, to let people know that when you have a windstorm like we had a month ago, or the snowstorm we had a month ago, that all of those branches that are surrounding our yards and our house need to be taken care of to reduce the chance of wildfires. And I believe with the climate having to do with resiliency, that is also going to be something on the increase.
Yeah, the regulations of shoreline zone aren't very helpful to that.
No, you're right.
I've done a lot of work in the shoreline zone.
Absolutely, you're right.
People are just too handcuffed.
Can't remove that duff, can you?
Good luck describing a hazard tree.
Yeah. Yeah.
These are all good bullets, and I think the town capacity piece of add staff capacity to seek and manage grant funding through additional staff is a critical thing for our little town. There's so many grant opportunities out there, state, federal, environmental, traffic, community resiliency, recreation, and we've had success winning a number of those in the past, and but we're correct me if I'm wrong, Sue, but wouldn't it be great to have someone dedicated to identifying and pursuing ones that look viable and in line with our mission? That could be would probably be a part-time person. Don't envision it to be a full-time person, but a 20-hour person or something.
Yeah, my understanding right now is that any grants that we get, basically, it's either a type of a private endeavor that gets some support from the town, or it's the town department heads themselves that write it. And quite honestly, I just don't know how they have the time to do that and also do their regular jobs. So I would echo John in the fact that some type of a contract service, grant writers, and you just they're guns for hire.
Yeah.
They go out,
Yeah.
they know they've got the network, and you tell them what you want, and they look for it.
Do any of these seem like we should be pushing them as a priority?
Not a priority, but I absolutely love our piece about increasing town capacity to serve the community. I absolutely love the encourage community members of all ages to participate on boards and committees.
Yep.
I really appreciate that being there.
I love the town volunteer network. I think that's
one of your ideas.
Oh, well, there we go.
Thanks.
Well, I was going to give you credit, but thanks. Yeah, I think it's...
No, I think that's a great idea.
I think it's just a place that we can have the discussion, ongoing discussions to help support ourselves, and it will also build the community. One thing that jumps out at me that we may not have mentioned when we're talking about building a resilient Raymond and preserving resources, I know those are 2 separate categories, but identifying and educating landowners about invasive species of plants and insects, because we've got a fair amount of those. I don't think that's a huge action item, but something that is going to impact us and continues to impact us, identifying what's here and how we can minimize spread. And
yeah, we can add that.
Touched a little bit in natural and water resources.
Oh, I think I wasn't sure if that was just for water.
Invasive species.
Yeah,
but maybe we could elaborate.
We can add, I thought we had some other.
Relative to the forest, Greg, you seeing much invasives in the forest? That are...
I see plenty. Are you asking me a question?
You answered our question. Yeah, right. Perfect.
Which species do you want to know about? There's plenty of them.
I do have a quick question for Sue, our town manager. It says a community e-newsletter. I'm just curious if the Roadrunner is still sent out electronically. I know that at one time it was sent out to like a common like listserv in a way, and I was wondering if that still occurs.
I'm not sure.
I might not be saying that correctly, but
I think you are, and I don't recall seeing it go out because I was on that list and I haven't seen, and for a seed thing, so I would know when it went out.
Okay.
And I haven't seen it, so I'll ask Melissa because that might have been something that kind of just fell off the shelf.
Maybe
with change of staff.
Change of staff.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just was curious because I didn't know if we were already doing that, but that's a concern. That means we're definitely not doing it the right way.
Yeah.
Like if nobody knows that it's actually happening, then we need to really improve upon that.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Roadrunner is still happening. It's going in once a
Right,
month.
but I just didn't know if it
Everyone
was
gets
still
it, so.
being
But I don't believe it's
then
being
sent
pushed
out.
out electronically anymore.
Okay.
So I'll check on that tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. Are we ready to move on? Okay.
Yeah, so natural resources. This is definitely something that was obviously going to be a goal here. So I will say there are a lot of state required goals regarding natural resources that we didn't duplicate here. So the state does have some goals about promoting tax opportunities for woodlot owners and some educational things for landowners about easements and things like that. So those will be in there as sort of state goals. So I think so the top one is conserve most important natural resources. Then we have a bullet about water quality. And then the last one is increasing public access to Raymond's water bodies. So I'm curious if any of you have comments about any of these.
Increase public access to water bodies,
Yeah, I'd say that one of the priorities I would say would be, as far as water access, would be looking at Panther Run and the Mill Street Dam. I know that they just started reconstruction on the dam, inland fisheries and wildlife. Would have been wonderful had we been able to coordinate that when they were down there rebuilding the dam. But once again, that might be something that in the future, when they're doing maintenance or other changes to the dam, we could also partner with inland fisheries and say, well, how about giving us some sort of a better public access? In the meantime, certainly I would support that as a high priority. As far as, I don't know how much more easily doable as far as easements are concerned, and talking to property owners about, we'd like to put this boat ramp, and besides, it's the state that really is going to decide if they will put a boat ramp there. And so that becomes more of a complex issue. But certainly looking at the access at Panther Run would be something I would say would be a high priority. That's something that's doable.
Sure, somebody's already asked this and I've clearly forgotten it, but the state is the one who maintains that boat launch? That's my question, I guess. Is that correct?
Yes. Unless, Greg, probably you know better, but I think it's inland fisheries and wildlife.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I personally don't have much to add on this. I think it covers it.
I would echo Peter, and I would just comment on kind of the first bullet, that kind of general public access, maybe on those three bodies of water. I mean, I do live on Raymond Pond, but that pond cannot support more than 1 or 2 motorboats at a time unless you're in a pontoon boat. And I haven't been to Notch Pond or Double Pond, and then I looked them up on the map before this meeting, and I would think it would make sense to have, if this was to remain here, have some sort of restriction on the type of vehicle that was going into those bodies of water.
Non-motorized.
Yeah, we can make that more specific. I think we were not envisioning a boat launch there. We were envisioning just a public access easement that people can like go to the shore, go swimming, or go fishing or something.
But I do echo Peter's sentiment that trying to buy an easement from a current landowner, I don't know if that should be a goal from the implementation committee for this, but just from a pure resource standpoint, although we do talk about it in, trying to work with other landowners for conservation purposes. So I will leave it at that.
The last point that's on this section too talks about like improving the hand carry boat launch at Panther Run, but over on Crescent, well, there's land I believe that the town owns between Crescent and Panther. What's the name of that river?
Tenny.
Tenny River. That could, I think, be included in this as well to increase public hand carry access or something.
I'd second that. And, I've had experience carrying a 16-foot canoe down with a 14-year-old boy and down that dirt slope, and it's a challenge, that's for sure.
And you're talking about right at 85 at the
Where the
culvert
culvert
crossing?
is.
Where
Yeah.
Plains Road meets.
Yeah, it's kind of a less, it's kind of a busy area to be carrying stuff down, but folks do it, there's no doubt.
Or even if there were parking there for accessing Crescent Lake Beach,
We can make basically a similar bullet to the one about Panther Run for the Tenny River, right? And we'll confirm with you that we got the intersection right.
Tenny.
I guess I wonder whether,
Well, the Boy Scouts on
yeah, it's Boy Scout land, and but I wonder whether that's the best place at 85 at the bottom of that hill to try to stuff more cars and have more people hauling boats in and out when we have a public ramp right 200 yards down the road that is certainly busy on holiday weekends and
That's a good point,
most
Phil.
weekends, but kind of consolidating our efforts to maybe, in the spirit of public access to waters of the state of Maine.
Sure.
I would think we'd want to kind of have that all happen right at the existing beach, and maybe it's a little improved parking down there, and traffic, maybe some traffic management in terms of slowing things down a bit.
I do approve of the new signs that are up there. If anyone has noticed, there's new like pedestrians or something 25 zone, or it's a big yellow sign now.
cemetery, there's the Tenny River.
So are you talking about Crescent Lake?
Here.
Yeah,
specifically.
Tenny River.
I see.
Between Crescent.
Yes, so
Yeah.
there's a public beach
Yeah.
at Crescent Lake, and it's very busy. There's a lot of traffic down there, and there's sort of almost a blind corner too when you're coming from one direction, where all of a sudden you go around a corner and then there's tons of boats backing into the boat launch, and there's people walking around, and children, families, kids crossing the road. It's very hectic down there.
Okay.
And there is people park on the shoulder there, which makes it a little bit more difficult. And I guess also we wouldn't want to establish someplace where any type of boater is going to circumvent the inspections. And end up with invasive.
And that's what would happen at the culvert if we had folks launching, even though those are largely hand carried boats.
So should we have it
Yes, on
say
the
improve?
Improve the safety of the Crescent Lake boat launch area.
Okay.
Safety and parking.
Okay.
14 acres.
Yeah.
Sue, do we own 14 acres on Plains Road on Tenny River? It's a cemetery
I thought
there?
it was 7. Yeah, is it 14?
Riverside Cemetery.
Yeah.
That would.
Waterfront.
It's got quite a bit of waterfront on Tenny River. I don't know what kind of quality it is, but
Okay, so we've got that. So we'll change that, and we will clarify the public access easements that this is not no motorized boats. This is just public access for passive recreation.
At Raymond, Notched, and Nubble,
Yes, for our smaller ponds.
for the smaller ponds. 'cause,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Notched and Nubble are largely private land ownership around the whole thing, I think.
And we can change this if it doesn't make sense to you. We were sort of looking at what water bodies in Raymond don't have any public access
Right.
at all.
Right.
So we can kind of put a pin in that and come back to it later too, if people want to think about it. All right, and then, so the last big goal is strengthen Raymond's sense of community. So these are all goals around kind of building community in Raymond. So we have small businesses, village character, supporting residents of all ages, and more generally, community connection.
I know this would be a little redundant, but I think this would also be an appropriate place for the park and ride idea. I think foot traffic in fully pedestrian areas, around town, surrounded by parks, maybe, if the town gets this area back, this building, foot traffic is a major driver of some of these businesses. If you want to eat outside at a coffee shop instead of just drive your car through the drive-through, Saturday morning, maybe integrating some of these potential businesses with sports fields and things, so you don't necessarily have to leave and go to all these different places within town to enjoy that. If you had a sports field and a couple little shops and Mosquito ice cream all in the same spot, I mean, that would be a nice.
It's very specific.
I'm just saying, you got to drive a long way to go, and then it's like
You want any specific flavors?
I'm going to run into the gas station, and then that's it. So.
We could put something, the Park Once model might fit well under the small business policy.
Park once, yeah.
I think to create more opportunities for community connection, obviously develop a master plan for the reuse of Jordan Small School. And I will tell you later on in the agenda, Kayla's going to be talking a little bit about the survey we're going to do at the June 11th election, where we hope to get a lot of feedback from the public by providing them with 5 choices of what they would like to see in that space. And there will be a 6th choice, which will be other. So it'd be interesting to see what other we would get as well. But I think that that's a metric that is going to be helpful. But definitely, it just makes sense that if you want to start establishing community, what does it mean? It means something in common, right? It's community, and that means a place where people gather, whether it's to be able to have a meeting in a space that's comfortable and can accommodate even overflow crowds, or nobody shows up at all, or if it's an area where we need to get the business of the town done in not such a cramped and antiquated space. All of those things, but definitely trying to get some more of a sense of community. And I would just put in the mention of volunteerism before. A lot of this stuff, I believe, regardless of what that space is used for, can be staffed by volunteers. I've seen it in other communities. Once they have a space, then it's like, yeah, I can volunteer for that. Chair?
Yes, if you'd like to make a comment.
We need to introduce myself again.
If you would, please.
John
Just in case
Stetson,
people just
16 Merrill. So, Peter, something you talked about before, I think in other meetings, and this is not unrelated to 302. When you go down to support residents of all ages, it says amend ordinances to allow more varied housing types across all residential zoning districts. With how congested 302 is, you've advocated, I believe, in some way, shape, or form, not only with Jordan School, but also having the town own some property up here. I mean, one of the things that I believe you said was inevitable was that there was going to be a need for affordable housing. So does that is that something that's being discussed, is where that would be located?
Well, yeah, you sound like a very informed individual, and I can tell you that it's actually the state mandates affordable housing for communities. The communities have chosen either to do it or not.
Is that part of the vision you have with Jordan School and having this area up here be walkable and there's
I believe
fewer issues with traffic?
When we discuss a future land use plan, which is next on the agenda, we're going to actually be talking about East Raymond as.
I look forward to hearing what you say.
Sure.
And Kate, I actually had a question about that bullet.
Yeah.
It's under support residents of all ages, and then it is a fairly broad general statement, which, if it's just placed there, it could be taken out of context, because I know that we're targeting so many other different parts of the plan in relation to this specific bullet. So maybe to make it more specific in conjunction with, and then refer to that part of the plan, just to make sure we're not creating something that has a life in and of its own in this particular bullet.
Yeah, we can think more about how to word this. I think that the target here is that most of Raymond is you can only build a single family home. So the idea here is not that we need to radically change the way things happen in Raymond, but it's that, maybe it's okay to build a duplex in the same place you can build a single family home, or even 3 units in something that looks like a single family home. And that would allow both for seniors to stay in place and for younger people to move to Raymond. So, but yeah, we can refine that. Should we move on for now, and we'll revisit this in our next meeting?
Can I just say that North Star has done a great job in capturing basically what this committee has been gathering information, and for the public here, just to be aware that these goals and strategies and the like, while this is a very, very good committee with a lot of great ideas, a lot of what these goals came out of was basically our mission statement or our vision statement, and that was informed by surveying the community on what your priorities were.
All right, yes, moving on.
Okay, should we talk about future land use? Now, again, this is just sort of the first in a series of discussions we're going to have about this. We're going to continue to refine this over the next few months. I will start by bringing up our draft future land use map. So Raymond is long and skinny, so we're going to have to zoom around in order to see it. But what we've drafted here, and I'm going to kind of give you a few questions about it, is we have a 302 growth area that avoids touching the shoreline but spans kind of the existing commercial district where there's infrastructure. We also have 302 growth in the area over here that has commercial and industrial businesses. The orange, and I can make this bigger too. The orange is Raymond Village, and what we did here was we actually brought Raymond Village out to the boundary of town. The idea being that this is the area where some folks in town have talked about a bypass or some other new residential development over there, and if that were to occur in the future, we would want it to follow a kind of village style of development. So that's the reason for making that bigger. Then we have, this is East Raymond Village. We tried to sort of follow parcel lines away from the water. The idea is that we're centering this on the existing town-owned properties as well as the historic store and church that kind of used to anchor East Raymond Village. And then what's in yellow here is that those parcels that I think they're zoned industrial, they're telecommunications. And then the rest of town is rural. I do want to sort of reiterate, since we have members of the public here, The state calls it a growth area. Growth does not mean development, apartment buildings, big box stores. That's not what growth means. Growth means a place for investment. So if we want to see change on 302, if we want to see investment in traffic and sidewalks and things like that, then it might make sense to make it a growth area. The term doesn't always match exactly what we're trying to describe. So I think for the committee to, what we can, another thing to think about is these sort of areas around, this is sort of where Sabre Yachts and some of those other businesses are, and then these telecommunications or electronic diode.
The TV towers there, the pump station, the pipeline station.
There.
And radio detection, or I think that's what they're called, radio, something like that. Anyway, these are areas of existing commercial and industrial development. One thing to think about is, do we want those to be growth areas, like a focus of investment, or should we call them transition areas, which is a little lighter of a touch? It's saying, we want these to kind of continue as commercial, but we're not going to invest in them. And I think just talking about these general boundaries, especially the idea of bringing the village out, is something I wanted to talk about tonight. And we can either just jump off from there. I can, give a few points from the written narrative that go into more of the details. You let me know.
Kate, as far as the growth areas in the 2004, and just to clarify, this is not a zoning map. So in matter of fact, the state requires it not be a zoning map.
This is not regulatory.
Yes. So, however, it is tied to a number of issues in building in the state that I won't get into, other than to say that when you're talking about how all of these things are interrelated, we're talking about road safety, we're talking about avoiding some of the congestion on 302, especially during the summer months. Where we sit right now is East Raymond Village, according to this map. So that would be considered a growth area by the state, and that we're required to put in the comprehensive plan. That being said, it's not historically without precedent. There was a village here, and it's not here anymore. But what has happened is the schools have developed around here. The town office is here. There's a fire department here. It's on what would be considered a fairly major artery. So were there, let's say, a way to be able to pick up a loaf of bread or a gallon of milk, if there was a way to be able to get a couple of gallons of gas, if there was a way, it would be centered in a growth area, which would be a village area. The other two areas that are designated as village, I believe, were identified in the 2004 plan. And that's why when we look at the 302 corridor and whatever, in 2004, the comprehensive plan of the town of Raymond, the citizens said, those are the areas where we should have development. And so water lines and commercial buildings and all that sort of stuff went there because it seemed like that would be where the growth area would be, along the largest artery, 302. It doesn't make sense not to think of those areas as continuing to be growth areas. We've already invested in them. We've already developed them. But just the point being, if you want to, in some respect, reduce some of the heartburn of the residents of this town as far as 302 congestion, what better thing than to have one or two other newly designated village areas? And certainly with the school coming in 2027, I believe, back to the town, what better opportunity to then designate this as an additional growth area for the town?
It would help ease traffic in the sense that a lot of the people who live in this area wouldn't have to go all the way over there for those things.
Yeah.
They would have it right here. So that would do a lot to ease, at least or a lot of people who live here, they're like traffic woes.
I agree with Kayla, and I think as John has mentioned, I think some other people in this committee, it's you reduce the traffic congestion one car at a time. So, I mean, I believe that's how we're going to have to proceed. I don't know that there's any other way for a quick fix other than to take all of these things and put them together, because they're all interrelated.
I'm also a fan of the East Raymond Village. I'd point out, we're still going to have the elementary school. I mean, it would make sense to have a lot of housing for young families next to the elementary school. There's not much there right now.
And I guess I just would say, because I can't resist it, as of July 1st this year, LD 2003 goes into effect. And so when the gentleman was asking about different houses and the like, I would urge you to read that law and see how it changes density for every municipality in the state of Maine. And so if I've got the appropriate situation as far as land on my property, which is approved for one house, I can build an accessory dwelling unit as of July 1st. That's 1,250 square feet. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but if it's 1,250 square feet and it allows me and my wife to move into that and take my 2,000 square foot house and let a family of 4 move in there and enjoy it, then I've got a place to go when I retire. So what I believe we're going to see through the enactment of that bill, sans the legal ramifications that it'll go through, because it really kind of goes against what's embedded in the Maine Constitution, which is home rule, because the state is telling us as of January 1st, we can do that. And I guess I would put it another way. We can't stop that from happening.
In this draft, I do appreciate the paragraph regarding Route 302, and that the investment would be to improve the corridor. So I appreciate that being in there.
Yeah, I think, we really, in Raymond, we really talked about, in these designated growth areas, we talked about investment and enhancement. So, I think with the turnover of the middle school, this is a good place. This might make sense to be a growth area, so you can direct investment here. Same with Raymond Village, same with 302, it's, in order to fix it, we need to direct investment there. So that's sort of the thinking behind these. I think I'm curious about some of, if we want to, about some of those other sort of on the west side, if those should be growth areas or transition, from your opinion.
On the west side, are there any lots that are labeled as rural that are currently zoned for commercial or industrial, or did we basically color in all the existing commercial and industrial to create those zones?
I think I encompassed the commercial and industrial, and then sort of the neighbors. Like I said, this is not a zoning map. This is intended to guide future discussions in the town.
There has been a hot issue about commercial development on the 302 corridor. And so what I would tell you is that in the 2004 plan, it basically said that there will be no commercial development specifically on Route 302 in the residential zones, or what's zoned for residential. Once again, as Kate has more than reinforced with me and everyone else here, a comprehensive plan has no statutory standing. We make recommendations. The town is the one that decides how things get zoned. The planning board makes recommendations. They make that recommendation to the select board. Select board puts it on a warrant, and then as citizens, we vote it up or down. So, but just to be aware, that's one issue where it might behoove us to be looking at these growth areas, and with the understanding that if it happens to be that there's some residential lots along the 302 commercial corridor, that there should be some clarification through the planning board to the people as to whether there should be more restrictions on abutting commercial development. But that's not for us to decide. That's for the town to decide.
And I completely understand this is not a zoning map, but when and if any of these were not currently zoned for industrial or commercial space and someone were to go through a rezoning process, they would use this map as precedent for part of their argument that the town's already approved a zoning change.
Sure.
Even though this isn't actually the zoning change, it would be a very strong part of their argument.
And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but the planning board has the authority to basically in a zone approve a conditional use.
Yes. Yeah.
And I believe the
That
issue
was the case with
that happened
solar.
on 302 was because that was approved as a conditional use.
So I think the question on the western end, both of 302 and the radio tower area, is does the town want to encourage more commercial or industrial growth in those areas? You know, we've heard a lot from people about balancing the tax base through more commercial businesses in Raymond, or do we sort of want to let those kind of continue as is? Because then maybe they don't need to be growth areas.
Well, I believe that the areas we're talking about are within our TIF, so there is a revenue opportunity if in fact that was developed, because that money could then be directed towards development in the town. Once again, if I understand it, that TIF would need to be renewed in like 2030. Yeah.
I think it's good economic development policy anyway. You would want to encourage some of that, but as far as public feedback, we've heard a lot of focus on small business.
Well, there was a lot of pushback recently on that solar project that was trying to go in along 302, but kind of maybe directing it towards this telecommunications growth area or an industrial sort of a area seems like it would be less impactful on the public as a whole if it were, you know, delegated towards an area like that.
And I believe, Kate, you talked about this area also potentially being like cluster developments, and is that something that also can take place in that area?
In which one, Peter?
That would be in the industrial area there,
I don't think we said that for the
Telecommunication.
telecommunications. I think I kept that pretty simple because I know it's in a TIF. So we just said, you know, there are existing commercial areas, compatible uses. So we're thinking commercial uses that don't generate a lot of traffic. So, you know, you don't want like a warehouse there. That would generate a lot of truck traffic. That's not what the town wants to see, but some kind of compatible telecommunications or sort of light industrial kind of use might be appropriate there, because especially because of the TIF.
Yeah.
But all these uses are already, I mean, they're already zoned for all these uses, I guess is kind of my point. Like, we're making this a growth district, but to me, like, the growth is areas that we need to partner with the state on certain either improvements, or we are looking to encourage different types of development that currently exist there and that they're zoned for. So like East Raymond, this is all rural, I'm assuming, most of it, you know, and you know, if we wanted a sewer or if we wanted any sort of water investments, you know, those would be things we could partner with the state because they have to be in a mandated growth area. All this industrial, you know, all the scenarios we've just talked about are things that they can already be built there.
Yeah.
And they don't really necessarily need any town investment, and they don't need any state investment. These would be private businesses coming in. And I guess, to me, the growth areas today mean one thing in the state's mind, but the state will also use these growth areas to mandate future changes like LD 2003 and things we can't control. And I think that the more growth areas we have, you know, potentially we'll have more problems. And I think we should just be smart about where we're putting the growth areas.
So I'm hearing like the telecommunications would be more not looked at as a growth area, but as a peripheral area, or what's
There's a term transition we can use, which basically says it's not a rural area, but it's not a focus of investment
So
either.
as John's saying, really, it's status
Yeah.
quo.
Yeah.
So that
I mean, people can still improve it and build whatever they want to build there.
Yep. And then with the sort of western part of 302, I'm open to, that was sort of one we weren't totally sure where the consensus came down on. Do we want more Sabre yachts, or do we want to just kind of let them keep doing what they're doing and not focus on that?
Well, I have a, Sean, maybe this is a question for you, for budget finance. Do you know how much the commercial revenue of the tax base is compared to the residential base? And if we even doubled the commercial revenue, would that make a dent?
I can add, I think we have a meeting tomorrow, I believe.
Oh.
So I will get you that information. If I can, it should be available.
There's obviously just a lot of residential in town. A lot of it's pretty high end, being lakefront property. We're talking about already somewhat occupied industrial and commercial spaces. If we were to, even by an order of magnitude, double or triple that, is it, I don't know the number. So
I
that's
just tell you, I did hear some interest as far as the western part of 302, as far as the growth area being one where there is some interest I have heard from residents of Raymond Cape, as far as similar to the idea of the East Village here being established. Would be great if they could, get a tank of gas or a loaf of bread or a newspaper or whatever, maybe a coffee shop or a restaurant. We didn't have to wait 2 hours to get a seat, and so that would be why it could be used as a growth area,
as a village growth
a
area.
village. In other words, another village,
growth area.
It's
important to keep
another
saying the
peripheral village area.
In one of the maps from our meeting had a little island of village at the, I'll call it at the juncture of Raymond Cape and 302, right?
Yep.
And yeah, it seems like that's a good model to hold on to, of having that little village for the Raymond Cape folks and others, just to and the industrial already goes out close to the line there, but so that village area would probably have to come back down, whatever it is, Hawthorne Road or something, wherever it would be, another patch of orange over there.
We'll take a look at it, and I think we'll take a look also at Casco's comprehensive plan, which I think designates a growth area right over here.
Yeah.
I think their plan was based around a number of villages. I don't remember how many. They might have 4 or 5, but I believe this was one of them.
Were they calling it a village growth area? Because that's how Raymond's different from everyone. We've got village growth area.
I think they were just calling them villages.
Villages? All right, we'll have to talk with Casco then.
If I could make a quick comment, Jackie, I think you were saying where the yellow is, solar. Is that what you were thinking? Was that your comment?
Yeah.
I just want to make one comment about that piece. That's the yellow piece that's south of there. That is so close to Thomas Pond, which is the exact issue that we just ran into with this past solar project. So I would say that just to be aware of that south thing. I don't think that
industrial uses close to the pond are kind of challenging.
Are they environmentally? Is that what the challenge is, or is it
just that the last place where they were looking to put that solar farm was just really, it says on the other side of Thomas Pond. Now that yellow block right now is basically running to the same issue. So I would say that we want to be careful about putting solar there, because that is right by Thomas Pond Terrace. So.
And so I think, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, but they could, according to the ordinance that we have right now, they could put a solar farm there right now.
Yes, they could.
So it's zoned for it, it can be used for it. I think the question is more, as far as environmental impact, is to rely on our planning board and the citizens of the town to say, well, we need an ordinance that's going to provide appropriate buffer, that we, and then rely on the state to provide such things as environmental protection. But I don't know is we want to go on record as discouraging acquiring energy from the sun versus ripping it from the ground.
Well, I think it's incumbent on us to mention that a lot of the folks that have been big participants in the survey and showed up for the land use meeting live right in that little end red point off of just down a little bit at the end of the commercial growth in the west. Sure. And I keep looking at this big parcel up at the top of in East Raymond that's right next to Panther. You know, I think, and then to John's point, where they're going to be looking at, the planning board will be looking at this to assess what we are recommending for growth areas and potential zoning changes. So I think we need to be really thoughtful about what parcels are included in the neighboring parcels that are next to the areas that we do want to encourage growth.
I also, quick anecdote, I do believe that those solar developers pointed to the 2004 comprehensive plan in their argument for why it should be allowed. So, you know,
Yeah, well, the plan is, this plan is the underpinning of all legal authority that the ordinances of the town have.
well, actually, I know this isn't part of the future land use plan, but before I forget it, maybe part of our goals should be coming up with that hierarchy of different sites and their level of, you know, conservation priority and what would be allowable for certain solar ordinances. You know, on this committee, we had talked about it doesn't make any sense to cut down a forest to put up solar panels. I don't think we have that anywhere in here yet. And maybe that should be one of these goals, is to create that. You know, that's not within the purview of the committee to create that, but I think it would be in the purview of the implementation committee to.
That's a good
Great.
local goal. We can put that in.
Now, do we have any more really specific feedback for North Star? I just want to be cognizant of our time. I think I'm hearing like we're a little concerned about this area being a 302 growth area that's in the right there, that maybe we would like to see that be more of the village growth. Is that what I'm hearing as well? Are we a little
that maybe we
concerned
want to
about
move
it?
closer to the Raymond Cape Village idea that we had at the workshop. And we'll look at, I think this big one is Sabre Yachts, but we'll think about whether maybe the existing commercial then just transition. So we're kind of acknowledging that this is a commercial area, but
Maybe
we're
maybe we could do sort of a little bit of what we've done on the other side of 302, where we sort of label that very initial, although there aren't many parcel or lines to sort of roughly follow, where we say that direct corridor we want to invest in, but then the rest is village surrounding it. I don't know if we sort of split it down the middle in a way. I don't know how the committee feels about that, if we're getting too, you know, nitpicky about it. But I think like we should be supporting growth there, and the idea of, as Peter was saying, a little village area. I mean, a lot of people from the Cape are coming up there, and then they're going down 302, and it's just causing more congestion. And I think small businesses could thrive in that area. So I think like having that being, I mean, I guess that being the village growth area, the same ideas that we have in along the main street.
Yeah.
Where we're saying that's where we want to see that village style. And even though we know that that means growth, maybe, I know some people get hung up on that, so the coloring may be what makes this more palatable for people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we'll look at that area in more detail and go back to some of the feedback and think about how to do that a little differently. I think the other thing, and we can talk about this in future meetings too, is when I was drawing the East Raymond Village area here, there are some things that seem obvious to include. There are also some large parcels that I wasn't sure basically how deep we wanted this to go. Do we just want it to be along the street, or do we want it to go kind of another layer deep? So
Do we have to follow actual lot lines?
So you don't have to, and previously we never did, because it's supposed to be a guide. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
It's a little easier to make it kind of blobby. But because of LD 2003, where they're regulating based on growth areas, basically we're doing it on parcel lines to avoid giving the code officer a headache later when someone is like, I'm on the half and blob of the growth area.
Yeah. I'm getting to the point where I notice, and I think this was one of the questions you emailed us, but there's no critical rural areas identified on the map, and I know those are coming. I think everyone would agree all of the shoreland zoning would be a critical rural you know, and I'm looking at the East Raymond Village, and I'm looking at those southernmost sites, and I'm thinking about the solar issue that we're just having, and you know, all of those kind of border sites, and obviously that one is quite large.
Yeah.
That's more of what I was thinking about.
Okay.
But I agree that I would rather have some consistency and use the lot lines because it solves future headaches.
Unfortunately, that starts sounding like a zoning map, and that's the problem. The state will not accept a growth area map as a zoning map.
Right.
They're very clear on that.
Right.
And I just read one thing here, just for the budget finance people that are here, and this is in the checklist. Direct a minimum of 75% of new municipal growth-related capital investments into the designated growth areas identified in the future land use plan. So that's right from the state checklist. We can't be cavalier about identifying where the growth areas are, because it really is going to determine for a while what does and doesn't get developed with the assistance of the taxpayer's dollar. And I know that this committee takes it all seriously.
Right. So do you all feel comfortable with Sam and I taking this feedback on board, making some edits and giving you, do we want to move forward with no July meeting? Do you want to try and reschedule that? No, you're shaking your head.
I think that takes a vote.
I think part of the reason why we need to skip one is to also stay on our budget target with North Star. So we have good reason to skip a July meeting. Maybe we have more particular assigned homework. But yes, I guess that's something we can discuss. There is also no reason, I think, why we can't meet without North Star. I guess that's an option.
I think there'd be a lot of summer people here, and I think it'd be a shame not to get their input.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Damn it. Am I sounding like Peter?
I do think if we do entertain a July meeting, it should not be the week of 4th of July.
Right. I second that.
So I would just, say that.
10th. Well, it depends on the room. When's the room available?
So maybe. So I think if the consensus is we'd like to have a meeting, we're gonna have to do it as our own, and then we would have to decide, well, what is it that we're gonna discuss in that meeting to be productive without North Star. So I think it would be important for us to have a legit reason and, concrete reason that we're gonna be here and things we're gonna discuss. That would be my second ask.
Well, will we have the draft of the first draft that we could maybe give comments on a couple of the chapters internally and then give them to you?
Depending on what week you have the meeting, I think that's
We had it
reasonable.
a little
like in the second half of the month.
Second half of the month?
Yeah.
Would that give
have a
you
good
enough
account.
time to give us a draft? Because I think without something like that, for us to look at and maybe do more nitty gritty stuff and talk through a little bit more.
Yeah, and I would just say, Kayla, it seems like we've got plenty to review over the months coming anyway.
Yes.
Until August. So I mean, I'm fine either way.
Okay. Let's take a rough show of hands then. I see no other way to do this. Who would like to have a July meeting to go over the draft plan?
Well, it depends on what week it is.
Yeah.
It would be the second half of July. That's the best I can give you.
If I'm here, I would come to it, but
I'm getting a lot of wavering
I'm likely
here.
not to be here. So.
I mean, no one's really raised their hand.
So what we can do is give you documents to either send us back, maybe give you a deadline to send back written comment, or we'll have you comment online like we did with the inventory chapters.
Somewhere in mid-July.
Yeah, so maybe just a little bit of a stronger homework assignment for July. Does that sound?
That sounds manageable. And then we're back
an
at
August
it.
meeting will still capture some of the summer traffic.
Okay, that was a rough, barely consensus, but I think we'll take it.
Momentum.
Because I'm not sure. I feel like
Unanimous consent.
yeah, we want it, but we don't really. I get the sense. So we've got about 10 more minutes, hopefully. So next on the agenda is our public outreach efforts for the upcoming election. So Peter had asked me to he was gonna give me some material and then I was gonna magically create another, hopefully will be a second successful pom-pom survey. So instead of really having to churn my wheels too much, I sort of took our first survey and I reinvented it. I guess I can do a little bit of show and tell now.
You want me to hold that?
Sure. But this is just basically, we're going to ask them a question. When RSU 14 returns Jordan Small Middle School to Raymond ownership, how should this building be utilized? And we're going to have 6 options: town offices, community center, library, recreation, daycare, and other. I'm going to take my little labels and I'm going to put them on my infamous mason jars. And they're going to be set up on the table with pom-poms. I think we can add to this a little bit. I think we had mentioned another possible question. The other, I'm going to have, I think the best thing to do would be to have little blank sheets of little pieces of paper that they can write their other on and stick in the mason jar in lieu of a pom-pom. But it'll be pretty simple, straightforward, not too much work. And again, I sort of just took what we already did and applied what Peter sort of directed me to. So I'm hoping that as a team, we have a consensus with this. But now would be the time to speak up if you have any big changes you'd like to see or
How many
things you'd like
pom-poms
to
you
do.
get? I mean,
I've ordered 900 and Walmart sells them by the hundred, so I can always make sure we have plenty. But I think like we went through 900 or so responses during a November election.
Correct.
I don't know, but typically the June elections have a lower turnout. Sue, is that typically correct? I was hoping 900 would be enough. If we feel like we are really super popular, which I think we are,
Kayla,
I
correct
certainly
me if
can
I'm wrong.
invest more in pom-poms.
Did we give 3 choices?
We gave 3 choices.
Yeah.
So we can, this can be handled any different way. And I'm sure that the people who are, ultimately this will be up to the people who are standing there sort of manning this. Do we want to give them, like we did last time where we said, take 3 pom-poms.
3 pom-poms, that's the
give it your choice. I know Peter had mentioned maybe ranking it. That seems a little complicated because we'd have to pull out the pom-pom colors. They don't come like that.
Talking about ranked choice pom-poms?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say we should.
Different colors.
Yes.
I can't do that math.
So, but I think just, we could go with the 2 choices, and if it seems like we're running out of pom-poms, we give them 1 choice. I don't know, like what's your most popular choice?
You could at some point pull the pom-poms out and tally
Do a
them
quick
and
count and
start
throw the
over.
pom-poms back in. In fact, I think we actually did do that.
We did do
We did do that for the November election when we did this last, where we tallied and pulled some out.
I think myself, I would vote for like 5 of those options.
I honestly,
Have a blend.
in all honesty, I have to be honest
of
with
the
you.
above.
When I look at this, the other is going to be all of the above. If I look at this in
Or
all
sell it.
honesty, yeah, or sell it, we'll take the cash. Because I just think it's a large enough building to do most of these things in there. To be honest with you.
It's all to scale. How big do you want to do it? And,
We could have a library that rivals all other
we
libraries.
could, if the town's priority is a
Yeah.
big library.
Yeah. But so I guess just real quick thoughts and comments on this approach. Are we down with it? Is it cool?
Okay, for the sake of time.
No, it's
I think it looks
If
great.
if we think it's worth going forward, I've got a sign-up sheet here with some times.
Good.
I did it in at 2-hour segments. However, if you can only do 1 hour, that's fine. And I'm going to leave myself last so that I can fill in some of the gaps.
Okay.
Kaylin, can you do you have a sheet to collect emails?
I'm sure we can pull one from a previous.
I think I sent you one, but I'll check.
Like I'm sure there's
Yeah.
one I can find.
And then if you just pass that over to me.
Yeah,
I'll
and
put
I'm
them on
sorry,
the
you
list.
at the beginning of the meeting had a comment about what we could potentially ask.
Oh, it was
You're out, unfortunately.
the bus. Do you take the bus? Would
Oh,
you take the
would
bus?
you take the
anything
bus?
you want me to,
Yeah.
just Whatever you need to
Okay.
Fill it in.
I'll do it.
All right.
So I've booked,
June
Saturday
11th.
to-
All right, gosh,
I'll
it's
be
so
there
hot here.
Saturday.
Next is, just a reminder, our next meeting date is August 7th of 2024. And just to recap, we are not going to have a July meeting, but we will have very specific homework. I do like the idea of giving us a document that we comment on online that worked really well for the inventory chapters. So next, comp plan committee comments. Do we have any tonight?
Just a real quick one. It's worth noting that LD 2101 was signed into law by Governor Mills on April 9th. So that's basically the law that increases the penalty for shoreland abuses. It's up to and including putting liens on the property. So, and I would thank the town, I would thank especially, I think, Chris
and
Hansen. He did a lot to support that, as the town leadership did. And it was actually, it was that case, that Raymond case,
Out on the
that
Cape.
actually made this happen.
Yep.
And we should be proud of that.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Oh, I do have one more thing. We are going to have a handout for the election that talks about growth areas. So thank you, North Star, for putting together some language. I'm just going to make this pretty.
Yeah.
And it'll probably look a lot like our last handout because I'm not interested in doing more work than I have to. So, but yeah, so we'll be a little handout so that we can further clarify what growth area means
And
or could mean.
Repeating it once more, when we talk growth areas, are orange, right? The idea of village is important, I think, in that. 'Cause growth area could have a much more commercial flair to it than a village growth area. And if we're building a village growth area here in East Raymond to support school-age families as one element, but also, to have certainly shops, but we're not thinking so much large-scale commercial. We're not thinking large-scale commercial. We're thinking small commercial shops and services. So I think having village tucked in there is a suggestion.
Yeah, feel free to edit it too. I think
Yeah.
we say village style. I'm looking at it now, but you can pump up the village.
Yeah, I put a little reminder to
Yeah.
myself to maybe add some village language.
I've got a question for you, Kate. The implementation committee.
Yeah.
In your experience, what does that look like? How many years is that? How many members? Can you kind of give a visual what that may look like?
It can be whatever you want it to be. Some towns have implementation committees for like, I don't know, 8 years or something. I think Yarmouth had an implementation committee. The lifespan of a comp plan is supposed to be about 10 years. I think when we start putting timelines on things, those short-term goals are maybe the ones that an implementation committee would focus on. The size of it kind of depends on how your rules work. There's not like some places have an implementation committee that will then make recommendations to the planning board and the select board. So it all kind of depends on how your town does that.
And Sue, that would have to be approved by the selectmen, having a implementation committee.
Just like this committee, same. Sean, sounds like you're ready to go. Great.
Depends on where we're on for selectmen.
The committee would be appointed by the select board, yes.
Okay.
It would probably be along the line of advertising when you folks applied for a committee and trying to get more community involvement and get the word out as far as we can and have people apply and whatnot. So that's what's happened in the past. So I would assume they'd follow the same. Okay. And probably a lot of how that would go and how big the committee is, that sort of thing, may be based on what you put in the comprehensive plan, too, for what you're goals are for that committee, I would assume.
Isn't the idea to have somewhat different new people and new heads on it,
Typically,
new
I
minds?
think-
But some continuity certainly from complement members would be critical to hold the line.
Whoever still has patience for it.
And Kate, correct me if
Whoever
I'm
drew the
wrong.
short straw.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not an option. It's required in our comp plan that we have.
You have to have a section on implementation, whether that's a committee. I mean, the state requirement is really just like that. I think once every 5 years, someone will check in on the comp plan. So, you know, we'll write kind of a baseline implementation section for you, and then that, I'll make a note that that should be one of the things you all comment on.
Sure, so it wouldn't be outside of the authority of this committee to set some sort of a calendar or deadline, especially if these comprehensive plans should be done every 10 years. So I'll, at the risk of repeating myself, in the 2004, there were 104 recommendations, 104, of which I believe about 35 or 40 were actually implemented over the 8 years that the committee met. And so understand that if it's implementation, first of all, it's much better to set priorities and keep a more reasonable expectation about what are the key issues. And number two is, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to say that you're going to do it in a couple of years. So you're 24 months, and then, you know, that's added to another 8 years before you're doing it again. But certainly, having an implementation committee that takes 8 years when you're supposed to then start all over again in 2 years just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
So you're saying, Pete, we've got to queue up our absolute priorities, and that they're not going to be picking from the list what they want to do.
That's right.
Ideally, or they have some leeway, but we'd probably want to put some emphasis on this is 1, 2, 3, and those are and get to it, gang.
Yeah, I believe we have the voice in really determining whether or not any of these great ideas that have come out get implemented. And if we make it so arduous, the committee can't do it, then all of this has been for naught.
Yeah.
On that note.
Move to adjourn.
All right, do we have any other committee comment? I am not seeing any. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Excellent, and
motion,
I guess we
yeah.
can vote on that. All in favor? And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, call the meeting to order. I'm trying to remember the agenda. I didn't open it up. First thing was about the warrant.
It's consideration of approving special town meeting warrant for June 20th, 2024 meeting. The special town meeting that was held on at the June 7th select board meeting needs to be repeated as the ad was sent to the newspaper. No, the ad that was sent to the newspaper did not make it into any edition. And one of the requirements of updating the TIF agreement is to have the meeting noticed at least 10 days prior in a newspaper. That's very specific in the ordinance. I mean,
Okay. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Sam, are you on there somewhere?
Yep.
He's on, but he's frozen.
Okay.
You do have a quorum with the three of you.
All right.
Yep. Okay.
Everyone in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, motion passes. Next item was an executive session.
Yes, consultation between the select board and their attorney pertaining to the legal rights and duties of the select board pursuant to MRSA 1 subsection 4056E.
So moved.
Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We are now in executive session.
Nope, you gotta vote. You
Second.
gotta vote.
Okay, so the recording is beginning again.
Okay, all in favor of executive session? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now in executive session.
Okay, so now I'll. And bring Mel back in.
Move to come out of
Okay,
executive
motion to
session.
come out of
Well, we
executive
have to wait
session.
for Mel to come in, please.
Up.
There we go. Now we have Mel.
Move to come out of
All right,
executive
motion to
session.
come out of executive session?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Move
Have
to
motion
adjourn.
adjourn?
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the June 12th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. We'll start with roll call.
Mike Richmond. Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
Stephen Clark.
Kevin Woodbury.
And Kevin's from Zoom. This is a public proceeding unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session. You have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the consideration for the approval of the minutes from April 17th, 2024. Then we have a public hearing and site plan review for Scott Simmons for the youth camp barn and kitchen renovations. A plan review from Nicholas Cummings for a road construction permit. A plan review from Keystone Investment Group for a road construction permit. And we have a request for an amended subdivision from Cousins Development Corp. And depending upon which agenda you have, we have two changes. The preliminary site plan review for the backlot driveway has been moved to staff review, and the site plan review and public hearing for the Town of Raymond's Park and Rec Department has been moved to the July meeting. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussions. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right. First on the agenda is the approval of minutes for April 17th, 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Are there any changes to the minutes? Any discussion? All those in favor of accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Aye.
Votes yes. Mark, we got you down as abstention.
Yes.
Next is our public hearing and site plan review for the youth camp barn and kitchen renovations. Jim, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Planning Board members, this project is before you this evening for site plan. It's also located in the LRR2 zone, thereby qualifies as a shoreline zoning permit. The property is located at 85 Plains Road. The overall holdings of the property is approximately 76 acres. This was before the Planning Board last month. And they came back with the revisions we required. I know the fire department may have some comments, but overall, we were very satisfied with the improvements. The only request we would have, maybe for additional documentation, was just to document the impervious coverages that have been installed since 2005, so in the future we can track changes against DEP regulations. Otherwise, this is merely for improvements, or expansion for a kitchen area of approximately 1,333 feet, and they've made some internal revisions for circulation of deliverables and access to that provision. Overall, we think it's a very simplistic application. I know the planning board did have a walk, and I don't know if the board wants to discuss those.
The plan, the site walk?
Yeah, but anything I may have left out, the applicant is more than probably willing to fill in, and I think this is ready for approval if the board wants to review it that way.
Okay, so our first step then is, from your recommendation, you consider the application complete?
I do.
Any discussion on the board as far as the completion of the application? If not, we need a motion to deem the application complete.
I move to deem the application complete.
For second?
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Votes yes, application is complete. Okay, before we do the public hearing, would the applicant like to discuss what the presentation is or any changes? You don't need to go through the whole reasons behind.
Good evening. My name is Garth Altenberg. I'm the director at Camp Tamanis, 85 Plains Road here in Raymond. It's an exciting time at camp. Tonight is our first evening of staff training with counselors arriving today. I have a good team covering for me. And a week from tomorrow, we open for our 107th camp season. So I'm here tonight to discuss our revised application for our barn and kitchen renovation since we were last here on April 17th. A few updates since then include we have submitted a new building plan that features a reduction in square footage of about 200 square feet to bring us under 4,800 square feet in line with the town ordinance. Our new application addresses turning radius concerns. We had a site visit with you on May 6th to address groundwater and runoff issues there, and we received a permit from the state fire marshal on May 13th as well, so have that in hand as well. As you know, our plan includes significant life safety improvements, including increased egress capacity, the addition of fire extinguishers throughout, the addition of lit exit signs, the addition of emergency lighting, the addition of a remote monitoring fire system, and dedicated fire suppression system cooking hood for our kitchen. We've also met with Inspector Wayne Jones with the fire department and also received a fire department memo that addresses a few remaining issues from their perspective. We want to start the project on August 12th. Just like a school, we need to have our facilities ready for when our students, or in our case, our campers, are present. So starting on August 12th provides just enough time to complete the project for our June 2025 opening with virtually no room for delay. This step here is really the most important step before we start construction on a project that has been in the works for over 2 years now. We're very excited about this significant investment in our facilities for our small nonprofit camp. So with that, I am here along with our professional partners, Scott and Amelia from Simon's Architects and Ken Huff with Warren Construction Group to answer any questions that may remain.
Great, thank you. Okay, do you have any specific questions before I open the public hearing? Open the public hearing on the project. If anybody would like to speak, they need to state their name up at the podium.
Mr. Chair, at this time, do you also want to recognize that we did receive 3 correspondence about the project? Did you get that?
I didn't get to that yet.
Okay.
Thank you. Sir?
Well, good evening. My name is Bob Harmon, 257 Meadow Road, and I'm here not representing myself, but as the president of the Panther Pond Association. And I'm here in letting the board know that we're in full support of the expansion and the changes that Camp Tamanis is to make. We just believe our 4 camps that are on at least Panther Pond and the remaining in Raymond, it's really part of our culture. We do a lot of things with the camps. They're very supportive to the entire membership of Panther Pond, And so I'd like to let the board know that we are in favor of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Going once? All right, I'll close the portion of the public hearing. We did have comments from, that we received via email, and they were all in, I don't have them with me, but they all were in support of it. But-
Yes,
Yeah,
yep.
okay.
There was actually one was a attachment, and the other two were actually emails.
Yep. Okay. To the board. Are there questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Really? All right.
Leave it up to you.
Up to me. Let's see, to the applicant, are you, the DEP stuff that Jim talked about, are you okay with that? Whoever the engineer?
Yeah, all we're looking for is just to document whatever new impervious coverage is, just put it on the site plan, so we just have a document of, because it's kind of a rolling, a cumulative amount of impervious. So in the future, if you do something, we just know what's been done.
And that's since 2005?
Correct. And I think this has only been the change you've had since then, so we really just need to document what this one was.
Okay. I guess the only other thing is any change to exterior lighting, then that's in the plan. If you would come back to the town to make sure that they know what the changes have been or what are proposed. With that, so the plan is both, I think we're under both under shoreline and site plan.
Correct.
I think we will do it in one step, if that's okay with the board. Any problems? Okay. Then I will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the application for Camp Tamanus expansions and renovations as submitted.
Second.
Second via Zoom. Do we need to add the DEP thing as a condition?
You can. I have full faith that they'll.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
from
I'm
the
sorry.
fire department.
I forgot about you. Thank you. How could I forget about you?
The volume for me is awful low, so it's hard for me to hear you folks. We have met with the team from Camp Tamanus. There's only two issues that we want to make sure are addressed. One is there's a road that runs alongside the building where the new ADA ramp is, and just wanted to make sure that the width they're showing is 8 feet, and would ask that that's increased to 10 feet. And then the second item is to work with us to provide access to an on-site water supply for fire protection. And those are the two items that we have.
Wait, when you say work with you at on-site water supply, what do you mean?
So the original thought was to, in lieu of the sprinkler system, which they've reduced the size of the building so they don't have to meet that per our adopted code, NFPA 1, we still look at making sure that we're providing enough water supply for fire protection. And we were originally looking at an access road down to Panther Pond, but there is concerns that, because of shoreline issues, that we wouldn't be able to get that access road down so a fire truck can draft out of the pond. So if we had an access road that would at least get us down to within 50 feet and then provide a device that would allow us to draft out of Panther Pond, we would be a long way towards meeting the fire protection requirements for the additions to this building.
Do you know where the nearest dry hydrant is to that building? The site?
I'm sorry, what the
Do you know where the
question?
nearest dry hydrant is to that site? Is there one nearby?
Yeah, so that's the one on Plains Road, down near Kingsley Pines. That one currently is not in service. It's broken and needs to be repaired. And the flow that we're able to get out of that hydrant doesn't meet the fire protection requirements. If we fix that dry hydrant and we repair it and then have an access to Panther Pond, we would be able to meet those requirements. So that's what we're looking for.
Comments?
Wayne, did I hear you say you needed to get within 50 feet of the pond? Is that what you said?
Right. So there's a device that's made that's called a turbo draft, and that it's a device that we can hook it onto our large supply hose, pump into it, and then through a jet siphon operation can pull water out of Panther Pond and send it up to the fire truck. Yeah, if we can get within 50 feet, we can provide 670 gallons per minute, which with a building that requires a minimum of 1,000 gallons per minute, that's a huge help to us.
What kind of access do you need? Is this device, I mean, is it something that you push like a trash pump or something, or is it you've got to get a fire truck down there?
Yeah, we get the fire truck down there.
Yeah.
And Wayne, who would be responsible to repair the damaged hydrant? How does that work?
So we're responsible for doing that currently.
Okay.
We have it on the schedule with Public Works to make those repairs, but that hasn't been done yet. Once it's repaired, then we got to test it to make sure that it's still able to, we can still draft from it. With the damage, we see damage above the ground. Don't know what happened to the pipe that's buried beneath the ground, so we're hoping that it's just the pipe above. If it's down below, that means digging it all up again.
Wayne, does that current hydrant serve the other camps on Plains Road as well? Is that the means of water if there was an incident at another campground?
Yeah, that's the closest water supply we have to those other camps on Plains Road. Yes.
Well, let's tackle the easy one first. You okay with the 8 to 10 feet?
Yes, we can increase the size of the
Okay,
road.
good. All right, the harder one.
That was too fast, wasn't it?
I know, that was good.
Mr. Chair, just
Get one through.
as an order, you had a motion?
We have a motion and we're in discussion right now.
Yeah, do you want to just table the motion until after this discussion?
Nope.
Okay.
I want to get this done and move on.
We do also.
For my feelings, everyone, is that I don't want to build another road with more impervious surface going down into a pond. I mean, I just don't, I think we gain something with water protection, but we lose a lot for over the long run for water quality. So that doesn't seem to make any sense.
Right. I agree.
And on top of that, I don't think, if there is a dry hydrant that is available, and then the town's responsible for maintaining that hydrant, I don't think it's fair to make the applicant then do something
Oh, not at
Because
all.
the town, or not,
Especially, it should be repaired now.
right, it
It
should be
sounds like
repaired
your
now.
question, yeah,
Right.
that's
Yeah,
an
it shouldn't
issue.
be allowed.
It's our issue.
Yeah,
Just a question for Wayne, if that other device can be implemented within 50 feet of the lake, can that be dropped into the existing pond on Plains Road?
Wayne?
Where the dry hydrant is, you mean?
Yes.
It can, but my concern there without doing measurements is the actual lift that we have, because lift also is not only is distance a restriction on flow, but so is lift. So from the surface of the water to the intake of the fire pump, that's what's measured to determine lift, and I don't know what that number is right off the top of my head. But yes, it is a device that could be used at that location.
I would prefer to go that way.
It's also a portable device, so it wouldn't only benefit Camp Tamanus, it would benefit many properties around the town.
Correct. Yeah.
Is that after you guys buy it? Is that what you're saying? I thought I heard that.
Sounded like they already own it. I mean, the town does.
All right, yes, sir.
So-
Oh, you gonna say something?
No, I said it sounded like the town already owned that device.
Oh.
Yeah, so they don't
No.
have to buy it.
No.
No, we don't.
They don't
Oh.
have it.
The question was asked of us if there was a way that we wouldn't have to be within 10 to 15 feet of Panther Pond to draft water out of it. And this was a
Alternative.
device that would allow us to do that.
Isn't the grass slope right down to the pond right now? Did I remember that correctly?
Correct.
Wayne, why can't you drive on grass?
We don't go off roads that don't handle the weight of the fire apparatus
Oh, that
because
makes
they get buried.
Yep.
You know, the weight of the trucks that we have easily get buried.
Mm-hmm.
From experience, I can tell you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table that has been seconded for the approval of the application as submitted. The applicant has agreed to modify that, the road area about the, around the road ramp from 8 feet to 10 feet as requested by the fire department. Do we want to do anything with the fire department's second request?
Not
like we'd be
until they,
doing-
I wouldn't support that until they go and repair the dry hydrant and investigate whether this draft pump would be able to function in the location where the dry hydrant is. You know, rather than put it all on the applicant, I think the town has a little responsibility for fire safety too.
And not only that, but the other camps that are obviously on that road now don't have an
Yeah.
access to fire, so I
Right.
feel like
Yep.
that's more of a priority than adding a driveway to the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree.
Agreed.
Agreed? You agree? Kevin,
Yeah.
wherever you went to?
Oh, what happened?
I agree.
Okay. All right, then, is there any other discussion?
Zero.
All right. All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Passed. All right. Done. I told you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I told you you might get that done.
What's that?
I told you I could get that.
You never had it done.
All right, next up is Dustin Roma, representing Nicholas Cummings on the road construction permit for Miles Wood Road. Miles, excuse me, thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Chairman, this is before you for a private road application. The property is located off Roosevelt Trail, Route 302. The applicant came in with the request to put in a rather substantial private road of, Dustin, refresh my memory, 1,300 feet length, right? 15 linear feet. And the thing that makes it unique is that they're requesting that the minimum travel width be 16 feet, which could support up to 10 future dwellings. At this time, there's only one dwelling that will be utilizing that, with another lot potential sale in the future. I know the board did conduct a site walk on this. The original application, because this is in the shoreline zoning, the original grade of the road was 12%. We've had this issue before. They have come back and revised that to meet the shoreline zoning standard of 8%. There has been some discussion going back and forth with the necessity for a second hammerhead, and I don't know if Wayne is prepared to discuss where the fire department is on that, but it does exceed the maximum length, so it could require 2 hammerheads. Overall, the other question was, and I've had some conversations with Dustin, it doesn't appear that this requires a DEP that will be under 20,000 square feet of new impervious. However, just like the last application, we want it documented on the plan so that in the future, if somebody comes along, extends that, they'll have to be responsible to get a DEP permit. And then I think the only other thing that we had was question about just on the power utilities, or is it going to be overhead or underground? I couldn't find anything in our street standards that mandates it's underground. However, if it were a subdivision, we would. So that's up to the board and the applicant how they want to discuss that. Ideally, we've seen substantial power outages this winter, so it probably would benefit them as well as others to be underground. But again, I can't find any specifics under this particular application.
Okay.
So with that, I'll turn it back to Dustin if he wants to add anything to the app.
On your notes there, do you recommend that the application is complete?
I would deem it complete, yes.
Okay. Can you give a motion to get us going and start us off?
I would move that the application for Miley's Woods Road application be complete, is complete.
Is complete.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? All right,
Aye.
complete. All right, Dustin,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
So DM Roma, Dustin Roma with DM Roma Consulting Engineers, here representing the applicant for this project. And when we had the opportunity to attend the site walk with the planning board, we kind of looked at those areas that were slightly in excess of the 8% slope that we ended up revising the grades to. So we've got a little bit of work on site just to reshape some areas to take a little bit of that grade off in that one steep spot.
Dustin, we're having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's the the volume needs to be turned up in the back room, or.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can speak up slightly too. I think it's grabbing me a little bit better now. Here we go.
Kevin, I've been having trouble hearing everybody.
All right,
Okay.
I'll lean right in.
I think she can turn it up in the back room.
Okay. So, yep, we've revised the plans to, as Jim said, reduce that slope. We had, I think the plans that are dated May 8th do have that intermediate turnaround at Station 7 +0 that's basically right at the top of the hill. There was already kind of a wider gravel area there that exists that will just kind of formalize into a turnaround area. The plans currently show just a single no parking sign at the end of that turnaround, as well as at the end of the turnaround at the actual end of the road. In talking with fire department, they've requested additional signage just to make it clear that there's no parking around those turnaround areas. So we're certainly willing to comply and add the additional signage that the fire department has requested. There was a question just about establishing a road maintenance agreement for this roadway, even though it currently just serves access to the one home there in the back, and then the kind of splits off to another driveway. The intent is that they would build another house in there. So we we'll provide that homeowner's documentation. I think Wayne said he'd like to have an opportunity just to review it before we record it to make sure he's happy with the language that's in there for enforcement of no parking and things like that. So we'll get a copy of that to Jim and Wayne and make sure they're comfortable with it before we get that recorded, and then that would be referenced in the deeds for any conveyances that could happen in the future that have access to this roadway. And then Jim also just requested that we add the impervious lot area to the plans just as an accounting measure so that it's clear how much area is being created as this project, so that any extension of the road or future development has a kind of a starting point to go from, just to account for that going forward in the future. So I believe that's it. So certainly if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Anybody? Some of us have questions.
Pretty straightforward.
Dustin, we don't have any questions for you. Sorry.
That's okay.
So going forward, what are we waiting on? We don't need the DEP.
Impervious.
We don't need the DEP, we do need the impervious.
The impervious.
Verification of that second turnaround and signage for those turnarounds.
And the homeowners agreement.
And the homeowners agreement. And the only question I had again was, it's up to the board, if they want to have a discussion with Dustin or the applicant about utilities.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah. So, yeah, we had talked about that. I don't think it's a waiver because it isn't a subdivision, but in this particular case, certainly would be a substantial financial burden to have to rip out all the overhead lines that were already installed along the roadways to provide power to the home that was just recently built. So it's, you know, over 1,000 feet of overhead lines that were put in. And I don't know exactly the height of the poles, but they're definitely, I mean, they look like they're at least 35 feet, the poles that were in there. They're taller poles. There was ample clearing that's been done because the road was in a cut situation through some of those hills. They had to slope the side of those embankments back, which are going to be sloped back even more, so that before they're loamed and seeded, so that they have a more gradual slope. So we've got some more trees to cut along the top of the embankment there. So there is a very wide swath of trees that were cut through there for this roadway. So certainly the potential for them coming down with, you know, tree damage and all that is, you know, a little more minimal than if it was a very tight roadway that needed a lot of limbing. So we would request that the overhead lines would be allowed to stay. The services into each of the individual homes, the home that was built there now, or the two homes, they have underground power to the buildings. So the services into the buildings are all underground. It's just overhead primary to get to the point that it goes into underground secondary. So that'll stay. So services to any new buildings would remain underground, but they would be off of the overhead primary.
So serving as to future development will all be underground, is that what you're basically saying?
Yeah, the services into any additional dwellings would be underground.
All right.
And if
So
sorry.
No, but we could put that on the...
Yeah, we can put that on the plan as a note.
Yep.
I just wanted Dustin, I think I understand how the drainage is going to work, but I just wanted Dustin to kind of review with the board how you're addressing runoff from the new impervious surfaces.
Yep, so what we did is basically maintaining the drainage patterns that's there now. So we've got, this isn't a road that basically starts at a high point and goes all the way down to one point discharge at the end of the road. There's multiple locations along the way where water is collected and then discharged through culverts. So those culverts will have riprap aprons on either side. And again, just by maintaining those drainage patterns through the site, it's going to mimic the drainage conditions that exist there today. We're a substantial distance away from Sebago Lake, and because of the zoning of the property, the 3-acre zoning, there's a very substantial area of buffers that remain on this property, and where the road kind of cuts through the center, there's going to continue to remain substantial buffers kind of around the rear and perimeter of any of these lots as they continue to be developed. So you've got reasonable stormwater controls that'll be implemented post-development for this.
Mr. Chair, the only reason I bring that up is that without, and it's their prerogative to do it this way, but without formal buffers on there, if this road were to get extended in the future and were to go to the DEP, those buffers would have to be declared, that's all. So
Okay.
it's kind of a preventative thing. If they wish to put those in now, it may save them a heartache if they decide to extend this, because they're right up against the threshold for a permit.
Okay. So the recommendation would be to put them in, put them on the plot? Is that what you're saying, Jim?
It's their decision right now, but I would probably recommend that they do that, to prepare them. I mean, you look at the amount of land left there, there's probably a high probability that it could be extended for a future lot, so that's the only.
Yeah, I mean, what I envisioned is that if this road were to be extended, where we've got that kind of the little pond thing on the side there, and we have areas where the water just kind of collects in these crossings, we most likely would probably build some sort of a stormwater feature like a filter pond or something like that, in the event that we would just collect the water and treat it that way. So that would be, because the applicant is continuing to own this land, if they were to split off and sell any lots utilizing the road, they would just have to make sure they retain enough areas to be able to build those in the future. So I guess that'd be our...
Right now, it's one ownership, but if they start doing the 5-year split-offs, they may back themselves into a corner. But that's, again, it's their prerogative. We're just trying to be proactive.
Okay. Are there any other questions?
Do we need to have a separate motion to allow the utilities to remain overhead?
I don't think you do, because as I mentioned before, in the private road standards, I could not find anything for that, but I think it should be noted, the note that the condition that the applicant has agreed to should be noted on the drawings.
So if there is additional lots in the future, we're underground from the last.
If they come in for a formal subdivision, they'd have to go underground from that point. I mean, they'd be grandfathered to wherever the terminus is now. All I'm saying is that they've agreed to go primary overhead services underground. Should just be noted on the drawing.
Okay.
So we do have some conditions, but they're pretty easily handled. I don't know that we need to bring Dustin back again for this project, but with you guys.
Can we?
Yep.
Is Wayne all set with the?
Oh yeah, Wayne. All right, thanks, Jim.
So yes, Mr. Chairman, based on discussions today with Dustin and what he described tonight, we would be in agreement that they're meeting the fire protection and life safety requirements for this project. And just a point of clarification, the service connections to future homes, that's going to be noted on the final plans, is that correct?
Yeah, what we've agreed to, Wayne, is that the primary overhead would be, primary lines coming in would be overhead, and then each home would be serviced by underground. He froze. He's frozen.
Yeah. You stunned him.
He's speechless.
Them's powerful words from Jim.
You back with us, Wayne? Did you get that?
Yeah, we cut out there for a little bit.
No, I just said that the primary is overhead. All the services to the individual lots will be underground.
Okay.
Because I know that was one of your concerns about getting to the building and make sure you're not free of lines and everything.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so I have underground services, the homeowners association, the parking signs. There was one other thing I missed.
Documenting the impervious coverage. Is there anything else that we missed?
All right.
Second turnaround.
And the second turnaround. Because we don't have it, well, it's on a plan, but I don't think the board has necessarily, has the board seen that second?
Yeah, the one that's dated May 8th, I believe that one is in your packets.
As well.
Okay.
Yeah.
We just need to make, whatever final plan, we just make sure it's documented.
Yep.
with all the signage and everything.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to bring them back one more time and get it all cleaned up, or are you comfortable that we could approve it down and let staff handle the final review? Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so if you want, you can make it a condition. They just have to come back. We have to sign this plan anyway.
Right.
And then it has to be recorded. So, I mean, you can make the motion with conditions, and you'll see those before you sign it next meeting.
Yep.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah, you'll just get a report back from Jim that everything's done before you sign.
Right.
Yeah.
Does that sound good, everybody?
Preliminary, yeah.
All right. Then, we need a motion. Tell you what, I'll just do it. I got it all written down here. I move that we accept the Milo's Woods Roads site plan road extension with the following conditions: that the plan shows that all underground services from the primary lines to future developments, it runs underground. That there is a homeowners association that is approved by staff. Parking signs are noted on the plans and in place. Impervious documentation of the impervious service, and the second turnaround as shown on the May 8th plans. Is there a second?
I second.
Second?
Yep.
Did I capture everything?
Yes.
Did. Yep.
Yep. Yes, Jim? Captured. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin is a yes. Passes.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Did you just flip the board?
Yeah, I got another one.
Next up is Dustin Romer presenting Keystone Investment Group for the road construction permit. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This project before you again for a private road extension of the this extension would be for the Alfred Mann Drive. This was part of the Panther View Ridge subdivision, the first section. Now this goes through a backland that's not part of that subdivision, but the applicant wishes to create frontage so that there can be an outsale of a lot and there'd be a transfer to an abutter. I believe you did host a site walk where you had some discussion about relocating the turnaround. As such, we have seen the new plan. I don't know if the board has had that document yet, but they have updated the drawing just recently to show the new turnaround further at the extension of the road further into the, we'll call it private land. Further up the hill to an area that was more level. Before the turnaround was on an area that was very steep, and we had concerns in our memo that that wouldn't be sufficient for the fire trucks to turn around on such a steep slope. So they have redrawn the private road to include that turnaround further in on a more level area, which is more satisfactory. We did have some concerns. Obviously, the applicant hasn't had a chance to show the actual grading of the road. There's a typical cross-section, but we just wanted to understand how the drainage would work. Obviously, they're showing a super elevated road, which means it's instead of a crown, it's tilted all to one side. And that area on the north side would be the area where there would be a ditch. We've had conversations today with Dustin and talking about doing turnouts and buffers to treat that water. This also goes into Panther Pond. And then I guess it would just be a matter of whether Wayne's had an opportunity to look at the actual turnaround itself to make sure that it meets the requirements. I believe it will. It's the same general geometric design that we've had on others, but we just have to make sure that all the features are there. And then as the other designs came in, we'd want to see the improvements that have been made to Alfred Mann Road impervious surface improvements since 2005, because there was another extension widening that was done previously below. All that's cumulative towards a DEP application. We're just trying to track all this stuff. And understanding, again, where the drainage would go. And then a homeowners association as well. And I believe there must be one in place because there's already homes off of Alfred Mann. So this would have to either join into that association. This and the two lots, one to the abutter and the one for sale, would also have to be documented into that. One other item I just remembered as I was going through this. This section of road is very steep, so there is a section of road in here that exceeds our 12% grade requirement, and I believe, you haven't seen this yet, but I believe Dustin's going to be asking for a waiver of that, and Wayne and I have had some discussion about this, but we haven't really finalized anything yet. And I think Dustin may have some calculations on what that grade is. I know in the past we've had some problems with really steep grades.
Yep.
I think this is a very short distance of steep grade, but I would have to rely on Wayne and what the fire department could have for safety. I think they're talking about 100 feet of, what, 16%, something like that, Dustin? But I'll let Dustin describe that.
Okay. But through all that, you still recommend that the application is complete as it stands?
I would.
Seems like it's a little early.
Well, we've got a new plan, so, and you haven't seen that.
Yep.
So I don't know if the board's comfortable with deeming it complete because you haven't seen it yet.
Right. Okay. Go ahead, Dustin.
Sure. Yep. So, yeah, I think as Jim had indicated, so this is a plan that we had worked on following the site walk. As you recall, we had to basically submit plans the day of the site walk to comply with the submission for this meeting. So, though obviously those plans didn't reflect things that we had talked about when we went out there and looked at the site. So, when we were out there, that was one of the really primary concerns I think we observed, was that the location, we had previously, the plans that were in your packets and that you've seen, had a road extension of maybe 300 feet that went just beyond the power lines, and had proposed a turnaround area where the road section was 12%, and we were proposing a turnaround area that Wayne had some concerns about the fire trucks, navigating that and being able to turn around. So we continued to walk up the hill beyond the power lines, and where essentially just before the end of the existing pavement, there was a nice kind of widened, flattened area that was, already utilized for kind of a turnaround shoulder area. And I think the consensus at the meeting was that was really a much, much better spot to provide a nice turnaround. So this plan that we prepared, and we had just worked with Jim and Wayne just to do a staff level review of those changes. That's what's up in front of you here tonight, and it just shows an additional 300 or so feet of road that would be improved. So we would widen all of the roadway up to that location where the new hammerhead will be built in the flatter area. So in addition to adding that hammerhead, we're also widening the road up to that point so that it's the 22 feet in width. We're going to continue to maintain the pavement that's there, and the reason we have that super elevated road section is because all of the improvements are occurring on one side of the road. So rather than having to cut trees both sides, stump both sides, we'd like to concentrate the work on one side of the roadway, do the ditching, put the gravel in, widen the road on that one right-hand side as you're driving up, and then we would build that hammerhead in that turnaround area as well. Jim had mentioned the ditching and the stormwater. What we've been talking about is incorporating 2 locations where we would provide ditch turnouts on that new constructed section, where we would turn the ditch out and provide a level spreader that would kind of spread the stormwater out over the natural wooded areas, and in one area potentially through the CMP corridor, which isn't wooded, but it's still heavily vegetated. So we would need to add those locations to the plans and actually show the grading along the ditch line so that you could see how the water would travel down the ditches and just get conveyed out into those 2 level spreader areas. We've also moved the overhead power line slightly down the hill. Previously, we were showing it going all the way up into the overhead CMP corridor there, so we've shortened that distance up a little bit. I think what we talked about at the meeting was that would be, there's already the overhead lines that run up Alfred Mann, and we would essentially go another pole length just to be able to provide access to that one lot that we're calling out as proposed lot. The other two lots, one is being shown as retained land and the other is being shown as being conveyed to an abutter. Those two lots, one already has a home on it. The second lot will have a home built in very close proximity to the other home that's up there, and those are way up on top of the hill, and they get their power from the 302 side, from Oak Ledge subdivision. So there's no proposal to extend the power beyond this point. If additional development were to be proposed at some point that's closer to the end of this road, they would run the power underground from that pole. So we wouldn't propose any additional overhead lines beyond what's just the short extension that we've got here. Wayne's requested additional signage, as we talked about with the last project, around this hammerhead, so we're in agreement to providing that signage there. We did, after the site walk, we surveyed the location of the improvements that were built on that duplex that's just before these improvements that are being proposed. So we've got the driveways, that building, as well as the well for that property survey located, and we've added the existing easement area around basically where it was approved and where it was made part of those previous plans. The area that was to be constructed as a hammerhead turnaround is basic. It's all sandy. It's not built up to a suitable standard that would be like a gravel turnaround like we would that we're proposing to build here. So we've talking to Wayne, and we've agreed to build that hammerhead out as it was originally contemplated, seeing that the one that's there now is really a driveway for the duplex. So there needs to be some potentially some rocks placed in between that driveway and where this hammerhead would be, with some signage, just to guarantee that, you know, people are aware that there's no parking to be permitted in that turnaround area. So that hammerhead will be completed and will remain, and then there'll be an additional hammerhead up at the new end of the roadway. The existing deeds that are there do reference a road maintenance agreement. We did formalize one when we did the subdivision, or when we did the road extension for that duplex lot, but that will need to be further expanded for any development that would access this road extension. So we'll go through and give a good summary of kind of where things stand as far as that road maintenance agreement is concerned, and if there needs to be one kind of master agreement put together that summarizes those and deals with the extension of the road. We'll propose something there that staff and the board can review. I think that's what I had for my notes. So we'll turn it back over to you and answer any questions.
Thanks, Dustin.
Your first plan, the road improvements end around 9+30. Your revised plan, how far does the station go?
Yeah, it's about 12,
I believe, 250 feet roughly.
Okay. So is that where you're encountering the 16% grade? It's in where you extended it? Is
So it's just beyond where we cross the pole line. So it's about station
10.
Yep, about 950.
It was right there.
Yeah, it's 950 to 1050. You can see in this profile here, if you've got good eyes, but you can see visibly kind of where it just steepens up for about 100 to 120 feet in length. And then it substantially flattens out going into that turnaround area. So we've got basically a 12% slope all the way up till we hit the power lines, and then it goes up into about a 16% slope for about 120 feet, and then flattens out to very, 4 or 5% where the turnaround is. It's not uncommon for roads that to have short segments of steep slopes like that, is provided that there's ample space on either side of those to kind of So you just kind of have to make your way up through a couple of those steep areas. But certainly would have to, would look for Wayne's comments on if he feels that there's going to be any issues with that.
Dustin, is this basically a driveway right now to this house?
Yeah, currently it's built as a paved driveway that goes up to a single-family dwelling that has an in-law attached to it. So it's the applicant for this project. They live there and an in-law. So it's one dwelling.
It's one dwelling.
Is that?
So is that a back lot now?
I mean, the dwelling that's there now is on a separate lot that doesn't have, it's essentially a back lot.
It's a back lot.
Yeah.
Is that section of driveway, does that meet our private standards? Do you know?
Yeah.
Base and everything?
I mean, yeah, I don't have any test pits or anything like that that show what it is.
I just want to, I mean, it looks like a nice road, but we should just verify the base depths are there.
Of the
Existing sections.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, and if they're not, what are they, and will that require a waiver, or would we require that to be upgraded?
Yeah, well, and that's what I was wondering. If this is a driveway and this is a back lot, then are we dealing with a back lot to basically homes off of the driveway to a back lot?
Well, you're converting it to a private road.
We're converting it to a private road.
Now, this is, what he has right there is a private road standard.
Right, so so the development then cannot be off of that, past our developed road, right? Past the private road? Am I correct in that? That's what you're developing it to.
So yeah,
private road standards.
Yeah, the reason we're building it to a private road standard is we're trying to give this very large back land frontage on a road. So because currently it just has access over this.
So you essentially would have frontages for 3 lots: the lot going to the abutter, the lot retained, and the lot for sale. Is that correct?
Grab the mic if it was.
Gonna get yelled at.
So this is the existing home. It's way up here. So what they're proposing, they'd like to build a second home here, but this is a existing lot that just has a right-of-way to Oak Ledge here. So this home was given a building permit, built upon, it's been there for a long time. But this lot has no road frontage. So
Right.
we're kind of rectifying that by, we're gonna convey all of this land to this parcel so that it has frontage now on this new road that's being built. So now this retained land piece.
Oh, it's gonna be
will
one
also have
lot.
frontage.
Okay.
This will stay, yeah, this piece here will stay one, and it'll have frontage on this new road.
Right.
This back lot will now be a conforming lot with frontage.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I missed that. So this is the cutoff down here.
Yeah. And then the
It's gonna
piece
run
is
along
being
the pole
conveyed.
line and
Okay.
come up. So this chunk is gonna be just conveyed to this lot. So
Okay.
now this home will have its frontage back here.
Okay, thanks,
You have the
Dustin.
one lot on the opposite
And
front.
then
of
we're
the
creating
retained.
just one lot over here.
Yeah, I missed that.
Oh, everybody did.
Oh,
Maybe Jim did.
yeah.
So that was kind of the reason we're doing it, and to acquire the necessary frontage, we didn't need much road, but we've ran into issues with where we were putting the hammerhead, so now we're talking about a longer road, and creates new challenges, because now it's going over a steeper section, which has always just been a driveway.
Wayne,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
the 16% grade.
Is there anything the applicant can do to reduce that?
Where does that,
Roma?
where is that pavement section end? Is that before?
It's basically, the paved section ends where the road right-of-way is now proposed to end. So it's just beyond the turnaround. Everything's paved up to that point.
The piece of that may determine what they can do, Wayne, maybe based on whatever we get back for test pit information too. They may have to upgrade. I don't have any information to say it's good or bad or indifferent at this point, knowing what that driveway was built to. So we just have to see if it meets if the existing driveway meets the private road standards. If not, then it's another decision the board may have to make in the future.
So Wayne, at 16%, you dump water. Isn't that what I think you've done once, demonstrated for us once already?
It's frozen again.
Is that true? Stumped them again.
To demonstrate for the board the challenges that we have. You know, it would be the same here. I know it's only a 100-foot section, and that's why I was inquiring if anything could be done. So that's where we're coming from.
If you remember correctly, we had, I think Dustin was involved, we had one for Floyd Brown down Egypt Road, and I think, Dustin, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think that one was at 17. It was a much longer stretch of road, but remember we took the tanker truck up, the water came out of the bank of the tanker truck, so that was a concern that they have. So I don't know within 100 feet if that same issue would happen in 100 feet or what. But it would be a waiver to the board, and clearly I think you would have to rely on the fire department because that's the primary concern for safety for them.
Yeah, I think on that one they were concerned once it dumped in the winter, it immediately would freeze to ice, and then they would be dealing with.
When they've had some other roads in town where that's happened, and it's not fun.
Yeah, I mean, I guess,
Mr. Chairman, if the board went ahead with a waiver for this grade in this section, we would just want it recorded somewhere that if we were unable to navigate that hill because of the grade, that's understood by all the parties.
Is there access from the other side where this?
Not a roadway.
Yeah, I mean, there's legal access to come in from Oak Ledge, but it would basically require that then this lot would then be like part of that association and everything. So it really has nothing to do with the neighborhood. So it's always remained separate.
Wayne, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but is there kind of I know we have road standards at 12 and there's a reason we have those, but is there a slope that is really the ultimate max that you can sustain?
Sitting right here right now, I don't have a good answer for you on that. I don't know what the percent grade of, for example, Parkin Hill is, but we've had problems when it's slippery up there navigating, as an example.
And I think in the updated ordinances, we put some language in there for waivers when we do have this condition too.
I believe we did.
I think we'd have to go back and Justin should look at that as well.
Percentage rate.
Yeah, because there was questions about safety and things like that. We'd have to be sure. Yeah.
I mean, I would be concerned that not so much as presented right now, but if there's going to be future development, there's a lot of property up there with a lot more homes. Then it becomes a much bigger issue than one house.
Or two, because you can do two right now.
Well, one can cut off right before they're really steep, so we'd have two. Yeah.
Well, I think the second.
Oh, that's right. The second one being built. Yeah.
There's one being built. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think, I mean, and we're not trying to just like sit here and workshop this whole thing during the meeting and stuff. So Wayne and I and Jim can kind of work through some of these, but one option as well. I mean, I know we had the turnaround area and the 12%. We were concerned about slopes, but I mean, we can make that turnaround much wider with big sweeping radiuses or something like that, to get a better comfort level that you're not trying to hit a sharp target in the dark on a steep slope. I mean, we can really widen that out so that there's a lot more forgiveness. That could be an option so that we're not extending the road up through this steeper section if that's preferable. So, but I think we got to also work with Jim and Wayne and we can sort that out.
All right, then I think, do you have any other questions for us, Dustin?
Nope, it was really just discussing the unintended consequences of trying to fix one problem and then finding another and seeing if there was a preferable solution from the board as to which way to go. So, sounds like we'll go back and work on it.
Yeah, well, I think you definitely have some concern with the board for the 16% grade.
Yeah. I should have judged by how hard we were all breathing at the site. All right. I don't have any other questions then.
Okay.
Thank you.
You've taken no action on this? Do you wish to just continue tabling this?
Yeah, we're just going to table it. Actually, we don't need to table it. We have not accepted it yet.
Yeah.
I just realized we probably haven't had a public hearing on your other one. Sandy's going to get mad at me. Okay.
If we wanted to try and work through this and potentially come back in July, is there the ability to make an application, not today, obviously, for the next meeting? Is there any grace period as far as making or submitting this to you, or just so we don't?
You mean for the July meeting?
For the July meeting at this point to make some of these changes, or?
Yeah, Sandy, when's your cutoff?
The longest I can give you, Dustin, is till next Wednesday, but you luck out, we're closed, so if you got it to me Thursday morning would be okay.
Yeah, so 1 week from tomorrow.
1 week from tomorrow, Sandy?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's certainly workable on our end. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that end of day, Sandy, or do you need to put that? No, because
No, I would need it Thursday in the morning because technically I can only give him until Wednesday, but because we're closed, he gets till Thursday morning. And by morning, I don't mean just before noon. Sorry, Dustin.
Yeah. All right. No, we can certainly work with that.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dustin. All right, next is a Cousins Development Corp. for amended public hearing and an amended subdivision for a wire requirement for underground power to overhead, underground power to overhead lines. Hey, Dustin, before you leave, hey, Sandy, on the previous project, we really did not have a public hearing for.
I do not believe you did, no.
Yeah, do I need to do that? Sneak by? Now that we're on recorded here?
Well, we should.
Yeah.
You know, it's part of our ordinance.
But it's a site plan still. The way we deal with that is all the roads are site plans, so it falls under the
True.
site plan requirement. I don't know if the board can, I need to look at that and see if the board can waive
The public hearing?
hearing.
Sorry, Dustin, that was my fault.
That's all our fault, so we should know.
And are you going to be ready for public hearing on this Alfred Mann, Bob?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Okay, I will advertise that as public hearing.
Dustin, you be ready for public hearing?
Well, I think that one, again, because of a change we made in the, I know there's a subdivision, but we made that provision, because I don't, this is a weird one, Alfred Mann, because it goes through a subdivision. We made that provision, that if you had a subdivision, you amend the road.
Right.
You'd have to.
You have to have it in the subdivision.
Too. So that.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Dang it. Just trying to see.
So why don't we wait on that public hearing? Is that okay? Where's your timeline?
We'll decide, or do we need to know that before Thursday?
No. You need to know that on Thursday.
Yeah, so either we're in public hearing ready to go, or we're not.
Okay.
So basically, the decision you made tonight on Milas was preliminary? Or do you want to have a public hearing? Are you talking about Alfred Mann or Milas?
Milas right now, because we already gave approval for Milas, but I did not get the public hearing done.
I mean, you have everybody here, you could.
I don't know if we could waiver it.
Be announced.
That's what I'm trying to find out. What section would that be under? Site plan is under Article 9, right? Sorry.
It's all right.
Got this new ordinance and I can't find it anymore. Shoreline zoning, land use.
So Dustin, your plan right now is to bring the Mylar for signature the next meeting for this project, right? You're coming anyway. So, Jim, why don't we just advertise it? I doubt there's going to be any, you have not heard any of the others, have you, from?
No.
Yeah, I don't.
So it'd be basically a public hearing and then kind of a consent agenda items and a presentation and everything?
No. Just in case. Because we should stick to the plan. Don't worry about it, Jim. We'll just do it. Sandy, just advertise it as a public hearing for the next meeting.
Both of them?
Both of them. Oh, no. Well, Mila's Woods right now, and you and Dustin are going to decide on Alfred Mann on Thursday.
You know, we've deemed.
Okay.
We haven't deemed it complete.
We have not.
Yeah, so that's, I get you. Yeah.
I mean, we could do that at the same meeting, but.
Right. The question would be, are we confident that it'll be ready for?
Yeah. Okay, Dustin. You got the plan, okay?
Yep, yeah, that's right. So like for site plan, is it a requirement you always have to have a public hearing? I know for subdivision we do, but I don't know for this. I don't care, I just.
It says right in here, prior to taking final action on any site plan review application, the planning board will hold a hearing to afford the public the opportunity to comment on the application. I don't see any waiver.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I don't think we have the capacity to waive that.
Okay.
So we have to, the only thing you could do
I don't think it'll change anything.
Yeah, the only thing you could do is just make a motion to rescind the approval you made earlier, just as protocol. Because you've made a motion to accept that.
Right, and we have accepted it.
Well, you've accepted it and you've also gave it approval.
And we gave it approval.
So technically you should rescind the approval until you have the public hearing, just as protocol.
Absolutely.
Why don't we just modify on a friendly amendment the approval pending a public hearing?
Well, I still think that, you know, not that it's going to be appealed, but I think if it went through appellate process, they would say you preemptively approved it without public comment.
All right. Who made that motion?
I did, I believe, didn't I? Sandy?
Sandy, who made the motion to approve it?
Hang on, I gotta find it in my notes.
It was going so well, too.
Yeah.
It was.
Did I make it? I did?
Yep, you did, Bob.
Oh, Bob?
Yes.
Oh.
All right.
Oh, yeah, you did. 'Cause, yeah, you had all the amendments.
Yeah.
The conditions.
All right, so I move that we rescind the approval of the Mila's Wood Road construction permit following public hearing.
A second.
All those in favor? You guys say no now.
Okay.
All right, it's approved.
Yeah, so now you just have to come have a public hearing and you can do this again.
Yeah.
Maybe we can knock out some of those conditions, Dustin.
That would be nice.
That's one way to look at it.
Thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome.
All right, now we're up to Cousins Development Corp., the waiver requirement for the underground power.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this is before you. This was, I don't even know the date when this was approved, but it's an old subdivision.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. The engineer of record is no longer in business. So this applicant has purchased the remainder of Tenny Hill Estates. Is it Tenny Hill Estates? Yeah, Tenny Hill Estates. On the original subdivision plan that was recorded, it required that the utilities be underground, as was the standard for all subdivisions. Due to some, I'll call it restraints, the applicant did put overhead up to what's Lilac Lane, which is the spur road that has like 2 or 3 lots on it. They ran it overhead to that, but then they ran it underground up Lilac Lane. They wish to further continue the overhead up Tenny Hill Lane, and I think we may get into a situation similar to what Dustin just had, where they may be willing to go underground for services.
Yeah, we can, yep. There's ledge on the bottom section, but when the slope goes up higher, it's not as bad, so we can go underground from that pole that we're proposing to go on the extension, Tenny Hill Road extension up. From there to the houses, we can go underground, kind of like Dustin just said.
And this one has been out there for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I know Chris and I have been, working with Derek, prior to Derek, some other developers have looked at that. So the road is in, and it has been constructed. Now they're getting ready to put the utilities in. It would be somewhat disruptive to require to go underground, and to his point, there are sections in there where there's knobs of ledge. Which makes it difficult to put underground. We'd be blasting and everything. So,
and plus CMP wouldn't let us put. They wanted another pole like 6 feet away from the last existing one that's there.
Didn't know who he is.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you gotta tell us who you are. Thanks.
Oh, sorry, I'm Derek. Right.
We gathered that.
So yeah, the pole that's there that fed the first house in phase 1, to go from there underground. The other pole was put in, and then underground was fed up Lilac Lane. From that pole over to go underground, they wanted another pole 6 feet away from the original one that's currently there. So instead of putting, for one, it looks dumb, and for two, we just did the max, whatever it is, 200 feet out, and the pole would be there, and from there we go underground. But instead of having a pole 6 feet away, we would rather get the full 200 and then feed those underground from there.
So your request is just to eliminate one pole and go an extra 200 feet overhead before you go underground?
Yes. Yeah.
With well, if you go 200 feet, does that serve all the remaining lots?
No, I mean, I don't really want to have to come back, so maybe the to where the turnaround is on there, the subdivision requires the last turnaround is another, maybe one pole further than that, and then from there it's back driveways. It's not actually the road anymore, so I don't think there's any requirement past there. So I think Tenny Hill Extension was what we were asking, if we can stay overhead on Tenny Hill Extension and then go underground to all the houses from there.
There was, and I did forward it, I didn't bring a copy of it, but there is a plan within that old set that had shown where the electrical services were supposed to be.
In the original?
In the original subdivision set plan of sets, there was a plan, it was an electrical layout plan that showed that it was all to be underground. But
two of those are where we hit ledge, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I don't think Chris or I have an objection to that, given the conditions of ledge in some of those areas. I know in all subdivisions we're trying to get away from overhead, but I do think that, like I said, this one's been straggling around for a long time, and we'd like to see it completed. Mr. Ray does have a bond in place for the road at this point, but we need to move on with this electrical. It's the last piece of this. I think given the site conditions, I do think it would be reasonable to say that they could go with the primary up Tenny Hill Road, but like the last one, we'd like to see the services go underground. And I think Wayne would be in favor of that as well, because I think his only concern with overhead is when they go from the pole to the individual home, it makes them tough to have access with the fire truck to get in underneath those sometimes, when they have to kill it.
Lines.
Yep. And I think the only thing would be is where you're crossing Lilac Lane, we'd want to just make sure you have acceptable clearance for Wayne to get the truck up Lilac. Is that right, Wayne?
Yeah, that's correct.
That one's already in place to feed those other ones up there.
Right.
And they've been up there to inspect that, so.
Yeah, it's just crossing to keep going up Tenny Hill Road, though, across Lilac.
It doesn't cross. It's on that left side of the road the whole way, so the power wouldn't cross back over Tenny Hill Extension.
No, but it would cross over Lilac.
It's already done that. It crosses over Lilac.
Oh, okay.
Underground, it goes up Lilac underground.
All right.
So that one's already currently in place after those.
Did they run the line on that yet?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that feeds the.
Oh, that
feeds it.
Lilac.
Number 6. Yep.
Yep.
I'm looking at the waiver requirements just to make sure. So, and I'm not sure, and
Page E1, Chair.
I'm on, does that have a page? Article 9, 30 DAC 8.3. The need for a waiver is based on unique circumstances relating to a specific site and development application, and that these conditions would not be expected to be encountered elsewhere.
So again, I would say that the condition would be ledge.
Yeah, I'm not sure what D, the granting of the waiver in other situations would not have the effect of amending the ordinance requirement. Not exactly sure what that refers to. At any rate, I have no objections to it. I'm just, I think we need more specifics from you as to the granting of the waiver just for our records. We had some complications beyond our control, such as ledge, CMP requirements, and so on, doesn't quite fit the requirements of the ordinance for the waiver.
Okay. The ledge doesn't.
Bob, we got a person with a question with their hand up.
Yeah, wait. Kevin.
No, Luke has a question.
I was waiting to tell him when they stopped talking. You want me to unmute him, Bob?
Who are we unmuting?
Mr. Irvine?
Who is Mr. Irvine?
I don't know.
And no, don't unmute him.
Okay, because he's had his hand up for a while.
All right, unmute him.
Okay.
Stand by to mute him.
Right? Mr. Irvine, you can speak.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I bought the house from Derek there at Cousins Development Corp. Up on 6 Lilac Lane. I got an abutters notice here mailed to me by the town of Raymond. I think I pretty much understand what Mr. Ray is looking to do there, but I mean, my number one concern here is that I don't have to look at utility poles out my front window, but it doesn't sound like, based on what Mr. Ray just said, that that's going to be an issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, not even close. Luke, if you go out your driveway and go down Lilac to Tenny Hill, and if you took a left, that is where the poles go on the left-hand side, feeding the rest of the subdivision.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my number one concern there. Based on the notice I received there, it's a little bit vague there. It just says lot 18, and obviously they're all lot 18-C- and then a number. So I assumed it applied to all of the, different lots, but I don't have any further objections as long as I don't have to worry about looking at that out my front window.
Okay.
You're good. It's way on your backside, over the hill, down through the woods.
That's kind of what I figured based on what you were saying, but I was just curious. So that's why I joined, and that's why I wanted to ask the question.
So Derek, back to the thing. My hang-up is that CMP requirement is not a basis for granting a waiver.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you're requesting, part of what you're requesting.
Yeah.
So
the ledge is the most important thing.
Right.
The other one was more aesthetics. In a subdivision, I'm trying to sell the lots, and it looks very silly to have 2 poles 6 feet apart. So that was one.
Yeah, but unfortunately, looking silly is not a waiver requirement.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
And that's why the ledge as well as that.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what your 2 options were: putting the pole in normally up 200 feet or 6 feet away.
So
mine was.
What you're getting is he needs to update his waiver request to say,
yes,
for the purposes of underground conditions, makes it unfeasible to put the underground power in.
Correct.
And then please explain exactly what you're going to do there.
Yeah,
one more pole overhead and then go underground.
Yep.
I didn't really know what.
Did you guys get the email? The email was the first one. I thought that was the requirement for the application, and then I added that formal request afterwards because
right. But I think what we need is the
explanation one that I have.
Right. Well, this has to be the way the written waiver has to be updated for what the chairman said. But then I think the other thing would be helpful is the plan that I sent you showing the underground layout. even if you could just mark on that.
Yeah.
And give the board copies so we understand exactly
Yeah, I
where you put the poles.
Yeah, it can be hands.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's easy.
Yeah, and I don't think the board, let me just get a feel here. You guys have any problems with it?
No, that was, my only concern was what was addressed a minute ago was if it's going to affect any current home there that was purchased, thinking that it would be underground. That was all.
Yeah. Everybody
can't do that.
Everybody that's already there that is sold has underground power to their house. It's these other ones aren't for sale yet, and the power lines will be in prior to them even getting it. So.
Makes sense. It's just that you think you need a better.
And then the question would be.
1 second. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I'm just not familiar with the road. I just was wondering, what's the condition of the trees and limbs where you're proposing these overhead lines? Is this a risky situation for?
No, it was clear. I mean, it's a subdivision. For one, that they're not in yet, so that when the homes get in, if you can clear more trees, you will. But there's not that many trees there anyway. It was selective cut when we first purchased.
Yeah, it's been pretty groomed out.
4 trees left.
It's been pretty. I would say it's been pretty cleared
Up on the
along the
hill
road.
is fine, but anything that can touch the wire, I bet there's maybe 2 trees that would be able to touch a wire after this. And then you put a driveway in, you're probably going to lose those 2 anyway.
And then the question would be is where the original proprietor of the subdivision is no longer in business. I think we could do this with an affidavit because it'd have to be recorded as its amendment to the plan.
Yep.
So I think we could do it with an affidavit that could be recorded, but we'd have to prepare something for that
To
affidavit.
amend the plan.
Yeah, that'd have to be tagged on to the Registry of Deeds as an amendment.
So how do we get that done? So you have to go to Dustin? I think this was Pat Kayer that did this.
It was Pat Kayer and GM Engineering, Gray.
Yeah.
Mark Gray. Those were the 2 that prepared this. So, and I don't think Pat's in business either. So I think it could be done with an affidavit with help from an attorney to prepare the document that'd have to be recorded.
Okay.
And then the board signs that affidavit, and then it gets recorded and attached to the subdivision plan that's on record.
Is the
or
applicant
reference.
responsible for that? Or?
Yeah, the applicant would be responsible, not the town. The applicant's responsible. But I just want to make it clear to Derek what would have to be done. Because I don't think we can get the plan back. But it's such a minor, it's just a note change really on the plan.
Yeah.
So.
See, nothing's ever easy, Derek. Well, maybe Dustin could whip it out for him. That's where I would start.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right? Just a.
Well, you're working with somebody else's plan, so I don't know if we can. I don't know if there's an electronic version of that plan out there. Is what I'm getting at.
Yep.
Somebody'd have to get the actual CAD drawing to modify it. So I think it'd be just easier to amend the note with an affidavit.
Okay.
But he may just want to talk to his attorney or whoever he's using to record, because this will have to be signed and recorded and change.
Did you catch all that?
Yep.
Okay. So I think, I don't think the board has any objections to granting the waiver. They just you have to clean up the request, conformance, and then you have the documentation for us to sign to modify the plans.
Okay.
And we need to know where they're going, right?
Yeah, I'll do the plan, that, and then the lawyer's affidavit. Those 3 things.
Yep.
Perfect.
So you want to give him the same leeway you gave
Certainly don't mind, but can you think you can get all that done by Thursday morning?
I can get my part done. The attorney is.
Yeah. And I don't think we need to have the final affidavit because obviously the board has to sign that. But if we could have a draft or just I think the most important part is getting the plan done. Then we can deal with the affidavit afterwards.
Yeah, I agree. We can
do the affidavit as a condition, and we'll have to sign it and come back anyway.
Next Wednesday, you said, or Thursday?
You got Thursday morning.
Early.
I'll do Tuesday.
No,
I'm not a big.
You want to do Tuesday?
I'll do Tuesday.
I don't know. Sandy, are you there Tuesday?
Yeah, next Tuesday, yeah.
All right, there you go.
Check me.
Unless there's an election I don't know about.
Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it.
Yep.
That is it.
Is this people in the audience? Are they here for?
You guys here just
Moral support.
Just watching. All right, how'd we do?
Great.
Oh,
One of the agendas, there was a letter that I had written.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
I think there was fire suppression.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Thanks. I do have that. It didn't even make it into a folder. Regarding the mandatory sprinkler system. Thanks. And is that correct? Is that what you're? Okay. Wayne, did you get a copy of the letter?
Yes, I do.
What do you think?
The sprinkler system was, requirement was in lieu of the developer creating a fire protection water supply. Did you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the, where is this? What,
Woodstone Way.
It's Woodstone Way. It's off Cape Road.
Yeah.
Okay.
We just approved it
Yep.
this spring, winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, June of 23.
Right, and this isn't a subdivision, and this is a standard in all.
All subdivisions. Where does the, where's the new ordinance, Wayne, that the town just approved concerning sprinklers fit in?
So that's separate from the subdivision ordinance, so that they're not linked.
Why not?
Because we've had the subdivision ordinance prior to the sprinkler requirement for individual homes.
Yeah. So you don't see the, and I know it doesn't take effect till July, but you don't see that as changing our ordinances for subdivisions?
No. No, I don't.
Mr. Chair, because under our subdivision ordinance, we have a section in there for fire suppression.
Yeah, I realize that. I was just
And there's
curious.
options, and there's obviously various options where they could do public water supply, fire pond, cistern, or the other option is sprinkler. In this case, the developer chose sprinklers.
Right. I was just curious.
No, so
I wanted to get the both sides.
Okay. I mean, those,
Thank you.
those, you know, it's the buyer.
Yeah.
I understand his concern and his financial situation there, but that was predetermined, I would,
When the application, right.
with the
And in
purchase.
place when you bought the property.
Right.
I don't know, we've never waived that to my knowledge. Either for subdivision or individual. Do you remember? You've been on it a while.
No. Yeah.
Keep phrasing.
Mr. Historian, have you,
What's the question? About when?
Somebody give him a Snickers.
Waiving the fire suppression system in a subdivision.
When was it put in?
No. Have we ever waived? Have we ever waived?
Oh, I don't
No.
think so. I don't
Yeah.
remember doing that.
I don't recall it, unfortunately.
yeah, please. Yeah, certainly. I'm sorry.
Jeff Souls, building on Lot 5 on Woodstone Way. So I guess my question, so how I looked at it was, within the subdivision ordinance, it says an adequate water supply, which I presume is interpreted by this board, what's adequate. Then that amendment, 2021, the fire protection ordinance, seems to very clearly define what's adequate given the home size, is kind of how I'm interpreting those two ordinances together. So a single family home on 25 acres of land under 4,000 square feet does not need a system. But because I'm deemed in a subdivision, I do, like, how is it adequate for a single home on 25 acres, but not one within a subdivision on 25 acres, I guess is my confusion.
Yeah, and that's a good question, which is why I was coming back. I guess the answer to that question is, when the fire department requested all of the subdivisions would have some sort of additional fire protection, that was put into an ordinance, and the town kind of approved that ordinance. So basically, not you, but as a developer of the subdivision, would have options as to how he wanted to treat the fire protection of the homes in that particular subdivision. And your developer that chose that it would be a sprinkler system. So now so you're locked into that sprinkler system by the decision of the developer for the subdivision. And there have been many, like, I know that the one we did up on Hancock, they put in a cistern instead of having a sprinkler system. I can't remember off the top of my head a few others that we've done.
Well, that's one that the first person that bought a home came to the planning board and wanted to not have to put in the cistern, and
well, that was right.
We didn't.
Property.
We wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, and I think the correlation to the 4,000 is that really applied, and Wayne knows more of this than I do, but I think that applied to those non-subdivision lots where they had large homes primarily down on the Cape and on lakeside areas where it was difficult because they were close to the lake, but they didn't have any suppression nearby. So the idea was if we had a large home, the idea was the fire department would require them to put sprinklers in because they're just so large that the tanker supply wasn't enough to put the fire out. And,
Correct.
And so I think that was the compromise that was made at that time, that there was a certain size home that once it exceeded that size, the fire department didn't have the capacity with the tankers full to put it out. So that's why they went to this other suppression system on non-subdivision lots.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And the idea is in a subdivision, I think, is that most subdivisions are relatively condensed neighborhoods. And the concern always was that once a fire gets going, there's the potential that could jump to another lot or another property. So that's why the suppression was put in there for subdivisions. That's been in there for 20, 30 years. Yeah.
And I addressed that in my letter. I mean, we're not a typical subdivision. I'm on 25 acres. Most subdivisions, I mean, it's not a quarter-acre lots where the houses are all built one on top of another, which is why I kind of wrote the letter in appeal. Because again, the language in the ordinance says adequate, which I believe the board can interpret what's adequate based on the individual subdivision.
But so if you're not going to put sprinklers in, what other mechanism do you want to provide fire suppression? Because that's a requirement in the subdivision ordinance.
Well, so then that's why I'm referring back to this fire protection ordinance.
Two different things.
No, I know, but it gives you the definition of what would be if just a home built on a single lot, it's adequate. If you're under 4,000 square feet, the fire department can handle it. I don't see where the difference is just because I'm within the subdivision. That's all.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I totally hear you, and it doesn't make relevant sense, but the fact is that that's a subdivision requirement, and this board doesn't have the authority to...
We can't waive that.
You can't waive that.
Okay, so the word adequate doesn't,
take it up.
within the ordinance isn't applicable.
Correct.
Well,
under the subdivision ordinance, sorry.
Right, and that's where I was reading that word adequate from. I mean, that...
I think it's adequate for the interpretation for the subdivision, right? In determining what kind of fire suppression is going to be used.
Correct.
Okay. Not adequate for a particular home within the subdivision. Is that? At any rate, the answer to your question is we cannot modify a single home within the subdivision to take away a specific requirement in that subdivision.
Okay.
It would have to be a modification for the whole subdivision.
Okay.
And that would require pretty much the developer to come back and request that be removed from a stipulation for all the homeowners. And that has happened once since I've been here, but the board did not approve it.
Okay.
I was just trying to find it.
So we could potentially, if I communicate with the other homeowners that are going to be building, and all of us are in agreement, maybe we want to go with some sort of fire pond, that is a possibility?
Yes.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a possibility.
Any of those, I'm just trying to find where that is in the subdivision ordinance. Do you happen to remember exactly what section that was? Did you reference that in your letter?
I did. Article 5, Section 2, subsection B,
Can't find
1
anything
through
in this
4.
new-
Would a closed-off filter pond classify as a cistern?
Not deep enough. You gotta have a.
That's what I was wondering.
You gotta have a huge yield, of like 10,
X amount of
15.
gallons.
I think you could have 10. Wayne can answer that question, but I think you gotta have 10 to 20,000 gallons of
Okay.
accessible water. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at it.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
So between two of them potentially.
Yeah, but then you gotta be careful because those ponds don't operate. They have a larger storage in them.
Correct.
And,
That's kind of a catch-22. So,
Mr. Chairman, to Jim and the board, if for the fire protection water supply, fire ponds aren't reliable. They, when you have a year with a drought, they can become not a fire protection water supply, nothing that we can use. So instead of fire ponds, we do the cisterns. That's the tanks underground with a dry hydrant into the tank.
yeah, so the section from the subdivision ordinance, let me just read it so we're all on the same page. A plan for ensuring an adequate on-site water supply for fire suppression, such as a fire pond, underground storage, or extension of public water supply, together with a pertinent piping and hydrants, designed by a registered professional engineer or an approved building sprinkler system. The plan shall include existing and proposed perpetual easements necessary to ensure access to firefighting water supply or hydrants. I think that's, I think it's got to be one of those items to meet that criteria in the subdivision.
Right.
And Wayne, with the adequate water supply, is there a gallon storage number that he would have to hit if that was the case?
The minimum that we've had is 10,000 gallons, but it's anywhere from 10 to 14,000 gallons.
And roughly,
and a lot of that's based on the size of the homes being built, so that we can meet that fire flow requirement.
And I think from little experience I've had recently with that, I think that cost is somewhere between $5 and $8 a gallon by the time you get everything dug out, installed, appurtenances, hydrant hookups, everything. It's not cheap, but if you take that, say it's $60,000, $70,000, and you split that up between a bunch of landowners, there would be a savings, but they would have to come back to the board to provide that.
In the subdivision.
And amend the subdivision, or just with an easement, because they need an easement for where that would go.
Yep.
So it is an option. How many lots are in there?
5.
5.
22,000 piece.
Yeah.
So one of the lots is exempt, so there's
4.
Yeah.
Right.
You're getting closer to that 15,000 number again.
Well, no, it's like 19 and a 5-week delay.
It's something you guys can definitely explore, but it would, to the chairman's point, it would have to be something, the whole subdivision would have to be addressed.
For future, I mean, I don't know how I'd go about, urging some sort of amendment, maybe the planning board adopting the fire protection ordinance and replace, I mean, that subdivision ordinance hasn't been touched since the late 90s. But even if it doesn't affect me, I would just think for people building within the town going forward, it's a pretty significant burden to put on a homeowner when they inherently should be able to judge the risk of building a new home and the exposure to a potential fire, and not have all that driven by the fire department, in my opinion, as a homeowner.
Some of the rationale behind the sprinkler system as opposed to the other is also for protection of the firefighter to get people out of the building. And that is one of the drivers for that sprinkler system. Not so much for the homeowners, not to save, it's not going to save the building.
No, it's not. And so it doesn't provide adequate water supply to put out a fire regardless.
Right, but it will allow the firefighters to get to the second floor to grab who's ever still up there and get them out of the house, and it'll afford them that protection. And that is one of the reasons, that was the primary reasons way back there in the 90s or 80s, whenever it was put in, that it was approved.
Right, and I think that, Wayne, I think it's based on the number of units served, or isn't there a certain, the volume? Because I've seen that volume in different communities be anywhere from 10 to 30,000. And I don't know if there's an NFPA rating or how that works out.
Yeah, it's based on the fire flow potential for a fire in a building. So the larger buildings require more storage, and so that's what it's based on, the fire flow requirement of the buildings.
And
determines
short of
the storage.
Short of public water, they all have pitfalls. Right?
Yeah.
You know, so public water is the ultimate thing, and unfortunately, we just don't live in a community where it's readily accessible at all locations. No. But that, as you saw tonight with another one, you know, and fire ponds and cisterns are expensive too. But you know, I mean, if you had a large subdivision and you had 10 lots, and then maybe the cistern is a better economic choice, but that value gets turned into the price of the lot when it's sold. So, you know, maybe it's not 20,000, maybe it's 8,000, but.
Plus, there's ongoing maintenance too.
And that's always.
There is. There's absolutely ongoing maintenance.
Yep. Now we know where unaffordable housing comes from.
Right. It's an oxymoron.
Yeah.
It really is.
Sorry but.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, though. All right, now I think we are done. Unless, Jim, do you have anything for us?
I don't believe we have anything new. I'm not aware of anything. Chris isn't on, but I'm not even aware of anything that's forthcoming.
Introduce himself?
Yeah, I'm going to do that. Right. Would you like to introduce?
Yeah, this is Brett.
And
Winkin.
nothing came in today, folks.
Thanks, Andy.
This is Brett Winkin from my office. Brett is kind of assisting me with some of the planning duties through Sebago. The goal is obviously to bring him up to speed, and whether he takes over full-time or part-time, it's just nice to have a backup. So all the burden's on me. So Brett's coming along. He's doing a lot of the office hours with Chris, 1 day a week in the afternoon. So Brett, this is the board. Board, this is Brett. And, you know, he may, in nights where I have conflicts, Brett could definitely take over and hopefully guide him through as hostile as I have.
Brett has planning background?
Brett, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Brett, why don't you just tell us?
I do, yeah.
Go.
So recently moved here from the state of Ohio.
Oh, wow.
Went to the Ohio State University, graduated with a degree in urban planning, background in architecture as well. I'm not an architect, but architectural studies. And then I worked in the local government in central Ohio for about 3 years. Last fall, my wife and I decided to make the move to Maine for her schooling, and we're loving it.
Great. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
He's more qualified than I am.
I didn't want to say that.
Well, I knew you wanted to.
All right, anything else? Anybody got any questions? Sandy, we okay?
She's in amongst the weeds.
Yep, you're all good.
All right. Is there a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Hold on.
Can I say one thing?
Oh, yeah.
Laurie Wallace, Public Rock Road. Do we formally acknowledge in the planning board minutes that the application has been withdrawn for the Allen Solar project?
We don't. A withdrawn project is withdrawn. There's no.
How does the public find out?
Nothing more.
Wyndham Eagle.
Nothing more.
Yeah, nothing.
It's not approved. It's dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's that
There's
simple.
no communication at a meeting that it's.
No, nope.
Thank you.
The board has been provided a letter, and that is on public record, but email's on public record, so at this point, we're no further reviewing it. All the third-party reviews have stopped. Everything is dead in the water. So if they wish to enact that, I think they'd have to provide a new application at this point.
At this point, they'd have to, at this point, it'd be a whole.
So they'd have to start over if they wanted to.
I did note on the website that it was withdrawn.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you,
Sandy.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My motion's still there.
Oh, yeah, I'll second it. All those in favor? Done.
Aye.
Good evening, and I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. Before we get started, I would like to thank the previous members, Bob Goslin and Dennis Morris, for their dedication and service to the town. And I'd like to welcome our new members that were elected on Tuesday, Chris Hansen, Don Willard, and Cliff Small, who is not here. And thank you for stepping up to serve on the Budget Finance Committee. Glad to have you here. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from May 16, 2024.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on the minutes? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, are there any opposed? Okay, no, and the motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the discussion of historical CIP reserve funds.
Do you want me to get up and walk you through it?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you, Sue.
I wasn't sure how you wanted to discuss it. So I'm Sue Look, Town Manager of Raymond. And what I gave you in your packet is what I discovered when I started digging into the CIP and trying to understand it better, and found that in the audit, the numbers are always put in there, but then we really don't look at them much beyond that, and it's pretty well buried. It took me a while to find them. But when I did, I found that there were a lot of accounts that have been moved forward every year in the audit. And I'll pick on poor Sherry Gagnon Park down here. From that project, there was $16 left. And every year, the auditors acknowledge, yep, there's still $16, and they keep moving it forward. So Charisse did some digging, and I did as well, and we found that the statutes say that the municipal officers can move these funds to the to funds that are currently active, or they can put it into surplus. Those are their two options. And there's actually an item on their agenda for next week to look at moving these. So for instance, the assessing software reserve, that's going to move into the revaluation reserve for assessing. The two fire department items will probably be moved into the fire department reserve. That's what I'm going to be recommending to them. So we can clean this up. The auditors will have a shorter list, and you folks will have a shorter list. There's not much sense in continuing to carry forward something that's been completed or abandoned. The one difference, or one thing on here that I did find more information about, is the Water Watch account. That had to do with milfoil, and there's $4,000 in it. And the Public Works Director was going to be recommending that we start a capital reserve category for maintenance of the docks at the parks, because those are going to need some work and some maintenance coming up. So he requested that I change that to a docks account, a new one, and give it seed money of the $4,161. So that's what the ones on the bottom are. They're they need some housekeeping done to them. All of the data on here that you see, I went into each of the audits and the warrants, the results from the vote of the warrants, I should say, and came up with, if you look at the first column that says FY 18-19, the audit for June 30th, this is how much the audit told us we had in the account. For 2019 for FY 19 and 20, the budget added that first column. So under Fire Department Reserve, they had $370,000 in the audit. We added another $75,000. That year, FY 19-20, they expended $282,000, and then the audit said that at the end of June 30th of 2019-20, they had 163,272. And the math there ties out, going from the 370 plus 75 minus 28 or 282 comes up with the 163,000. And that follows through for each year. What's in the column for audit is what the department is starting with, and then you add the budget number, subtract the expenses, you get what was in the audit. If you continue to look across the, thank you, look across the spreadsheet, you'll see at the end this year, FY 23-24, that we're nearly at the end of, it doesn't say audit anymore. The audit won't happen until after we close the books on the 30th of June, and then it takes several months, so it's a ways out. So this is a calculated balance. The auditors could make changes to that. They could find something that should have been allocated to here and wasn't, or was allocated to here and shouldn't have been. So they could make some tweaks. It isn't often they do, but they can. So whenever we look at a calculated balance, we need to remember that that's what we expect, not necessarily what will be there when the audit takes place. But what I've done is put in what the budget numbers were for this current year we're in, the expenses we've had as of May 28th, that's when I did this, and then the balance now. My intent is, and I've added this coming year, all I have is the budget numbers now that they've been approved at the vote yesterday, or Tuesday rather. So what my intent is that this sheet will be in your budget books from here on. We'll keep it up, we'll add to it each year, and the same with anything else like this that you come up with. But I think it's important for the committees to know, for one, how much money are in the CIP accounts, and for another, for the department heads, because the way the audit comes in months later, it's a bit difficult to go back and figure out what is in there. This way, we can just keep a rolling balance that we check every time the audit comes out to make sure the numbers are still matching, and the department heads can make better decisions, as can you folks.
I have an odd question. So just looking at like fiscal year 2021, 2022, and it was on like the fire department and then also on the open space reserve in 2019, were those credits because maybe they ended up getting grants or something? Or like for the fire department, it was a minus 7,634 in expenses. So that's a credit. So
And that Sharice, I think, could answer better what it is.
thank you.
Yeah.
Come up and give a little bit of information, if you don't mind.
And that was this one.
Okay. When I came in, September of 2021, the fire chief, Bruce Tupper, they had requested to set up a reserve account for crash incident revenues. We have medical reimbursement services that would bill the personal automobile insurance companies, and if we collected money, they called it crash revenue. So for a while, that was flowing through, not so much that particular account, but just in reference down bottom, the fire department review fees. So some of that balance is actually the crash report revenue, but it hasn't been credited. As you can see, there hasn't been any activity since, well, it was the same right through FY23, FY24, until it's audited. Those are going into the general fund revenue under fire department review fees. And the way we get our report from Sean McPherson at Medical Reimbursement Services is that there's no, I don't know, I can't distinguish what's crash, what's not. I know we took in $6,525 in fiscal year ending 17 and 18, and since then, the little bit of money that we had been receiving for crash revenue has been going into the general fund. However, to talk about, back to the fire department reserve, the expenditures, there may have been, some small fire department equipment purchases out of that, not necessarily specific. The reason that it's funded at $75,000 and has for, I don't know how long, but many, many years, the primary purpose of it was for ambulance replacement. but it is titled Fire Department Reserve. So we could certainly look up those expenses to see what they entail, if you want more detail.
Oh,
for
no, I was
that.
just wondering how it seems like, you go from 282, which is fine for the expenses, and then 95, and then you end up getting a credit of 7,600. And I'm like, oh, that's,
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was like a grant or something that.
Well, it could have been, but typically we have to record grants separately.
Okay.
The auditor needs to track the total amount of grant revenue that we receive in the event that we need a single audit at the end of the year, if the amount should get to $750,000. But I do know, because I've only been here almost 3 years, the FY23 expenditures is when they purchased the rescue pumper truck. So we took a lot of money out of the reserve to purchase that, and then financed, I don't know, $489,000. I think the warrant article said up to $500,000. So that's what that big expenditure is.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, because like I said, open space reserve, I'm like,
yeah,
they got a credit of that, so they must have gotten, some like.
They got some money.
They got some money, okay, perfect.
But the detail could certainly be, looked into,
Yeah.
if you like.
No, thank you.
Sure.
Are there any other questions or comments for discussion on the reserve funds? I am wondering if it would be possible, when we do the budget for Public Works and for the fire department, if we could have a column put in that shows for the next year what's in the reserve for whatever
Yes.
particular expense would be, so then we could see what's
I've
already
added
been
that.
set aside?
Yeah, I've been working on that. So on all the things that you asked for in your email, I've done. I had already done.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Okay. If everyone is all set with the reserve funds, then we will move to the next item on the agenda, which is the discussion of expense revenue summary reports. Sue or Sharice, do you want to walk us through the reports that were in the packet?
So this was quite early in generating, and there have been some revenues credited since it was generated on May 31st. And I can certainly send an updated report to you folks for the period ending May. And those are the ones that we have to wait for it's the monthly journal entries that we do. But those are primarily revenues that would affect auto excise for one, boat excise would be another, and medical rescue billing. Joe's recreation programs that get, the registrations that get paid by credit cards, those are monthly journal entry, and it's part of my bank reconciliation process that I'm now downloading the statement. So there's probably 30,000 at least minimum coming in for revenues for that period. I'm sorry I didn't do an updated report. So I don't know, when did I finish that bank statement? Just this week? Tuesday? Yeah. It's pretty complex, but we are still waiting on the settlement check for legal fees. I think that's due soon. It's supposed to have been in the middle of June. I don't.
15th.
The 15th, yeah, we haven't received that to my knowledge. And I did check with the auditor on how to handle that, just to be sure that we were accounting for it correctly. And he or she had consulted other municipalities that are more familiar with that type of revenue source and just suggested that we create a extraordinary revenue and put it in there, because I did want to just see if they would recommend crediting the legal expenditure line, and that's not how they would recommend it. So I just wanted to get their feedback and recommendation prior to closing the books. So there'll be a new line here, a new revenue line created that will be titled extraordinary revenue, and that it will be for that amount. And we can put CEO fees or penalty or something.
Will the reimbursed legal fees be segregated from the penalties in the accounting system?
No.
Why not?
I don't have the breakdown. I suppose, you know, the agreement may have the breakdown between penalty and legal fees. I mean, I know approximately what the legal fees are. I could certainly, you know, for this fiscal year, I could put that in as 2 entries, you know, to reference legal fees for FY24.
I think from a transparency standpoint, I mean, getting back your legal fees is one thing. The
Mhm.
penalties is a different thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just my opinion.
Right. So, in consultation with the auditing firm, they just suggested to put again the extraordinary revenue. I can certainly make detailed entry as to the amount for legal fee reimbursement, although it won't be credited to the legal fee expenditures.
You know, around the community, going around the community, when I was talking to folks about things, people seem to think that the total, which is a reimbursement in large part of the legal, is the penalty. You know, that's not right.
Not the case.
But anyway, that's just my concern.
Right.
Yeah.
So that was discussed at length at mediation, and it is broken down in the consent agreement as to what the legal fees were.
At that time.
At that time, and what the proposed penalty was. But what people need to realize is that those legal fees, reimbursing them is a penalty, for one, because he's being penalized for the work he did and paying for it. There's also the restoration plan. So when we did the negotiations for this consent agreement, it was as a package, because if we broke it down, it would appear that they're getting less of a fine than what people anticipated. But when you add in the restoration fees of over $500,000 probably, plus you add the $450 roughly in legal fees, that's a big penalty, and it still sends a message that this gentleman that did this work, you know, he's paying his fair share of it, all of it, and we'll have a product at the end where it's restored to the best of its ability to the natural state.
Mm-hmm.
So in mediation, it was discussed that we could have broken that out, but we just did it to keep the violators still in the room and not walking out. This is how we dealt with it.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, the former chair of the select board was in agreement with it. I was in agreement with it, and our legal 2-3 lawyers were also in agreement. It was a very complicated case because of the bankruptcy of one of the violators. We had two contractors and a landowner with 2 different parcels of property. So this is a very complicated case. Don and I were involved in this for almost, 3 years? And this is, to me, a good resolution.
I'm not speaking to the resolution.
I understand
I'm
that.
speaking to the accounting.
But I think in accounting-wise, however she puts it in the books with a note would probably be very appropriate.
Mhm.
But I'm just trying to explain, because we're on TV, I want the public to know that this was discussed, hashed over, this was the best deal we could get. We wouldn't have done any better if we went to court. And if you go to court, there's the potential you won't get legal fees, A. 2, we would have incurred many more years of this violation without having a restoration plan.
Yeah.
So, you know, because you asked the question, I just want to
go on
give some
record.
explanation.
Although I have an opinion about all that, that's not my issue. My issue is an accounting issue, just segregating it properly. That's all.
So the other piece, the auditors what the auditor had suggested was that we could put it on, have it in a town meeting and have the voters decide what to do with, it's basically adding to our undesignated fund balance. They could choose, but we've already had our town meeting, not in time to have a warrant article for this season. Or the other thing is to, excuse me, it would just flow into, it close out into undesignated fund balance, and the selectmen have chosen, and the voters approved it, to use up to $700,000 to reduce property tax. So that was the two.
So basically, you're using the reimbursed legal fees in large part to reduce the property tax for a one-time benefit. That's what you're doing?
In essence, but I believe there's a second portion to that settlement agreement. I believe there's going to be, is there more revenue coming in October?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll have the significant check on the 15th of June, and the next check, I don't remember the timing, but it's a couple of months.
Seems so it was in
Get another
October.
So when you use all that revenue this year to reduce the property tax rate, what happens next year?
That would be a decision that the select board would make at the time.
I understand that, but how do you fill that revenue gap and not have a significant tax increase?
Well, we're also going to be in the process of a revaluation, not that that would be the case for FY25.
Well, that will complicate it, but it won't fill the revenue gap.
Right, right. So there may be this, influx of, revenue coming in, reduce the taxes, and you're going to have that spike and decline effect. But the selectmen left it up to, it's up to a certain amount. And I think once they get the recommendation from our contracted assessor on, usually provides 3 different mill rate options, they'll look at it at that point in time as to what they actually want to use.
So they haven't fully decided on $700,000?
No, they'll do that in September usually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. So we're talking about almost $500,000 in legal fees coming back to the town.
Mm-hmm.
Where did those fees come from to pay the bills going from 2.5 years ago till this?
Right. So we would have overdrawn administration legal fees.
Yes.
And as a result of that, it would deplete your undesignated fund balance.
So it
that's
came
where the
out
money
of
thing.
undesignated fund.
Correct. So this is just
why don't
basically.
we put the money back into that?
And that's what we would be doing.
But then what they would be doing would be reallocating it to tax relief from there.
If that's what they decide to do.
Well, it looks like that's what they're deciding to do because it's a significantly larger amount from fund balance than I've ever seen.
I can't speak for them, and that decision will be made in September.
Yeah, I just worry about, using all that money for instant tax relief. To me, it would be more judicious to, allocate it to non-recurring capital expenditures or to meter it in over time so you wouldn't have a spike in the tax rate. And I know it's going to be obfuscated by the reval, and it's going to be, not intentionally, but the reval is going to skew everything and make it so it will be difficult to understand.
Right.
This fiscal year to the next, but it just doesn't seem like it's the way to expend those what are basically undesignated fund balance funds.
Yeah, and my role was just to be sure that I was putting it in the accounting system correctly before we closed out the fiscal year. So we're not making adjusted entries. We do expect them to be on site. I believe it was in September. We set aside dates for them. They're actually coming on site this year. And there's been pre-planning already in the works, but I did want to consult with the actual auditing firm to make sure that it's being recorded correctly based on their recommendation. That's what we'll be doing.
Okay.
May I ask if a selectman is here that would like to speak about what else could be done, and you don't have to, but if there was anything that that money could go towards besides just tax relief, would you be interested in sharing, or is that something you wouldn't know?
Because I'm only one person, I'm not a board, so I would rather wait for our meeting. But thanks for asking.
One thing you could consider, and I think it's somewhere along the line we kind of followed this, and I don't know if it was a hard and fast rule, but the idea was to use the fund balance for major non-recurring capital expenditures. So instead of instant tax relief, but I don't think it's a formal policy at this point, but it's something a lot of towns do for this reason. You don't want to see a spike in the tax rate, but
Right.
it is useful, I think, to expend these funds at a level that would keep them consistent with what would be best bookkeeping practice, which the town always has and has now. And so, and the way to do that, you don't want to see these things the funds exponentially grow over a long period of time would be to allocate them to these major, as I say, non-recurring expenditures, and you have those every year.
Right.
So it's maybe a nuanced thing, but I just worry about all that money into the tax rate and then what happens next year.
I kind of agree. I know it's not up to us, but we had discussed this at one of our earlier budget finance meetings, and I just kind of felt that money could be used somewhere else in the benefit of the town. Like, I think tax relief is awesome, but I think that with the town projects that we have over the next couple of years, I'd like to see that specifically used for, even if we held on to it for a little while, just, have that go directly to something. I don't know. I can't tell you what that something
Yeah,
is.
that's what I'm saying, basically, a major non-recurring capital improvement. So that's what normally towns do.
So that may be a recommendation that the Budget Finance Committee wants to make to the Board of Selectmen before they do make that determination and decision in September when they set the mill rate. That may be something you want to put on your calendar looking forward.
And do we know how much about we're getting in October?
October 15th, 7%.
October 15th, I think that's the date. But I think it's in the area of another 200,000.
Okay.
We already collected the 10,000 from
Q-Team.
Q-Team. That's in the bank or in the fund. And while I'm speaking, the thing I'm thinking of with Sean's comment of putting the money somewhere else than just tax relief, I would suggest, and this is after dealing with this case, seeing how much legal we incurred because of the potential of another violation like this, that we should start banking more for legal. Legal's not going down. We were paying up to $625 an hour for some of our legal consultations with Pierce Atwood. We don't get a municipal rate if there's a conflict. Our Bernstein, sure, we get a municipal rate. But when you hire an outside firm because of a conflict, you're paying top dollar. We don't get a municipal rate. So people should understand that this isn't going to go away when we have violations like this. We're gonna have to pay. And I would suggest that maybe some of the funds go into a legal fund that, like the state has created because of this now. They're starting another effort. We have new legislation so we can lien a property, but in the meantime, they're setting up a fund for legal fees, because this is a big problem around the lake, in all of our lakes.
Yeah, just because we won this one doesn't mean it won't be a long, bloody fight for the next one.
It's just something that we should talk about maybe in September.
I actually think that's a really excellent suggestion too, but in fairness, I mean, this thing happened, really quickly, and there was no allocation to substantiate these sort of fees, and so the town really had no choice but to, go forward the way they did, and I understand and appreciate the collection of the fees, and so, but I think we probably something like what Chris is just describing, or setting them up into a reserve fund for major non-recurring capital expenditures, something like that, to me is much, much wiser than just taking a one-time, hey, we reduced the taxes.
So back to reviewing the expenditure reports. Each department has, its budgeted amount. We fixed the current month reporting period as well as the year-to-date. They used to be the same. And a balance, minus in the revenues means that we've exceeded the revenue amount, and then a minus in the expenditures means that we've expended the budgeted amount for that as well. And then you have the total percentages, either overspent or underspent. So administration is over budget by almost 121%. Legal and salaries being probably the primary reason of that. Assessing is in good shape. Codes, and I do want to point out that code revenue, as of this report, the budgeted amount was 140, and they've already taken in 200,000. So they're over budget, and they still have the month of June. Town buildings is right on track. Technology, let's see, you might see in technology that contract line, which is on page 2. It's a minus 84, 6254. What goes into that line, and hopefully that will be resolved with the fiber project, is the Consolidated Solutions technology bill for the internet that we're currently paying for. It's quite substantial, and that's where it flows, is the technology budget. Fire department, it's running very close. They made a presentation, I think it was at the May meeting, just bringing to the attention of the selectmen that they've had some emergency repairs and whatnot. Primarily due to the storm, but they are hopefully, I know they are seeking reimbursement from FEMA, but that does take time. You know, could be 18 to 24 months before we receive that reimbursement. Animal control is good. Public Works is good as well. When I say good, you know, they only have 1 month remaining. Hopefully they're not holding on to their invoices, because this only represents the invoices that we've issued payment for. So it's important that those get turned in, you know, as quickly as possible. And especially now that we're closing the fiscal year, it helps with the accounting process. So all in all, I would say we're in pretty good standings. When you look at the departments, they're, you know, 80% to 90% expended, so, and they just have the month of June to go through. So I don't know if you have any questions in regards to that at all.
Does anyone on the committee have additional questions or concerns about the report that Sharice just briefed us on?
So one of the warrant articles that they have on an annual basis is to get the approval to transfer, you know, the CIP accounts, unexpended amounts, as well as the health reimbursement account that is funded to a level that we think is adequate. But that particular cost center, if you will, on page 5 is already in the negative by $6,200. So there will not be any health reimbursement account funds to carry over because the cost center itself is in the negative. Other than that, I think you were primarily focusing on capital. Still had $319,000 as a balance, overall balance remaining in the various accounts. So back to your question, Karen, does anyone have any further questions of me?
Is there any interest in going over the TIF expenses?
Just question for Chris, what are you guys mailing out there?
Say what?
What are you guys mailing out there? What are you mailing out?
Where'd you see that?
Postage.
Oh, butter notices primarily, and I asked their administrative assistant for the planning board about that, and I understand in the ordinance that it's required to mail those butter notices by certified mail a lot of times, maybe depending on the project. So, postage.
Uptick in projects?
Upcoming planning board projects.
Appeals board, yes.
Yeah. Zoning board appeals, yeah,
Right.
all those. So, good question, Sean.
I'm watching Chris.
I see it.
So TIF, you have the TIF expenditure report
Yes.
through May. We still have $85,000 to expend. We've expended 73% of the budget. We were talking a little bit about, Sue was referencing the water watch account, the milfoil inactive reserve account, and the milfoil contract that we have, because we get grant monies in from the state, and so there's a milfoil removal expenditure line, and that's offset by the incoming revenue under a grant revenue line, $24,871, and it's overdrawn by $16,000. So it's basically to the good when it nets out. So we do have a current milfoil project and have for a couple of years now, since Raymond Waterways is either unable to do it or don't have sufficient volunteers. So we are working with the state DEP for the grant monies and a contract that does milfoil removal for us, and we bill 3 different organizations to help pay for that cost. Some of the lines in here, bless you. There's monies that are budgeted, but they may or may not get expended, and that just keeps it in a TIF account. If we don't expend it, it still stays in the TIF account as a separate line item, so to speak. Almost like because I don't have the audit with me, but there is a reference to the TIF, and that might be something else that we need to look at during budget time, is to provide that to you as well. I know Sue's been working on compiling data over the years of what that fund balance has been year after year after year after year. And I think that would be helpful. And because they have special town meeting next Thursday? Thursday for public hearing on the TIF, on hopefully an amendment to expend monies on the fiber optic project.
So one last question.
Why?
The 50,000 that's in the TIF for paving of roads, that will carry over to the next year's TIF and be able to be used?
Yeah, if it doesn't get expended, it stays in like what we call a TIF fund balance. If it doesn't get expended, then it stays within the TIF.
Does that earn interest?
That particular money is don't want to. It's combined with the general fund money, just as the CIP fund balances, and that's something that I want to check with the auditing firm, because there's also a part of that state statute that Sue and I referenced that interest should be allocated to those capital improvement plan accounts, and they haven't been. So that's something else I would like to start doing according to the statute. And it's pretty easy to do based on, take each month's average daily balance, average monthly balance based on what we're receiving and what the balance is in the capital improvement fund, and allocate it that way by percentage.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a couple of changes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Sharice.
Thank you.
Sharice, thank you for everything you've done for us.
Yes, thank you.
We really do not like seeing you leaving us, but good luck in your new position.
I don't know if the public knows that, but.
That was going to be my public comment, so I guess you've done a great job for the town, and I understand you have tendered your resignation, and there was a memo that went out. I guess I didn't get it, and I guess Chris got it because he's department head, I think, but so we weren't added yet to the list. But I learned about it today, and I really want to say how sorry I am that you're going, and I wish you the best in your new position. But you've done a great job for the town of Raymond.
Thank you.
Okay. Right. Okay, we are now at the public comment
Bob Goslin, Eagles View Drive. I want to take this time to thank all of you serving on the Budget Finance Committee. Karen, you did an excellent job this year.
Thank you.
Sean, Frank, Indy, you guys have been great. And I wish the best for Chris Hansen and Chris Hansen. Our voice does make a difference, and I think we learned that this year with the vote on the Public Works Garage. I encourage you to keep on the good fight and keep the people of Raymond in your minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Teresa.
I just want to put out there a thank you to Bob Jones, who passed away, who was a former budget finance person, and he served the town well, and he will be missed.
Yes.
Teresa, when did he pass?
2 weeks ago. Yeah. And I don't think they told everybody right away because it was a little bit later on the weekend that they came out with it. But he was a good guy. He was a really good guy, and he will seriously be missed. So I just wanted to make sure I said it tonight because he filled in on the budget finance and did different things. The Lions Club.
No, he started the Lions Club.
He did? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he started the Lions Club in Raymond.
Wow. Do you know of anything else? I mean, that he...
He was highly involved. He was involved in the Founders Day program. He was involved in all those things back, 10, 15 years ago when he was...
Candidate debates.
Yeah,
He ran those.
debates. Yeah,
He was a good soul. He really was.
He did a lot of work for the town.
Yeah. So he will, I just want to put that out there because this was the place that he was serving on. So thank you to him.
Thank you for letting us know, Teresa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. I agree 100% with Bob, and I'd like to just take it a step further and say that the only one I knew when I got on the board was Bob, from him being a fire police all those years that I was chief. And it was really a pleasure to work with a committee that really stayed focused on the issues and to get to know you individually in that small period of time. It was really a pleasure, and probably one of my favorite committees I've ever been on in either city, Portland or Raymond. So thank you for your time and dedication. You are really a committee that I admire. So
Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to be holding you accountable, Dennis, just to let you know.
And I know that it's Jeff, and I don't know his last name, but if anybody who had voted this past Tuesday would have noticed that Jeff, who would be at the ballot box and would bring the ballots, he passed away.
Jeff
Tibbles. He passed away just over the weekend a couple weeks ago as well. So he was missed. But that was somebody that, yeah, as well.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. And Budget Finance Committee comment? Okay, Sue, did you have an announcement about Robert's Rules training?
My parents gave me a book that I feel like weighs 10 pounds, so this would be better.
They actually put out a Robert's Rules for Dummies.
I asked my husband.
Which
that,
I know,
please let
which
there
I
be
know
one.
sounds silly. It's not a bad book for the basics.
Okay.
But I did talk with our attorney today. We are setting up a meeting. I don't know when.
Oh.
He hadn't gotten back to me. And what I found out was he had just gotten a new cell phone today because he figured out that, as of yesterday, that he wasn't getting his messages and his text messages. So he hadn't gotten my message to say we need to set up a meeting. So he is going to set it up. He said he would do it within the next month. So just as soon as I hear from him and we have a schedule. And the intent right now, at least tentatively, is to have it be an executive session so that, and there will only be two phases. There'll be an executive session so that the committee members can ask very pointed questions and very specific questions, and he can give very frank answers about even specific kinds of scenarios. And he will also do he said it would take about 20 minutes for him just to basically stand here at the podium and go through his normal spiel for the training elected officials, and we'll tape that. So that will become what will be required watching for any new committee members that come through.
Is executive session appropriate for what essentially is a workshop meeting?
Given the subject matter, yes.
What kind of subject matter would be discussed that wouldn't be public information?
There could be sensitive items that were talked about, for instance, what you can or can't put into executive session and bringing up examples.
Yeah.
So that was his suggestion, that we do it in executive session, so that you can all be much more frank.
As opposed to just doing it as a non-televised workshop?
Yes.
Okay, never heard of it, but okay.
Well, a non-televised workshop, the public can still attend.
I just don't know what would be, you're protecting there.
And that amount of detail I can get from the attorneys.
Yeah, I'd like to know what his reasoning is. I think, the whole idea is to make sure the public's well-informed about what's happening in the town.
It's also to make sure that the committee members understand how to run meetings and what is permissible.
Right, and that would be great for the, the committee members, but it's also great for the town to see what's happening.
Which is why he will be also doing a class that can be run whenever on the TV, can be posted on our website, and will be required watching for any new committee members.
Sharice wants to talk.
Yeah, Sharice?
No.
It's my last Budget Finance Committee meeting. So, Budget Finance Committee members may or may not know, but the 2023 bond that we did for Public Works Garage, tennis courts, and Tasseltop improvements, in that, they call it I'm looking at Sue because she has her own acronym. It has an acronym and what it stands for. Preliminary official statement, and then there's a final official statement, so a POS and an FOS. And in that document, which is, 50 pages long or more, it's very detailed. It has a copy of the audit and historical data and statistics on the town of Raymond compared to the county, the state, the region, and the country. But another excerpt in that is the CIP plan, looking out 5 years. So in preparing that document to close in November, and we're working on it in July and August and September, the CIP plan is contained in that document as it stands now, and then, if there's ever a need to go out to bond again, it would be good to have that updated based on whatever your recommendations are. And I can give you a copy of that page excerpt out of that document if you like.
That would be very helpful.
Okay.
Yes, we'd like to have it, thank you.
It was a shot in the dark for me, but I did consult with department heads, and it was very time sensitive in getting it done. So, but it's just a target. Looking forward 5 years. It's just a target.
Okay. Thank
Okay?
you, Sharice.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that
Thank
very
you.
much.
Got two things real quick. So are we planning to do something on Tuesday? I think it's the 28th? Is it
25th.
25th?
Yes. Would like to schedule the next meeting, if possible, for an orientation workshop for the Budget Finance Committee. And I'd like to know if July 25th might be available, a week from Tuesday the 18th.
I should be able to do from Zoom if it's possible.
Okay.
Wow, she's looking. I think we need to use something up undesignated funds to fix that podium. It looks like it needs. It looks like it needs some nails in the top there or something.
There are no
Okay, is everyone here available for Tuesday, the 25th?
That should be good.
I could do it virtually.
Okay, all right, then let's schedule that. 6:30 works for everybody.
Did you say Tuesday, the 25th?
25th.
Because I have the 25th of July being the Thursday.
June 25th?
June, oh, I thought you said July. Yeah, you said July.
I did, I apologize. I have June printed out right here, right in front of me. That's why I didn't see it.
So it's June.
June 25th, yes.
June 25th.
Oh,
the
that's-
CBA meeting has already been canceled, so there is availability.
I see what the problem is. I wrote down July on my notes, but I meant June.
Yeah, June 25th would be good for me.
When you say an orientation meeting, what does that entail?
Just to welcome everyone and to go over the ordinance for the Budget Finance Committee. Get everyone acquainted with that.
Okay.
I know you're acquainted with it, but
Yeah.
we have a couple of
I was
new,
just
other
curious.
new
I
people.
was just
that-
curious. I think it's a good thing, but I'm not sure it's anything they've done before, but it's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, he's gone. Anything else from the Budget Finance Committee?
Nope.
Right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
I can second that.
All right, all in favor? Stand adjourned.
Welcome to the June 20th public hearing. Just for clarification, this is a redo of what we did at the last meeting because for some reason the ad did not get properly run in the paper. So to meet the notice that we need in order to do in order to go forward and try and get the TIF wording changed, we need to do a redo. So is there any comment on updating to the tax increment financing district to include broadband? Seeing none from the people present, any on Zoom?
No one has their hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, we will close the public hearing then. Is Mel going to do the?
Yes.
Good evening and welcome to the special town meeting for the town of Raymond. In the name of the state of Maine, I am hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Raymond qualified to vote in town affairs to meet at the broadcast studio located at 423 Webbs Mills Road in said town on June 20th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. to act on Articles 1 and 2 as set out below. Article 1, to choose by written ballot a moderator to preside at said meeting. I will now entertain nominations for moderator.
Sorry, I nominate Joe Bruno.
Second?
Motion to close nominations.
Second.
Vote.
You need to vote to close nomination.
But Mel has ballots.
Okay.
Yeah, you need to have a vote to close nomination.
So, okay, I will now entertain.
I motion to close, and he seconded it, so all in favor.
Okay, all in favor of voting to
Closing,
close?
yeah.
Thank you. All right.
All right, so you
So
need
now you
paper.
have ballots in front of you. Nope, you do not have ballots in front of you.
No.
Apologize.
You only need 3.
I'm gonna vote twice.
Oh, Derek's good too.
Somebody need one?
Some extra ballots. Those are blanks.
I need at least one more.
Does Sam have one?
You got 3.
No, Sam didn't give one back.
These ones are blank. I only have 2.
Okay.
What do I put on here? What am I supposed to write down?
Joe Bruno.
Just right.
I guess so, yeah.
Let's do it very quick.
And Dennis voted one as well, I think.
Yep.
We're at 5 votes for Joe Bruno. Raise your right hand, please. I, Joe Bruno, do swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of this state, so long as I shall continue a citizen thereof. So help me God. I do swear that I will faithfully discharge to the best of my abilities the duties incumbent upon me as moderator for the town of Raymond for the June 20th, 2024 special town meeting according to the Constitution and laws of the state, so help me God. Okay. I just have sorry,
Yep.
pen.
This ballot.
You just sign right there.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. So all right.
Or maybe you were. No, I heard here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We.
Article 2. Shall the voters of the town of Raymond, Maine adopt the First Amendment to the Portland Natural Gas Transition System, Municipal Development and Tax Increment Financing District, such adoption to be pursuant to the following findings, terms, and provisions. I am not going to read all this because it will bore the hell out of you. So I will open up. I need a motion on Article 2.
Move to accept Article 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Does
Anybody?
everybody understand this article?
Anybody want to explain what the article does?
Sure. Got it.
Might as well.
Oh, no,
No,
not
no,
the
no.
solar.
That's on, this,
Yeah, this is on fiber.
this is on
No, I
the,
know, I said, why don't you explain it to us if
Yeah.
we're being asked to vote on it?
Sorry.
As well.
Okay, what this is doing is allowing us to file an amendment to the TIF district to allow the wording to be put in there to allow broadband to be covered under the TIF. So in other words, we can use TIF funds to help fund the broadband.
any other questions? Discussion?
That's your chance.
This is it. All those in favor of Article 2, please raise your pink card. Any opponents? Article 2 passes. Have a motion to
Move to
adjourn the town meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Town meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
We'll call the Select Board meeting to order. Couple of things first. We want to, we've got some changes on the board this year. We want to thank Joe for his years of service on the board and the things that he's done to, help move the town forward in a number of areas. And so he'll be missed here, but we hope he's not going too far away. And then we want to welcome Dennis Morris onto the Select Board. Next item is election of the officers.
I make a motion to nominate Rolf Olson as chair.
Second.
Any other Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations?
Second. Motion, so moved.
Second.
All those in favor of closing nominations? Opposed? Okay, all those in favor of Rolf Olson as chair? Opposed? Motion is carried. Is there a motion, a nomination for vice chair?
Nominate Teresa Sadek for vice chair.
Second? Any other nominations? Is there a motion to close nominations?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor of closing nominations? All those in favor of Teresa Sadek as vice chair? Opposed? Motion is carried. Motion on, or nominations for parliamentarian.
That's the big one.
Nominate Teresa Sadek.
Rolf's going to correct me anyways if I do something out of line on that one too. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Is there a motion to close nominations?
I was going to make you
So
All those in favor of closing nominations? All those in favor of Teresa Sadek as parliamentarian? Motion is carried. Next item, minutes of the May 7th meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes of May 7th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Dennis, you can't.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yep. Okay, motion is carried. Next item of business, consideration of a citizen's petition regarding changes to the land use ordinance section pertaining to solar panels. Bob and Lori Wallace, you want to speak on this?
Have James Bass, our attorney, speak.
If that's the case, I need
A motion to allow.
Yeah.
Motion to allow.
Motion to allow someone from out of town to speak.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Now you can speak.
That's right. Thank you for that.
You can buy a house in Raymond.
It's a very pretty community. It is. For those who I haven't met, my name is James Bass. I'm an attorney from Augusta, and I represent the Danzigs and the Wallaces. So first, I'm happy, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm happy to present. I mean, I don't know how much information you would like. Most of you are very well versed with this issue. I would say, just as an overview, that this citizen's position, as with my clients put forward over 500 signatures, and 464 had come back valid. There was a strong showing in the community to put this issue out for a vote and allow the voters their say in this. And what this is to prohibit the development and installation of commercial solar farms in rural residential districts and then in all shoreland districts. I think you're familiar with the language. I'm happy to talk about if you all have any questions. But I think, as we've just seen from the open town hall in regards to the TIF, is that something very similar could happen with this citizens initiative. So we are requesting that the select board put this out to a special town meeting for either the July or the August select board. So that would be July 9th. Or I believe it's August 13th. And the one date that you all should know is that per statute and per the city's website, 45 days have to elapse between the submission of the citizen's petition and the vote. And so that 45 days would be Sunday, July 7th. And so the next scheduled select board meeting on July 9th satisfies that requirement. So my clients were asking to have the special town meeting called then. And the reason why is because, again, you've got the strength from the citizens' petition showing the select board that the citizens do want to vote on this. And I think it It benefits both the people from the community, the people who signed the petition, who want this vote, and I think it also it benefits the, your office and the community at large. There's strong support to have this vote as soon as possible, but then I also think it provides clarity to have this vote soon. What this vote will do will make an ordinance change, and will make that change retroactive to July 1st of 2023. Prolonging this vote, potentially having it in the fall, or at the election in the fall, or even potentially next year, I think presents too much, injects too much uncertainty into this process. I don't think it's good for the community, and I don't think it's good for certainly the supporters. I think having a vote as soon as we can makes sense. And so that I'm happy to take any questions that you all have.
I have some. Questions?
Question?
Yes, I have two. One is, why go all the way back to July 1st, 2023, when we have no, from what I understand, applications on the books, and started from like now, today? And the second question is, I know you guys went through a lot of frustration and putting together all this work and stuff like that. Why wasn't this step maybe taken sooner, I guess, with the petition, the Citizens Initiative?
Sure. So I'll take them out of order if I can. The question being, geez, you've submitted this citizens petition. Why wasn't it done before? For those members who weren't on the board last February, we did come and requested that the select board move to impose a citizens, an ordinance moratorium. Your board and you declined to do so, and then recommended that we get in touch and work with the planning board, who was working through some ordinance changes at the times. We worked with the planning board. We presented those ordinance changes to the planning board. The planning board did not accept or really, I think, entertain those ordinance changes, and then we came back. DEP was involved. We worked with DEP. That didn't seem to, gain a lot of traction. I would certainly say, from my client's perspective, they have worked with the community, and we presented an option, and it was your board, and then it was the planning board that declined for those reasons. And so then, in a sense, we were pushed into this. In some sense, it would have made sense. Geez, why didn't you start with this, provision at the time? But we were respectful, and we wanted to work with both boards. Okay. The other question is, why have this moratorium, or why have the effective date be July 1st when there really isn't cause right now? I think the main answer is that depending on if you move forward, and we strongly recommend that you do, but when you move forward with setting a vote for this, there is going to be that date between now and whenever that vote is, that the current ordinance is the one in force. And so a solar developer could come in and say, boy, this is a great idea. I've got an idea to put a commercial solar farm in X. But then if the vote is going to take place potentially to impose to propose an ordinance change that is retroactive, then you're creating a problem. So I think it makes sense to schedule the vote as soon as we can to decrease that amount of time.
I think what she's saying is, why is it going back to July 1st when there's nothing in the books now? Why wouldn't it go back to maybe tonight, or since there's nothing on as of right now? I get what you're saying. Sure. Somebody come in tomorrow and try to do it. Right. But what's the point in going back that far? Right.
So I think there's a simple answer to that right now. You cannot change it because the petition has already been out. If you change anything in the petition has to be reissued. So so essentially you're stuck with what the wording is in there right now.
No, and that's fine. I guess I just was wondering why it went back so far, because I know you have like 18 months and stuff like that, and we know that there's no applications out there.
There was an application.
There was an application at the time we started this.
Okay.
So that's why we went retroactive.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Just as a point for everybody too, if you have a comment, no problem at all, but please go up to the podium. And the reason for that
Can I
is...
get a mic instead?
You can, but the reason for people going up there is the people out in Zoom land can't hear you from your seats. They can hear you through the microphone.
Speaking of that. All right. Nope, good.
Other questions and comments? Or were you done, or?
Done. I think we may have may have some of the petitioners themselves present to the board, if that's all right.
Yep, that's fine.
Wonderful. Thank you.
She's going to try and get you a mic.
That's fine. I'm fine.
Just don't kick anybody on the way.
I think last time they gave me a mic, it was a little easier. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So just to clarify and address, because now I'm on camera, so, for posterity being recorded. So it was retroactive because at the time there was a project on the books, and it was put in last September of 2023. And it was in an environmentally sensitive area. And that's why we started this whole process, because we were concerned about Thomas Pond. We were concerned about the wetlands. We were concerned about the vernal pools, and then what the clear cutting and ripping up that land was going to do for flooding and how it was going to impact the lake, and et cetera. So when we started, it was because of that. And when we started, we came to you asking for a moratorium because we just wanted to press pause to give Raymond the opportunity to say, is this what you meant? Is this what you understood this to be? Because I think, as I stated in the past, I voted for this ordinance in 2022, but at the time I voted for it, it was my understanding when I read it, right, allowing solar in residential neighborhoods, that it was for individual use, for people to put on the roofs of their homes, for them to put in their yard, if they had a farm. It was for their own personal use. We found out the hard way when it was going next to the lake and in our wetlands and forested, that that was not the case, that it allowed for commercial solar in that area. And when we started talking to people, they're like, no, that's not what it is. And we're like, no, yeah, that is what it is. And so we asked for the moratorium so you guys could press pause on the applications, a retroactive moratorium, and then decide as a town, is this what you meant to do? This isn't what the town thought, based upon both anecdotal as well as the signatures we got. For the moratorium, I think we got 270 signatures that day, in one day. 270 people wanted the moratorium. We came, we were sent back and forth, select board, planning board, as you know. Alex, the former CEO, said, go to the planning board with what your suggestions are, because you want to protect wetlands, you want to protect environment. We did a very detailed, so it wasn't a blanket sort of change to the ordinance. It was more tweaking the ordinance to make it more friendly to, where commercial solar could be, to maintain, what we've all said we wanted in our comprehensive plan. Why we came to Raymond, why we love Raymond, is for the beauty, for the recreation, for the lakes, for the trees, that we didn't want to start looking like other towns where there were solar farms popping up everywhere in every possible district, and we were losing the beauty that made us who we were. And also, the idea behind solar is to be environmentally friendly. So if that's the case, then why would we be clear cutting 10 acres in the wetlands and vernal pools to do it, when there are other opportunities with land that's open, with the landfill property, with farmland that has PFAS, with other spaces where you don't have to dramatically harm the environment to help the environment. And then the planning board decided we weren't going to do that with the ordinance. And so, we went to the DEP, and the DEP kind of said, we check boxes and there's not a whole lot we could do. So this was sort of our last resort. We were respecting the process every step of the way. We went through our system of government and respected it every step of the way. We came here, we went there, we did this, we did that. And then finally, when it looked like there was no other way to do it, we said, okay, well, we know a lot of citizens really care about this. I had way more than 500. Most of them were seasonal because from that I got most of the signatures with my broken leg out hoofing all over Raymond. Got to see really amazing neighborhoods and people, and it was just such a wonderful experience from that perspective, because I saw parts of our town that I would have never seen otherwise. I met
met people I wouldn't have ever met otherwise. And what I would say is that the majority, I would say 99.9% of the people were not anti-solar. They just said that there is a place for it, and this was not the place. Our rural neighborhoods that we love with our trees are not the place. Next to our lakes and environmentally sensitive areas are not the place, because that's what we love about Raymond. So that's why they were supportive. And like I said, a lot of seasonal people wanted to sign, because when you're knocking on doors, you don't know if they're year-round or seasonal. And obviously they couldn't, because they weren't Raymond voters. But we would have had thousands of signatures if we didn't have to, follow those rules. So hopefully I answered all of those questions from somebody who was involved at the beginning of the process. I will continue to sort of follow this and see where it goes. As we've said, that the one that we started the fight for has been withdrawn, and you can see we're still here fighting because we care about the town, we care about the people we met, they were grateful that we were their voice. They had no idea that this is what our ordinance allowed, and they wanted something more reasonable, that residential is for individual use, not for commercial use, and that there should never be any of that kind of stuff in a shoreland zone, any of the 4 shoreland zones we have. So thank you. Unless you have questions for me, I'll let Bob talk. Okay, thanks. I don't want to take one of these. Thank you.
I'm not going to say much. As you know, we've been in front of,
please.
Robert Wallace on Pulpit Rock Road. As you know, that we've been in front of this board, we've been in front of the planning board, and actually reading some of the information that we got about some of this special town meeting is called ping-ponging. Even this, that's an official state word, and we feel that's where we've been, and we've done our due diligence, and this is where we stand, and we'd really like you to schedule a vote as soon as possible so that we can put this issue to bed. Thank you.
Other comments? Peter?
Not very long reading, just the second page, you just want to look at it. Oh, you just get it. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I provided that information both to the Wallaces and the select board, but I figured I never gave anybody a hard copy. So I figured I'd just give you a hard copy. This is from the 2004 comprehensive plan. The highlighted portion is C, exclude future commercial development along the non-commercially zoned sections of the Route 302 corridor. So the voters approved this 2004 comprehensive plan. As I've mentioned before, and most of you are aware, as far as carrying any legal effect directly, the comprehensive plan doesn't have it. That's in the ordinances. However, the legal underpinnings of every land use ordinance we have in this town is based on the comprehensive plan. The 2004 comprehensive plan, being 20 years old, is still in effect. So I bring this to your attention only in that this partition has a very narrow focus, albeit solar farms. I would also say that it's unfortunate, but the reality is that when the taxpayer goes and votes on any ordinance, they are basically not able to abdicate their responsibility to know what they're voting for. Now, I know that, so as far as information is concerned, you can say, oh, go to the website and read it there. But it seems like there could have been a better explanation at the time that this ordinance was voted on in 2022, because it's obviously opposed to the 2004 plan. Now, I bring this up only because wearing my hat as co-chair of the comprehensive plan, the update that's taking place now will be finished in January and will go to the voters next June for approval. And that would mean the end of the 2004 comprehensive plan, if it's approved, is something that it has to be interpreted by the individuals writing the ordinances, and it has to be understood by the voters. So whatever we can do to get more information out there, to educate people, and to understand that, if the planning board, and I know we've got the chair of the planning board here, he may want to say something on this, but the bottom line is that it's the responsibility of the planning board to be familiar with the comprehensive plan, to make sure that there's no conflict between ordinances that are being presented to the voter and what the comprehensive plan says, because that's what the voters have agreed upon. So I just think that that needs to happen sooner rather than later. I'm in favor of this vote. I think it'd be great to get the town's feedback on this. I got to tell you, with 500 signatures, I don't have much in the way of doubts that it will pass. Thank you.
Other comments? Bob O'Neill, did you want to make any comments?
No, I guess the only thing I would say is that the ordinance change that was requested and was sent to the planning board by the selectmen came to us days before a meeting and in the middle of the public hearing process to prep the warrants for our town meeting. So it was. I think that the problem that the presenters today had then was the timing between when the solar application was submitted and the process that the planning board was already in identifying a change or changes to the solar ordinance, which actually did go to the voters in this past town meeting, and those modifications were passed as it is now. So no, specifically on this, I think my comments would be more appropriate for the public hearing if it is scheduled. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Oh, thank you. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I guess the only thing that I would reiterate is the reason that it was days before that ordinance meeting is Alex was the one at the select board meeting who said, submit these by such and such a date, and we submitted them by that date. So we met the burden that we were told to do. Obviously, we're not as skilled in the government process of the select board and the planning board as you all are, although we have gotten quite an education during this process. So we were sort of relying on our town officials who were telling us what to do. And at the time, he was the code enforcement officer and involved in the planning board, involved with the select board, and said, please, do the changes that you want, which we spent considerable amount of time and money, because we paid the attorney to do that for the town, and submitted it, per Alex's instructions. So we meant no disrespect. Obviously, we were just following the rules with what we had. And I do want to just make one comment. We were at the polls, handing out flyers to tell people, if they cared about and wanted to show up at this meeting, or if they just wanted to wait to see if we got the vote. And as people were going out, they said, well, there was solar on that. Wasn't that your issue? And I said, no, that wasn't our issue. That was this. And they said, because on the ballot, it doesn't tell you what it is. It's your responsibility, right, to go and read the warrant before you show show up to vote. And so I went to Sue and I said, a lot of people are coming up to me and they don't even know what they're voting on. I'm like, not everybody goes online to read the warrant or watches these meetings or, you know, for whatever part of their lives. I remember I was much more politically active before I had children and I am now. But in the interim years when I had 3 little ones, you know, you guys do a great job. Things were chugging along. So I kind of just, you know, trusted the process and didn't pay a whole lot of attention. And so Sue did say those are available at the polls. I don't know if voters know they're available at the polls to actually be able to raise their hand and say, hey, I'm voting on this. I don't know what it says because it's not here. And Sue's like, well, they can raise their hand and somebody will do it. And I said, I think this is about voter education because I don't think anybody knows that they can do that, right? Once you walk in, you think you can't walk out. You think you can't talk to anybody. It's secret. I didn't know that the warrants are there. You know, all you had to do was ask or you could go read them. So I think, you know, to Peter's point and, you know, to my point that in 2022, when I was voting on it, I thought it was one thing, not the other, because probably I didn't have the fine print in front of me and I didn't read it and I made, incorrect assumptions. But it probably does come down to voter education because when we talk to our Raymond citizens, they do really care about the town. I mean, everybody loves living here and everybody cares about it and everybody wants to see it thrive and all that. I think sometimes they just get frustrated because they're busy in their everyday lives and can't get into the minutia of this and then find out after the fact that something isn't what they thought it was and comes as a surprise. But I do appreciate you all during this process. You've given us quite an education. We do respect that we get the vote sooner rather than later because there is the interest on it. I also think it's better for the town because it tells future solar developers where we stand as a town, which allows them to then come in and make informed decisions and not make investments and then find out that, you know, things can change or that, you know, we're not friendly to one proposal versus another. So I hope you'll give us that opportunity. Thank you so much.
Are there, excuse me, other comments?
I have a couple questions and or comments. As far as this one goes, I don't know if you guys can answer it. Code enforcement probably know more. But anyway, with the commercial ones, like you were saying before, where the old dump land, if this gets pulled out, I don't know what that's zoned anyway, but isn't that zoned, if it's zoned rural residential, would that affect this, and so it would be a commercial development? And then also what kind of is defined in that? I don't know the ordinance off the top of my head on the commercial side of it. Is it panel size, square footage or whatever? But I know for doing this solar project on smaller scale on a house, on a roof, there's 2 different residential and commercial side for their company, and they're considered commercial if they're doing it on a commercial property roof. So also was trying to clarify that into this ordinance change, if that would affect any of those buildings. There's not a ton of them, but larger buildings in Raymond, or if anything ever happened with the building next door, panels could be put on that, but that's not zoned commercially, but the property itself would be on a commercial account, basically. That's a lot of
I don't know if we.
I would have on.
I don't think we can change this because it's not our petition.
Well, I'm not saying right.
Okay.
This wouldn't be able to be changed, and I'm just making sure. I'm just, for my information, wondering if this would affect that. If this passes, if this would affect that part of it.
Well, I mean, what I would. I mean, there's a couple. You know, at this point, all you know.
No, I know what this is for. I'm basically projecting that out there so people can do their homework and realize what this might do or not do.
Right. But at this point, the only action we can take is either to reject the petition or to accept the petition and schedule for the public hearing. What I would suggest happen, regardless of what the outcome of that is the planning board reinvestigates, because the law of unintended consequences comes in. And the fact is, the change is a 1 or 2 word change in the ordinance, but it can have ripple effects through other areas in the ordinance, and without that being rechecked and checking at what the overall intent is behind that, and have we excluded things that we didn't mean to exclude, and things like that, that they should take a look at that as well. I further would suggest that because that's going to go to it would go to a special town meeting, it's going to require a recommendation from the planning board as well as from the select board. And so I don't, from a practical standpoint, I don't think July 9 is a practical date. I think the August date is more reasonable to give the planning board a chance to look at it, plus for us to get it onto an agenda and make a recommendation on it.
Do you want Bob's input?
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way too.
Do you want Bob's input on that at all? Does Bob have anything to say on that?
Yeah, he was about to get up, but Jeff went.
I have a question too. What's to, if whether it's July or August, what's to keep us from saying that there would be a letter of intent of the special meeting coming up? So if anyone did come in and want to put in a commercial solar farm in a residential area, they'd be aware that this would be retroactive and there'd be a vote on it, just to stop any more complications moving forward. So how could we do that?
Once we, if we vote to set the meeting, that puts that there, that says that you have scheduled a meeting for this, and that's the wording that's in there. So that anyone putting in an application would know there is a special town meeting.
They'd be aware of it.
With that date, with that retroactive date in there. So.
And they wouldn't be able to sneak in front of that.
We would have to hold it.
Right.
Because they would know, so they would basically.
And you want
they as in planning boards.
Their committee to be able to have time to read it, review it, and not rush through it too. Yeah.
So the second question then is, if that's the case, what's to prevent us from having this special town meeting and include something from the planning board, if that's what you're implying, that they might have something that we need to vote on along with this?
The issue is the special town meeting has to vote to the petition that was put forward.
It can't be.
Their petition.
There can be no changes to that.
I'm not talking about changes.
The planning board will make a recommendation on that for that special town meeting. So they will have a recommendation as to what the wording that's in there now. What I'm saying is if they do that, I think that they should then take another look at it after the fact to see how that bubbles through and see if there's anything else that needs to be trued up or whatever to make sure that from that point going forward, because all this did is change really one word in the thing, which. As you well know, one word can bubble through.
Yes. That's what I was saying. If there's if there's another implication or something else that needs to be clarified, and we're having a special town meeting anyway, could we not post the special town meeting for this, as well as add something that the select board or planning board would like to add in regarding solar panels? A secondary thing, as long as it's posted in time?
Two different votes, meaning putting this through and then.
So if the planning board had something that we should take, in other words, I don't want to hold this up. If there's something that this would cause a problem for, the planning board could make a recommendation on another amendment. Is that possible?
No, because the petition, the special town meeting has to go to the petition that was put forward.
Oh, we can't call one? We can't add to it as a select board?
You could have another one. You could have another one at a later date.
I think it would go beyond. I don't think it's
at this point, because there's a valid petition. The only actions we can take at this point, well, there's a couple of others. We could reject the petition, which I'm not recommending. No. We accept the petition. We set the date for the special town meeting. Or you could ultimately say, oh, no, we want to push that off until the next town meeting. Which isn't going to sit well with people either. So I mean, the logic.
What's that? November?
No, it'd be June next year.
June.
Oh yeah.
You've answered my questions. I think we'll be voting on this. It sounds like we'll be moving forward affirmatively.
So, but Rolf, again, if we're voting on this one here, we can't change this one here.
That's correct.
So even if the planning board does want to add something into it, It doesn't matter right now because they can't change this.
They cannot change the wording of the petition.
So my recommendation, then we vote on that one in July, and then they still have more time to do it for August.
No, because they still need to, they still need to make a recommendation on this when it goes for that special town meeting.
But they can't make a recommendation on this because it can't change it. And I understand the word thing.
They can make a recommendation that either is they recommend or they do not recommend. That is, so they'll have a recommendation on there either to recommend,
just like we do in June,
or not recommend.
Well, I know that, but I thought if we're going to accept this, then we accept it as is. So them recommending or not recommending, I'm not getting.
Because it's just like in June.
we can't accept the all we can do at this point is accept the petition and set the special town meeting. The special town meeting will accept the
If it's pushed out one more month, the planning board would.
The planning board
would either recommend it.
But because it is an ordinance item, the planning board makes a recommendation. The select board makes a recommendation.
So, but the planning board can come back and say, I do recommend the ordinance.
They can't conditionally recommend.
No.
Either recommend or
so
not
they can't say that they recommend, but they would make this change?
No.
They either have to recommend or not recommend.
You cannot make a change to.
Well, that's what I just said.
Right,
yeah.
So all they can do is say either they're recommending, accepting that.
And we let the people vote on that.
And the people vote on it.
Okay.
They could recommend, and then also say we should do this, this, and this, but we recommend this passing and it passes, but we also think this, and this should be added or subtracted or whatever, which is a different item, different vote, different day, and send that through as well. But as far as them recommending or not recommending, it'll be exactly how it's worded, how they presented it to us.
Right. Okay. So you guys are all like in agreement then, like the August meeting should be better.
Yep.
Okay. So
we have to give them a chance.
No, I'm fine with that.
Sure when their next
I just want to make sure it was all clear on this too, and I was clear. All right. So do you want a motion?
Yeah.
All right. I make a motion to to accept the petition, the citizens' petition regarding changed land use ordinance sections pertaining to solar panels, and schedule it for a public town meeting for August at our next meeting.
Second.
What's the next meeting? Sue, is the second?
It's July 9th.
No.
No, August 1.
Oh, August? Let me see.
Make sure we have it.
I think he's right, it's the 13th, but I'll double check. It is the 13th if you go with the second Tuesday.
Okay.
Which is not-
So for August 13th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, Peter?
And before Peter talks, do we have to make a motion to send it to the planning board?
No.
Okay.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just a point of clarification. So, Rolf, when you say that an option could be that the selectmen reject the petition, you're talking about the early vote in the special town meeting.
No, when a petition is presented, the select board can either accept the petition or reject the petition. There are certain things that allow under law for the petition to be rejected.
But what I'm saying is that if you have the requisite votes or signatures on a petition, that the select board chooses not to put on a warrant.
Right.
Then if you have sufficient signatures, then the people put it on the warrant. Isn't that correct?
It can be rejected. Under the statute, there are certain conditions that a petition can be rejected.
Yes. So my understanding,
and it essentially gets, if there's something illegal in it, we can reject it. If it's something that's there are certain elements,
certain conditions.
But if you say that petition on itself isn't valid.
But just for clarification, if none of those things exist, at the regular town meeting and/or referendum, if there are the sufficient signatures on a petition to place an item on the warrant that the select board has chosen not to put on the warrant, then that item is placed on the warrant. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, it comes down, the requirements to be able to reject a petition are fairly onerous. So I mean, it's, you know, and it's, you know, and essentially, I mean, essentially it's done because at that point the select board would be acting to protect the town from going into something illegal. You know, so.
And in the motion, I'm making it to accept the petition.
Could I just say something from the planning board side? I'm sorry to butt in here.
Yeah.
But we won't have the time to do what you're asking us to do, because we don't meet until July. So this would come to us in July.
Right.
You're not going to get a recommendation for or against in the July that would mean anything. So we would get July. We would set and research, which would then put us into August. And we would normally, under normal circumstances, we would hold the public hearing on the changes once the planning board had put that together. So since we're not really changing anything on this and have no way of changing anything, we have no real way of giving you a recommendation for or against in the timeline that you're going to give us.
Well, the one difference here too is that this is not, you know, at this point it's not an ordinance being generated by you. This is a petitioned change. So you know, so as far as, you know, researching and whatnot, I mean, from one standpoint, yes, you'd want to research to make sure that there's nothing that's not improper in there, so that you could say that no, the planning board does not recommend. You could also come in and say the planning board makes no recommendation. That is also a valid.
Yeah, I understand that. I just, if you're looking to the planning board for an up or down recommendation with this timeline, I am guessing you're not going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Yeah. So
just because of the time of allowance.
Right. The other thing that comes into play is under the petitioning rules, there's a certain amount of time that we have in order not, you know, to accept it and to put it to
not 45
special
days.
town meeting. So our hands are more tied on the outbound side, because.
No, I understand all that. I'm not objecting to any of that. What I'm saying is that, you know, the unintended consequences of the ordinance that's presented now is not going to be researched by the planning board in the timeline that we would have currently.
Right.
And I'm not arguing that that the vote shouldn't go through. I'm just saying that the expectation from the planning board is not realistic.
Right. No,
that's my only point.
I understand what you're saying there, you know, and that's why I'm saying that, you know, after that, I still think, you know, the planning board needs to take it back and be able to reinvestigate it and make sure that there's nothing that was done that, you know, needs to be corrected or whatever. So, and that would go forward at the, you know, to the next town meeting.
Yep. That makes sense.
Yep.
I guess so. What's happening then is, again, we're taking out the planning board now of this one, and then we're going to bring them back in. They're going to come back in later to take a look at it.
Well, they still are in a position where they can make a recommendation.
Well, he just said they won't be able to.
I don't think they're getting blindsided with this. I mean, it's been months and months.
No, you're right.
7 months.
And if I can, Mr. Chair, just quickly on that, if we use the example of the TIF special town meeting tonight, what happened before the vote? There was a public hearing. So there will be a public hearing before the special town vote in August. So if there are concerns from the planning board or other members of the community, that will be their time that they will be able to share them before the vote.
The planning board can't, though, because what happens is the planning board cannot speak just one on behalf of the whole board.
Sure, but
so they won't be meeting at the public hearing.
Sure. Sure, and they can speak in their individual capacities. I guess I just wanted to let you know that the idea of, geez, we're not going to be able to allow, or an August date wouldn't allow the planning board to fully sort of vet this proposal. I think Mr. Chair is right. I mean, I think that there is some time that this has to be called as quickly as possible. And I was just raising the point that there will be time for public discussion about this issue before the vote.
Great.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add at this point, I agree with the timetable. I think this has been talked about extensively around the community. Certainly this group has brought it to neighborhoods.
And if we really are, if this passes and we find a bad omen or something in here, something for a problem, this in essence just stops it from happening, and it can be amended at any time to go back and fix anything, just like we're talking about here. And just in interest of time, frustration, 500 signatures, I'd just soon go ahead and move to what we're talking about. And by the way, there's 26 pages on petitions. So when you talk about petition drives, it's quite extensive, just the background. And it is very, very narrow what can be rejected by the select board. So this isn't, the chair is absolutely correct when he says this is a very slim thing to object to from a select board point of view. So I think they've been clear. I think the petition is something that we as a board would always want to honor anyway from the democratic process. So I see no problem with moving forward with this.
I agree.
Bob?
Bob Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock Road. Just so Mr. Levitt understands that the town, the select board cannot say no to this petition unless there's something nefarious going on.
Right.
It has to be, in the words of this document, it has to be reasonable. It can't be a personal thought process. It can't be, oh, we should change this, we should change that. No, it's got to be this or nothing. And if we don't have the planning board able to complete an assessment by August, even August, why don't we make it in July? Get it over and done with. And then they can work on it after that.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Other comments? Yeah, the motion on the table is to accept the petition and to schedule the special town meeting for August 13th. All those in favor?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to.
Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you.
All right, so.
Next item, discussion of how to proceed with the RWPA boat inspector's liability insurance ending.
And I don't see Marie here. She's the one I was dealing with, was Marie Conley. She did inform me that the insurance company may have insurance by the end of July, or they may not. They haven't gotten a definitive answer. So we may know more by the July meeting than we do now.
In that case, I'll entertain a motion to table that.
Can we
until-
just get a clarification, though? Any petitions that come in, can they be held? And nothing happens while we have this petition from August? I just want to make sure that's there.
Petitions or applications?
Applications, sorry.
Applications. An application could be put in, but they do it under the danger that if the petition passes, then that's retroactive, so it would no longer be valid.
Right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure on that one.
I think that's right.
Okay, good. All right, thanks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you on that one.
All right, in that case, I'll entertain a motion to table.
Motion to table the RWPA boat inspector's liability insurance ending issue.
Second.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration, next item is consideration of tax abatements.
I know Kurt's here.
Kurt's here, but let's see. Tax abatements, there we go.
No.
Good evening, Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent for the Town of Raymond. I have one tax abatement requesting that the board act upon. It's for a camper trailer that was at Kokatosi Campground. Kokatosi very generously works with their summertime residents and reports to the town annually camper trailers that are not registered. So you're talking like park model campers and things like that, which under Maine law, if they're not registered, they're subject to personal property taxes. And we had one where an individual moved his camper out of Kokatosi Campground, out of town in the fall of 2022, and it came in on our list for 23. So we issued an assessment to the individual. But that camper was not there April 1st of '23 and has been replaced on the site with a excised camper. So that's not subject to personal property. So I do have one tax abatement for Harold and Amanda Bettany in the amount of $9,900 valuation.
The tax amount of $157.41.
$157.
Okay, motion to approve the tax abatement for Harold Bettany and Amanda Bettany, Westbrook, Maine, $157.41.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? Dennis, you know what's going, you understand? Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
And that's one that I signed.
That you signed? Okay. All right.
The next item is consideration of issuing a supplemental tax bill.
Yes, Mr. Ralph Whitney owns almost 33 acres on Webb's Mills Road. All but 2 acres is enrolled in tree growth. He's requested to remove 1.1 acres of the classified land, which adjoins the unenrolled land next to the house site. And the penalty for withdrawing land from tree growth is issued through a supplemental tax by the Select Board, and the penalty has been calculated to be $464.40, which I'm recommending the board issue for collection to the tax collector.
All right, so.
Where is this?
I'm sorry.
It's going to be a few pages down.
I see on page 65, but what road is that one?
It's on Webb's Mills Road.
Okay.
All right. A motion to approve the supplemental tax fee of $464.40 for Ralph and Harriet Whitney. Is that spelled right, the Ralph, R-A-L-F? Or should it be an O?
P-H.
No, it could be R-A-L-P-H.
Well, it's right here. That's where I found, yeah.
Well, it could be Ralph, too. Yeah.
On the tax one, I think it's P-H, so.
It's R-A-L-P-H on the...
It's PH on the tax
card. Yeah.
Okay, just on your
probably
right.
mine.
Nope.
No.
All right.
Did you make the motion?
I did.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
This paper's coming down. There's 3 signatures, 3 pages.
Next item, consideration of renewing the contract assessor's contract.
Yes,
Who's the assessor?
Well, now we're at $160 from the...
Yeah, you're in the whole, well, you're up though. You got 400 coming in.
You should be the treasurer.
Yeah.
Well, and technically, you folks are the assessors. Kurt is a contract assessor.
So as you're probably aware, my current agreement is coming to an end at the end of June.
About my second page.
So I'm proposing to the town a new 3-year agreement for services, which will carry assessing needs through the 26 revaluation, bring things through June 30 of 2027. I have increased my fee by 9%. Which would be 3% per year. It's probably half what the current inflation rate has been, but I'm willing to meet the town halfway and absorb some of the inflationary costs that have come basically to all of us. I think it's about 20% over the last 3 years, inflationary costs. The agreement what it does is 2 layers to the agreement. There's the standard 60 days of service per year, which is we've traditionally been provided to the town. It's just a little bit more than a day a week. But with the revaluation coming in, there is going to be a need to triage that project to get it through implementation. So I'm offering the town an additional 50 days of service to be spread out over the 3-year period as needed. I anticipate that most of that's going to be needed at the end of FY '26 and the first half of FY '27. So as the project nears completion, and we'd have a lot of valuation review and through hearings and then tax commitment and any appeal process, it's going to be very labor intensive, both for myself and to my department, but also for the select board. It's going to have a lot of activity during that time. Do expect that the project will be kicking off this fall. We'll likely have some meetings, some public meetings with the revaluation company, with the select board, to let them know how the process is going to unfold, and I expect we'll have periodic meetings throughout the next 18 months as the project moves forward. But that's it in a nutshell. I'll gladly take questions.
I make a motion to renew contract assessor's contract, Kurtz, at that 3%.
Second.
Which is 9 over the 3 years. Yeah, okay.
Second. Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
I signed as well.
Before we move on, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Ask, when we have an agenda, written agenda, we also have an e-package that gives all the details.
Yep.
Is there any way or any reason we can't have a small, brief explanation as these abatements come in? I mean, if you, like the trailer situation is black and white, if it was just a small thing. And the reason being, in my opinion, the reason being is some people can look at the agenda and it may be of something of interest, if it's a neighbor or something. And again, I mean, we had 80 pages to go through different things, so is it legal to do that, or does it have to come up in this sort of forum to have some sort of brief, what's going on with it type of thing?
Yeah, I can provide as much or as little information as the board wants. So typically what I do is I do a cover memo, which kind of provides what you're talking about, a brief overview. But sometimes the board likes to see the details of the situation. So oftentimes I'll provide maps and background information. I don't have to do that.
No, I saw them. I like what you do.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know on the written agenda that goes out for the public.
Oh, the
might
written.
Check in on a meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the written. I don't know. That's you.
And we can add that if there's something that's out of the ordinary. I tend to do that anyway, or I have done that. So there's no reason why not. It just hasn't been requested before. So.
Just when you go through it, I mean, I like to do a quick overview, and if it's just simple things, I don't have to read all the detail. I kind of put faith in the people we hire. So I'm just asking if that might be possible for a small amount, small little details. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Next item is discussion of direction for Public Works Garage with the failure of the warrant article.
I believe the warrants Okay, perfect. Yep, I got them. Yep.
Good evening.
Oh, you want
Just looking for some direction, what you'd like to do from this point. I've put a hold on Sebago Tech. They've stopped everything at this point. We've got $61,000 tied up in this at this point. Just looking for some direction.
Had the bid packages gone out?
No. Our next step was to vet the vendors that we were going to send the package out to. Narrow it down to, we were going to target 3 vendors, or have just 3, to try to consolidate it a little bit. But that there's more steps to be taken to do that. But, nobody will bid on this without a positive vote from the town. Once they get into the design build, they're going to have quite a bit of money tied up in it. And going forward without a town meeting approval, I kind of get that.
Well, I mean, the original intent, under the, is that the bid package would go out, and so that, then we know, we would also then have that final figure that would go in there, and recognizing, typically there's wording there that says subject to town vote. So, the fact is, whether it has it now or whether, I understand that, but I mean, if they're used to municipal bidding, then they're used to the fact that they recognize that whatever they do is going to be subject to the town vote anyway.
Except, a town build and a design build's a little bit different because they're ponying up a ton of money for design for the potential to get the bid.
The estimate we had was around 150.
I think it's different. If you have the design already out and you send a architectural design to these companies, they'll be able to bid it without a ton of overhead and cost to them. But if they're all design building it, there's a huge cost to them. I don't know.
I can ask the question again to Owens, but that was the.
Yeah. Because that was, the original, and that was in the original. Amount that we put in last year was, to just get it up through to the point that that it was bid.
Right, that was the engineer's estimates. To get an actual construction cost price, that was going to be the next step after town meeting.
Yeah, I don't think we have in the dollar amount that we allowed for an actual design of the building.
Well, it's because it was decided that ultimately we'd go out on design build on it.
Right. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
And the logic behind that too is if we go out to design build, somebody designs it, they own the errors.
Yeah.
If we design it, we own the errors.
Right.
But the town.
I think I'm in agreement with that. I think what he's saying the trouble is going to be is to get somebody to actually design build.
And put that money into it.
Basically design estimate.
Especially now with a negative vote from the public.
So.
Well, you get a little bit into some semantics there too, because what was voted down was bonding it.
Right.
There was never the question of is there a need for the town garage, and so that's so you have a semantical difference there. What was defeated was bonding it, which essentially says if the people still want it, it just means we're going to pay for it all at one time, which is that becomes kind of a silly thing, but if you take things to its utmost and logical conclusion, it still says if the people say we should have a garage, it just says we said we didn't want to bond it. Now that can be reinvestigated, but I guess I would talk with Spago Technics and see what the feeling is on the people, whether they would actually bid on it or not, and what would make them comfortable to be able to bid on it.
Okay. Yep, I can do that.
Well, I guess I want to ask, and this is absolutely positively not meant to stir any tensions or anything like that. I guess I would like to hear back from Dennis, because I know you were putting out there on the garage. What are your thoughts on this? I know you had said, and the planning board, the budget finance said, yes, there should be a garage.
Absolutely.
So I guess I want to hear the feedback.
Well,
I want to hear what.
I think to be blunt, I think the process we use for public safety in the school works very well. We have a citizens committee made up of people like Bob Murray, who is a partner of Nathan, Chris for advice, Owen for advice, but Bruce Sanford was a great help on our committee. We did a lot of changes due to that committee. We assessed what we had in detail, what we could use, what we can't use. And then after the needs assessment and the actual process that we use, which was a citizens committee, we reduced the size of the building. We changed a few of the layouts and had a RFP, which was descriptions of even what plumbing fixtures we wanted. And that described what they were bidding on. I think that's exactly what the citizens want. They want the same process for this as they did the other two facilities.
So.
And I don't think it has to take that long. This committee is.
I guess it's different though, and I'm not that engineer. I'm not that. But if it's going out to a build design,
right, which is what we did.
Well, don't they put it together? As far as what the
The RFP
like all that stuff.
was designed for the details of what you want in the RFP. And then we actually used that to save the town about $180,000 because of the details of what the committee put together with Owen's help. And I think that's really what people want in this town. They want the process to be transparent and straightforward.
And how much did we pay? How much did we pay afterward to correct the errors the committee put forward?
Actually, those
errors on the roof and things like that we ended up over the time having to correct and repair and whatnot. That was out of the committee saying this is what should be done.
Actually, I think the select board cut $200,000 from it. If you went back, or the town meeting, because we started out at 1.4 and ended up at 1.2, and the metal roof that was recommended was cut, and the masonry siding was cut.
That's what I'm saying. Is the committee, the committee approach, what we did, we went to a professional engineering firm to.
I'm just
do this based on.
Oh no, we're just.
Suggestion is to say that if you want the town's support, let the town have input, not just the select board and a group of engineers you hired. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay, and again, I don't want this. This is how we talk things out, okay? I guess too is I know that committee gave you some bad, I guess, advice because they took the metal roof out is what I am hearing, but as far as taking it to the public, when what you just said, instead of just getting it from our engineers, which you just said, I mean, do you feel our engineers are not good enough for this?
I didn't say that. I said, when you hire the person to what, let me give this scenario. If you hire a company to oversee the construction and the whole process, to do an evaluation of what you have, and if you read the summary of it, as we had an engineer from our town read it and said it was maintenance issues, and you eliminate any options except one to build new, no add-ons or anything else, no options looked at. We looked at all kinds of options. We looked at all kinds of places. There was never I want this right here. In fact, the only reason it ended up down there is the stats showed that's where all the work was, all the calls were. 2/3 of the calls were down there. There was three members on the select board that didn't even support it, which caused a problem on the committee. I'm saying use basically the very same people and Nathan has got a partnership with Bob Murray. I highly recommend he be on the committee. Bruce Sanford, there's another one who was just great on the committee.
Well, okay, and
Can I?
wait a minute, I just want to ask one more question.
No. Who was on the safety committee, the public safety committee?
That was years ago, though,
I
too.
know, but who was it? Who in the world? Was it engineers? Was it just random town folks?
Professional people. We had Mike White was a local citizen who did trucking and came in and talked about size of bays. We had a plumber, Byron Rogers. We had Owen McCullough. We really had a diverse committee. In fact, 3 people that stood up at a public meeting and spoke against it were put on the committee, and they ended up being assets. Did they take the metal roof off? Yes, but I'm saying there's a process.
Well, Dennis, okay, let me ask this question too. And again, I apologize. I am not attacking you at no means.
I'm not.
Okay. So if we're saying that they can't use it down here for whatever reason, and you're saying trying to, I guess, a couple different places, why would you not put that building right where all the other stuff is? And I know for a fact, it was last budget season that Don Willard, the ex-town manager, had said, enough, they're spread out over 3 different places in town, let's get them all in the same place, just like every other department is.
I'm not opposed to that, but I'm telling you, for over 6 months, we heard that the trucks were sitting out in the rain, getting rusty, and they were actually inside the salt shed.
Okay, hold on. That isn't completely true. All our equipment is not undercover.
No, the trucks.
Most of the trucks are. The spare trucks aren't. When we started this project 5-8 years ago, we
can't find anything about that.
Well, it's discussions in department head meetings. It's not in a public meeting, Dennis. We looked at, can we add down here? We looked at where we were at. The most sensible place to put us was the sand salt building. That's where our winter sand is. That's where our base of operations are. Building the public works garage is a completely different animal than the school and the fire station. It's a much smaller building. You mentioned going forward to pick out bathroom fixtures. We're going with basic. We got 3 bathrooms in the building. There's really nothing to pick. We've narrowed this thing down to a basic building. That's it. The engineers said that we probably ought to go bigger. And if you look at the square footage we're in and what we're going into, we probably should go bigger. We were trying to keep the numbers down. Prices are going up. They're going up every day. So I think to summarize that is getting the public involved is just going to be, it could add more money to it. It could add more time. It could create more problems, I think. No offense to any committees that would get on that, but I think we've beat this thing down to what it is. It's a small 5-bay garage.
I'll quote you. You need a bigger mechanics bay and a wash bay.
Yeah.
And you said that consistently.
They're consistent with what?
That's what you need.
Yes. Yeah.
So you've got 7 bays currently, and we're going to build an 8-bay facility.
Correct.
For a mechanics bay and a wash bay is what you've talked about.
We're putting four of the bays of storage. There's 1 mechanics bay and a wash bay, and the rest of it's truck storage.
And you have 7 bays up here.
We can't.
4 here and 3 down the other place.
We got 4 up here. We've got 3 down the village that we can't get a plow truck into. We can't even get the 1-tons in there.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just saying that realistically, if you do math, you have 7 bays that are functioning now. You're going to build an 8-bay facility for storage. 4 of them for storage.
4 of them for heated storage for the trucks.
And this heat and the current one up here, there's 4 bays.
Correct.
So realistically, if you
the
went to
problem
the
up here is getting the trucks in the building. When we have a disabled truck up here, Dennis, we have to come along the wing up closer to the truck. The hydraulics won't pull it up high enough. So that creates a problem. And then we've got 4 of them down the pit that aren't heated. They don't start well. We manage it, but we're like to put those into a heated facility. I mean, I guess if you want to cut the 4 bays off, cut the 4 bays off.
I'm not suggesting cutting 4 bays. I'm suggesting we set up a committee to work through what you have, do an assessment of that. Is it possible that you only need 3 or 4 bays as opposed to 8? Is it possible that the office you want might be in Jordan Small later? I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying without that neutral party involved, without the citizens' involvement, I think you're not going to get the buy-in that you need. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And not only that, there were several people who didn't vote on it because you didn't want to put a sprinkler system in it. Now, say what you want about that. It's just a reality. I wouldn't vote for any building the town builds without a sprinkler system.
The reason I didn't want to do the sprinkler system was the cost.
Okay.
Well, and I do believe that the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, also said that it wasn't needed.
It isn't about needing. It's about protecting what we have. That's my opinion for what it's worth.
No, thank you. Thank you for answering this.
So, I mean, I guess, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, you need to have a discussion with Owens and see where things are, you know, what he's, you know, if he's saying flat out, no one will look at it without something, then, you know, that just says something. If he says, yeah, people will bid on it, then that says something. So, you know, so right now we without that, we can't make a full decision. So,
okay, I will give him a call and see what he wants to do.
Yeah, and then we'll revisit and see where we are.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I think as far as the offices go, though, him and Joe are sharing an office in the back room of a building that's literally smaller than my kid's bedroom. And if we're going to wait for the building up the street here to become available in 3 years, that part of it is, I think we need to either figure out yay or nay before we're going to get that building. I mean, that's quite a ways out for the office space anyway. That's
I agree.
You've been down there, right?
Oh yeah, I agree.
It's not conducive to having 2 department heads in one closet-sized room.
Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street. Just want to say that, you mentioned, hey, the town doesn't want to bond it. Maybe we'll go a different route. That vote showed how deeply unpopular that first move was. If you want town support, show the town what it is that you're looking to build. I know you have plans and all that stuff, but maybe a committee is necessary. If you want to rally the support, the town needs to know what exactly you're building, what we believe the costs are, and it really wasn't great timing to have all that stuff come to us as a Budget Finance Committee after we voted on that. So you guys have the need for a building. In my opinion, of Sean McKillop, 84 Main Street, I have no doubt that we need a building, and most likely it needs to be where it's planned to be. But you need to show the town that. The town really wants to know. And I just want to say that just saying, well, you know what, we'll find a different way to fund this thing, is super unpopular. Be sure you do it the right ways. That's my suggestion.
Well, I'm not saying, you know, all I said was the vote was to not bond. That's what the vote was. Read the warrant article. It said, do you approve this bond? It did not say, do you approve the building? It said, do you approve this bond? So they said, essentially what was said is, we don't want to bond it. Now, will that be reinvestigated? Yes. But that's what the vote was. Don't confuse the vote saying that when the vote says, do you want a bond? And they said no, that's what was voted on, not do you want a building. That's not what the vote was.
I didn't say that. I said that what you're saying is, okay, they don't want to bond it, let's find a different way to do it.
I'm saying if you built it and they said no to the bond, then you have to find a different way to pay for it. That's what I said.
What I'm saying is that if you come to the town and say, this is what we have laid out, and you do this properly, not the way it was done last 2 years, your outcome might be different for bonding. That's what I'm saying.
And doing it not properly, like working with the engineers, and I do admit that the timing was crisscrossing over each other. But I don't think, because Owen's even said we've been working on this for he was in this thing for 10 years, and more so within the last year. I know I came to one of your meetings, and you guys said you had no paperwork, but I'm pretty sure that some of the things went out in the morning. And so I don't know if you got them or what, but then
When you say it went out the same morning that we were supposed to vote?
The morning of the meeting?
That's what you're saying, it went out the same. Is that enough time to?
Well, and again, everything was crisscrossing, as you saw. So
that's my suggestion as guy from 84 Main Street. You want to do this thing, you've got my support, do it right, and the town will maybe change their opinion about bonding it. And that's all.
Okay.
All right.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'm like I said, because of the process we went through with solar, I'm now more engaged in our town and just kind of want to get caught up on it. So did we vote then? I mean, because maybe my memory, did we vote to say yes to the building?
No.
Okay, so there was never a vote to say yes to the building.
The vote was to allow the bonding.
Right. And so because it didn't say, do you want the building, it was just, do you want the bonding, there's a possibility that the town would find alternative funding and fund the building anyway? Is that that my understanding?
The vote was, do you authorize the bonding? That's all. Up or down, do you authorize that bonding? The vote was no, so there is no bond.
Right.
So we cannot go out on a bond unless it gets revoted. If it's determined that we want to go for a bond, then a bond would have to get revoted on.
Sure. So, I mean, just as a citizen, and like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight, and I would have to get caught up on it, but obviously I care about public safety a lot, so I'd probably support it. But I think we're starting to get cute then as citizens if we're saying, we didn't ask the public if they wanted the building, but we only asked the public if they wanted to fund the building, and they said no, and then you did an end run around them and funded it anyway.
We wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No.
That's what I was trying to clarify.
What I said was if a decision was made to build the building, they've said no to a bond at this point, which means it would have to be funded in some other mechanism. The bonding can be relooked at. So, I mean, I'm just saying, here's where we are sitting here today.
Sure.
And it's good hearing this from you.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Just as a citizen who this is the first time I'm hearing it, kind of, again, shame on me for not being a more informed voter, right? I should be more involved, and I will be from now on. I just want to clarify, if you ask the people if they want the building before you ask them if they want to pay for the building, I guess I would say, as just a lay person.
I'd like to just add one thing. I misunderstood the vote and that's why I stopped the process with Owens. The intent that I understood from Owens was we'd get the bond, get that secured. There was 2 more steps, then it would go out to bid, then we would have a second public hearing. We've already had 1 public hearing on the building, or 1 public meeting, I wouldn't call it a hearing. And before the building ever left the gates to go, we'd have another public hearing on it, what the building and what it is and where it's going. That was the intent that I understood from Owens. Just to...
Well, and to clarify, we would not just go push this thing through. The board doesn't do that.
Okay.
Just, yeah, not at you, just anybody that's listening.
Okay. Next item, consideration of reallocation of CIP funds from prior projects.
And in researching the CIP, when a lot of questions came up during the budget process this year, and I wanted to have a better understanding of what was in the CIP, I found that there were a number of things that the auditors have carried along in the audit. And my favorite one is the Sherry Gagnon Park for $16. Every year, the auditors say, yep, you've still got $16, and they move that forward. In looking at, talking with Sharice about it and looking at the state statutes pertaining to CIP, because there are specific rules with this, the select board or the municipal officers, is how it's written, can choose to do several things with projects that are no longer active if they are abandoned or complete and there's monies left over. And one of the things is to put it back in the general fund under surplus, undesignated. Another is to reallocate it to something else in the CIP. So what you see here is information from the audit starting with the fiscal year 2018 to 19 and moving over to even next year. I put in the approved budget figures to go into CIP for next year. And my intent is for this document to be in the budget packets each year from here on so that not only will the committees have this information, but the department heads will as well, so they'll know where they stand while they're making their budgets. But with that, I'm not sure we need to carry that $16 any farther. And I would like to suggest that we at least start some conversations about what could we do. I made a few suggestions in the memo that I included in your packet. That the 2 items that are listed for the fire department, the IRT projects, which is complete, the review fees, that those be put into their reserve account so that will give them more money toward their truck ambulance.
Well, I mean,
Forgot which, is it a truck or an ambulance that's coming next? Ambulance.
Yes.
So and my suggestions are just that, is just to start the conversation.
I mean, under a CIP, nothing is absolutely cast in concrete. The whole purpose of the CIP is a planning document, so things can move, things can shift, things can be dropped off, things can be added. So the money you would, unspent money would still reside counting-wise inside the CIP. It would just be undesignated in the CIP to be allocated to other projects or whatever. So we do not have to take and say that we're going to take that and move it to this.
Yes.
We can use that as an undesignated line.
Yeah, we could rename them all to be undesignated, yes.
I mean, because that's the whole purpose is, the whole theory being that things change. And what you thought of 5 years ago that you needed may not still be the same thing. You may have something that's now more of an urgent need, so you move that in and something else can move out. So that gives you that's the whole flexibility that exists inside this, that is supposed to exist inside the CIP.
Well, looking at these, I mean, I agree with all where she says. I mean, that 5,000 go back to assessing, which would be great. They need that. Same thing with all the departments.
Well, if it remains in there, that's it's unspent. Essentially, it's accrued funds. So it's undesignated in there that can be allocated to something else in there, but we don't have to decide what it's allocated to at this point. All we need to do is decide that that yes, we will carry those forward. Bruce?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have found through accounting that part of that 13,255 was actually what was missing from our enterprise account, our billing for crashes from years and years ago, which disappeared under a 3 times removed finance director, and we could never chase it down again. This is an account that Chief Morse set up when he was chief to replace and upgrade our rescue technical equipment for extrication and things like that. So a big portion of that, I believe, was found, and I don't have the exact numbers. I don't know what piece of it is, but it was found to be that money that was missing for all those years.
Oh, cool.
I guess my request would be that if we find that and can determine it, can we transfer that into what its intent was, which was the enterprise account that was approved so many years ago, that we can use it for replacement of that equipment.
That would be up to.
Well, as I say, essentially, it would, the funds would reside still inside the CIP. So I mean, as far as I understand, the Budget Finance Committee is relooking at the CIP as far as that. So I mean, to sit here today and say we should move it from here to there, I think is premature. So, the fact is, what's being asked is, do we carry those forward? Yes, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of it. Because you can have a year where you underspend that because you're looking at a need that's 2 or 3 years out.
Right. We just want to make sure that all the new billing and all that gets into that enterprise account again, and the money that was intended to be there also goes there. That's all. So that
well, as I say, I mean, what you have to understand in the CIP is that yes, that was the original intent, but other priorities can essentially jump the line. And so, what may have thought, okay, that was going to be available to me, may not be. It may become available later on, but it may just be shifted. So that's the whole purpose in the CIP, is it gives you the flexibility to do some reaction.
Yeah. I think we're actually talking 2 different things, but I think a big portion of that was always intended but got moved from our enterprise into a CIP, and that's why we never could find it again. We think it was actually under Kathy Ricker that it moved, and we could never find it through accounting or anything. So now all of a sudden we found that, hey, that's actually a good portion of that should be in our enterprise account, which has nothing in it right now.
I would ask a question, because I did set that up because of the expense of the tools, and they break so easily. And I say easily when you see some of the things we use it for. My understanding when we set it up wasn't for CIP. It was actually an enterprise account. Instead of going into surplus or undesignated funds, it would actually roll into an account that they could use when necessary. Still had to get approval for it.
Yeah.
And so that changed somewhere along the line, and obviously, like you say, things change year to year, day to day. But it wasn't, in my opinion, I didn't believe that we set it up as CIP. It was more of an enterprise account that we could dip into for extrication equipment and whatnot.
That was the original intent. That's why I just wanted to get clarification. It wasn't an argument point. I'm just trying to, how can we make sure that money does go into its right account? Because our current billing, I believe, is up around $6,000 that we have that needs to also go into that same account. And that would help us greatly with that kind of.
So let me ask a question. Isn't that technically an extra fund that he would have in his account instead of budgeting for stuff? Because you would budget for things that you need, but if you have your own private little account going on, do you know what I mean? That's kind of like a slush fund, maybe?
Yeah, it wouldn't be as big as $225,000, but it would get some kind of equipment that you would need on a regular basis. It's a
what's the 225,000?
Well, that's when you.
That would be like for an ambulance or yeah.
Oh, we don't have it.
We used to have a much larger CIP.
And for example, the $50,000 that the association just raised and spent on equipment, that would have been offset by this money, and we wouldn't have spent that much of the association's funds to achieve the goal. That's kind of, I guess, it in a nutshell.
So could I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
If we found that there was an accounting error made, would that be reason to take it out and put it back over into another account.
If there was an accounting error made, it would mean that essentially it's being carried right now as undesignated surplus. If it doesn't reside in there, which is a reserved account, then it has to be in the general fund. So if there's an accounting error that was made, then that can, that could be corrected. But it's got to be checked first to make sure that in fact is the case, so that you can reverse the entries and bring it back into where it should be. But if what then you've got the secondary question, which is, if you're saying that you want to, because the one is, okay, if there's an accounting error, you straighten that out. But if your point is that you want to have a separate line put in there going forward for a certain amount, then that's a discussion for another day.
No, I get it. I just wanted to make that out there.
If that makes sense to you.
I'm excited that we actually found it, because every finance director's looked for it, and through accounting, et cetera, through audits, we found it, and here it is. And thank you for everybody who had their fingers in that, because I think you started it, Sue, with looking into these things. So you kind of brought it to the limelight, if you will. So thank you.
But I mean, but at the end of the day, the discussion right now is, do we want to authorize, the funds that are in there to be carried forward in the CIP?
Could we ask one question, though, for details? Like, I have two things I don't know what they're for. Hazardous materials. I have hazardous waste reserve, which is 3/4 of the way down, and water watch account. It's a good name, but what is it?
And the hazardous waste, from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, or do you want to say something?
The hazardous waste account was for hazardous waste collection that we used to do. We stopped doing that probably 10 years ago. We had it once a year. Louise Lester put it on. We put the money in there to carry it.
Oh, people come in from the public?
Correct. We do a
mostly
one-day
paint stuff,
collection.
and now they got rid of that. The
Paint,
state got rid of that paint
pesticides,
hazardous waste thing. You buy it, you pay for it when you buy the can now. And
That's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
And the other one, I think we figured out had to do with milfoil.
Milfoil.
That was
Yeah.
milfoil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is why, since it was water-related, there was a suggestion to put it into dock repair.
Don't we donate to milfoil every year?
We do.
We do.
It comes with, yeah.
So why wouldn't we just put it in that donation?
That's what we're saying is, essentially we liquidate those items because they're in there as those named items.
Yes.
We still carry that money forward, so that money still resides in the CIP. Well, and then as you're looking, so all it's saying is, that they had those line items in there, and we want to close that line item out, but not dispose of the funds. Keep the funds still inside the CIP.
I like that. I'm just trying to figure out why we'd go from milfoil to docks.
No, this isn't happening. This is just suggestion.
Yeah, this was just ideas. That's all it was, just to get the conversation going.
I like the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
So are you looking for a motion to be able to carry those funds forward?
No, I think she was looking for a motion
Or just direction?
Just direction, really. I think at this point, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think we should research the review fees that Bruce has said is the long-lost dollars that they've been hunting for, and get that straightened out first.
Yeah. So get that straightened out, and then close those that are done. Just carry those forward inside.
That's what would happen anyway.
Those funds.
This is more discussion.
But rename them all undesignated. Yes.
All that.
Perfect.
All right.
I like the fact that you did this.
Next item, consideration of staff annual appointments.
And this is housekeeping. Because we don't have a charter, we have to appoint our officers each year. And one you'll notice on here, I'm not sure if I remembered to send it out, but Chris Hansen has agreed to stay on as code officer. We are hiring an assistant for him starting July 9th. And the idea is to have him get all of his certifications and work with Chris for a year, and then we will swap their roles, is the goal.
That's good news.
So that, but that's why Chris is on here as the code officer.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the appointment of municipal officers.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Next item, consideration of board and committee annual appointments.
And these are the committees that have people up, and Mel reached out to each of the committees to see if these folks wanted to continue, and they did.
The motion to approve the appointment by municipal officers as written.
So moved.
No, she moved, your second.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
And I just realized, Mel, I'm so sorry. I'm used to speaking to these. That's not my role anymore, so you go ahead and do the last one.
I'll allow it.
Okay, next is consideration of annual fee schedule. Submittal.
Is that next?
I think so.
Yeah.
I guess the simple question is, are there any changes from last year?
I reached out to all of the department heads and asked for any proposed changes to the fee schedule, and I did not receive any suggestions for changes. So this is exactly what was approved last year for reapproval for this coming year.
We did miss select board representation on boards and committees, but we'll go back to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, okay, on this annual fee, Lee, I remember you standing up, I think it was last year, on something. So, sorry, I've had to change a heart on this. Only because your fees on here, the motorcycle vehicle accident billing. So, I was having my husband play devil's advocate with this whole thing. If my taxes are going towards the ambulance, the truck, everything else in town and stuff like that, technically wouldn't a tiny little piece of metal be mine as far as the taxes go? And then I feel like we're almost getting double whammy by being charged for these fees too, because our taxes are paying for the trucks, they're paying for the gas, they're paying for your guys's
For which?
everything.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about the motor vehicle accident billing.
Okay.
And the other thing is, correct me on this one, so these rates, the engine at $350, that's per hour?
Yes.
So I guess that's a triple, I guess, gripe I know that I would have on that.
First, it's only insurance-based. It goes against the insurance company, not the individual. Under Raymond Town, we don't charge Raymond residents for this. It's out-of-town vehicles, I believe.
We do all.
Oh, we do? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, okay, it's
But it's only insurance companies. If they don't pay, we don't go after the individual. It's only the insurance company that gets that bill, and they usually pay it.
But then the person's insurance goes way up because of the bill.
No, does not.
Not necessarily.
Okay. I know, and I know that I was in favor last year because you said it's a good way because all the trucks were coming out and stuff like that. And when I was going down through all of this stuff, I'm literally thinking to myself going, we're paying for this. We're paying for this in our taxes and stuff like that now, and all of this, and then we're getting whacked with it.
What it's covering is all the extra expenses, extrication tools. If we use those, we fight a fire, we have to use water, foam, manpower. Covers all that so we get a recoup on the services that the town is providing. Just like ambulance billing.
Well, I know, I know, and I don't agree with it, but I'm one person, so.
What about ambulance billing?
Ambulance billing, if we transport a patient, we bill the insurance company. If it's a resident, correct, does not get billed for Raymond.
Everybody gets.
From the insurance company.
Wait a minute, so
No,
everybody.
I get billed on that.
Yeah.
But there's.
Everybody does. everybody does get billed. And the insurance will cover, and anything that's Medicare can't be done after the fact. We can't do collections or anything. Sorry, I'll get a little closer to the mic, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's how the medical side of things work, and it generates a huge piece of money to offset our budgets, etc. It is very common practice. In fact, every town that I know of bills for both accidents, life flight landing zone setups, medical crashes, things like that. It's just the standard of care, if you will, throughout everywhere, even in other states.
Well, I get the life flight, and I get other towns. I guess I don't get it for our own town.
If the residents don't pay, you say you don't go after them?
No, it doesn't go to collections on that stuff, so.
I had one not get paid by the insurance company and it went to collections.
Right. Let me ask. It depends on what it is.
Depends on where you did it. I did it up till 2 years ago.
Yeah. So.
Not supposed to.
It's not supposed to.
So, and I guess we get back to the whole thing where if we're going through this list, and there's pages of it, and we were talking about making, Raymond user-friendly and build-friendly and stuff like that. I hate that everything has a tax, everything has a fee, everything has, to me, it's built into our budget, and I understand as far as trying to recoup some stuff, but like if it's a life flight, that's totally different.
A great deal of our accidents, for example, if you want to start with that point, I guess, is out of state, out of town.
Right.
That's the impact. We've had a lot of them, and just think of this, a lot of them are OUI, out of state, their fault, they caused it, things like that. It's always the fault vehicle that gets billed, and that's per the police report. It's not every vehicle necessarily, okay? That's the one that we start off with. And that's the one that goes to the billing company, and they bill it, and the insurance will pay for it. It's already included in everyone's insurance, a fee schedule, if you will, for fire apparatus and for rescue transports, things like that is already included in everyone's insurances. So that's why we decided to take advantage of it back. Oh my God, I think this town started billing for medicals in 98, 99, somewhere in there, and crashes about a year after, maybe, or at the same time. Right.
I could add a little history to it too, if you might.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
The reality is, we had my first year as chief here. We had 87, almost 90 car crashes. I think I looked at the reports. We went through and studied it. I think there was 5 or 6 that were Raymond residents, and we checked with other communities like Sebago across the lake from us. They had 15. I mean, the crashes were incredible in this town. Cars were in trees on North Raymond Road. And so at the time, there was a movement by the select board in particular that said, let's use user fees so that we're not absorbing the expenses of people that are traveling through the town, people are visiting or whatever. And we really did go from, I think when I got here was 8,000 on the book, 8,000 revenues. And that year we got it up to 60 or 70, and it has grown to the 220. And it doesn't go to the fire department. This isn't a reward, like it goes to the surplus. So, and even the equipment, the reason that account was set up is we were breaking equipment on a regular basis on some of these crashes. It was crazy. Hoses were being blown out. So everything was built around user fees, and I think it continued into code enforcement and everything else. We did, in fact, I think when Kathy came on board, start looking at residents, and we even had a formula they could fill out so they didn't have to pay anything towards their ambulance call or anything else, and I think we worked around that with a law because we couldn't charge out-of-state people or people from Norway in Raymond without charging our citizens. And I'm actually, I think Mr. Olson may have helped us with that. Someone had insurance background. I don't remember who it was, but someone said you can't do that biased. But someone educated us on that, and we were able to do what we're doing now, which is to bring in user fees in almost every department. So I think it's grown much in many ways more than we started, that's for sure.
So as an example, talk about the accidents, et cetera. Our crews were there yesterday for over 2 hours on Webb's Mills at 302. Yes, an OUI, fluids mitigation of hazardous materials that we don't want to get into the lakes and watersheds. Any fire mitigation would have been billed. traffic control was what we were doing. We had to actually call mutual aid in, which impacted another town to help us, because we had to transport patients. That left one person to run and manage this whole scene and try to do traffic control, because the police are tied up, so they can't do it. So that led to a mutual aid truck coming in to try to help us out. I was out of town, and the chief of Wyndham was there picking up antifreeze and oil out of the road as well. So it's just how it works.
Are these flat fees, or do you, for something like that, are you allowed to like invoice, or is it just you have?
Yeah, our billing company actually invoices, of course. We're not really directly involved.
So it's not like, oh, you get wasted and smash up 15 cars and pour antifreeze and you only got to pay $350.
Right. So we can, yeah. It depends on the impacts, I guess, there's a lot of it. And we can't go any further than the Medicare payment will pay on Medicare's. I think I misquoted that earlier, so.
I have two other ones. Is there, maybe somebody else knows from previous years or whatever, but is there a reason we don't, it's free for liquor licenses, and also, I mean, it's $60 for a subdivision, but it's free for liquor licenses. Those people, you know, and then violations are $10 per inspection after a reinspection for a violation.
So when you get into some of the re-inspections and things like that, it's an impact, and it's usually, again, you think of it this way, somebody who knows what the codes are, what needs to be done. So let's say it's your grease hood that needs to be cleaned annually. You know that because it's in every report we've ever done, but yet you failed to do it. Now we have to take time and go back again and reschedule.
No, what I'm saying, I think it's a little light. So. Free, and the 10 per inspection is a little light, especially since it was a violation. And then I think, I don't understand, I mean, I just feel like liquor licenses inspecting maybe shouldn't be free, where we're charging subdivisions and just regular single-family residents 60 and 15. That's just my 2 cents, but.
Yeah, but when you're, I mean, are you getting into doubling up at that point? Because when you're doing a liquor license inspection, you're also doing the business inspection. So you're charging them on the business side.
Where are you seeing it
for who? For those guys or for code? Because it's 2 different people.
Well, it doesn't matter. Still, the fee for the
code doesn't get involved
the inspection.
I saw a fee on the back.
What's that?
I don't think code's involved much.
No, code's not involved
at all.
When you're doing a business inspection,
right?
It's, that's the same inspection, whether if they're already getting charged for the inspection. So there's not a separate inspection for the liquor.
The fire department inspection.
It's all under the it's all under that original business on which they're paying that fee on the business inspection.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't see that. That's why.
Did you see the liquor license though over? Or are you just talking about the reinspection? There is a fee for a liquor license, but but you're talking about reinspecting it.
It's again, it's. I just think that they're.
No, I'm just seeing it because he's seeing 2 different places. Is where he's looking at.
But the fee for the liquor license is prescribed by state statute, and I don't know if there is anything in there about. I'm
not sure on that one.
I don't think so.
I don't care. I'm not. I just.
Yeah.
There was discussion, if I may, last year, I believe, we were going to look into that and have a committee, starting with select board and us together, trying to work together and see about those fee schedules. I believe that was discussed last year at this meeting when we were doing the fee schedules. It just never happened. So maybe that's something what we ought to do is sit down and kind of revisit that. Talk it through and figure out those statutory requirements, and then we'll know if we're within the ballpark or not, and we can move forward.
Well, and have code in fire too, yeah.
And if we're light, and we can adjust, and if we're not, well.
Okay.
Other discussion on that?
All right, a motion to approve.
Wait.
Oh,
more
sorry.
Peter?
Sorry, I didn't see Peter.
You either do it before or after.
11 Road. I just say this, that I don't like to see undue burden put on taxpayers, and I want Raymond to remain business friendly, but I think it's a little insane given the situation now and for any municipalities to be reducing revenue.
Peter got up, so I'll speak as well. Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. It seems to me that one
possible way to look at these is, does the cost of charging somebody, say $10 for the liquor license renewal, cost more to the town than doing the charging? Because if it does, then I would either say get rid of it or bring that number up. Because some of these numbers seem extremely low to me. I agree with you, Derek. It just seems that they've probably just naturally every year we just turn them over.
This could
but
be
some
a
of them could
40-year-old
be.
charge.
Yeah, exactly.
$10 is a lot.
Exactly. And we're not issuing that many liquor license renewals, but I mean, just as an example of something where maybe we just bring it up to the times a little bit.
Well, and some, like that one in particular, is set by state statute, so we don't have the authority to change it.
So $10 is it?
$10 is it, that's what we get.
I'm going to go talk to the
18.
governor then.
Yeah.
I'll sign that petition.
Great.
All right. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve the Town of Raymond 2024-2025 fee schedule?
Second.
This one,
Discussion?
please.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. So we didn't do consideration of select board representations on boards and committees. Do we have a list of those?
I didn't see a list.
Is that in here and what page? I've now.
No, I neglected to make a list.
Okay.
That's
You want
my
to just
bad.
put it on the
Let's
next
hold that, then we'll hold that over to the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. Next item, public comment.
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. I was recently, information came from the Panther Pond Association about the clearance of the Panther Run, and I know that, or at least was, the Tenny River was blocked. Thank you very much for managing that. However, I was really dismayed to hear that the work was being done by Q-Team. Not very long ago, if I'm correct, not very long ago, the town was in a litigation with Q-Team, and they were fined. And it just seems, and I know you guys can't respond now, but if any of you want to send me an email on this, that would be great. I don't understand why we would do business with somebody who violated our rules, especially when there's two very solid companies within the town of Raymond. See a gentleman over here with a Gardner Tree, Lakes Region Tree, TLC Tree, Veteran Tree. These are all companies that have the equipment, I believe, to do pretty much what anything Q-Team could do, and clearly something like, I believe, clearing the trees from those places. So I'd suggest that the town just review whether or not who we do business with, if they have been in violation of our rules. It sends a really weird mixed message to me. Thank you.
I agree.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Lugger Road. I'll keep this brief, but basically, I got an email earlier this week from Select Person Sadak asking if I would be willing to share some data from the Comprehensive Plan Committee, Update Committee, that I had shared along with the other co-chair of the committee to the Budget Finance Committee. And I guess my observation is this. Why did the Budget Finance Committee get that information and the selectmen didn't? And the answer is because the Budget Finance Committee asked us. So that's why they got the information. Just to give you a little bit of an understanding, a lot of the discussion tonight is on, issues involving ordinances, land use, voter education, and the like. And I started in January, along with the other co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, in asking that there be a meeting of the Select Board, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and the Code Enforcement, and the Planning Board, so that we might all at least be on the same page. So when you're discussing something like, how does the Planning Board want to have a sense of where to go with solar
commercial solar. Wouldn't it be behoove all of those groups that I just mentioned to at least get some sense of where we're going down the road? Because, as I say, the vote to the citizens is going to take place in a year from now. I asked in January, I went through the town manager, and what I was told is, well, you know, things are a little busy right now, but we'll arrange that meeting. I asked in February, basically the same answer. In March, I sent an email to the town manager and the Board of Selectmen. And generally, I was told, well, after budget season, we'll get together and convene that group. And then I was told that it was going to happen in June. And I will tell you that I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know. It's June 20th. So I would say that a lot of the confusion or the sense of where we're going with land use ordinances and the like, that getting on the same page with planning and code enforcement and selectmen, as far as what we're hearing and the wealth of information we've gotten from the community. As an example, should there be commercial development that abuts residential zones on the 302 corridor? What do we want to really have for a comprehensive ordinance going down the road to deal with such things as environmental issues? So a great example would be this one, coordination. I just heard it mentioned, but down at the dam, oh boy, if the town could have coordinated with the state, inland fisheries, and gotten some sort of a path for canoes just to be able to get down there, or a little bit better access for anglers to get in there, you know, the time to do it is now. But that's just an example of the planning that I'm looking forward to seeing this town do more of, which is planning. And I just put a plug in here. When individuals are saying, well, you know, I really didn't know what I was voting for. When I got here in 1985, there was 110 people crammed into an auditorium, and we had an in-person town meeting. And you know what? That's when the curmudgeons would get up, as I called them, the old guard, and they'd ask questions, and they'd get answers. Well, wait a minute, I don't really understand that. Well, here's the deal. Get up to the mic. And I understand that the argument is always going to be, you get a lot more in the way of votes from a referendum. Unquestionably, that's the case. But we could get more attendance at town meeting if we made it more user-friendly. I can remember there used to be daycare there for the young families, and you could actually bring your kids there, and they'd have a few people entertain them while you took care of the town's business. And the other argument, as far as referendums are concerned, is that you get more representation, but my opinion is that the votes are less informed. So what do you gain from it? I'm not sure. I just put that plug in there. Thank you.
Boy, y'all are gonna get sick of seeing me. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. Just to piggyback onto that, because again, I'm not an uneducated person. So I have a bachelor's degree, a double minor, master's degree, you know, in tax law, so I know some law. I still need an attorney to decipher our ordinances in plain English so that I know what I'm voting for. And I think that that's something that Peter's speaking to that we've missed with, you know, our town meeting when we used to all be there and it was more caucus style and you were more informed. And I apologize because I left and came back, and when I came back, somebody was saying like, well, could you do a little blurb or could you do that? And I would ask for that. Just because, again, my experience being at the polls on Super Tuesday and then this last time handing out flyers, talking to hundreds and hundreds of citizens here in Raymond, is that they are uninformed voters. So they're voting on something, they have no idea what it is. They thought it was our solar, it wasn't our solar, it was a different solar, blah, blah, blah. But like even if they read the warrant, even if they read it, I don't know that you'd understand it because of the legalese. So to the extent that we can make Raymond more friendly, and as you said, the comprehensive plan, I've been to those meetings, and you have a chance to ask questions and look at maps and do this and do that. To the extent that we can make Raymond more voter friendly, education friendly, simplify things, because if I have a bachelor's, 2 minors, a master's, and I still need a lawyer to understand the ordinance. Like, God help you if somebody doesn't have that level of education and they don't know what they're voting on. And I think that's where you get dissatisfied citizens, because then you feel like, that's why I was asking the question when you said, like, well, did we vote on the building or did we just vote on the bond? Like, people don't want to feel like we're being tricked. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want the cutesy, like, and run. So I'm grateful that you clarified. Thank you. And I really am grateful to all of you for serving. And it seems like, in multiple capacities, it sounds like you were fire chief. I think I remember that. And now you're here. And so we really have this really lovely town full of people who really care about our town and give a lot of service to our town. So thank you for that. I will ask, just because I'm here, I wasn't planning on speaking again, but when you did that committee stuff, so if people are on committees and they stay on committees, then they just stay on committees and there's no openings for new people to join? Like, how does that work? Because you all just voted on different committees, and like, for example, if you're on a board and your term expires, do you just keep rolling over if you want to stay on, or do you have to leave after your 3-year term? Or like, how again, making it voter friendly, getting new blood in, is it easy to be involved? Is it difficult to be involved? Like,
their terms are on there, so like, people on planning board have a certain amount of years that they're in for that. They volunteer and then they get in there. After that term, they can do it again, or somebody else can come in.
Right, but if they do it again and they stay on forever, then there's no openings for new people to come on?
No, necessarily. After that, it goes, anybody can come in, and then they would still be there wanting to do it. Another guy can come in and want to do it. After their term, that's when you would vote again. And
okay, because I know some are appointed and some are voted. Like, obviously, you guys are voted.
Out randomly, like tomorrow, somebody moves and gets out of the planning board, then we have an opening. And it's the floodgates open, and whoever wants to go in.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if the 3-year term expires and they choose to stay on another 3 years, there's no getting.
They have to vote again.
There's no opening.
They have to get reappointed.
No, it's an opening. Their term.
Oh, they have to get reappointed.
They have to
And then the
not even appointed. They have to get voted back in.
And then the other committees, like comprehensive committee, or Dennis, you were talking about some sort of citizens committee to do different things that you've done in the past.
Usually with the committees,
it depends on the committee. Like, the comprehensive plan committee was appointed to do the comprehensive plan, so they are on there until that plan is complete.
Then that committee's dissolved.
Planning board and whatnot, they have defined terms. And so when their term comes out, they can reapply for it. But I'll put it to you this way: we've had more issues with people leaving.
No, I understand.
Leaving for one reason or another. Either they move out of town, or whatever it may be, and then finding people to go put in there. So I mean, whenever there's an opening, it is advertised that there's.
And like I said, I have been one of those uninformed voters who was raising children. So I was very involved with the school board before I had kids, and the town, and before we did consolidation, I was arguing against it. No. But anyway, way 25 years ago, and then
the other
sort
thing
of
I
took
would
a break
say
to raise
is
family.
there is online. There's an application form, and you can put those in, and those reside in there, so that if a position does come up, then those can be, and they get a hold of, oh, you said you were interested in this, you still interested?
Right,
So I mean, if people go in and fill those out, then that
Yeah, I
information exists.
informally spoke to Sam and Derek and Joe at the last polls. I know you talked to my husband.
Yeah.
I was talking to a potential voter, and I did catch Sue. So, and I am I told Sue already I'll volunteer to help at the November election. But you sort of awakened a beast, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But you know, every silver lining is that you know, through the solar fight, I've really gotten to know our government. I've really gotten to know people in town. I've got to see a lot of different people. I've really educated myself, and now I have the time, as I'm about to become an empty nester in the next couple years, to you know, give back and participate. And again, I'm grateful for all that you do. Thank you so much.
And to your point, I did the same thing as you. I don't know how many years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago, I went in to vote, and I was confused on what was going on. So I went up and asked one of the clerks or somebody that was helping out there, and they have the pamphlets there to read. And so then I went back to the booth, and I'm probably the only person that took an hour to vote. But I read through everything and voted, and then from there realized where everything was, how it got there.
Yeah.
Now I'm here because of that. It is good and bad, but you do have to take some responsibility, as like a town, not you personally, but
right.
as a resident, to, you know, investigate a little bit if you want to or care to be involved. It's a little bit of a process that you do have to actually
It
do the
is,
homework,
and I think we were very spoiled with town meeting, and we were spoiled when we were a caucus state, right, before we went to primaries and referendums, because it brought us out as a community, and we got to talk with our neighbors, and we got to hash things out, and we got to educate ourselves. And as we've, you know, moved to, okay, now we're not caucusing, we're primarying, and now we're not a town meeting, we're just a referendum vote. It places more of the onus on us, and we just have to get used to it and get back into it.
Yeah, these are once a month, so I tell everybody
you're
out
going to
there,
see a lot of me.
I
You're
tell
going to get
everybody
sick
out
of
there,
me.
come hang out and figure it out. You know, hit a couple clicks on the town website and also show up, because these are open questions, open you know, all that stuff. It's hard to get blindsided if you do come to the meetings and click.
Exactly. Yeah, and again, I'll ask a lot of questions just for education purposes. I'm not trying to be dismissive.
It helps you, but it also helps people on Zoom or that can go back and rewatch the meetings, all that. So
very good.
Definitely helps.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on committees. I think earlier I misspoke. Mel does, and I used to contact the chairs of the committees to see if they want the members reappointed. For instance, with the planning board, to an extent, the longer you're on, the more experience you gain. There's a lot to know, a lot to learn, and it's not easy to walk into. So if they have people that are already working, the chairs tend to want to reappoint. There are other committees, like the Beautification Committee, for instance, that's always looking for members. They could have 50 members on there and would be thrilled right to pieces. So it depends on the committee and what level of commitment there is to it, what level of work there is to it, and knowledge, and also what level of availability and just wanting to come out. There are a lot of different opportunities in the town of Raymond to help, but getting that application in is key. And we ask you to put on there, I think it's 3 different committees that you're interested in, or up to 3. But when you do multiple committees, each of the either admins in the town that take care of those committees or the committee chairs get a copy of those applications so they can follow up with the people and let them know what the status is and whatnot.
Thanks, Sue.
Other public comment?
I have a question. Yes, yeah. Jeff Morris, 13 Anderson Road. We talked about doing some extra committees too, and someone had set up like a committee to look into grants and stuff like that for the town. Is that something that's still moving forward with anything? Do we have anybody that, or is this not the time to ask this question?
That committee hasn't been formed. It's one of the thoughts.
Do we do anything like that? Is there any infrastructure that's out there for like public works or public safety that
We
you guys do all that? Sorry, I don't know. I was just
The
wondering
department heads right now on the whole do, and I've started looking at companies that do it.
Yeah.
But there was some talk about committees that just hasn't been appointed.
Okay, just hasn't been appointed, but is that still being looked into and everything?
Not actively.
Are we
I don't
looking at
believe,
committees, or were you looking at appointing somebody that is grant writer or
Yeah,
something
I was,
in the
are you
town.
going to be looking for
I'm
a
not.
grant
I'm
writer?
actually probably horrible. And I thought it was a neat idea. I would be willing to help. I'm not
Right.
very
No,
good
no,
at
no,
it,
yeah.
but,
No, we often do
But
get
that would
grants.
be-
The fire department applies for them. I've applied for them for
Okay.
elections. Nathan has gotten a grant
Okay.
before.
I think that'd be a great thing just to look out to see if there's
Yeah.
some money out there. Thanks.
Other public comment? Selectman comment?
I do.
Okay.
I went to the budget finance meeting the other night, and there were some questions that were asked, and I just wanted to bring those up so we are aware of those. One of the things that was talked about was where the money goes to as far as the Buteau fines and stuff like that, how it's put in there. There was some thoughts on that. There was, sorry, wait a minute. One of the budget finance had said that there was some ideas they had for the money and stuff like that, and they wanted to know where we put most of the first money. And we put it towards tax relief. And I do believe that the reason why we did that was because the year before we could not do tax relief because all the money was tied up into lawyers' fees. So this year we did it, but there's another payment that's coming, and Budget Finance would like to know if we have any ideas as to what we would be doing with that.
Did they have suggestions?
They had a couple, right, Sean? I thought you guys did. Someone had said a collection of money for legal fees fund.
Well,
was one of them.
the first thing we want to know what it could be used for. And it was totally fine. You were not willing to speak about what it could be used for. So just in general, what are the options for that? The thing, this is my personal opinion, I'm not speaking so much on budget finance, but you use it toward tax relief. And what was that, $500,000 for that first payment? What are we taking, $16 million or something like that in tax revenue? Something along those lines? $500,000 to lower taxes. And what is that, like, I don't know the math, but $50 off people's tax bills, you know? What else can we use that can help and better the community? One of my thoughts was this violation, I'm glad we got through it. I'm glad the time frame and everything. The next one, we might not get so lucky. It might be a long, bloody fight. Maybe we set some money aside just in case. Defend ourselves as a community. That way, if we do have another violation, we can fight it a little bit better. That's just one of the things that I had asked. I'm not saying that's a suggestion. I think we're going to probably talk about it a little bit more as budget finance. I think we would like to bring you some recommendations, but the question is, what else can we use it for besides just taxes? If you're willing to share.
I don't think 500,000 was put towards tax relief on that.
We haven't.
One, was it correct?
To begin with, we haven't put anything towards
Right.
anything yet.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What we've done, what was in the warrant article was to authorize use of up to a certain figure for tax relief.
700.
We won't get into that until we see the actual tax commitments and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's when we'll decide how much we use towards that. But otherwise, it goes into, at this point, it goes into undesignated surplus because it has to go into the general fund. It's money that came in. You know, the other side of it is, of course, it offsets overage that we had on the legal side for the last 2 years. So, I mean, from one standpoint, the only place it can go into is undesignated surplus because it's money that's come in that was essentially was not anticipated. So that's where it has to go until a decision is made on where finally it gets spent. But as far as how much gets used towards tax relief or whatever, that we will not decide until we see where the valuation comes in at and where that's going to affect the mill rate and things like that.
Yeah, fair enough. We just want to bring it up now because we're thinking about being on budget finance. We're thinking about the future. And this is a good opportunity to kind of protect our town. And I'm not suggesting anything tonight. I'm not looking for any suggestions, but if you can keep that open mind about how can we use this besides just tax relief.
I just wanted to put that out there from that meeting. So it was keeping the communication back and forth.
Anything else under selectman comment? Okay, town manager's report.
Oh, I forgot I had a piece. I'm sorry. Open up the agenda again.
Don't mind.
So the next meeting dates, we've already talked about them, is, oh, that's the wrong one, is July 9th and August 13th, if that's all right with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, oh, stop. And then I have a computer that isn't set up for me to open Word. So I need to find the PDF version real quick.
You have Thursday, July 4th closed.
Yes, and 4th of July is coming up. So we just had Juneteenth yesterday, and we will have the 4th of July on Thursday the 4th. And that's really all I have for town manager's report.
Okay. Next item.
A motion to go in executive session on consideration of appointing an interim treasurer pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 4056A.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. We will go into executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion, we're out of executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Joe Crocker as the interim treasurer.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, yeah.
While we look for a new one.
Right. That's why the term interim. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Motion to
Adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the Budget Finance Committee Orientation Workshop. This evening, I would like to go over the Budget Finance Committee ordinance, which lays out how the Budget Finance Committee will operate. We have all gone through this before. How would the committee like to approach it? Do we want to read through it out loud, or we just want to read through it individually with paragraphs?
I think we go through it with paragraphs.
Okay.
For each paragraph, and see if there are any questions.
Okay.
Seems to me the most significant piece of it is probably the powers and duties.
Okay.
You think?
Sure. Why don't I go ahead and just read the paragraph, and then we'll decide if we want to discuss it?
Yep.
Does that sound okay, Don?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Section 5, powers and duties. The Budget and Finance Committee shall have the following powers and duties: to consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant in substantially the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval or disapproval. Paragraph B, to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures. Paragraph C, to investigate and recommend to appropriate town departments the availability of federal and state and other grants, loans, guarantees, and other assistance for the town, and the types, terms, benefits, and disadvantages thereof. Paragraph D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies, and practices of the town and its departments. Paragraph E, to study and make recommendations on any proposal for payment of services or equipment by bond or note.
Any such proposal, with the exception of general tax anticipation notes, which will be reviewed under Section 5D, will be accompanied by an impact statement and recommendation for rejection or approval. Paragraph F, to develop and maintain with the input from all other committees and boards in town a 5-year moving capital improvement plan. And paragraph G, to study and report to the select board potential revenue raising opportunities that may require actions by the board or town manager. Okay, section C6 is membership, quorum, and voting. The Budget Finance Committee shall consist of 7 voting members plus the chair of the select board, who shall be a non-voting ex officio member. The reduction in number from 9 to 7 will occur due to attrition. Existing members may continue as voting members on the committee, and each may petition to be a candidate on upcoming ballots. I don't think we need to go through the rest of that. Section B, the chair and the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee shall be elected by a majority of the Budget and Finance Committee voting members at the first meeting after June 30th of each year. C, voting members must be residents of the town of Raymond and shall be elected annually by the town via secret ballot vote at the annual town meeting and have staggered 3-year terms. Section D, any vacancy among the voting members shall be filled either via appointment by the select board until the next annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy, or by the town at the first annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy. E, the Budget and Finance Committee shall officially act only in the presence of a quorum of 4 voting members. Official motions will pass only on a majority vote of all voting members of the Budget and Finance Committee, unless the Budget and Finance Committee unanimously votes to adopt other rules at the first meeting of the year after the annual meeting and agrees to utilize the revised voting procedure for the full year. No member of the Budget and Finance Committee shall vote on a budget item in which the member has an interest. That makes sense. F, all members shall abide by the rules for conflict of interest pursuant to 30A MRSA subsection 2605. All members will sign upon taking their oath of office and will adhere to the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. I don't think we need to go through the non-attendance. Severability, if in any part or part, section or subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason declared to be unconstitutional or invalid, such shall not affect the validity of constitutionality of the remaining portions of this ordinance or any rules or regulations promulgated hereunder. And this ordinance shall become effective upon passage by the legislative body of the town of Raymond at a duly called town meeting. Okay. Are there any sections that anyone would like to discuss or go over or questions on? We're all good?
I'm good, and I guess, despite having served for 23 years, and I was aware of this ordinance, obviously, but the Budget Committee hasn't operated as, I guess, as close to these codicils as they might have, and so I think, particularly, from B down through G, there's going to be a change in the operating procedures for the good, I think, absolutely, but it's a lot more intensive sort of interaction and study than what has been done in the past.
I would agree with you, Dan.
Yeah, and so the biggest thing to me was the development of the CIP, and I guess that's something you've been working on.
Yes, I have. I'm very interested in putting together a document that lists all of we're going to work with the Public Works Director on our next CIP review and put together a document that lists all of the equipment and have it sorted by the age of the equipment so you can see the oldest to the newest, and put out 5 columns for the next 5 years of the budget cycle. And then what we had in the middle was the price paid when the equipment was bought. And that's the only known value that we have. And we also have the year of when the Public Works Director plans to replace that equipment. So if we take those figures and put them in the columns and sum them up, then we will have the actual estimate of probably of what we have coming in the next 5 years. And so I have requested that from the town manager, and that will be sent to us in an e-packet, but...
So it'll be similar to what the fire department's always done?
Exactly. That's exactly how the fire department did it.
Right.
And we should do that for the public works, so we're consistent across the board and can look at the summaries, because we have a lot of high expenditures coming in the next 5 to 10 years between the fire department equipment, the public works equipment, Jordan Small School coming back to the town, the comp plan moving forward. These are very high value items, and to do what we're asked to do, we need to have all of those figures.
Right. You know, some of the other things in here I think are kind of interesting about, you know, grants and so forth and revenue sources. That's something that the committee has never done either, and the staff does that. And so I think that's going to have to be, by design, a collaborative effort. But that's an interesting thing to see if we can uncover, you know, opportunities that, you know, might be available to us to supplement the budget or to apply for specific initiatives. And so that's not something that has been done either during my time. And I think that's a pretty exciting opportunity as well.
Yes.
So there's some good stuff in here.
Yes, and I think it would be a great opportunity for us to learn how to do that.
Yeah, we actually have a great person on staff with Kathy Goslin, who has done a lot of grantsmanship successfully for the town. Bruce Tupper has been very successful in that area as well. And so we have some people on staff who are good at it.
That's great.
So that's exciting. And then as far as revenues, it's always a good idea to see if you can find additional revenues. And so we can work on that for sure, you know, besides grants. But yeah. Although we have seen some changes in the fee schedule and other things that we've done, and, you know, monetizing some particular, you know, functions, some in public works, you know, the rental equipment, whatnot. We should take a look at all that stuff in detail. But yeah, so there's a lot of things to think about here.
Okay.
This document doesn't get amended much. It was 1980, 1995, and the last time was 2018, which was 6 years ago. Was there anything that you had read or thinks needs to be added or amended to this that you think that are, I mean, 2018 wasn't that long ago, but anything you think to kind of bring us into?
Not particularly, but I think as we maybe work through this new budget cycle with this thing as the guiding light as to what the committee's roles and responsibilities are, I think any kind of deficiencies might become apparent through that process. But I don't have anything offhand. I just think it's a, you know, it's obviously an expansion of what's been done, and I think it's just been done by, you know, precedent and practice, and this is actually the governing document. And I think Dennis originally dug into this when he was on the budget committee, and that was a good thing. And so obviously this should be passed out, handed out for new members, and there should be an orientation like this, including this every year. But when I came, that wasn't done, and I admit, I mean, I just went with the flow of how the committee was operating.
I have a question as to how the budget committee, or if the budget committee can recommend additions to the warrant. If the budget committee feels there are things that have not been included in the warrant that might be something that the town ought to look at, or at least the select board might look at to add to the warrant, is there any way we could do that, or the committee could do that?
I think under law you can suggest most anything. I mean, you got to make sure that it's in compliance with Maine law, and you know, under home rule, I think you can do that. One thing I used to hear a lot about is the idea that at the town meeting, you know, warrant articles could be reduced but not increased, and so, you know, to me that always seemed kind of anti-democratic. You know, there may be some prohibition, but, you know, I would think that democracy would work both ways. As the town meeting, the annual town meeting, of course, is the governing body of the town, like the Congress of the town. And so that'd be like telling Congress, you can only reduce budgets, you can't increase them. But that's just my thing. I think the worry is that a small group of people could come in and make a big change, but in my history in local government, 40 years, I've never seen that.
What's that?
B covers it, is that what it
B?
said? To discuss with and make recommendations to select board on proposals for specific expenditures. Section 5B.
That's what I was looking at, and that's why I was questioning whether that's ever been done before.
Right.
Is the operative word there the recommendation?
To discuss with and make recommendations to the select board on proposals for specific expenditures. So, I mean, discussion and recommendation. Sure. So as far as what you were asking was changing words, I think they keep hearing this a lot over the last couple of meetings. You can't change this. You're just voting yes or no and what your recommendation is. The way this is kind of lining it up, it doesn't seem like we could be adding anything, but the discussion needs to be had to make that recommendation ahead of time. I think the question that you have is, well, you have a certain recommendation and it's kind of overlooked, what happens to it?
Right. Or is there a way that we could meet with the select board before the formal meetings are held, in which things can't be changed, so that we could discuss the articles at a point where they might be changed, or a word added or subtracted, or a sentence changed, before we get to the point where nothing can be done.
Right.
Because if the committee is looking at things that can't be changed, it handicaps us.
Mm-hmm. Get to it before
I agree.
that point.
Right. I mean, I could see maybe doing it before that point, but I don't think we've ever had that opportunity before to do that.
I don't think so either.
No,
I think, so what we're looking at is drafting up the warrant language and presenting it as a draft and having a meeting with the select board
Absolutely.
and the budget committee and have that dialogue both ways.
Yes.
Where the opportunity to make changes to the warrant language would exist.
Mm-hmm. There'd be less loggerheads, I would think, if we had some forum in which we could sit down and have a discussion as to what the warrants are gonna look like.
I think this committee's gone a long way to already start that ball rolling. And what I'm hearing is that what there needs to be is more communication, and it has to be communication that's thoughtful and respectful and comprehensive. That's my word of the day. But what I'd tell you is that as far as, and I understand, I think I understand what you're suggesting, Frank, would be, and I think I agree with Don on this, is that as it stands right now in town government, it's the selectmen that basically give the thumbs up or down on a warrant article, and then it goes to the people. What we've seen, I think, for the first time since I've been here, is a people's petition. Correct me if it's happened before, but a people's petition basically has said, even if the select board chooses not to place something before the people, if you get the requisite number of petition signers, then the people can override the select board and say, we want this issue to go to a vote. And so, you know, the actions of this committee this last year that I've watched, and the actions of just the last select board meeting with the people involved with the solar farm, basically have they've done what you're saying, which is that's where there's a way to circumvent, if you will, the select board if they don't want to listen to the people.
Peter, would you introduce yourself, just so people will know
sure.
who's talking? You can sit here and I've turned the microphone so you'll be able to
works,
Can I give it to them?
Oh, yeah.
so people.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. And so basically, what I'd say is that, and I'm sorry, I came in a little late, but I believe you were going over the ordinance that governs the Budget Finance Committee. As I had mentioned, I think at the emergency meeting,
it would behoove you, and I know it's more work on your plate, but I've done it before, so I know that it's valuable, and that's to look at using that document to just basically sculpt out some bylaws for the committee. That may help down the road with questions about Roberts, with questions about when you meet and how you meet, and the attendance thing. When I was on the Board of Appeals, Zoning Board of Appeals, there was an issue that we had to deal with involving a member in attendance, because that is something that has to be necessary. The last thing I just say in a comment about what I did hear being read is, as far as the ethics part, or the code of ethics that all committee members basically commit to, the one thing that I've seen, that this is just my own personal opinion, there hasn't been enough emphasis on, is not conflicts of interest, but my understanding of ethically minded thought would be that you avoid even the appearance of a conflict. And I know a conflict is basically fiduciary. So it means if you have a direct, or even you can draw the line to a rather substantial indirect involvement in some financial gain, that's a conflict of interest. And it doesn't have to be money. It can be real estate. It could be where your kid goes to school. It could be any of those things. If you're using your influence on a vote that is a conflict, in conflict with the issue being discussed. And I've seen that pretty much followed through for the most part. Avoiding the appearance of conflict, however, I don't think has been given its due here. And what it does is it shakes the people's faith in government. So, the awarding of contracts, I know that there was a discussion at the select board meeting that someone brought up about, was it really the best thing to award Q-Team a contract in the town after they were involved in a lawsuit with the town, in which clearly, from my perspective, they knew what was right and wrong there. And so I'm not saying that you get into blackballing or keeping a list or any of that sort of stuff. What I'm basically just saying is there a little more thought going into those processes? And, it just raises that index of suspicion. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rita.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Along with the research I had to do to get this ordinance and find out what our duties were when I was on your board, what I didn't find is anything that says that the select board will do the warrants. It says that we'll talk about and they will prepare it on this. But what I'm talking about, as far as they would be the only ones, and let me explain where I'm going with this. Nothing makes a warrant without the select board approval. So it's redundant to say the select board approves, because we're not putting anything in for them to disapprove, as is no one else. So when this was drawn up, I think clearly what the town wanted was a separation of the financial part of it. Certainly with capital improvement programs, that's black and white. And as we learned in the last 3 years, we've yet to attain from anyone a CIP plan, an actual plan for public works. We haven't. That's a fact. And I think that why you as chair have decided that you're going to move forward with it and put out a plan that obviously looks like they empowered you to do from that town meeting. But to have a select board that doesn't allow anything on a warrant, to have to say they approved it, seems redundant to me.
I think that's a really excellent point, and I don't know legally if this could be something to consider. More accurately, the Board of Selectmen propose.
Right.
They propose, and then the Budget Finance Committee, as the check and balance on the Board of Selectmen's financial authority, might approve or disapprove.
And in the ordinance, it says the Budget Committee will present this at town meeting.
Right.
The Budget Committee will present it. And so both of those two things, both the power to do what's really, to be involved with the policy, and the interesting thing is when it talks about the departments, and I've read this several times, but then again, I've been wrong on a few things, but it talks about the town and the departments. The town, the D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial positions, policies, practices of the town and its departments. We on the select board are the town's representatives. So this is directly saying that we have, or the budget committee has input on the town, which is the select board represented in the town, and the departments. I mean, that to me, and I'm really glad we're going to have an executive session coming up with a lawyer on Robert's Rule of Order and the powers and everything to figure this out. Because if we don't need a select board, again, I'm on the select board, if you don't need my approval and we decide what goes on a warrant, I mean, I've yet to see a selectman recommendation in over 20 years, 25 years, say, we don't approve, because they put it on.
Right.
So it's
right, and if they don't want to put it on, it doesn't get there at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Really what I think was supposed to happen is, even if they were making proposals, the budget committee would decide whether they approve their recommendations or disapprove. And then that would go to the body, the way I read this. But we're going to have an attorney, and it'd be good to have it, because as it's turned out, we've requested an attorney at least twice, and we haven't been able to get an attorney to kind of interpret this.
Yeah.
Right.
So from my opinion, for what it's worth.
I think it's more than rhetorical. I think it's an excellent point. You know, the idea that they're approving something that they proposed and initiated, and if they didn't, it wouldn't be there. I mean, it's not like they're reviewing something. I mean, they do review the department budgets and make a decision. So to me, it's proposing to the townspeople, this is what we want.
Right.
And then if you have a regulatory body, which is what this is, you know, to pass on it in the affirmative or the negative, then that would be the recommendation you might look at, right? And I had a couple comments before Dennis got up on your comments. And first, thanks for agreeing with me. That's nice. But the first one was the circumvent the Board of Selectmen, the public. I would say that it provided an opportunity to facilitate an avenue for the public to have their voice heard, which is a nice thing. And that's what happened there. And there was another point that you made there as well. That I'm trying to recover that now, but well, perhaps it'll come to me. But anyway, that was to me that was an important point. Oh, you talked about conflict of interest and, you know, impropriety. So there's an old adage in public administration and public life, the appearance of impropriety or, you know, conflict of interest equals it. So if it looks bad, it is bad. And so you want to try to always avoid that. Appearance of impropriety is impropriety. In the public side.
So would the Budget Finance Committee be interested in working with the Select Board to clarify some of these paragraphs on how this works and to make some changes to it? To the Budget Finance Committee ordinance or to the Select Board ordinance? Just tossing it out there.
According to this document, that's what we're supposed to do. The way I'm reading it is that our say and represent the town, you know, that there needs to be, just like Dennis was saying, there needs to be more than just, hey, we're going to put this on. But actually, you have made a very good point, too. It's more than just like, this is what we're going to put on. At the same time, the flip side is, this is what we're not going to put on. Like it's very much like that. It's funny that you said that because it popped in my head. Like, yeah, I never really thought about that. Of course, they're going to put on there what they will want, but
Yeah, I didn't think of it, Dennis did. But it's absolutely right, though.
Does A not say that we recommended at town meeting? Under our powers, A is the first thing?
to consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant and subsequently the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval/disapproval.
Summary read it. To make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting. That's you.
So, how, in recent history, how have these warrants been drawn up? Is there an attorney who's drawing them up, or is it just
No.
come to language?
No, unless it's something like, that requires bond counsel, like that bond language came through the bond counsel. If it's something highly technical in a land use area, then the land use attorneys would probably be involved. It'd be a complex article. Most of the articles, however, are standard articles you see year to year. So those would be just, they do get tweaked from time to time, with changes in law or changes in local practice, but they would basically be plug and play, how much for administration or public works or public safety, whatever. Those would not be, those have been the same forever. But certain articles every year would go through various legal counsel.
Okay. Well, I think that we're part of that legal counsel.
Yeah, you can ask the legal counsel, but to me it would be bonding and land use.
Okay.
Or perhaps something really unusual, which we had a while back, like the IRT with the military, that might have been one, and something that's not typical, that might require a federal or state language. That would come from outside.
I'm just trying to think of, would there be a case where the Budget Committee has a warrant article that they would like to see and propose it to the Select Board?
Sprinkle in the building.
Right. But that didn't get put in the warrant.
They refused, I asked.
That's another reason why we should have that meeting ahead of time with the select board as the warrant is being drawn up, so that we're at the table. If there are things that we feel that should be added or changed or whatever, it can be considered.
Something that just came to me is the whole garage project and how that happened, the level of planning or lack thereof. And so, it would seem like a potential addition, maybe not to this document, but to some document, ought to be a standard operating procedure for how you go about capital projects, and maybe take a look at the bidding, documents of the town to make sure they're what they should be. I know some departments are very good at adhering to them, public safety, for instance, and others maybe not as much. So I think that would be a good thing to look at, too.
Does the town have a set of standard operating procedures?
There are various operating procedures, but I'm talking about the ones that are related to finance. Maybe get every particular policy that relates to finance. And so, if you were doing a major project, it would seem to me that you'd want to do a level of due diligence. You could actually do that in a sort of a formula way. It's not hard. You do this, form a committee, as Dennis had recommended, and you do your needs analysis, space analysis, architectural reviews, bidding, get some cost proposals. There's a number of things you do. That's what you did for BAW.
Yes,
so you
exactly.
probably know the process and how that ought to be laid out.
Yes.
So that would be my suggestion, is that maybe there ought to be something like that for how you go about doing capital projects. And then to look at the current bid policy, which I haven't looked at for a while, and I know that it was made more liberal under the, not this finance director, but two before. And she did that because of the, that some departments were following it, in a very precise way, and others not very well at all. And so that seemed to be the idea of making it a more, I don't want to use the word loose, but a more non-structured sort of document was done. To me, it would probably be reasonable to look at that and say, can we put in boundaries, gate posts that work for the town and work for all the departments but are specific? That's what I would do.
Going back to the warrants too, at the last select meeting, a young lady who's very involved in solar had mentioned that a lot of people went and they voted that Tuesday and they thought they were voting for something to do with the solar, and then turns out it wasn't what they thought it was. I think the language is very confusing for a lot of people, and I think that us having the ability to look this over, because I voted on this thing twice. First time we made a recommendation, and then the second time was at the actual voting on Tuesday. And most of that stuff, I've seen it twice, so I already know going in. But if you haven't seen this and you're looking through this, it's a lot of language.
That goes back to a point that Dennis made in a big way, this year, and that is the annual town meeting. If you did this in an open public town meeting, which I'm not sure how many years you've lived in town, but for years, for decades, that's the way the town did it. That's how most towns do it, an open annual town meeting. And so that's where you get that explanation that you're talking about and details.
Yes. I do agree with that. Yeah, I know.
And you'd have an ability to debate it.
Right. So we're serving stuff up on a platter for people to say yes or no to, and they're
right. And you got all these warrant articles that you have to read, and then there's all this backing information that you're never going to be able to read at the polls. So the idea, and I do agree with the notion that more voters is more democracy, but it may be less well-informed voters if they can't read these voluminous documents in advance.
Right. And I worked at the election, and there were several people that came up and asked for the documents to be able to read them at the polls. Dennis?
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. One of the things I kept ringing in my head through the last budget process was 2 years ago, there was 3.5 put in, plus $1 million for the pickleball court. That kind of happened at the very last meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee, and it came back as a warrant, and then we couldn't do anything about it. And then it was pulled off. For whatever reason, the 3.5 didn't seem to work, but obviously the next year we knew it was because it was 6.2, not 3.5. And $150,000 was put in for the money without really any discussion except to vote for that warrant up or down. Again, it didn't go through the Budget Committee, it came back from the Select Board. So my feelings were that whole year when I decided to read and find out what our powers were, was perhaps one line that said anything that goes to bond or out for over $1 million should have a special town meeting or a public meeting to discuss that. That would eliminate what took place with this whole process, because it went from 2.5 to 3.5 to 150,000 to study, of which $62,000, I think, if I quoted him right, was spent so far. 62,000 out of 150, I think is what he said. Maybe that's what's left. I don't know. There was a lot going on. But either way, the reality is, when you get to the point where you spend it $1 million, $2 million, 6.2 with interest of 8.1, that should be an automatic public town meeting or special town meeting. And I think you made a very good suggestion as our chair of how to slow the process down and get it done, because the Public Works Director never said it was an emergency. It just seemed like it was an emergency with all the changes to everything. So if nothing else happens, a simple ordinance change in the budget recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee, or maybe a petition drive saying anything over 2 million or whatever the magic number is. But certainly there should be a trigger that makes an automatic special town meeting. And I'm talking about one that's posted so everyone knows it's going on, not some of these meetings that happen at 8:30 in the morning or whatnot. And you can't be transparent if you're not letting the public know what we're about to spend the money on. So whatever the number you decide as a budget committee, I certainly think it would be advisable.
I want to ask Dennis a question, and that is at the last Board of Selectmen meeting, and I know it wasn't you making this statement and proposal, but the idea was that the garage project didn't fail, the bonding failed, and that the planning process was going to continue. And so one question I might have is, when is no?
Well, I think I think that raised enough issues from the public without me having to take a position on it. I tried to say, again, in the...
So I know you weren't saying that.
I think that they failed, not just because they didn't follow any kind of practice that we had done in the past, which is standard even in BIW and private industry, but it failed because the public felt left out. And I know when I did my group meetings, everyone wanted to know what was going on, and why have we been so isolated from what's going on with this. And there wasn't a chance. But we had a special town meeting for the band, which was less than $1 million, but not one for 6.2. And I find it ironic. And there's either something here that, and I don't want to undermine a group I'm on, because I'd rather have the financial part separated from the select board if I had my way. And I actually believe, my opinion only, that I saw more wisdom out of the budget committee, lacking me, just the people that I didn't know you, Karen. I didn't know Deanna. I didn't know you, Sean. I mean, I didn't know anyone, but I heard a lot of common sense from a public point of view, a citizen's point of view, than what I heard through that budget process. And so, I mean, I think that until the public gets what they want, which is transparency on what's wrong with the other 7 bays. Dave Brown said that it was maintenance. I read it, and the summary seemed to be maintenance. They didn't condemn the building. And so if you've got a public works director saying that he wants 4 bays of storage, and we've got 7 bays right now, then there's got to be something for the public to understand why we're doing it. And that's all. Just the transparency would really, I was shocked at the numbers myself, because I didn't run around talking about the facility. I ran around talking about transparency, and I still believe it, big time.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that meeting?
Yeah, I did.
I had to get up there and say that the way I heard it was exactly what you said. The building didn't fail, just the plan to bond it. We're going to find a different way to do this thing. And I stood up there, I said, that's pretty unpopular, very unpopular. And then I got down, and a young lady came up and she said, yeah, am I hearing the same thing? And they said, oh, no, we never do that. So either they were misspeaking, or a person of the public echoed what I was saying, and then they realized again how unpopular it was. But my opinion on that was that you need to show the people why we need this. There was never, as a budget finance committee, we were never shown any of that stuff. And a comment was made, well, that came out the same day that you were voting on it. Well, it was never given to us. And even if it did, do you think a day is enough time to look over that and make a decision on that? So if I can't speak on it about the reasons why we need it as a budget finance committee, how am I supposed to explain to the rest of the town this is what we need? So yeah, I think that we've been dealing with this issue for 2 years. This is the biggest one, but I think that there's a lot of other things that we should have a lot of say in, including coming up with this tax break. You know, the finances that we're receiving back from the violation. That's something I think that we have every right to make recommendations on, and I think that we need to make recommendations on that.
I agree.
How do we get back to the point that we made through this process that the process was not done? And that we truly believe, and I think the committee said this, that you cannot do this type of project without going through the process. It seems to me at the last selectmen's meeting, they said they didn't want to go through the process.
What they said, what the Public Works Director said, which was interesting, was that, you know, we'll get the money and then we'll do the process.
But
that's what he said.
How do we get back to that point where, if in fact we're going to have a Public Works garage, that we go through the process? The process could be done very quickly. It would not take long. I do not believe with the right people on the committee, and we could go with it. Whatever the committee ends up recommending, whatever the committee that looks at it recommends.
Ms. Morse, I know I'm kind of talking a lot, but I've given so much thought to this. You have the right to capital improvement. You are the body that does the 5-year plan. And if there's a capital improvement bigger than this facility, I'd like to know what it is. I think you have a right to do the committee that the select board doesn't want to do. And if they don't want to accept the recommendation, if they don't want to work with that committee, then they should publicly come out and say that they don't want to do it. But right now, it says you research, you investigate, you interview, and you are, in fact, proposing a CIP plan. Well, if the bond was voted down, the only other route to go is through the capital improvement program, the plan. And I think the facility, there are certain things that was clearly needed. We know that. You know, the wash bay and the mechanics bay is common sense. But I do think you need the committee's involvement so the public knows that it's someone outside of the political realm of elected officials. And I do think you have the power to do that. I don't know how you don't with capital improvement being your it says right there.
You brought this up at the meeting and it seemed to be rebuffed, so it would be, I think, maybe not tonight because it's a workshop meeting, but perhaps the play would be for the Budget Finance Committee, you know, in the absence of a policy, which was what I suggested, to make the recommendation that we follow that procedure that you outlined.
Could that be part of the agenda of our next meeting? Yeah?
We could do that.
And I think that should be on the agenda, that we'll discuss whether or not we will go forward with the idea of setting up a committee.
Because once again, I may be wrong, but it looks like right now what we're doing is continuing to plan for the thing that failed, and without changes.
That's the way I saw it.
And I may be wrong, but that's what it sounded like.
Well, we have heard over the last 2 years that this Public Works garage has been talked about for the last 10 years. And to my knowledge, the first time it was discussed was last year during the budget deliberations. And then at the last select board meeting, we heard that there's a separation between the town has already voted on the Public Works garage, and what was turned down was the funding of the project. And honestly, I cannot remember voting for a Public Works garage in recent memory.
There's no vote for the Public Works garage, but the other thing that would be interesting, I think should be requested, is for a 10-year history of, you know, the various planning functions that occurred, you know, the engineering, space analysis, all the different things that were done. And I was here, so I think it's going to be a short list over 10 years.
Okay.
So, but I think that we have to ask for that, because that's what was said, was that it's been planned for 8 to 10 years. And so I don't know what planning means exactly, but if you ask for the details of the planning, then we'll know.
Yes, okay.
Our vice chair had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deanna, hi.
Hi guys, sorry, I've been writing as we go, so this is great. I have a couple of things. I looked up the Citizens Guide in Maine regarding warrants, because I was like, we've been talking about this, and it says that we can definitely come up with the ideas and give them to the select board so that they can decide if they're going to put it on a warrant. So I think what we're doing right now is great, because we're preparing it so that we can give to the select board so that they can decide about the warrant. If it says, according to state law, we can always do a petition if they don't want to put it on the warrant, but it needs to be signed by the number of registered town voters equal to at least 10% of the number of votes cast for governor in the last election. I mean, I'm sure that our town would know more about that, but I'm just reading it from a Citizen's Guide, almost like a cheat sheet on how to do that. Going to talking about the town meetings, I think it's a great idea if we had one, and I think that what would be important, because before I ever was on this committee, I didn't really know too much about the town meetings, but now we have that marquee. I mean, I know we've been utilizing it. I think if we placed it on there and also stated that it would be recorded and available for people to view at raymond.org, I think that would be huge, or the address that we have, because people might not be able to attend But if we say we're going to be discussing warrants and what people will be voting on, I think more people might be involved. That's sort of what I had.
Yeah.
Peter wants something.
Okay, Peter, I have a couple things I want to say.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. What I'm hearing, though, and what I understand is, I'll just give you a brief example, and correct me if I'm wrong. Any citizen can propose to the select board a warrant article, right? So, I mean, that includes everyone on this committee right now. In February, I went to a planning board meeting as a private citizen. Code enforcement officer was there. The code enforcement officer's task annually is to bring before the planning board his proposals or proposals he's received from the citizens of the town as to what ordinances they would like to have, and to ask the select board through the planning board to place it on the warrant. One of the points that I brought up was the fact that the accessory dwelling units and the policy for them, what the planning board had done was basically assigned arbitrarily 700 square feet. And I just thought that was a little impractical. I looked at some model ordinances from other municipalities, and I proposed to the at that time code enforcement officer, chief code enforcement officer, I really think this should be increased to like $1,250. That makes it more practical for a starter home or for an elderly couple to move in and free up their 3-bedroom, 2-bath colonial. So the bottom line is, I proposed that to the code enforcement officer that brought it up at the February meeting to the planning board, and the planning board then formulated an ordinance and sent it to the select board, and the select board approved it to be put on the warrant, and at the election it got voted in as an ordinance change. So I guess what I'm just saying is that a lot of the stuff you're talking about is absolutely great as far as participative. We need more of the public. We need more of someone who's going to be riled up enough to circulate a petition to say, we don't believe you're hearing us. So we have a route to change that. We have a mechanism. In the legalese, it's always, well, what's the remedy? Well, there's a remedy for a lot of what's happening with our warrant, and I couldn't agree more. One of them is to get back to an in-person town meeting. And I'm a firm believer in that, and I was able to experience it, as some of you have, when I first came in the community in '85. There were certainly the resident curmudgeons from the town that would get up to that mic. But boy, they proposed things that got people buzzing and talking and asking more questions, and it was a little bit clearer. And as far as the language of warrants goes, I think that there's been a history in this town government whereby what happens is that phraseology or loopholes, are used rather than, what's the intent of the particular discussion. So what I heard at that select board meeting last was that, well, actually, what the town voted down was the bonding, the funding. They didn't really vote down the building, and you're all absolutely right. That's because nobody has asked them if they want a building. And what we've been told is that, they've wanted a building for a decade or more. That may be true, but wanting and what the community wants are two different things. So the employees may want the building. The truck drivers may want the building. Some of the people in town may want the building. We don't know that. We haven't asked them. So I applaud you what you're trying to do here, as far as, and I think you already started it. Personally, I think that just by your actions, that what I considered before the noise started about the Public Works garage was that, well, this will be like a lot of the other things. It's just going to go on a referendum and it's going to be voted in, and that's that. And I believe that it changed. It changed with, I believe, this board setting a precedent of saying we do not recommend. And when your discussion before and in the ordinance about recommendation, and then of course it goes to the select board for a decision as to whether it makes it on the warrant or not, there is a function here that you were involved with, which is the select board recommends, and the Budget Finance Committee does not recommend. So there is actually a mechanism now that exists. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be that but this body can't put together a recommendation for a warrant article and submit it to the select board. But I think we can do that as private citizens as well.
Okay. Thank you. I'm not familiar with, has the town of Raymond held public hearings in the past on certain topics? I don't know what
that's another good question. I mean, if you're going to do something by a secret ballot, and I think normally you would hold a public hearing, which would be an opportunity to have a back and forth with the community over the details. You'd have a public presentation, something of this magnitude, an $8.1 million facility. You would hold a public hearing and have the engineers and other consultants, the town staff, members of the governing body, if they had information that they thought was helpful and wanted to share, you'd have that presentation, and then the public would have an opportunity to ask questions, and then you'd go to a secret ballot.
And you could do that as a hybrid. You could have a afternoon meeting in which all of the articles were discussed, everybody had a chance to have their say. At the end of the meeting, they opened the polls, and they would run the polls from the end of that meeting until 8 o'clock at night. And then they'd open them again the next morning and run them all day the next day, so that they could get a lot of people out to vote, but they'd be much more informed about what they were voting on, because those people who wouldn't come or couldn't come to the meeting could watch it.
It would have to be a special town meeting, though.
Rather
than an annual town meeting.
Right, it would have to be, but it could be a whole new process that we could set up to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a whole new process, but it could be done. People could be informed. The people who were there get a chance to vote before they went home. The people who were watching the meeting from home would have a chance to come the next day and vote also, with a lot more information.
Yes. Do you recall if Raymond has ever had a public hearing before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they have?
Yeah,
like,
we've had
what were
public
the
hearings.
topics about?
Public safety, too.
Okay, he says public safety too. That was 20 odd years ago. We don't, interestingly, spoiler alert here, we don't have a lot of major capital projects at this magnitude. In fact, nothing close to this magnitude for the town. And so the last big projects we had were in the early 2000s. And so he's saying, and I believe him because it's standard operating procedure, there were 2 public hearings for that, and that was a 1.2 million. And of course, adjusted for inflation, that's a big project even today. But that's how you do it. That's how you get the information out. And that, for whatever reason, wasn't done. And that may be something we need to look at the law and see. I almost think that that's a requirement. Would you think, Peter?
Yeah, we've had many public.
Right, for land use, for other.
Sure, whether it's cell towers or pipelines, and things that the community was galvanized about, and then there were proposals made, but there had to be a public hearing.
And that's the opportunity. If you're not going to have an open oral town meeting, that's the opportunity for the public to be heard and to have that back and forth discourse over a particular initiative. And there's no vote, but there's a lot of information, and a lot of people can share their opinions about something.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of argument the last year or so about the fact that, well, this information is out there, nobody comes to the public hearings, as an explanation as to why there isn't a lot of credence in them, and that a small group, an organized group can hijack.
I was watching that last meeting, and there was an example of that with the TIF. You were talking about the change in the TIF, which I guess had a lot of documentation around it. I have to admit I didn't go read it, but basically, and there probably was nobody here. I guess there was nobody here who wanted to have an opinion one way or the other, but that was a substantial change, and it was just, the documentation was so long that the moderator, felt they didn't need to read it, and that anybody who would have been interested would have already read it, which may be a logical thing to say, but I think that if you had an opportunity to provide just a brief synopsis, and I think the chair did try to do that, of the Board of Selectmen, so that people could understand it as to what was actually happening.
Are you talking about broadband? When it was,
the broadband thing.
It was commented that this is too long, I'm not going to read it?
Right. But I think Rolf did try to explain it, though, somewhat.
Little synopsis. I think everybody that was there already knew what it was about. Going back to transparency stuff, everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it. So if you, again, didn't understand it or didn't want it, didn't seem like there was, of course there was opportunity for you to come out and say something. But the people who believe in it are going to come out, and the people who aren't sure are not going to come out. They're not going to ask questions. So, and then just the throwaway statement, basically, of this is too long. Everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it.
We'd already had one meeting.
Yeah.
The one didn't count.
Well, I think the way, by the way, to get, this is interesting, it's kind of a chicken egg thing, but I think the way to get public participation and involvement and, debate and discussion about these major communications initiatives is to promote communications and to give people an opportunity. And when you have more communications about things, evidence enough is this last run for, the Board of Selectmen. I think there was a lot of information out there for people on both sides to be able to look at and make an evaluation as to how they felt about some of the issues. And so that's the purpose of having these meetings.
Exactly.
And having these discussions and explanations.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're absolutely right. If in the absence of any information, you're going to see the proponents, and people aren't going to understand it, and it's probably going to pass.
Yeah, I guess just Peter Levin, Two Lever Road. What I'd tell you is that as far as the TIF issue is concerned, just as an explanation underlying this, is that it was voted on twice. It had to be voted a second time because it didn't meet the 10-day rule for notice. For any public meeting. It has to be in a periodical, radio, and all that good stuff. That's the main open meeting laws. So you've got to post notice, and it wasn't done in time for whatever reason. Either the newspaper didn't get it, or they made the error, we made the error. Whatever happened is it wasn't posted. So they had to go back and dot their I and cross their T. I was at the first meeting. I voted for it. Basically, what it was saying is that the TIF district. The language when we first got that TIF district established said you could use TIF money within the TIF in order to develop broadband. What the select board hit upon was, can we use TIF money for broadband throughout the municipality? And what the lawyers said, I believe, was, well, you're going to have a hearing and a special town meeting where you vote in order for the voters to approve the change in that language to include the TIF money can be used for broadband throughout Raymond. So that's what it basically was. So, but the explanation was basically that there's reams and reams and explanations about TIFs in the state of Maine. And I think unless you really are an attorney, it'd be hard to understand all of it. But that's what it kind of boiled down to me. But so it was like, well, sure, why don't we do that? Because I'm a proponent of the broadband, I wanted to see an improvement. What isn't made clear, despite the best efforts, I think, of some of the people in town, is the fact that it kept getting. I talked to people at the polls this month that were absolutely saying, "So we're going to get this broadband, and then I'm going to be able to change my Time Warner contract." Well, no, because really this was proposed just for the municipality. There's a potential of expanding it down the road. But once again, how much of that information gets out there? How informed is the voter? And so I agree wholeheartedly. More public hearings, even not more public hearings, but better attended public hearings or better attended meetings. And the way to start, and I think has been discussed, at least in some quarters, is that if you want people to come to town meeting again, provide daycare. Have people bring some snacks. Make it at a time that is friendly for all demographics. Don't have your select board meetings at 5:30. Don't have public hearings at 8:30.
Yeah. Another thing that occurs to me is we've got the Roadrunner, the insert once a month, and I'm not downing the idea of like reminding people of the dog licenses or swim lessons. That's all good stuff. But maybe around election time there could be a block that says here, like the broadband initiative or the Public Works Garage, a synopsis of what we're doing, and use that avenue. Use every communication avenue the town has. We have social media, we have the signboards, we have the website, we have the Roadrunner. So all those vehicles could be used as communication and transparency methods.
The Roadrunner in the paper is nice because you find out a few things. You're absolutely right, Don. But we could have the old Roadrunner again, and it could be an email. I mean, what a better way if you put out a 6 or 8 or 10-page Roadrunner once a month, and it went to everybody who would sign up to get it by email. And then we could have an ongoing discussion throughout the entire community about a lot of the issues that we're looking at through the whole process. People are informed if they get something that they can understand, can read, and can discuss with their neighbors. And it would not cost that much to do an emailed Roadrunner.
That's an excellent idea. The reason the multi-page Roadrunner, and sometimes it ran to 18, 20 pages, the reason that went away was the cost of the publication, but with the, electronic communications, it's just the staff time.
People don't realize the Roadrunner was put out by the school. The school did the Roadrunner.
Well, in the very beginning, right?
Well, it did it for many years. That was a.
Well, when I came here, it was a collaboration between the town and school.
Yeah, we collaborated, but the school did most of the work for it.
Right.
And it could be done again. I mean, you might have to have somebody at town hall whose job was to put it together.
You have that now. You have a person who puts it together, and the problem that they tell me is that they don't have space enough for everything they want to do. So if it was electronic, space wouldn't be an issue. You got the person, the communications person, Melissa, who can put it together. You have the department heads and other town employees who can write the articles. It could be as brief or as lengthy as you like it to be, and as you say, an email listserv, and off it goes.
And every nonprofit organization in town could be putting information in there for the people. Yeah. Communication is the name of the game. It has always been. And the thing is, we've lost the ability to communicate with each other. Not all technology is bad.
Back to your point, though. I think it was your point about the recommendation. That was communication. I mean, I agree with you. If that had been a positive recommendation, I thought it was going to pass. I thought it might pass even the way it was because of warrant fatigue. It was just so long,
Okay, Deanna. We'll go with Deanna.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the warrant fatigue, Dawn, because you had mentioned about having some of that information being brief or more extensive if we did the Roadrunner. I think that for some of these articles, if we did brief synopses and do it like throughout a few months, people are going to be more receptive to that than seeing 15 pages of warrant article versus if we broke it down to a couple each time, because then that gets them more information, they can absorb it and then move on to the next ones or ask questions.
Absolutely.
I've got something to say. So there's one committee in this town that's better at polling people, better at getting emails and engaging the townspeople, and that's a comprehensive plan. Since that committee has only got a few more months, essentially, if that could morph into what we're talking about as far as keeping people engaged, that's the way to do it, because we've already collected. Peter, how many emails do we have? Do you know?
I think we got over a couple hundred.
Couple hundred emails is what we have. So there's not a cheaper way, and there's not a more efficient way than emailing the people that we have. And I know we could get more too, but if the comprehensive plan has shown us anything, is that the people are eager to get engaged, to engage with us, to come to our meetings, to give their opinions.
I don't think we missed more than 5% of the people that voted, Peter, when we did the last poll.
This election, yeah. I'm not sure what the official numbers were, but I've heard that there were 800 and we or so, and we collected something in the vicinity of 450 voters' opinions on what to do with Jordan Small.
There were 450 in just that one. Yeah, I think we not many people walked by.
Nope.
No, Frank got every one. Dan, did you have your hand raised one more time? Did you have one more question?
No, I was saying, nice job. I think that's a great plan. So I was doing a thumbs up. No, I think it's an awesome way to do it because, like you said, the comprehensive plan has done such an amazing job in being so involved with the public and getting the public involved as well. It made it, like I said, during the election time, you guys made it fun. So many people wanted to be part of that, and it was a great way to get their input. So I definitely think being able to pair up with you folks would be something that would be great for us.
Awesome. These committees should be working hand in hand. I mean, I started realizing this more from the past year and having the benefit of being on a comprehensive plan as well, is that our committee should be working together. And I definitely felt, and I know a lot of people feel, that there was a committee that was doing their own thing. And maybe in the past, previous budget finance committees didn't want the responsibility, but we've got a big enough group here that wants the responsibility. And my wife is 20 weeks pregnant now, so I could be doing other things. But this is what I want to, this is what I want to be doing for the town. I owe it to the town that I live in to make sure that the town for my child is up to date with the town I'm living in now. I know it means the aging population, but still, we want to attract families, and this is another thing we talk about in comprehensive plans. How do we attract younger families? And housing is always going to be housing. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do with the current cost of everything, but how are we attracting more people, more families into this town instead of just having an aging population?
I can tell you one of the big messages that came out of this last poll, and I would have no doubt in saying this, the number one word that I'm hearing from the community about what they want in Raymond is that word. They want community.
I think we have a great opportunity now that people seem to want to get involved again, to get together another organization that can do another celebration in town. We need to bring back the Founders Day type program, all of those, something that once a year gets everybody involved in doing something in town. There's nothing like working together to get to know people.
That's true. That is true.
Lots of opportunity.
Absolutely.
Lots of opportunity.
Okay. This has been some really good discussion. It's really good stuff.
Cliff, anything to say? Welcome aboard.
Thank you. The only thing is, I think it's important that we get back to the town meetings because the electronics help get the word out, but there's nothing like face-to-face.
That's true.
I guess we'll leave it at that.
Absolutely true, Cliff.
Okay. Are we ready to move on from the ordinance for the Budget Finance Committee? Okay, the other piece that I had brought is the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials, because these go hand in hand, and it's what we have all signed up to do. I don't think I want to read through the policy, but I just wanted to bring it as a handout for everyone to.
I wouldn't mind reading through it.
Oh, you'd like?
Yeah, just because if this is recorded, I want the town people to know our code of ethics for who they elected.
Would you like to read it?
Yeah, I did my best. Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. As a member of my board, committee, or commission, hereinafter referred to as board, I will strive to be an advocate for the overall well-being of the town of Raymond, and to that end, I will have integrity in all matters. I will attend scheduled board meetings or notify the staff of my inability to attend. I will come to board meetings informed concerning the issues under consideration. I will make policy decisions based on the available facts and appropriate public input. I will make formal decisions based on any and all applicable local, state, and federal regulations and ordinances. I will encourage individual board member expression of opinion and establish an open two-way communication process with all segments of the community. I will communicate in accordance with board policies, public reaction, and opinion regarding board policies, actions, and programs to the full board administration. I will bring out desired changes through legal and ethical procedures, upholding and enforcing all law, state regulations, and court orders pertaining to the board. I will refrain from using the board position for my personal and partisan gain and avoid any conflict of interest or the appearance. I will respect the confidentiality of privileged information learned by any executive session. I will make no decision on behalf of the board unless expressly authorized by the board. I will not attend any board meetings pertaining to business of the board without express permission of the board. I will be informed about current issues through individual study and participation in appropriate programs, such as those sponsored by my state association. I will always remember that the foremost concern of the board is to improve and enhance the quality of life for the residents and visitors of the town of Raymond. I will abide by 38 MRSA subsection 2605, conflicts of interest law. Therefore, I always strive to demonstrate appropriate behavior, conduct as a board member.
Thank you, Sean, for reading that. Okay. So, are we ready to move on to public comment? Or do you?
I'm ready.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Peter, you must have some more comment.
I can fill you in a little bit on the poll.
Ooh, we're getting this information first before anybody else?
Well, I was asked by a select board member in an email, why I guess I didn't share some of the comprehensive plan data with the select board. And I did share it with the Budget Finance Committee, so they were a little jealous that you had gotten some that they didn't get to see. My simple answer to the select person was that you know why the Budget Finance Committee got that data? They asked for it. So that's why they got it. And nobody has reached out to ask our committee, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, about any of this stuff. And I did express my frustration in the fact that at the last select board meeting in that I've